Qin Xiao unexpectedly traversed into the realm of cultivation, becoming the cherished disciple of the seventh elder, the master of the 7 stars peak of the Tianyuan Sect. However, merely 3 days after his initiation, his esteemed master perished heroically in battle for the sect. As Qin Xiao hailed from the mundane world, he was incapable of cultivating, yet the sect, honoring his master's contributions, bestowed the 7 stars peak upon him as the sole disciple of the 7th elder. Consequently, the other disciples of the 7 stars peak departed en masse, leaving Qin Xiao as the solitary mortal occupant of the desolate estate. With the 3-year deadline approaching, Qin Xiao finally awakened an infinite resource system, realizing that by accepting disciples, he could unlock new materials. Who said that one unable to cultivate could not become a formidable figure? In the courtyard atop the 7 stars peak, Qin Xiao lamented, "When will this end? All the disciples have fled, and I am incapable of cultivation. This year's sect competition will see me without a single warrior to represent the 7 stars peak." Having been a traveler in this world for 3 years, Qin Xiao had just been accepted as the beloved disciple of the 7th elder. Tragically, within days of his acceptance, his master met his demise while defending the sect against a beast uprising. Thus, Qin Xiao inherited the 7 stars peak as the only disciple, yet his inability to cultivate led to the attrition of all other disciples to rival peaks. Now, he remained the lone commander without power. "Uncle Qin, you seem quite at ease. Today is the day for recruiting disciples, and the sect master has sent me to inform you. I kindly request your presence," said an outer sect disciple, who entered the courtyard without knocking. Due to Qin Xiao's inability to cultivate and his monopolization of the 7 stars peak, many within the sect looked down upon him. Had it not been for the fact that the 7th elder had only one disciple and had died for the sect, Qin Xiao would have long been dismissed. Consequently, even an outer sect disciple regarded him with disdain, when typically such messages would be conveyed by inner sect disciples. "Is it today? I nearly forgot. You may return. I shall join shortly," Qin Xiao replied, feeling increasingly troubled. The deadline had arrived, and without the sect competition, he feared losing the 7 stars peak. Following the departure of the disciples, numerous suggestions had emerged to abolish the now solitary 7 stars peak. Ultimately, sect master Lin Tiancheng, pressed by circumstances, commanded Qin Xiao to recruit disciples. Should he fail to attract new members, the 7 stars peak would be dissolved, compelling him to transfer to another peak. The timing coincided perfectly with the 3-year mark, and today marked the 3rd year of recruitment. If no disciples were willing to join, he would be left with nothing. "Huh, and you still act as if you're important? Once the 7 stars peak is disbanded, let's see how you maintain your heirs. Just a useless mortal who cannot cultivate," the outer disciple scoffed, feeling even more contemptuous after Qin Xiao's dismissive response. In truth, Qin Xiao was not dismissive by intent. He was overwhelmed with anxiety and had little regard for the feelings of the messenger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. 3 years have passed. Congratulations, host, for activating the infinite resource system." "What is this? An infinite resource system?" Qin Xiao, being a traveler, quickly comprehended its significance and eagerly accessed it. Infinite resource system activated. Currently unlocked. Low-grade spirit stones, generating 1 stone per second. For each disciple with heavenly roots recruited, new items will be unlocked, and each new item will increase the spirit stone generation by 1. Unlocking the infinite resource space provides an unlimited number of slots, with each slot capable of holding up to 9,999 items. Tears of joy welled in Qin Xiao's eyes as he absorbed the system's details. "It's been 3 long years. Do you know how I've endured them? Why did you only arrive now?" Although he harbored some grievances, excitement prevailed. For 3 years, as the master of the 7 stars peak, Qin Xiao had participated in the sect's recruitment efforts, yet no one desired to join the impoverished 7 stars peak. Others offered spirit stones and treasures, while he had nothing to provide. The entirety of the 7 stars peak's resources lay within his master's spatial ring, which had vanished along with his master's remains, leaving the peak a hollow shell devoid of advantages, save for its abundant spiritual energy. Now, at last, I possess spirit stones. With this recruitment, the 7 stars peak is bound to attract disciples. Ideally, if I could find a disciple with heavenly roots, that would be splendid. If not, even those with earthly roots will suffice. I must gather some people first, Qin Xiao thought, feeling elated as he watched the number of spirit stones in the infinite treasury increase. He wanted to laugh, to rejoice loudly, yet he restrained himself, opting for modesty. At 1 stone per second, that amounts to 86,400 spirit stones a day. With spirit stones, how could I fail to attract disciples? Truly, heaven is aiding me. I knew my journey across worlds could not be in vain. With a buoyant spirit, Qin Xiao returned to his quarters, donning the formal attire of the 7 stars peak's master, as the recruitment event demanded a degree of decorum, lest he face the reproach of his elders. The Tianyuan Sect's plaza was bustling with people, all gathered for the sect assessments. As the foremost sect within a 1,000-mile radius, countless individuals sought to join each year, yet 99% were eliminated at the first hurdle, as the minimum requirement for inter-sect disciples was a profound spiritual root. The spiritual roots are classified into 5 categories: mixed, yellow, profound, earthly, and heavenly. For now, the highest known were heavenly roots, which were rare indeed. Qin Xiao understood that while acquiring even a couple of earthly root disciples would be commendable, those who made it to the plaza had already passed several rounds of selection, all possessing at least profound roots. Historically, only a few earthly root disciples had been claimed by various peak masters. Qin Xiao had even attempted to recruit disciples with yellow roots, assuming his 7 stars peak would be preferable to the outer sect, but he was rebuffed by other peak masters, who insisted that the main peak had never accepted yellow roots. Those gathered here at the Tianyuan Sect Plaza have proven themselves through rigorous selection. They are the elite among the elite. A final reassessment of their spiritual roots will be conducted, allowing them to choose which peak they wish to join, began the 10th elder, who was responsible for the recruitment process, as Qin Xiao arrived and found that nearly all peak masters had gathered. The Tianyuan Sect comprises 8 peaks and 3 halls, including the Xianjian Peak under the 1st elder, the Xianyun Peak under the 2nd elder, the Xianxi Peak under the 3rd elder, the Xianyao Peak under the 4th elder, the Xian Beast Peak under the 5th elder, and the Xian Spring Peak under the 6th elder, along with Qin Xiao's 7 stars peak. The main peak is the Tianyuan Peak, alongside the 8th elder's Rewards and Punishments Hall, the 9th elder's Treasure Hall, and the 10th elder's Records Hall. While others are titled Xian something, only his peak is called 7 stars. Qin Xiao had inquired about this discrepancy, but Sect Master Lin Tianqing advised him not to concern himself with such trivialities, pointing out that the main peak was also named Tianyuan and not Xianyuan. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Xiao found himself speechless, realizing that the Sect Master had a point. Starting from the 8th elder, none had held the title of Peak Master. They assisted the Sect Master in managing sect affairs, thus not only were the masters of the 6 preceding peaks coveting the 7 stars peak, but other elders were equally watchful. Hold on, before we proceed with the recruitment of disciples, we must clarify our stance, the 10th elder began, but was swiftly interrupted by the 3rd elder, Kang Jingye. What is it that you wish to convey, 3rd elder? Lu Wenrui, as the 10th elder, was well aware of Kang Jingye's intentions, yet he feigned ignorance to prompt a response. The 7-star peak has not recruited a disciple for 2 years, and apart from Qin Xiao, it is devoid of any inhabitants. This situation is untenable, and the 3-year deadline set by the sect leader has lapsed. If the 7-star peak fails to recruit disciples this time, I propose we revoke Qin Xiao's position as the peak master and relinquish the 7-star peak, Kang Jingye stated bluntly, without mincing words. Then to whom shall the 7-star peak be surrendered? Lu Wenrui harbored his own ambitions regarding the peak and was reluctant to relinquish it easily. At that point, we shall auction it off to the highest bidder, with the proceeds benefiting the sect, a win-win situation, Kang Jingye countered, knowing full well he could not monopolize the peak. Excuse me, esteemed elders and masters, I am still present here. Is it not a tad inappropriate to discuss the fate of my 7-star peak in my presence? Qin Xiao, acutely aware of the elders' disdain for him, typically maintained a facade of composure, but today he could no longer feign indifference, as they seemed resolute in their decision. Enough of this matter for now. The recruitment of disciples has yet to commence. We shall reconvene to discuss everything once the process concludes, the sect leader, Lin Tianqing, interjected, unable to bear the unfolding spectacle. He had shared a close bond with the 7th elder in life and wished to spare Qin Xiao, the 7th elder's sole disciple, further humiliation. Thus, they formally transitioned into the recruitment phase of sect disciples, beginning with the secondary spirit root assessment. Chapter 2. The Heavenly Root and the Contest for Disciples. As the testing commenced, the disciples approached the platform one by one to reassess their spiritual roots. During the initial selection, rather rudimentary tools were employed, capable of discerning only up to the Xian root. Anything beyond that remained undetectable, thus necessitating this retesting. Initially, there were no remarkable revelations, with the majority exhibiting Xian roots, a few of which were of superior quality, yet none reached the status of the earthly root. These disciples bore clear aspirations. Upon completion of their assessments, most promptly applied to join their desired peaks, much to the satisfaction of the elders overseeing those peaks. After evaluating dozens of disciples, not a single individual expressed interest in joining the Qixing peak. Qin Xiao understood that these disciples had come with intentions, and there was no need for him to contend for them, as it would only lead to humiliation. His primary focus lay on the indecisive disciples. As long as he could offer sufficient spirit stones, he had a considerable chance of securing one. Soon, the multitude of disciples completed their retests, leaving only one individual remaining. Throughout the evaluations, no earthly roots had emerged, all were Xian roots. However, there were a few wavering disciples who had yet to make a choice. And Qin Xiao remained composed. Securing even one disciple would suffice to preserve the Qixing Peak. The last disciple was a woman who approached the testing platform with grace, slowly extending her left hand to rest upon the testing stone. In an instant, a radiant purple light surged skyward, surpassing all previous reactions. A heavenly root? The first to react was the sect leader, Dan Tian, who had himself entered the Tianyuan Sect with a heavenly root. Within a few short decades, he had ascended to the late stage of divine transformation and successfully claimed the title of sect leader. Yin Man, a heavenly root. The 10th elder, Lu Wenrui, exclaimed in astonishment before immediately announcing the result. What? A heavenly root? Truly, heaven has favored our Tianyuan Sect. We are to gain another disciple with a heavenly root. Excellent, excellent. This disciple shall join my Xianjian Peak. My Xianjian Peak also desires her. As Lu Wenrui's words fell, the elders began to voice their intentions in unison. Had I known, I would have been more proactive. This remote place is brimming with such excitement over a heavenly root. Yin Man observed the elders' expressions, feeling a twinge of regret. What? A heavenly root? No, I must secure her. This is a heavenly root. Qin Xiao had initially harbored little hope, intending merely to recruit a couple of disciples to safeguard the Qixing Peak. He never anticipated the emergence of a heavenly root disciple, which would allow him to unlock new resources. Yin Man, do you wish to join my Xianjian Peak? I assure you, I will provide the finest resources. The Grand Elder Yao Tiansheng was the first to inquire. My Xianjian Peak is no less than Xianjian Peak. Should you choose to join us, I will take you as my personal disciple, and the resources will be abundant, the second elder Yao Yongji hastily added. What do you mean, second brother? Are you attempting to poach disciples from me? Yao Tiansheng retorted, visibly displeased. Brother, what do you mean by poaching? This is merely the recruitment of sect disciples. Each peak is equally qualified, Yao Yongji firmly asserted, showing no signs of retreat. From their names, it is evident that the two individuals share a connection, both bearing the surname Yao. In fact, they are both adopted sons and direct disciples of the venerable elder Yao Zhan, possessing extraordinary innate talents with top-tier earth spiritual roots. The second elder spoke correctly. I, too, wish to take them as disciples at the immortal artifact peak. Kong Jingya quickly concurred, noting that disciples with heavenly spiritual roots are far more valuable than those from the 7 stars peak. Other elders chimed in, eager to claim Yin Man for themselves. The sect master, Dan Tian, also wished to interject. However, witnessing the fervent contention among the elders, he found it difficult to intervene. Yin Man, I wonder if you might have any interest in joining the 7 stars peak? The benefits we offer are certainly generous, on par with what they may provide. While the other elders were embroiled in debate, Qin Xiao approached Yin Man directly, inquiring earnestly. Oh, although this is my first entry into the sect, I have heard whispers of the 7 stars peak. I am curious to know what benefits it can offer, Yin Man responded. Having resolved to join the Tianyuan Sect, she had indeed conducted a brief inquiry. She required rapid cultivation advancement. As for techniques and spiritual tools, she possessed her own. What she truly needed were abundant cultivation resources, which explained her hesitation in making an immediate choice. As long as she remained undecided, the peak masters would surely compete to increase their offers, maximizing their own interests. No matter their bids, mine shall surpass theirs, Qin Xiao thought, though he dared not be overly presumptuous and could only provide a vague response. After all, the system had only been activated for just over an hour, and he possessed a mere 4,000 spirit stones. Qin Xiao, what are you doing? Return. As the master of a peak, is this how you conduct yourself? The elder, with keen eyes, noticed Qin Xiao conversing with Yin Man and immediately reprimanded him. Indeed, your 7 stars peak is nearly destitute. How could you dare to contend for a disciple with heavenly spiritual roots? Have you lost your mind? Kong Jingya, seeing the situation, ceased his argument with the other elders and directed his ire at Qin Xiao. The other elders recognized that continuing the dispute would yield no fruitful outcome, as it ultimately hinged on Yin Man's decision. Do not be too quick to agree. What if my offer is superior? Qin Xiao remarked, acknowledging the Elder S and Third Elder S comments before reluctantly returning to his seat. Esteemed colleagues, since you all wish to recruit her for your respective peaks, let us proceed fairly. Each should present their conditions, allowing the disciple to make her own choice, proposed sect master Dan Tian, observing that the elders had ceased their quarrel. Very well, I, from the Immortal Sword Peak, shall offer a high-grade spiritual tool, the Azure Spirit Sword, a monthly stipend of 1,000 spirit stones, and 300 elixirs of the same realm for cultivation. The eldest elder, Yao Tiansheng, was the first to lay down his terms. My, what a grand gesture. A high-grade spiritual tool is valued at no less than 50,000 spirit stones, not to mention the monthly stipend and the 300 elixirs. Even if they are not top-tier qi refining elixirs, a high-grade one is worth 30, totaling nearly 10,000 spirit stones. The second elder, Yao Yongji, felt a pang of regret upon hearing his elder brother's offer, knowing he must propose an even higher bid. Second brother, this is not my final offer. Your immortal cloud peak surely possesses the means to match this, does it not? The esteemed elder Yao Yongxing responded with determination, brother, who claims that Xianyun Peak cannot afford it. Your offer is merely 60,000 spirit stones. I am not as complicated as you. I will bid 70,000 spirit stones. For anything within that amount, we can exchange for whatever resources are desired. Naturally, Yao Yongji was equally unyielding, considering a mere few thousand spirit stones insignificant. Especially since it would not be a long-term expenditure, subsequent monthly expenses would only amount to just over 10,000. Very well, I shall bid 75,000 from Xinchi Peak. And with the enhancement of our cultivation, we will also reward exquisite spirit artifacts. Kong Jingya, undeterred, immediately raised the offer by 5,000, along with the promise of subsequent exquisite spirit artifacts. Once Kong Jingya's price was announced, the other peaks hesitated to bid further. The exquisite spirit artifacts alone were valued at over 100,000 spirit stones. It was not that they could not afford it, but they preferred not to enter the fray at this early stage, as raising their bids would not yield any advantage. At this moment, Qin Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. Within a short period, the bids had soared to over 100,000. Thankfully, he had activated the system, for otherwise, that sum would have seemed astronomical. I bid 200,000 spirit stones from Qixing Peak. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao set forth an offer that would demonstrate to Yin Man his capacity to compete. Otherwise, he would truly be disregarded. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's bid, the crowd fell silent, not out of fear but in disbelief, gazing at him as if he were a fool. Qin Xiao, have you lost your senses? Does Qixing Peak possess 200,000 spirit stones? Kong Jingya was the first to mock him. Qin Xiao, do not act recklessly, reminded the sect leader Lin Tiancheng, well aware of the financial state of Qixing Peak. This is not a place for your foolishness. Sit quietly, added elder Yao Tianxing. This is mere disruption. Raising prices indiscriminately will only harm us elders, echoed the others. Indeed, Qin Xiao, I seriously suspect you are just inflating the bids. You're Qixing Peak. If you even have 200,000 spirit stones, perhaps you cannot even produce 100. Let us do this. We won't claim you are being bullied by us elders. If you can present 1,000 spirit stones on the spot, I will acknowledge your participation, Kong Jingya quickly interjected, knowing full well that Qin Xiao likely could not even muster 100 spirit stones. After all, when Elder Seven perished in battle, his remains were devoured by a beast. Leaving nothing behind, Qixing Sect had no resources left. Indeed, I concur. I too agree. As long as you can produce 1,000 spirit stones, we will recognize your bid. The other elders hastily supported Kong Jingya's assertion, for they could not simply speak without substance, unlike Qin Xiao, who was fully aware of the futility, yet aimed to inflate the prices. Sect leader, can you attest that if I present 1,000 spirit stones, my bid will be considered valid? Qin Xiao disregarded the elders and directed his question to sect leader Lin Tiancheng. Certainly, if you can produce them, then do so. I believe the elders will honor their word. Although Lin Tiancheng was unaware of Qin Xiao's intentions, he felt it inappropriate to voice any objections given the consensus among the elders and Qin Xiao. Very well, I shall present the spirit stones and demonstrate my resources. Upon finishing his statement, Qin Xiao produced 1,000 spirit stones from the system's space and laid them out before him. This is 1,000 spirit stones, and indeed, this is another 1,000. After revealing the first 1,000, he did not pause, but retrieved another 1,000 from the side. And here again, another 1,000. After laying out 2,000 spirit stones, Qin Xiao continued unabated, producing yet another 1,000, culminating in a total of 3,000 spirit stones scattered across the ground. A sight undeniably impressive. Esteemed elders, shall I continue? The reason Qin Xiao revealed 3,000 spirit stones in one breath was to astonish the elders. He currently possessed just over 4,000. Should the elders seek to verify his assets, it would indeed pose a significant dilemma. Where did you acquire such a vast amount of spirit stones? Gazing at the unruffled Qin Xiao, Kong Jingya found it perplexing. The Qixing Peak was evidently devoid of financial resources, yet Qin Xiao's demeanor suggested authenticity rather than deception. There's no need for the third elder to concern himself. I, as the disciple, have my own means. Esteemed elders, please proceed with your bids, Qin Xiao remarked with an air of calmness. He understood that he must maintain this facade. Failing to impress these elders could result in losing the rare opportunity of acquiring the heavenly spirit root. What is the situation? Did the seventh elder not carry the entirety of their assets? This was puzzling. If the seventh elder had retained some resources, then Qin Xiao should have presented them when the disciples of Qixing Peak departed. Could it be that the seventh elder had hidden them away, and only now had Qin Xiao discovered their location? How can we compete? That lad is bidding with all his possessions. While we are responsible for supporting an entire peak's disciples, we cannot afford to act recklessly as he does. The elders huddled together, whispering among themselves, and indeed, Qin Xiao's actions had left them awestruck. It was not only the elders who were taken aback. Even Yin Man, seated among the audience, found herself bewildered. Was it possible that Qixing Peak did not suffer as much as the rumors suggested? Yet, why did the Peak Master remain merely immortal? Initially, Yin Man had dismissed the thought of Qixing Peak, but now she felt a twinge of doubt. As a member of the prominent Yun family from Zhongzhou, she had never anticipated a family rebellion that led to the demise of her parents and brother. Left with only her foundation establishment stage, the family had underestimated her, granting her the opportunity to escape. To evade pursuers, she had fled to the remote Qingzhou in search of a sect, intending to cultivate secretly before returning to seek vengeance. Thus, she placed little value on techniques or spirit artifacts. As the legitimate daughter of the Yun family, she had already been bestowed with superior techniques and weaponry. What she truly lacked were spirit stones and elixirs. Ah, young lad, even if the seventh elder has left you with some assets, my immortal sword peak remains unperturbed. I bid 25,000 spirit stones. Should you join my immortal sword peak, this initial bid of 25,000 spirit stones is merely a starting point. I shall bestow upon you an additional 5,000 spirit stones each month. After deliberation, the elders finally reached a consensus. They would collectively assist the Grand Elder in securing the heavenly spirit root, with subsequent compensations to be provided to the other peaks by the Grand Elder. Though each of the peaks possesses substantial wealth, they are accompanied by numerous disciples, making it uncertain whether they can match the solitary prowess of Qin Xiao. In this remote region of Qingzhou, the treatment offered has already exceeded Yin Man's expectations. She is aware that the Tianyuan Sect is merely a third-tier sect, and the price they have put forth is indeed exorbitant. Hold on. My 7-star peak offers 300,000, with an additional 10,000 each month. Noticing Yin Man's wavering interest, Qin Xiao hastily raised the bid. Qin Xiao, I now question whether you can genuinely afford such a price, or if you are merely feigning to drive the bid higher. The Grand Elder, Yao Tiansheng, though generally mild-tempered, found himself somewhat angered. He was unafraid of raising the stakes, but such increases would necessitate compensations to other peak masters, and he was unwilling to jeopardize his own Xianjian peak due to Qin Xiao's reckless bidding. Grand Elder, if you are capable of increasing your offer, then do so. If not, this disciple shall join my 7-star peak. Qin Xiao did not directly respond to Yao Tiansheng's remarks, for he truly lacked the resources to match such a sum. I bid 350,000. Without engaging in further verbal skirmishes, Yao Tiansheng grit his teeth and raised the offer by 50,000. I bid 400,000. Qin Xiao, undeterred, immediately added another 50,000, bringing his bid to 400,000. 450,000. This was Yao Tiansheng's final increment. Any further increase would strain Xianjian Peak's resources significantly, as the subsequent cultivation would require abundant resources. This was not a one-time transaction, and thus he had his reservations. 500,000. Qin Xiao, however, was unconcerned. A disciple with a heavenly spiritual root was worth every spirit stone he could muster. I shall remain at 450,000. What does an additional 50,000 matter? Does your 7-star peak possess esteemed masters for guidance? Do you have access to advanced techniques? The value of such assets far exceeds that of 50,000 spirit stones. Yao Tiansheng, seeing Qin Xiao's unwavering composure, understood that continuing to raise the bid was unwise. Moreover, he feared that if Qin Xiao suddenly ceased bidding, Xianjian Peak would be left in a precarious position. Thus, 450,000 was his limit. Grand Elder, with spirit stones. Is there any fear of lacking esteemed masters or advanced techniques? Though Qin Xiao did not possess such resources, he was rich in spirit stones. Everything has a price. And if one cannot acquire it, it is merely due to insufficient funds. May I be permitted to speak? Yin Man, feeling somewhat indecisive, ventured to ask. Please, go ahead. Qin Xiao replied confidently. Both peak masters have made enticing offers, yet I wonder if they could demonstrate their abilities, as the allure of their bids makes my decision quite challenging. Yin Man candidly expressed her thoughts. After all, she possessed a heavenly spiritual root, and if they were so bold to make such offers, they ought to provide some demonstration. I believe this approach is feasible. I propose that since both the Grand Elder and I are determined to secure you, We each present you with a token of goodwill. Regardless of which peak you ultimately choose to join, these gifts will not be reclaimed. Whosoever offers more shall earn your allegiance. Qin Xiao continued his persuasive tactics. Though time had passed, his total assets still amounted to only 5,000 spirit stones. Let me take the initiative, given my lesser status. Here are 5,000 spirit stones. A token of my esteem for our first meeting. Fear not, for the esteemed elder will surely bestow upon you 10,000 spirit stones shortly. Additionally, I shall offer you another 15,000, thus granting you a total of 30,000 spirit stones as a welcoming gift. A testament to the elder's support for our Qixing Peak. As Qin Xiao uttered these words, he exhibited not a trace of hesitation, his face radiating confidence. Esteemed elder, I have laid forth my sincerity. Surely, with your esteemed standing, you will not offer less than 10,000 spirit stones, correct? Please allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my disciple. Qin Xiao smiled broadly at Yao Tianxing. What is this young man truly concealing in terms of spirit stones? He seems intent on tricking me out of 10,000 spirit stones, yet I will not be deceived. Besides, the disciple competition is but a month away, and it is undeniable that Qixing Peak shall have but one disciple, destined to lose. When Qixing Peak is defeated and expelled, Yin Man will naturally come under my wing. There is no need for contention at this moment. Yao Tianxing did not respond immediately, instead pondering the matter deeply. The cost of such a sacrifice seems excessive and unwarranted. Since my nephew is so resolute, as an elder, I cannot deprive him of his desires. Thus, I shall withdraw. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to concede, recognizing that there would be ample opportunities ahead, rendering such a significant investment unnecessary. Then I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elder, Qin Xiao expressed with a beaming smile directed at Yao Tianxing. Come, follow me back to Qixing Peak. Qin Xiao refrained from contending for any other disciples of the profound spiritual roots. His sole desire was to witness the new resources that would be unlocked upon recruiting a heavenly spiritual root disciple. Chapter 4. Unveiling the Spirit Spring. Body refinement system. Although he had secured Yin Man, the formal apprenticeship had yet to be established, and thus the system had not provided any notifications. Consequently, Qin Xiao led Yin Man back to Qixing Peak. Upon arriving and observing the dilapidated courtyard at the summit, Yin Man began to doubt the wisdom of her decision. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, once you become my disciple, I shall honor every promise I made without fail, Qin Xiao remarked, having noticed the disappointment in Yin Man's eyes. Thank you, Master. I understand, Yin Man replied, quickly regaining her composure. Here at Qixing Peak, I stand alone. Since you have chosen to join me, you must accept me as your master. After the apprenticeship ceremony, rest assured I shall not treat you unfairly. Qin Xiao was eager to discover what new resources would be unlocked, so he continued to persuade her. Disciple does not wish to offend. But although Qixing Peak is rich in spiritual energy, it possesses but this single courtyard. Master, do you truly have the means to provide me with such treatment? Upon entering the courtyard and observing its ordinary and worn condition, even if Yin Man wished to believe in Qin Xiao, she found herself at a loss regarding what this courtyard could possibly offer her. I know you still harbor doubts. Here's what we shall do. You may temporarily accept me as your master. A month from now, if you find that I have not fulfilled my promises, you may choose to apprentice under another peak without hindrance from me. Is the welcoming gift I offer not sufficiently sincere? Do not assume that Yin Man has lost faith. Were it not for her activation of the system, even she would find it hard to believe. Qin Xiao could only continue to persuade her. This persuasion, in truth, served as a mere delay. With the boundless resources of the system at his disposal, generating 100,000 spiritual stones per second, he could easily fulfill the conditions promised to Yin Man. However, to present such a sum all at once was utterly unrealistic. With the assurance from his master, the disciple felt no hesitation. Seeing Qin Xiao as confident guarantee and the generous gift he offered upon their meeting, Yin Man surmised that he had no reason to deceive her. Since you have no further inquiries, let us proceed with the formalities of becoming a disciple. After this, I will elucidate the matters that follow. Noticing that Yin Man was convinced, Qin Xiao hurriedly initiated the ceremony. With no objections, they made their way to the main hall in the courtyard, which was sparsely furnished, containing only a wooden table and a portrait of the seventh elder hanging prominently above. Although this master had yet to impart any teachings to him, Qin Xiao still offered daily incense, acknowledging that it was under the seventh elder's protection that he had established himself in the Tianyuan Sect. O revered master, I, your disciple Yin Man, humbly wish to enter your tutelage. I beseech you to grant your consent. Observing the tea laid upon the table, Yin Man poured a cup, knelt on one knee, and presented the cup with both hands to Qin Xiao, performing the disciple's bow. Very well, I grant my approval. From this day forth, you shall be the senior sister of the 7 Stars Peak, Qin Xiao replied, taking the cup and drinking it in one gulp, his face alight with joy. Congratulations, host. On accepting your first disciple with a celestial root, you have unlocked a new resource, the spiritual spring, which produces 1 drop of spiritual liquid per minute. Additionally, you have successfully unlocked a new resource. Spiritual stones increase by 2 every second. Following the successful acceptance of his disciple, 2 notifications echoed in Qin Xiao's mind. Master, what troubles you? Yin Man inquired, noticing the dazed expression on Qin Xiao's face. It's nothing. Please find a room to settle in. I have other matters to attend to. Once I am finished, I will seek you out for a detailed discussion. With that, Qin Xiao retreated to his own chamber, eager to examine the changes within the system. Upon returning to his room, he eagerly opened the system interface. Alongside the spiritual stones, a new icon for the spiritual spring appeared, indicating an increase of 2 spiritual stones per second, while the spiritual spring yielded 1 drop of spiritual liquid per minute. Qin Xiao was well aware of the value of this spiritual liquid, known to be a condensation of pure spiritual energy, gentle and devoid of side effects. It was the ideal substance for cultivation breakthroughs, with each drop fetching no less than 1,000 spiritual stones, often only available at auctions. He was quite pleased with the newly unlocked resource, but found himself even more intrigued by the newly activated body refinement system. As someone who had traversed worlds, he was not originally from this realm, rendering the local cultivation system entirely incompatible with him. This incompatibility explained why, after 3 years, he remained merely a mortal. Otherwise, even the most incompetent individual in the spiritually rich environment of 7 Stars Peak should have reached the Qi refinement stage by now, even if they were to do nothing but lay about. Qin Xiao endeavored through numerous methods before ultimately conceding. The inability to cultivate in the realm of immortality was an unparalleled torment. The body refinement system was tailored specifically for the host. Yet as the host was not a native of this world, cultivation remained beyond reach. The newly introduced system comprised 3 stages, with only the first stage currently unlocked. The first stage consists of 10 layers. The first layer grants the ability to shatter stone, rendering one as resilient as bronze and iron. The second layer offers a steadfastness akin to rock, impervious to mundane harm. The third layer empowers one to rupture mountains, embodying indestructibility. The fourth layer requires the host to attain the second layer for unlocking. Upon perusing the introduction, Qin Xiao was nearly overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping with joy. His inability to cultivate upon entering this realm of immortality had been a grievous regret, but now, with the advent of body refinement, there was finally a chance to rectify that regret. While the efficacy of body refinement compared to immortality cultivation remained uncertain, the introduction suggested its formidable nature. Qin Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction, especially since the spiritual liquid could also be utilized for body refinement, rendering the situation utterly perfect. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder Yao Tiansheng returned to the Immortal Sword Peak, his countenance grave. Master, what troubles you? Lu Shuyue, the saintess of the Immortal Sword Peak, inquired upon observing her master's somber expression. Fear not, Shuyue, how fares your cultivation? Have you shown any signs of breaking through to the Golden Core stage? Yao Tianxing's demeanor softened considerably upon seeing Lu Shuyue, his concern evident. Lu Shuyue, despite lacking a heavenly root, possessed an exceptional earthly root, nearly on par with the heavenly kind. As one of Yao Tianxing's direct disciples, she had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Master, I have come to share splendid news. I have shown signs of a breakthrough, and thus I seek your guidance. I shall enter seclusion for a month, after which I am confident I will achieve the breakthrough, she exclaimed joyfully, having entered the sect merely 3 years prior. Her impending advancement to the Golden Core stage filled her with elation, especially as her senior brothers were still in the foundation establishment stage. Haha, excellent, excellent, Shuyue. You have indeed not disappointed me. I shall bestow upon you some elixirs. Focus on your seclusion. When the sect competition arrives in a month, let all witness your talent, rivaling that of the heavenly roots. Yao Tianxing's earlier vexation evaporated, realizing his disciple was not inferior to those with heavenly roots. After the sect competition, he would accept Yin Man, ensuring that the other peaks of the Tianyuan Sect would remain overshadowed. Thank you, Master. I shall not let you down. Lu Shuyue left joyfully after receiving the elixirs. Qin Xiao, I shall allow you to frolic for another month. Yao Tianxing's expression shifted once more, a hint of ferocity gleaming in his eyes after Lu Shuyue's departure. The other peaks were similarly engaged, orchestrating the training or seclusion of their talented disciples in preparation for the upcoming sect competition. Chapter 5. The Spiritual Liquid Unleashed. Yin Man's loyalty upon the arrival of nightfall. Qin Xiao had yet to emerge from his chamber atop the 7-star peak. Yin Man, having casually selected a room earlier, began her cultivation with the spiritual stones provided by Qin Xiao. As darkness enveloped the sky, curiosity stirred within her, prompting her to rise and approach Qin Xiao's door. Master, the day has turned to night. Might you have a moment to converse? Yin Man pondered for a moment before rapping on Qin Xiao's door. Alas, in his fervent study of body refinement, he had completely forgotten about his disciple. Only upon hearing the knock did Qin Xiao recollect that he had neglected his apprentice. My dear disciple, I lost track of time in my cultivation. Please, come in, he called out, adjusting his posture as he invited Yin Man inside. Since their master-disciple ceremony at noon, Qin Xiao had been immersed in his studies for 7 hours without stepping outside, which aroused Yin Man's suspicions. What kind of master neglects everything after a ceremony? Could it be that he had been deceived? This master, evidently a mere mortal, spoke of cultivation. There must be something amiss. Although she addressed him as master, doubts began to creep into her heart. Master, it is already dark. Why have you not lit a lamp? Upon entering the room, Yin Man was struck by the pervasive darkness and hastily covered her eyes with spiritual energy to discern her surroundings. The room was exceedingly sparse, containing only a bed and a small wooden table, devoid of any spirit stones and the lamp atop it. I was so engrossed in my meditative practice that I forgot to light the lamp. My disciple, would you kindly ignite it for me? Qin Xiao sought to present himself as a wise figure, delegating these trivial tasks to others. At your command, Yin Man replied, retrieving a spirit stone and embedding it into the lamp, which instantly illuminated the room. Though not as bright as daylight, it was sufficient for visibility. Was it possible that this master lacked spirit stones? Did he need her assistance even to light a lamp? Could he have given her all his 5,000 spirit stones simply to entice her into the 7-star sect? Yet, what would such a scheme accomplish? If he could not provide resources, she could easily join another sect within a month. Qin Xiao's actions did not convince Yin Man of his wisdom. Instead, they painted him as a pauper, leaving her with a puzzled expression. My disciple, you are aware that I am unable to cultivate. Hence, I am unaware of your precise level of cultivation. Please speak candidly, so that I may provide you with the appropriate resources for your training. Noticing Yin Man's skepticism, Qin Xiao resolved to reveal some resources, lest his disciple consider abandoning him. In those 7 hours, his spirit stones had multiplied at a rate of 2 per second, amounting to over 50,000. His spiritual liquid, produced at a rate of 1 drop per minute, had yielded over 400 drops. Although he had used 14 drops for his body refinement, he still possessed more than 400. To be honest, Master, I am currently at the late stage of foundation establishment, and the elixirs for the Qi refinement stage have become virtually useless to me. I wonder if you possess any elixirs appropriate for the foundation establishment stage? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yin Man's doubts dissipated, though she remained uncertain about his ability to procure elixirs for her cultivation. While relying solely on spirit stones would suffice, the addition of elixirs would certainly expedite her progress. Late stage of foundation establishment, Qin Xiao had never anticipated that his disciple would be at such an advanced level, feeling fortunate to have gained such an advantageous apprentice. Indeed, do you have suitable elixirs for my cultivation, Master? Yin Man scrutinized Qin Xiao's expression, seeking signs of deception. Regrettably, I do not possess any elixirs for the foundation establishment stage. As expected, the 7-star peak was devoid of resources, and she realized she had been duped. Upon Qin Xiao's utterance, Yin Man's expression instantly darkened, her heart echoing the realization that she had been deceived. However, before she could respond, Qin Xiao hastily interjected, inquiring about the duration required for her to refine a drop of spiritual essence. What? Spiritual essence? Master, you must be jesting. Do you truly possess spiritual essence? Upon hearing Qin Xiao mention spiritual essence, Yin Man's interest was piqued. This essence far surpassed any medicinal pill, not only due to its pure spiritual energy, but also its absence of side effects, rendering it the quintessential resource for cultivation, irrespective of its grade. Kindly inform me how long it takes to refine a drop of spiritual essence. I shall consider the rest. Qin Xiao refrained from disclosing the quantity he possessed, preferring to gauge Yin Man's response first, uncertain of the consumption rate among cultivators. Based on his own experience in body refinement, he could refine a drop in half an hour, amounting to 48 drops in a day if he were to continue uninterrupted. Yet, he recognized that the cultivation system differed significantly from his own, prompting his inquiry. If the disciple exerts her utmost effort, a single drop can be fully refined in a day. Why does Master wish to know this? Yin Man was acutely aware of the rarity of spiritual essence. Yet she harbored hopes that Qin Xiao would reveal he had some to offer her. 1 drop a day? Qin Xiao was somewhat taken aback. His half-hour requirement for a drop contrasted starkly with Yin Man's day-long necessity. Was his body refinement technique truly of such superior caliber? Master, I do not wish to be greedy. I would be content with 3 drops a month. If that proves too much, 2 drops would suffice. Observing Qin Xiao's silence, Yin Man assumed she had overstepped, quickly amending her request. If she were to acquire the spiritual essence, she would not foolishly consume it for immediate cultivation, but rather save it for when she sought to break through, bolstering her confidence in her advancement. What are you saying? Am I such a miser? You are my sole disciple. Granting merely 3 drops a month would lead others to believe that 7-star peak is impoverished. You shall receive 1 drop daily. Focus entirely on your cultivation, while I shall manage the rest. Hearing Yin Man's modest request of 2 drops, Qin Xiao retorted with indignation, asserting his growth since 3 years prior. What? 1 drop per day? Yin Man felt her mind momentarily falter. Although the market price for a drop of spiritual essence was said to be around 1,000 spirit stones, it was merely a formality. Who would trade spiritual essence for spirit stones? It was likely that a drop could fetch as much as 10,000 spirit stones. And now her mortal master claimed to offer 1 drop daily? Here are 7 drops of spiritual essence. Take them for your cultivation. After 7 days, I shall bestow upon you another 7 drops. As for the 500,000 spirit stones I promised, they will be given to you after the week. Do you agree? After careful consideration, Qin Xiao decided to part with 7 drops, not out of stinginess, but to avoid the risk of his disciple absconding with too much at once. As for the spirit stones, he could provide 5,000 immediately, but he could only afford this amount for now, expecting to accumulate over 120,000 spirit stones by the end of the week. Thank you, Master. The spiritual liquid is more than sufficient. I dare not crave for spirit stones. After inspecting the vial that Qin Xiao had handed her and confirming its contents were indeed the spiritual liquid, Yin Man quickly knelt in gratitude. It was not that she lacked spirit stones. On the contrary, she was in dire need of them. But compared to the spiritual liquid, not even 500,000 spirit stones, nor 5 million, nor even 50 million could rival the value of a single drop each day. Rise, Qin Xiao commanded. What I bestow upon you is yours, provided you remain loyal to me. The rewards shall be plentiful. At this moment, Qin Xiao was not in want of spirit stones. He merely required a bit of time, as the accumulation of spirit stones was not instantaneous. I vow, in this lifetime, to remain solely loyal to you, Master. Yin Man was aware that Qin Xiao needed her declaration of loyalty at this juncture, hence she only offered 7 drops of the liquid. She understood that anyone capable of casually presenting 7 drops of spiritual liquid was certainly more than they appeared, so she took a gamble and promptly declared her fealty. Very well, you may now proceed with your cultivation. Return to me in 7 days. Pleased with Yin Man's pledge of loyalty, Qin Xiao felt satisfied. With matters settled, he instructed her to return to her practice, as he too needed to continue comprehending the art of body refinement. I take my leave, Master. With this, Yin Man felt a deep sense of reassurance. She had encountered a remarkable opportunity, and her vengeance was now within reach. She hurried back to her secluded retreat for cultivation. 7 days swiftly passed, and Qin Xiao finally emerged from his quarters. After a week of accumulating spiritual liquid, he had successfully reached the first level of body refinement. Perfectly poised to test its might, stretching lazily, he strolled to a stone in the courtyard. The introduction to the first level of body refinement proclaimed, strength to shatter stone, flesh of copper and bone of iron. Qin Xiao intended to test this on the stone before him. He slowly raised his right hand and casually struck the stone with a punch, devoid of any spiritual energy fluctuation. Bang! What appeared to be a mere casual strike sent shockwaves through the stone, causing it to shatter explosively, fragments scattering in all directions. Remarkably, his hand bore no pain whatsoever. It seemed he had indeed succeeded. Haha, splendid. This body refinement is truly extraordinary. Qin Xiao beamed at his unscathed right hand, bursting into laughter. What could possibly amuse junior brother Qin Xiao? Has he lost his mind due to his inability to cultivate? Before Qin Xiao could revel further in his mirth, the courtyard door was violently broken open by a group of individuals, led by one who glared at Qin Xiao with malice. The disciples were clad in the attire of the immortal sword peak, and Qin Xiao instantly recognized their leader, Yao Kaidong, the son of the grand elder Yao Tiansheng, and the holy son of the immortal sword peak. Brother Yao, what brings you to my humble 7-star peak today? Qin Xiao inquired, maintaining a demeanor of calm and respect. Although he was the master of 7-star peak, his seniority was only that of a direct disciple. Thus he still addressed Yao Kaidong as brother, having only entered the sect 3 years prior. Qin Xiao, today this holy son has come in search of you. I shall not beat around the bush. During the recruitment of disciples, you publicly embarrassed my father. At that time, I was in seclusion. Otherwise I would have taught you a lesson for your arrogance. Yao Kaidong spoke with palpable fury. Holy son, your assertion is misguided. As the peak master of the 7 stars peak, I am well within my rights to recruit disciples. The grand elder himself took a step back. What do you mean by saying I caused him to lose face? Qin Xiao anticipated trouble, but he had not expected it to arise after 7 days. As the other party had evidently been in seclusion, let us not engage in a war of words. Your 7 stars peak is in decline, yet I, of the immortal sword peak, have never sought to strike you when you are down. However, you must not defy my father. If he cannot act, then I shall take it upon myself to discipline you. If you are wise, you will bring out junior sister Yun and transfer to my immortal sword peak. You may then apologize to my father, and I shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, though Yao Kaidong was proud, he did not wish to directly disrupt the sect's rules, for he was on another's territory. Should he force the issue and provoke a confrontation, he would inevitably face punishment from the sect, and the charge of undermining sect unity would be laid at his feet. While the sect does not prohibit internal disputes among disciples, attacking another peak is an entirely different matter. And what if I refuse? Does Holy Son Yao intend to assault my 7 stars peak? Qin Xiao was well aware of the sect's regulations and felt no fear. Even if Yao Kaidong chose to act, it would merely result in a beating. He would not dare to take his life. Ah, Qin Xiao, others may call you a waste, but I never expected you to be a cowardly turtle as well, bringing shame upon our Tianyuan Sect. Yao Kaidong was taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity, but he found himself lacking a suitable reason to escalate the situation. Who dares to insult my master? Just as Qin Xiao was about to retort, Yin Man emerged from her seclusion, leaping gracefully to stand behind him. Master, I have delayed in my training and arrived late. I beg for your punishment. Yin Man addressed Qin Xiao with utmost respect. No matter, they cannot harm me, and their words are merely hot air. Qin Xiao was pleasantly surprised that his disciple would stand up for him, feeling a warm sense of appreciation. This is Yin Man. Indeed a beauty, surpassing even Lu Shuyue, the saintess of the immortal sword peak. How splendid it would be if she joined us. What a waste otherwise. The moment Yin Man appeared, Yao Kaidong's eyes lit up. Previously, the most renowned beauties of Tianyuan Sect were Lu Shuyue and the sect leader's daughter, Lin Sherdream. Now, with the addition of Yin Man, the trio of beauties was on the verge of formation. Not only did Yao Kaidong's eyes gleam, but the other disciples who accompanied him shared the same reaction. Though they were disciples of the immortal sword peak, opportunities to meet Saintess Lu Shuyue or the sect leader's daughter were rare. Seeing Yin Man now, they were all captivated. Junior sister Yin, you have been deceived. This desolate place of the 7 stars peak is unworthy of you. Why not transfer to my immortal sword peak now? We would then be siblings in the sect, rather than you lowering your status to be a disciple of this waste. Yao Kaidong observed Yin Man's respectful demeanor towards Qin Xiao, and a surge of discontent surged within him. He promptly spoke up. Indeed, junior sister Yun, with your extraordinary talent, it is a lamentable waste to be at the 7-star peak. At my immortal sword peak, not only is the spiritual energy far more abundant than at the 7-star peak, but we also possess countless elixirs and techniques, as well as an array of spiritual weapons. If you were to join us, our peak would be graced with 2 saintesses. I implore you to reconsider. The 7-star peak is truly not a commendable place. As Yao Kaidong concluded his remarks, the other disciples chimed in with encouragement. Noisy. Since I, Yin Man, have chosen to join the 7-star peak, I am now one of its members, with only Qin Xiao as my master. You mere frogs at the bottom of the well cannot fathom the vastness of the world. Before Qin Xiao could respond, Yin Man retorted fiercely. Junior sister, what kind of enchantment has this fellow cast upon you? What can a worthless person with no cultivation offer you? Yao Kaidong was taken aback by Yin Man's unwavering resolve, unable to comprehend her stance. Saint Son, we are of the same generation. You cannot dictate how my disciple addresses me. Do you wish to be called my nephew? Shall I hear you call me Uncle Master? Qin Xiao could no longer tolerate the situation. Your father never dared to take from me. How dare you attempt to do so now? This is utterly intolerable. Qin Xiao, how dare you insult me? You seek death, Yao Kaidong declared, preparing to advance. Brother, do not fall for his provocation. He is deliberately trying to incite you into action. Let us handle this. Li Cheng, a subordinate, swiftly interjected. You, Yao Kaidong, may be the saint's son or the son of the grand elder, but if trouble arises, you will be absolved, while we will suffer. Indeed, I nearly fell for his trick. Do you have any countermeasures? Yao Kaidong, momentarily flustered, regained his composure and turned to his followers for advice. Brother, we are of the same generation as Qin Xiao. If we were to bully a worthless person with no cultivation, the sect would surely hold us accountable. However, we have newly initiated disciples at Immortal Sword Peak who are of a lower rank than him. Let them take action. It would not be unreasonable to request guidance from you. Uncle Master, Li Cheng suggested with a mischievous grin. Why did I not think of that? You, Qin Xiao, are the master of the 7-star peak, and our new disciples seek your guidance. If they were to defeat him, I believe the sect leader would not have much to say about it. Yao Kai Dong expressed his satisfaction with this plan. Qin Xiao, I do not wish to bully you, but our newly initiated disciples have long admired the 7-star peak and have come to seek your guidance. Surely, you would not refuse. Yao Kai Dong said with a broad smile. Very well. Although I lack cultivation, it is not unreasonable to offer guidance to newly initiated disciples. Qin Xiao readily agreed, not out of arrogance, but because he understood that these new recruits typically possessed spiritual roots and their cultivation would not exceed the Qi refining stage. If any were at the foundation establishment stage, they would have been taken as direct disciples. Being at the first layer of body refinement, he believed he could handle the Qi refining stage without issue. Master, do not fall into their trap. Even the newly recruited disciples possess cultivation at the Qi refining stage. And you are far from their match, Yin Man exclaimed, growing anxious at Qin Xiao's unreserved acceptance, fearing he might underestimate the stark differences between mortals and cultivators. The master possesses a sense of measure. You need not worry. Qin Xiao recognized that Yin Man was concerned for his well-being. Yet he was equally eager to test the strength of his body refinement at the first level. Li Lu, you may proceed, Li Cheng commanded, allowing his cousin Li Lu to step forward. Although merely a disciple of the Xianling root, Li Lu had already attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, making him more than capable of teaching a mere mortal a lesson. Chapter 7. Body refinement at the first level. Fighting Qi refinement from behind Yao Kai Dong emerged a young lad, no more than a teenager, who advanced slowly. Qin Xiao had a vague recollection of this child, who also seemed to possess a Xianling root, directly assigned to the immortal sword peak. Master, do not underestimate this child. He is at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Yin Man cautioned, fearing that Qin Xiao might be unaware of the situation. There's no need for concern, Qin Xiao replied, stepping forward with an air of nonchalance. It appeared that Yao Kai Dong intended to employ a heavy hand by sending a 7th level Qi refiner against a mere mortal like himself. Upon learning of his opponent's level, Qin Xiao had a rough understanding of the circumstances. Qin Shu, I am Li Lu, and I seek your guidance, Li Lu stated, having received his cousin's orders to engage without holding back, as he desired the attention of the Holy Sun. Please, do not hold back. I am eager to observe the capabilities of the Qi refinement stage, Qin Xiao remarked, seemingly indifferent, but internally bracing himself. He refrained from striking first, primarily to test the defensive strength of his body refinement, and also because, as an elder, it seemed somewhat inappropriate to initiate an attack against a child. After all, one must maintain dignity. Then I shall not be courteous, Li Lu declared, instantly appearing before Qin Xiao. Had it been before, Qin Xiao might not have even perceived how swiftly his opponent moved. However, now that he was at the first level of body refinement, he clearly discerned Li Lu's trajectory. Still, he chose to remain unresponsive, planning to absorb the impact of Li Lu's punch unless it targeted a sensitive area. Has this lad been rendered speechless? He does not even flinch, Li Lu mused, eager to strike. Yet, a mere mortal lacked the reflexes to respond. Truly, a waste of space, Qin Xiao stood unmoving, provoking laughter from the disciples of the immortal sword peak. What is the master doing? Could it be that he is genuinely a mere mortal, not a master at all? Yin Man pondered, somewhat perplexed. Li Lu's punch did not aim for a treacherous spot, but was directed squarely at Qin Xiao's abdomen. It wasn't out of any sense of righteousness. Rather, he sought to humiliate Qin Xiao and impress Yao Kai Dong, as an instant defeat would rob him of the enjoyment. With a resounding thud, the punch impacted Qin Xiao's abdomen. Contrary to everyone's expectations of a painful cry, it was Li Lu who felt a tremor in his fist, a stinging pain coursing through his hand as though he had struck a block of iron. What on earth is happening? Yao Kai Dong's displeasure grew as the anticipated scene failed to unfold. Brother, do not rush. My cousin is still quite young, with a kind heart. It is only natural for him to show mercy, he reassured. Li Lu, what are you doing? Do not hesitate. Strike with confidence. With the Holy Sun and me present, the blame shall not fall upon you. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Cheng hastily explained, then bellowed at Li Lu. Cousin, I understand now. At that moment, Li Lu appeared utterly bewildered. Had it not been for the pain radiating from his hand, he would have doubted whether he had struck at all. Master, what kind of technique is this? It seems that despite not making any move, the opponent retreated after delivering a punch. Yin Man was equally perplexed, having not observed any fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that the master had merely stood there, allowing the opponent to strike without retaliation. This was indeed a punch from someone at the 7th level of Qi refinement. A common person would have already crumpled to the ground, yet the master appeared entirely unscathed. Is this the true strength of the 7th level of Qi refinement? It seems rather mediocre. Qin Xiao patted the fabric of his attire, gaining a clearer understanding of the Qi refinement stage. With his own foundation at the first level of body refinement, he felt no fear against practitioners of the Qi refinement phase. Disciple, as your elder, I have already allowed you a single strike. Now, I must show you my true capabilities. With that, Qin Xiao surged toward Li Lu with remarkable speed, matching the velocity of Li Lu's earlier charge. Seeing Qin Xiao initiate an attack, Li Lu quickly drew his sword. Though it was not a spiritual weapon, it was still a commendable tool of the mundane world. With the opponent wielding a sword, Qin Xiao naturally could not afford to be careless. After all, only at the second level of body refinement could one be unscathed by mortal harm. Nevertheless, he felt it would be a pity not to exchange a blow. As Qin Xiao brushed against the blade of Li Lu's sword, he forcefully delivered a punch to Li Lu's abdomen, adhering to the principle of reciprocity. If you strike me, I shall strike you back. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. Li Lu, not a novice, swiftly altered his approach. Instead of a thrust, he swept the blade, allowing it to glide across Qin Xiao's chest. After their respective strikes, both retreated. Li Lu staggered back several steps before coming to a halt, feeling a searing pain in his abdomen, as if a tempest raged within him, unsettling even his Dan Tian. In contrast, Qin Xiao's shirt had been slashed open, but no blood flowed. He too felt the burning sensation. Upon inspection, he discovered a long gash across his chest, relieved to find that it had not broken the skin. Indeed, this first level of body refinement was somewhat lacking. Had the opponent been at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, it would likely have resulted in more than just a mere scratch. Gazing at the wound, Qin Xiao felt a twinge of apprehension. He had indeed acted somewhat recklessly. Am I mistaken? A sword merely grazed my chest, yet it only tore my clothing? No blood at all. How could Li Shidi have been pushed back several steps? Is this even possible? The opponent is but a mortal, is he not? Could it be that Li Shidi was holding back? But surely, not to this extent. It's as if he opened the floodgates. The spectacle before them left everyone in disbelief. A seventh level of Qi refinement failing to breach the defenses of a mere mortal, and being repelled in the process. Who would believe such a tale? Yao Kaidong remained silent, merely glancing at Li Cheng. Understanding the cue, Li Cheng approached Li Lu and delivered a resounding slap. Li Lu, what on earth are you doing? You have brought shame upon my face. Li Cheng was utterly incensed. He had intended for his cousin to shine and showcase his abilities, but instead, he found himself humiliated. Cousin, the opponent is peculiar. I assure you, I did not hold back. At that moment, Li Lu felt like crying. He had exerted all his efforts. Yet the adversary was indeed strange. What could he do? I do not wish to hear excuses, I demand results. The Holy Sun is observing. Your future prospects hinge on your performance this time. Strike with ferocity, as long as you do not perish. Li Cheng had no inclination to listen to Li Lu's explanations. He only desired to see results. If the outcome were favorable, Li Lu's standing in Yao Kaidong's eyes would surely be elevated. Master Qin, that was merely a test. Now, my disciple must be earnest, and I hope you will not take offense. Seeing that his explanations bore no fruit, Li Lu steeled himself for the confrontation, intending to strike with determination. Failure to subdue his opponent would render his position at the immortal sword peak untenable. Do you possess a weapon? With that, Qin Xiao retrieved his sword from his spatial pouch. This was the exquisite spiritual weapon gifted by his rather frugal master. Although he lacked spiritual energy to wield it effectively, its sharpness was undeniable. Previously, Qin Xiao had used it for chopping wood and preparing meals. An exquisite spiritual weapon? Upon witnessing Qin Xiao brandishing the fine sword, Li Lu's heart sank significantly. Without any weapons of his own, he felt uncertain, and now that his opponent wielded a superior weapon, how could he possibly prevail? Fool! He is merely a mortal without spiritual energy. What can a fine sword do for him? It is just a sharper blade. Noticing his cousin's hesitance, Li Cheng hastily interjected. Indeed, he lacks spiritual power. I have no reason to fear. After Li Cheng's reprimand, Li Lu regained his composure and felt considerably reassured. With that, he charged directly at Qin Xiao, aiming his sword at the latter's leg. Chapter 8. Destroying the Dan Tian. Yin Man makes her move seeing Li Lu take the initiative. Qin Xiao dared not underestimate the situation and quickly sought to evade the attack, for even a minor cut would be painful. However, Qin Xiao's inexperience in combat became evident. Though he was younger, Li Lu frequently engaged in sparring with other disciples within the family, thus possessing far greater combat experience. As Qin Xiao attempted to dodge, Li Lu swiftly transitioned from a thrust to a slash, directing his sword toward Qin Xiao's arm. Both combatants reacted almost simultaneously. Yet Qin Xiao succumbed to his lack of experience, failing to evade in time, resulting in his arm being grazed and his sleeve torn. After making contact, Li Lu did not relent but intensified his assault. Qin Xiao frantically dodged, yet his clothing suffered increasing damage with each passing moment. The searing pain made Qin Xiao curse inwardly, yet his wild swings failed to connect with Li Lu, each time merely brushing past. Li Lu grew increasingly flustered. Despite landing hits consistently and showing no mercy, his opponent seemed impervious to injury, with not a single drop of blood appearing. Could it be some form of mundane physical training? Pondering the possibility of such a technique existing in the secular world, Li Lu paused to contemplate. Yet even if such a method existed, he was a cultivator at the body refinement stage. No earthly training could achieve such resilience. Damn it. I have suffered in a fight without knowing how to battle. It seems I must urgently supplement my combat experience. Gazing at his tattered garments, Qin Xiao felt a profound sense of helplessness. The 3 years spent in the mundane world had led him to forego any aspirations, leaving him devoid of formal combat training. Nevertheless, he resolved to disregard this, recognizing that regardless of his physical prowess, his vital points were either his groin or his eyes. Observing that his opponent consistently safeguarded his lower region, it became apparent that his vital point must lie therein. After a brief contemplation, Li Lu launched another assault. Qin Xiao, sensing the impending attack, swiftly evaded. Although lacking prior combat experience, the numerous encounters with swords had imparted valuable lessons, and he had gained insight into Li Lu's tactics, successfully dodging this strike. Indeed, his predictions proved accurate as he deftly avoided the blade. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, Li Lu's attack was a feint, intended to create an opportunity to strike at Qin Xiao's groin. The exchange of blows continued until Li Lu finally found his moment. Pretending to thrust upward while aiming for the lower region, Qin Xiao, falling for the ruse, raised his high-grade spirit weapon to shield his chest, only for Li Lu to shift tactics and thrust directly towards his groin. With no time to counter, Qin Xiao hastily retreated, narrowly escaping the strike. Well played, you wretched trickster, Qin Xiao seethed, genuine anger coursing through him. Although the strike would not result in his demise, the pain inflicted was far more profound than mere physical torment. Indeed, his vital point lay within his groin. As Li Lu noted Qin Xiao's fury, he mistakenly believed he had discerned his opponent's weakness and was about to revel in his triumph. However, before he could savor this thought, Qin Xiao retaliated with a furious strike, unleashing his full speed. This time, Li Lu found no avenue for escape and was forced to brace himself with his sword, attempting to withstand the blow. Yet, he overlooked the fact that his sword was but a mundane weapon, while Qin Xiao wielded a high-grade spirit weapon. The sound of a cleanly severed blade echoed as Qin Xiao's sword sliced through Li Lu's weapon, piercing deeply into his abdomen, striking at his Dan Tian. Ah, cousin, save me, Li Lu cried out, feeling his Dan Tian shatter and his spiritual energy surge uncontrollably outward, writhing in agony as he pleaded for assistance. You should have refrained from resorting to underhanded tactics. I would have merely taught you a lesson. However, you crossed the line by attempting to harm me. Rendering your Dan Tian useless is a mercy, Qin Xiao declared, withdrawing his sword and returning to his previous position. Qin Xiao, you dare to cross me. You are courting death. Li Cheng rushed forward to assess Li Lu's injuries, cursing as he did so. After a thorough examination, his expression darkened further. Li Lu's Dan Tian was irreparably damaged, condemning him to a life of impotence. Qin Xiao, you have crippled my cousin. I shall exact vengeance for this wrong. I am no longer a disciple of the immortal sword peak. I now stand here as Li Lu's brother, seeking retribution. Although Li Cheng regretted that his cousin had been discarded, he fortuitously discovered a perfect pretext. Even if he were to strike down Qin Xiao, he would not fear repercussions. Moreover, he could assist Yao Kai Dong, ensuring that he would not lack resources at the Xianjian Peak in the future. After articulating his thoughts, Li Cheng strolled toward Qin Xiao, each step amplifying the aura emanating from him. By the time he stood 10 paces from Qin Xiao, his cultivation had fully manifested. He was at the initial stage of the golden core. Indeed, this clever lad, Li Cheng, could be cultivated as a trusted confidant. Observing Li Cheng's maneuvering, Yao Kai Dong felt a sense of satisfaction. There was no longer a need to seek excuses. Disciple, what level of cultivation is this? Although Qin Xiao sensed the formidable strength of his opponent, he could not discern the specifics of their cultivation level, prompting him to inquire of Yin Man Master. This is the initial stage of the golden core, far surpassing the Qi refinement stage from earlier. Please, step back. I shall fight in your stead, Yin Man replied, her expression one of exasperation, before positioning herself before Qin Xiao. Yin Junior sister, what do you mean by this? This is a personal vendetta between Qin Xiao and myself. Once Qin Xiao is dead, you may join Xianjian Peak, and we shall become siblings in the sect. Assisting him now brings you no advantage. Moreover, as you can see, I am already at the initial stage of the golden core. Even if you wish to help, you are powerless to do so, Li Cheng remarked. Caught off guard by Yin Man's defense of Qin Xiao, he had anticipated that today, Qin Xiao would surely perish, and that Yin Man would undoubtedly join Xianjian Peak. Becoming a fellow disciple, he was reluctant to offend her, for given Yin Man's talent, she would surely surpass him in the future. Qin Xiao is my master. Aiding him is also a personal matter for me. Spare us your needless chatter. Do you presume you are the only one at the Golden Core stage? Upon finishing her statement, Yin Man unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, escalating until she too reached the initial stage of the Golden Core. The reason she had taken a moment longer to emerge was due to her recent breakthrough, after 7 consecutive days of consuming spiritual liquid and countless spirit stones. She had ascended from the peak of the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage. What? This is impossible. You have only been in the sect for 7 days. How could you possibly reach the Golden Core stage? Li Cheng found it utterly inconceivable that Yin Man had also attained the Golden Core stage. Whether it is possible or not shall be determined in battle. Let us engage, Yin Man declared, eager to test her newfound prowess. As a member of the Yun family in the Central Plains, she was well-versed in combat techniques and was confident in her invincibility among her peers within the Tianyuan Sect. Even if you truly are at the Golden Core stage, your aura suggests you have only just broken through. I have been entrenched in the initial Golden Core stage for half a year. Are you truly prepared to stand for him? Li Cheng, having no further retreat, issued one final warning. If it came to pass, he would have no choice but to confront her. Enough with the superfluous words. Let us commence, Yin Man replied, growing impatient with the delay. Seeing that persuasion was futile, Li Cheng had no choice but to act. Then so be it. I shall not hold back. Chapter 9. The Defeat of Li Cheng. Arrival of the Elders. Li Cheng, wielding his sword, lunged at Yin Man with a swift strike. In the realm of Golden Core combat, close-quarters skirmishes were rendered unnecessary. A surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a formidable sword aura that hurtled towards Yin Man unfazed. She countered with an equally powerful strike, and the two colossal sword energies clashed mid-air, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. The less experienced disciples of Xianjian Peak recoiled in retreat. Even Qin Xiao took several steps back, wary of the overwhelming force that he, at his current level of body refinement, dared not confront. This initial exchange was merely a probing maneuver, a contest of spiritual prowess. How could it be? Her spiritual power is not at all inferior to mine. Could she have reached the Golden Core stage before even entering the sect? Yet, observing her aura, it was evident that her breakthrough had only recently occurred. In this trial, Li Cheng found no advantage, and his confusion deepened. Truly, she is a prodigy. Whether she cultivated to the Golden Core stage before joining or after, it is sufficiently daunting. Especially considering her age, merely 16 or 17. A Golden Core at such a tender age is indeed terrifying. Yao Kaidong marveled at Yin Man's cultivation, recognizing that her prowess transcended mere talent. Is this all the strength she possesses? Such folly to seek revenge against my master. Yin Man, on the other hand, had merely unleashed 30% of her power. Humph, do you believe this is my full strength? Li Cheng, now somewhat incensed, swiftly concentrated a vast reservoir of spiritual energy into his sword. Breaking Mountain sword technique, he shouted, as a massive sword shadow rapidly formed in his grasp, descending towards Yin Man. This was the signature move of Brother Li, capable of cleaving mountains in two, and no one could withstand such might. No matter. For Yin Man was also at the Golden Core stage. Should this strike land, only Qin Xiao would meet his demise. The saint's words ring true. Qin Xiao truly deserves his fate. As the Breaking Mountain sword technique took shape, the disciples of Xianjian Peak believed the outcome was all but decided. Oh no. This is bad. I wonder if my disciple can withstand this. Qin Xiao felt a surge of panic as he witnessed the looming sword shadow. Any calmness in the face of such impending doom would be the mark of a fool. Heaven-opening sword technique. Yin Man summoned her own sword, infusing it with a substantial amount of spiritual energy. In a typical contest, she could easily evade such a strike, avoiding a direct clash, but now, she could not retreat. To do so would spell disaster for Qin Xiao behind her. What manner of technique is this? The condensed sword shadow possesses even greater potency than Brother Li's. Is she truly intending to meet his strike head-on? Why would she do such a thing? All for that useless one. Witnessing Yin Man's refusal to yield, choosing instead to channel her energy for a direct confrontation, the onlookers were left bewildered. What could Qin Xiao have possibly offered her to warrant such an act of defiance? Yao Kaidong too found himself perplexed. He discerned that Li Cheng's intent in using this technique was to force Yin Man to evade, allowing him to sever Qin Xiao, with no intention of harming Yin Man. Yet, she seemed almost bewitched, determined to protect Qin Xiao. Master, for now, retreat. The power of this strike is immense. Allow me to fend them off, she declared. As Yin Man observed her sword shadows had fully coalesced, she promptly addressed Qin Xiao behind her. Qin Xiao, disregarding his pride, hastily retreated. If you remain obstinate, do not blame me. Seeing that Yin Man not only refused to evade but also intended to counterattack, Li Cheng showed no mercy and struck down towards her. Unperturbed, Yin Man wielded her sword and cleaved towards the sword shadows in the sky. Subsequently, two colossal sword shadows detonated above the Seven Stars Peak, unleashing a powerful shockwave that instantly engulfed the entire peak, reverberating throughout the sect. The forceful collision inflicted backlash upon both combatants. Blood trickled from the corner of Yun Man's mouth, while Li Cheng collapsed to the ground, choking on blood, indicating the severity of the backlash. This is impossible. Why, when subjected to the same backlash, do you only suffer such minor injuries? Li Cheng questioned Yun Man, blood spilling as he spoke. Because my spiritual energy is more profound and pure than yours. Even at the same level, there are distinctions. My energy is not comparable to the forcibly enhanced golden core stage you possess through medicinal means, Yun Man replied dismissively, wiping the blood from her lips. Ah, I see. My Tianyuan Sect has gained another prodigy. Junior Sister Yun, I shall present you with a new proposition, regardless of what Qin Xiao offers. We at the Sword Peak shall provide you double. I wonder if you would consider joining us at the Sword Peak, where my father would personally mentor you. Li Cheng's bloodshed evoked no pity in Yao Kaidong. Instead, he intensified his efforts to win Yun Man over. This prompted Li Cheng, already wounded and spitting blood, to lose consciousness again. Useless. Bring him back. Yao Kaidong regarded the unconscious Li Cheng with disdain, feeling the embarrassment of his failure. I appreciate the goodwill from your Sword Peak. However, what my master provides is beyond what your sect can offer, let alone any notion of doubling it. This matter need not be revisited. Yun Man harbored no belief that the Sword Peak could provide her with a daily drop of spiritual liquid. Even at the height of her family's prosperity, they could only offer each disciple a drop monthly, and that was reserved for the direct lineage, while the collateral branches received a drop every 3 months. The rarity of spiritual liquid far exceeded its market value. Even if the Sword Peak was affluent, it could not sustain such consumption. Oh, is there something that my Sword Peak cannot provide? Pray tell, for if it concerns spiritual stones, perhaps our wealth pales in comparison to the Medicine Peak, yet what we possess is unparalleled among the other peaks, Yao Kaidong asserted. Disbelieving that there existed anything beyond the reach of the Sword Peak, even regarding mid-grade magical artifacts, of which only the sect leader and he possessed one. Alas, disciple, do not speak too freely. Maintain a low profile, Qin Xiao interjected, fearing that Yun Man might inadvertently disclose the matter of the spiritual liquid. Rest assured, master. I comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yun Man replied, well aware of Qin Xiao's intentions. She was no fool and understood the principle that possessing something valuable could invite trouble. Could it be that junior sister Yun has taken a liking to this fellow? Surely, this is all mere pretext? At this moment, Yao Kaidong cast aside any semblance of dignity. Since you were so intent on protecting this young man, I, the Holy Son, shall show no mercy. If necessary, I will have my father forcibly bring him here, should he prove to be of no use to me. I shall extract every ounce of value before disposing of him. What nonsense are you spouting? He is my master. If you continue to speak arrogantly, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy, Yin Man retorted, her youth, merely 16 or 17, leaving her unaccustomed to such outrageous declarations, causing her to become flustered. Oh, you think I would be discourteous to you? Do you not realize that I, the Holy Son, possess the cultivation of the late Golden Core stage? Unlike the worthless Li Cheng, should you fail to recognize your place, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Upon realizing persuasion was futile, Yao Kaidong tore away the facade of civility. Is the Holy Son planning to bully the weak? Qin Xiao, aware of Yao Kaidong's reputation, noted that he had already reached the late Golden Core stage at such a young age, whereas his own disciple was merely in the early stages. The disparity in strength was too great to act impulsively. And what if I do? Yao Kaidong's aura surged with spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. Stand down. Just as Yao Kaidong prepared to act, the Grand Elder, Yao Tiansheng, arrived on the scene. Father, Yao Kaidong immediately became submissive upon seeing Yao Tiansheng. Return to the immortal Sword Peak and cease your disgraceful behavior here. Yao Tiansheng rebuked his son without any compassion. Understood, father. With a fierce glare aimed at Qin Xiao, Yao Kaidong left in a huff. Thank you for your intervention, Grand Elder. Qin Xiao expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully, as propriety dictated. Especially towards someone of the Grand Elder's standing. This was merely a farce. I hope you do not take offense, my disciple. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. With that, Yao Tiansheng took his leave. It was not that he was particularly concerned with the sect's rules, but rather that the earlier clash between Yun Man and Li Cheng had attracted the attention of other peak masters, necessitating his involvement. Otherwise, what would the other peak masters think? Is everything all right? As soon as Yao Tiansheng departed, the sect leader, Lin Tiansheng, arrived. his gaze filled with concern as he took in Qin Xiao's disheveled state. Thank you, sect leader. I am fine, Qin Xiao quickly replied, grateful for the sect leader's kindness. Though he was aware that the 3-year agreement was a necessity due to sect regulations. Fortunately, he had already accepted a disciple. With only a few weeks until the sect's disciple competition, Yao Kaidong's arrogance poses a danger. Be cautious of potential retaliation. If you find yourself outmatched, remember to concede. With me here, your life shall be safeguarded, Lin Tiancheng said, a hint of guilt evident as he patted Qin Xiao's shoulder. I understand. Thank you, sect leader. Qin Xiao nodded in response. I shall take my leave now. Should you encounter any issues, do report to the sect. Do not act recklessly. After saying this, Lin Tiancheng departed. Disciple, return to your quarters and continue your secluded cultivation. Noticing that no one else was present, Qin Xiao called out to Yin Man and headed towards their room. Chapter 10. The night before the competition. Second layer of body refinement. Once Qin Xiao returned to his quarters, the other peak masters, who had been lurking in the shadows, began to emerge. Elder, your grandnephew is truly unruly. After the sect competition, the 7-star peak will be disbanded. If you are inclined to take Yin Man under your wing, I, Kong Jingye, believe you would be a better choice than the Grand Elder, Kong Jingye proposed to the nearby Yao Yongji. Elder 3. There is no need for you to sow discord between me and my elder brother. Ultimately, it is up to Yin Man to choose which peak she wishes to join. Yao Yongji was well aware of Kong Jingye's ulterior motives. However, he genuinely hoped that Yin Man would align herself with the Tianyuan peak. After all, at such a young age and already at the golden core stage, possessing a heavenly spiritual root, should she become a direct disciple, Tianyuan peak might well surpass the Xianjian peak. What do you mean by that, Elder 2? I am not attempting to instigate anything. Currently, among the peaks of our sect, only the Xianjian peak, under Elder 1's leadership, holds a dominant position. This is not advantageous for us. We aspire to pursue greatness, yet our strength falls short. Only Elder 2's Xianyuan peak possesses the opportunity. None of us desires for one peak to monopolize the sect. After Kong Jingye spoke, he glanced at the other elders. As this matter concerned them all, and everyone stood to benefit. My Xianyao peak concurs with Elder 3's sentiments, declared Elder Du Jinsong, the 4th elder of the Xianyao peak. After a moment of contemplation, indeed, the dominance of the Xianjian peak has fostered an atmosphere where its disciples regard others with disdain, leading to the oppression of disciples from the other peaks. This situation cannot persist. Elder 1 Rongyang, the 5th elder of the Xianxiu peak, voiced his agreement as well. Although Elder Lu from the Xianquan peak remained silent, he nodded in tacit approval. If the younger disciples truly harbor such intentions, please do not renege on your promises after the sect competition, Yao Yongji concluded before departing. The other elders, each with their own motives, followed suit and left. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Xiao summoned Yin Man directly. Disciple, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance today. I shall grant you the 50,000 spirit stones I promised you 7 days hence, and I will provide them now. Without allowing Yin Man to respond, Qin Xiao poured forth the spirit stones, filling the entire hall and spilling into the courtyard. Master, what are you doing? Yin Man asked, puzzled. If you wish to give me spirit stones, just do so. Why lay them all out like this? Are you not aware that I lack cultivation? Qin Xiao replied. Without spiritual energy, I cannot utilize a storage bag, hence this method. Quickly gather them before others see and accuse us of flaunting wealth. He regretted the situation, but his inability to use a storage bag left him no alternative. Fortunately, the system provided him with space, or else he would have nowhere to store the spirit stones. Is that so? Then where do your spirit stones come from, master? Yin Man inquired, somewhat incredulous. That, of course, is a secret of the master. Simply collect the spirit stones, and afterward, I shall provide you with the next batch of spirit liquid. Qin Xiao could not divulge the existence of his system and could only refer to it as a secret. Understood, master. I shall gather them at once. Upon hearing of the spirit liquid, Yin Man eagerly collected all the spirit stones into her storage bag. With her consciousness covering all the stones, it took but a moment. All done, master. What of the spirit liquid? Yin Man asked impatiently. Based on your performance today, I have decided to grant you 50 drops. As you cultivate until the sect competition, with your current advancement to the golden core stage, your refining speed should be much swifter. 1 drop a day will surely not suffice. Use them liberally, and if you require more, come seek me again. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, a larger bottle appeared in his hand, which he directly handed to Yin Man. Thank you, master. I shall not disappoint your expectations. With such an abundance of spirit liquid, I am confident I can contend with that so-called holy sun. Yin Man gazed at the 50 drops of spirit liquid in her hands, questioning whether she was in a dream. She had never fought such a luxurious battle before. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us return to our cultivation quickly. The hopes of the 7-star peak rest upon your shoulders. Qin Xiao felt quite satisfied. But he also needed to enter seclusion to hasten his physical cultivation to the second level. The first level was still insufficient. Disciple obeys. Yin Man cautiously took the spirit liquid bottle and exited Qin Xiao's room. She could hardly fathom that one day she would possess 50 drops of spirit liquid. Even during her time at the Yun family, it took over 4 years to save just one drop. Fortunately, she was unaware of how much spirit liquid Qin Xiao had. Otherwise, she might have fainted from shock. In the span of 7 days, the spirit stones had accumulated to over 120,000. With Yun Man receiving 500,000, Qin Xiao still had over 70,000 spirit stones resting in his space. The spirit liquid had produced over 10,000 drops in total, and after deducting his daily consumption of 48 drops and the 57 drops given to Yun Man, he still had over 9,000 drops remaining. Moreover, this figure continued to rise, rendering it seemingly inexhaustible. Since the incident involving Yao Kai Dong, the sect leader convened a council of elders, declaring that no disturbances would be tolerated prior to the sect competition. Consequently, the 7-star peak remained tranquil for over 20 days. On the eve of the sect competition, Qin Xiao, who had been in seclusion, finally emerged from his chamber. He sat in a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the star-filled sky. I wonder where Earth lies among these constellations. After more than 3 years, I find myself longing for home. Qin Xiao attempted to discern familiar sights among the nebulae, but alas, he could not decipher the constellations, making everything appear quite similar. Enough of this. I have successfully reached the second level of physical cultivation. My body has become as solid as rock, impervious to harm. I should be happy. After a moment of reflection, Qin Xiao quickly composed himself. Just as he was about to rise and return indoors, Yun Man's door opened. Master, what brings you here? Yun Man inquired with curiosity, noticing Qin Xiao's presence. Oh, tomorrow is the sect competition, so I came out for some fresh air. What troubles you? You seem quite distressed. Qin Xiao observed, noticing her troubled expression. Master, I have run out of spirit liquid, which caused my recent attempt to break through to the late golden core stage to fail, Yin Man replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. 50 drops of spirit liquid, and yet she had been unable to reach the late golden core stage. She felt a twinge of self-reproach. What? You managed to advance from the early golden core stage to the peak of the mid-golden core stage? Qin Xiao was taken aback by Yun Man's revelation. He had been unaware of how much spirit liquid he had consumed over the past month just to barely reach the second level of physical cultivation, while she had nearly reached the late golden core stage with only 50 drops. After reaching the first level of physical cultivation, Qin Xiao's consumption had not merely doubled, but multiplied 5-fold. Previously, he required 2 drops per hour, but after advancing to the first level, he needed 10 drops per hour. Even at this rate, it took him 22 days to barely reach the second level of physical cultivation. A minor inquiry. I am now providing you with spiritual essence. How much do you require to ensure your success? Qin Xiao promptly inquired how much Yun Man needed. If his disciple were to attain the late stage of the golden core realm, he would stand a fair chance against any peak, and a single victory would suffice to secure the 7-star peak. 10 drops? No, 5 drops. With just 5 more, I shall undoubtedly succeed in my breakthrough. Yun Man contemplated requesting additional spiritual essence from Qin Xiao, yet having already consumed over 50 drops, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. To her surprise, Qin Xiao took the initiative to offer, igniting her determination to break through that very night. Forgetting about 10 or 5 drops, I shall provide you with 50 drops. Regardless of how you utilize them, you must achieve your breakthrough before the grand competition tomorrow. After Qin Xiao spoke, he produced a small vial. The disciple shall certainly succeed. Master, I shall return to my cultivation now. Yun Man accepted the spiritual essence from Qin Xiao and immediately retreated to her chamber for practice. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained awake throughout the night, waiting in the courtyard until dawn broke. Today marks the day of the sect's grand competition. Qin Xiao gazed towards the horizon and murmured. Chapter 11. The sect's grand competition. Battling Li Cheng as the grand competition approached, Yun Man remained engrossed in her breakthrough, not emerging from her room. Regardless, I believe my current strength should suffice against those in the foundation establishment realm. As long as I do not face anyone in the golden core realm, I should manage well without relying solely on my disciple. Casting a glance at Yun Man's closed door, Qin Xiao resolved to venture forth alone. The sect's arena was expansive, featuring a 1-meter-high circular stone platform at its center, from which 8 distinct positions radiated, serving as battle stations and spectator areas for the main peak and the other 7 peaks. In previous competitions, the main peak always claimed the first position, followed by the Elder's Immortal Sword Peak, and the second Elder's Immortal Cloud Peak often fluctuated in rank, while the 7-star peak invariably found itself at the bottom. In years past, Qin Xiao could simply concede defeat. However, this year was different. If he surrendered again, he would relinquish the 7-star peak. Back then, Qin Xiao was devoid of any cultivation, a mere mortal. Even under such constraints, he could only sign the agreement. The world of cultivation is devoid of sentiment. The seventh elder perished in battle for the sect, granting a 3-year grace period, yet that time had elapsed. If one cannot contribute to the sect, they are inevitably cast out. Fortunately, the previous authorities had not been entirely merciless. As long as the 7-star peak did not place last in the competition, it could remain. If you, Qin Xiao, cannot cultivate, you may still recruit disciples, thus preserving a glimmer of hope. After a quarter of an hour, with all the peak leaders assembled, Elder Zhuo Honkai ascended the central stone platform. Elder Zhuo, the head of the sect's reward and punishment hall, oversaw the sect's rewards and penalties, including the martial competitions. With all peak leaders present, we shall commence the grand competition. Upon receiving the sect master's nod, Elder Zhuo officially announced the start. Although the competition rules remained unchanged year after year, there are always new disciples entering the sect. Thus, I shall reiterate the rules once more. The competition consists of 2 segments. The first is a points match, followed by a challenge match. The points competition allows for a maximum of 3 disciples from each peak to participate, with a lottery system determining which 2 peaks will face off. Winning a match awards 3 points, a draw grants 1 point to each side, and a loss yields no points. Ultimately, the standings will be determined by these points, creating 2 groups, the top 4 and the bottom 4. Those in the lower ranks may challenge the one above them, but only once. If they emerge victorious, they can replace their opponent in the rankings. Once Zhuo Honkai concluded his introduction, he habitually inquired if anyone had any objections. With silence in response, he proceeded to the drawing of lots. Qin Xiao was well aware of the competition format. The points competition served as a preliminary selection, gauging the strength of the disciples from each peak. However, this preliminary round also dictated the rankings for the subsequent challenge matches. To secure a place among the top 3, one must at least achieve 4th place in the points competition, as ascending beyond one's rank to challenge is not permitted. In past years, the disciples from the 7 stars peak had consistently surrendered, finishing in 8th place with 0 points, and thus forfeiting their opportunity in the challenge matches. This time, however, not only was my disciple at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, but I had also reached the 2nd level of body refinement. Even if we scored no points in the preliminary round, as long as we could triumph over the 7th peak in the challenge, we would not remain in 8th place, thereby safeguarding the reputation of the 7 stars peak. Qin Xiao felt particularly confident this time around. When the first group was drawn, it was announced that the Immortal Sword Peak would face the 7 stars peak. Zhuo Honkai promptly declared the matchups. What? The first group is indeed the Immortal Sword Peak versus the 7 stars peak? The Immortal Sword Peak seems to have struck lucky, effortlessly gaining 3 points. Who could argue otherwise? All 3 disciples representing the Immortal Sword Peak are at the golden core stage. It is rumored that the 7 stars peak has 1 disciple at the golden core stage, but he is absent today, leaving only the incompetent Qin Xiao, rendering the match seemingly unwinnable. Upon hearing that he would be facing the Immortal Sword Peak, Qin Xiao's heart filled with suspicion. However, this was not a matter of conspiracy. Rather, it was simply a stroke of bad luck for him. I was worried about not being drawn at all, and yet here I am, facing them first. Yao Kai Dong observed Qin Xiao's position with a knowing smile. Li Cheng, your chance for revenge has arrived. Do not disappoint me this time. Rest assured, brother. I shall reclaim the honor lost last time, Li Cheng promptly replied. Following his previous injury, he had fortuitously managed to break through to the middle stage of the golden core, which had earned him a spot as one of the 3 disciples to compete this time. In addition to Yao Kai Dong and Li Cheng, the 3rd disciple representing the Immortal Sword Peak was the Saintess Lu Shuyue, who had also successfully advanced to the golden core stage. The points competition consists of 3 rounds, with each peak competing 3 times, necessitating 3 draws. Qin Xiao had not anticipated facing the Immortal Sword Peak first, which left him in a quandary. After all the disciples from the Immortal Sword Peak were at the golden core stage or higher, and even the weakest among them, Saintess Lu Shuyue, was equipped with numerous treasures. Following the draw, the other matchups were announced. The main peak against the Celestial Beast Peak, the Celestial Cloud Peak against the Celestial Artifact Peak, and the Celestial Spring Peak against the Celestial Herb Peak. Once the draws were complete, the first group S matches commenced. Li Cheng was the first to leap onto the stone platform, provocatively gazing at Qin Xiao. Where are your fellow disciples from the 7 stars peak? Have they fled? Observing the solitary figure of Qin Xiao at the preparation platform, Li Cheng chuckled with a hint of amusement. What is this? After being bested by my disciple last time, do you still seek to be humiliated? Qin Xiao retorted sharply. Boasting is a skill anyone can master. Spare me the chatter, summon Yin Man. The grievances from our last encounter will be avenged today. Li Cheng, incensed by Qin Xiao's reference to their previous clash, bristled. Against a worthless wretch like you. My disciple's intervention is unnecessary. I shall handle you myself. With that, Qin Xiao stepped toward the stone platform. His intention was not mere bravado. He was uncertain how long his second level of body refinement could withstand the might of a gold core cultivator. This presented an opportunity to test his limits. If defeat loomed, surrender was an option. As long as Yin Man arrived in time for the challenge, the 7-star peak would not languish in obscurity. You? A mere waste of space. I could extinguish you with a mere flick of my fingers. In this disciples' tournament, swords and blades show no mercy. If you seek death, I shall be glad to oblige, avenging my brother in the process. Li Cheng was taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity to ascend the platform. Yet, this was fortuitous. The boy had incapacitated his cousin, and it was only fitting that he sought vengeance. If he acted swiftly enough, Qin Xiao wouldn't have the chance to surrender. Enough with your prattle. Do you dare attempt to kill me? Go on, give it a try. Although Qin Xiao lacked confidence in overcoming Li Cheng, he believed that his second level of body refinement would not lead to instant annihilation, and thus, a chance to concede remained. You are a worthless fool. I shall not take advantage of you. No weapons, just bare hands. Li Cheng was mindful of his reputation, particularly with the sect leader and elders present at the grand tournament. To kill Qin Xiao outright would invite complications. However, he intended to land his first blow squarely on Qin Xiao's mouth, preventing any chance of surrender. After that, he would relish in the torment, and even if someone intervened, they could not extinguish Qin Xiao's life, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Bare hands. Even better. It would serve as a true test of the limits of the second level of body refinement. Qin Xiao felt a surge of relief as Li Cheng sheathed his weapon, sensing that his life was no longer in peril. Still smiling? Seeking death, are we? Li Cheng charged at Qin Xiao, who, upon witnessing the smile adorning his opponent's face, realized he was underestimated. Li Cheng's fists were enveloped in spiritual energy, devoid of any intention to hold back. Chapter 12, A Clash of Fists. The refinement of the body as Li Cheng lunged forward. Qin Xiao was momentarily taken aback by his extraordinary speed. He had no time to evade. With both hands raised to shield his face, he braced himself to absorb the blow, knowing it was his only recourse. Is Qin Xiao truly frozen in fear? Why does he not move? He wished to evade, but could anyone blame him for being awestruck by Li Cheng's velocity? Indeed, facing a gold core cultivator was akin to a casual slaughter against a mere mortal. There was scarcely time to react. The onlooking disciples murmured amongst themselves as they witnessed Qin Xiao's immobile stance, hands guarding his face. In an instant, Li Cheng's fist connected with Qin Xiao's arms, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that rippled outward. Li Cheng remained steadfast, while Qin Xiao staggered backward, retreating several paces before managing to halt his momentum. Goodness! Is he truly this powerful? Qin Xiao felt as though his arms might shatter under the impact, trembling uncontrollably. How could this be possible? He had not held back with his punch, so how could it be that his opponent merely took a few steps back? Li Cheng gazed at Qin Xiao with disbelief. In his estimation, Qin Xiao should have been sent flying, with shattered hands, lying on the ground and wailing in agony. Am I mistaken? This Qin Xiao actually withstood it? Could it be that this lad possesses some protective treasure? I suspect that senior brother Li is merely toying with him, deliberately holding back. After all, this is a golden core cultivator, striking a mere mortal. How could the latter possibly endure? It makes sense. Their dialogue reveals a history of enmity. And it seems that senior brother Li intends to engage in a game of cat and mouse. As they witnessed this scene, the disciples began to speculate on the reason behind it. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Li Cheng struck again. Since you can endure punishment, I shall unleash my full strength. I was worried that one punch might kill you, but now I can let loose. As Li Cheng launched another attack, Qin Xiao was determined not to be a passive target any longer. Enduring pain is merely uncomfortable. It does not equate to injury, and thus he could retaliate. At the instant Li Cheng drew near, Qin Xiao put forth all his strength, neglecting defense entirely, and struck out toward Li Cheng, trading blows, as if you are worthy. Li Cheng sneered internally at Qin Xiao's audacity to counterattack. Your fists are merely tickling me. Unfazed by Qin Xiao's punch, Li Cheng resolved to indulge this inclination for close combat. He then seized Qin Xiao's shoulder with his left hand, while gathering spiritual energy in his right to deliver a blow. Qin Xiao was equally relentless, gripping Li Cheng's shoulder with one hand while swinging his other fist toward him. What began as a contest of skill devolved into a brutal exchange of blows. The moment Li Cheng's first punch landed, he sensed something was amiss. A searing pain coursed through him. Yet, he paid it no mind and continued to throw punches at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao was not faring much better. Li Cheng's initial strike hit him squarely in the abdomen, nearly causing him to vomit, but his fists kept flying in retaliation. What is happening? Has Qin Xiao lost his mind? How dare he engage in a brawl with a golden core cultivator? It is well known that even without employing spiritual power, the physical prowess of a golden core cultivator far surpasses that of a mere mortal. Even the most accomplished martial artist of the mundane world cannot compare. Now I understand. Senior Brother Li, seeing that his opponent is but a mortal, disdainfully refrains from using techniques or weapons, opting instead for a straightforward contest of strength to subdue him. Truly a demonstration of psychological warfare. The fray left the observing disciples bewildered, though a few astute ones began to grasp the situation. What is this? Why can't I break free? Why are his punches so powerful? My Dan Tian feels as if it is trembling. The two had exchanged dozens of blows, both left dazed. The intense pain making Li Cheng yearn to escape, yet Qin Xiao held him firmly in place. Qin Xiao, too, was not in a much better condition. He had long lost sensation from the pain, perhaps due to the effects of adrenaline, even as he approached the brink of unconsciousness. His fists continued to rain down upon Li Cheng. Time seemed to stretch on, and eventually, Qin Xiao felt as though the pain had diminished. It was as if his body were gradually healing, and his senses began to return. As one observes, Li Cheng is now bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Yet his pride forbids him from retreating, compelling him to unleash a flurry of punches. What on earth is this fool doing? Yao Kaidong watches the two combatants, resembling children engaged in a brawl, and feels a growing discontent as they have yet to subdue Qin Xiao. Eldest brother, do not be hasty. Perhaps Brother Li is merely toying with his opponent, he suggests. Although the holy maiden Lu Shuiyue is equally perplexed, she remains hopeful about the outcome. Master, have you discerned anything? Inquires Elder Zhua Hongkai, positioned beside the sect leader Lin Tianqing. Elder Zhua, have you also noticed? Lin Tianqing acknowledges the underlying truth. Qin Xiao's physique appears remarkably resilient, enduring an extended confrontation with Li Cheng without yielding an inch. He must have mastered an extraordinary body refining technique. Indeed, this young man, despite his inability to cultivate, possesses a remarkable talent for body refinement. Likely passed down to him by Elder Qi during his travels, Lin Tianqing concludes. Elder Zhua Hongkai recognizes this as well. In truth, the other elders share similar insights. At their level of cultivation, they can clearly perceive the unfolding situation, which only heightens their curiosity about Qin Xiao. The Grand Elder considers sending a mental message to Li Cheng, yet with so many elders present, he hesitates, aware that the barrier on the stone platform would certainly expose any forced telepathy. Meanwhile, as Qin Xiao's body gradually heals, he slowly regains consciousness. He realizes that continuing this way is untenable, as he cannot ascertain how long his body can endure repairs. He must conclude the battle swiftly. Conversely, Li Cheng is beginning to wobble, with Qin Xiao's fists relentlessly targeting his abdomen. The impact has already caused considerable disturbance to his Dan Tian, and should the assault persist, it may suffer damage, a scenario he dreads. Both combatants pause simultaneously, gathering their strength for a final, formidable strike. To continue in this manner would only render them the subject of ridicule. Witnessing the energy coalesce around Li Cheng's right fist, a visible vortex of spiritual energy forms. Qin Xiao, undeterred, channels every ounce of his strength into his right hand, preparing to determine the victor with a single blow. Moments later, both are primed and launch their attacks toward one another. Li Cheng, aware of Qin Xiao's inability to cultivate, realizes that targeting his abdomen would have limited effect. Thus, he aims for Qin Xiao's chest, intent on shattering his heart, an act he has resolved to commit. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao continues his assault on Li Cheng's abdomen, knowing that, regardless of whether he can destroy his Dan Tian, he can still inflict severe injury. The two fists collide with tremendous force, propelling both fighters backward like kites severed from their strings, crashing onto the stone platform, their fates uncertain. Observing this turn of events, Elder Zhua Hongkai swiftly ascends to the stone platform to assess their conditions. The onlooking disciples are left in shock. It appears they have both suffered grievous injuries. How could this be possible? A golden core practitioner and a mere mortal, both incapacitated? No one anticipated such an outcome, and a profound silence envelopes the entire arena. Chapter 13. The first victory. As Yin Man arrived at the scene, she found two figures sprawled on the ground. Li Cheng was the first to rise, blood streaming from his mouth. I have won, he exclaimed, his tattered clothing a testament to the fierce battle. Though he felt a sense of humiliation, the thrill of victory overshadowed it. His Dan Tian was damaged, and he needed to return swiftly to recuperate, lest lingering consequences ensue. Casting a glance at the unmoving Qin Xiao, Li Cheng felt a slight relief. Despite his embarrassment, it was ultimately Qin Xiao who lay defeated. Confidence surged within him regarding his final strike. Even if Qin Xiao survived, he would be gravely injured, providing Li Cheng with a measure of satisfaction. This peculiar opponent had proven to be far too strange. He needed to be eliminated at the first opportunity. Upon witnessing Li Cheng's resurgence, Zhuangkai ceased his examination of Qin Xiao, recognizing that the standing participant was the victor. It was imperative to announce the result promptly and tend to the wounded, as other competitions awaited, and the stone platform must be cleared. I hereby declare that the winner of this first match is not so fast. The fight is not over. I have not lost yet. Just as Zhuangkai prepared to declare victory for the Xianjian Peak, Qin Xiao slowly rose to his feet. The previous blow had indeed inflicted severe injury, even causing him to lose consciousness momentarily. However, his body was rapidly mending, allowing him to awaken just before the announcement. How is this possible? How can you still stand? Li Cheng was the first to be unable to accept this outcome. That had been his most powerful blow. What is happening? Qin Xiao is still alive? Many disciples were astonished. Li Cheng's strike had been formidable, and even they might not have withstood it. The realization struck them. Qin Xiao had endured far longer than they had anticipated, but no one expected him to rise again. Useless. Useless. Li Cheng, you are a disgrace. Yao Kaidong, seated among the spectators, could no longer contain his frustration and berated Li Cheng from the sidelines. Sighing, even Lu Shuyue refrained from defending Li Cheng this time. The outcome had thoroughly tarnished the reputation of Xianjian Peak. Silence. What kind of decorum is this? Are you not satisfied with the mockery of our Xianjian Peak? The Grand Elder, Yao Tiansheng, admonished. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly attempting to see through Qin Xiao. He was astonished to discover such a body refinement technique existed, one that allowed a mortal to withstand the might of a core formation practitioner. There is no room for impossibilities. Since we are both still able to fight, let us continue. Qin Xiao assumed a fighting stance and addressed Li Cheng. You little brat. I never expected you to be so resilient. Consider yourself fortunate. If you concede now, I will allow you to leave. I do not wish to earn a reputation for bullying the weak. Li Cheng's eyes twitched slightly. His body was in a deplorable state. Forcing himself to stand was already a tremendous effort, compounded by the turbulence in his Dan Tian and chaotic spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of further combat. He had entirely lost his fighting spirit and could only attempt to intimidate Qin Xiao. Let me go? I sincerely appreciate your goodwill. But let us dispense with idle chatter. After this battle, I find myself indebted to you. I now feel an invigorating surge of strength coursing through my body. Although Qin Xiao remains unaware of Li Cheng's condition, he has emerged from this restoration brimming with vitality. His desire for combat intensely rekindled. Who would have thought that physical cultivation could yield such results? Do you truly seek your own demise? Seeing that his threats had no effect on his opponent, Li Cheng resolved to forcibly channel his energy, willing to resort to self-destruction if it meant taking someone down with him. Indeed, hurry, if you do not strike soon, I shall take action myself. Qin Xiao has grown immune to Li Cheng's menacing words, recognizing them as mere bravado. Very well, since you wish for death, today, no one shall save you. Li Cheng, cornered and feeling hopeless, understood that surrendering would leave him with no place at Xianjian Peak, and that the Li family would no longer receive its protection. However, should he fall in battle, Xianjian Peak would certainly not abandon the Li family. Thus, this first round concludes with Xianjian Peak's defeat. Just as Li Cheng prepared for mutual destruction, the Grand Elder Yao Tiansheng interjected, declaring, Master, I have not yet been defeated. I am still capable of fighting. Upon hearing his master concede, Li Cheng hastily attempted to explain himself to Yao Tiansheng. Silence. Descend at once. I know what you are contemplating. Quickly return and tend to your wounds, Yao Tiansheng scolded, having discerned Li Cheng's intentions. Yes, master. Li Cheng wanted to argue further, but the look in Yao Tiansheng's eyes compelled him to obediently step down from the stone platform. Now, I declare the results. The victors of the first group are Qixing Peak. Zhuangkai had also seen through Li Cheng's thoughts and refrained from descending the stage, remaining poised to intervene if necessary. Resolving the situation peacefully was, of course, the ideal outcome. What? Xianjian Peak has lost. Brotherly, in the mid-stage of Golden Core, has been defeated? And more importantly, he fell to Qixing Peak, to Qin Xiao. Brother, quickly slap me. I must ascertain whether I am dreaming. What on earth is happening? Can anyone explain that this is not reality? After all our training, we are no match for an ordinary individual? My worldview is crumbling. With elders was announcement. The disciples observing the match went into a frenzy, as the shocking outcome shattered their perceptions. So, this is the disciple of Grandfather Qin? Indeed, he is rather peculiar. No wonder Grandfather Qin took him as a disciple. Lin Shurdream, the daughter of Sect Master Lin Tiansheng, and a gifted practitioner who has just reached the nascent soul stage, had previously paid little attention to someone like Qin Xiao, even though he was the disciple of the seventh elder. However, today's events piqued her curiosity. Though the first group's battle was difficult to accept, the competition continued. The second group pitted the main peak against the beast peak. With no doubt about the main peak's victory, The third group featured Tianyuan Peak versus Xinqi Peak, with Tianyuan Peak narrowly prevailing. The fourth group, however, was fiercely contested. Xianquan Peak, known for its dense spiritual energy, boasted disciples of considerable strength, while Xianyao Peak, recognized for its superior medicinal elixirs, was equally formidable. The disciples of the two peaks ultimately fought until exhaustion, resulting in a stalemate, thereby concluding the first round. Following this, the draw for the second round commenced. And by an unfortunate twist of fate, the opponent of Qixing Peak was none other than the Xinqi Peak, led by the third elder. What a coincidence! Both adversaries were enemies. Upon witnessing this outcome, Qin Xiao felt a twinge of helplessness. Surely his luck could not be this dire. Typically, in the first round, everyone tacitly assumes that the weakest disciples will compete, and based on the results, adjustments are made for the second round's combatants, which naturally leads to a more spectacular display of battles. However, Qin Xiao found himself devoid of any desire to watch. Fortunately, Qixing Peak was placed in the fourth group for the second round, the last group, granting him ample time to rest. Nonetheless, the battles proceeded swiftly. The first three groups did not last long before victors emerged, and soon it was time for the fourth group. Qin Xiao, step up to fight, came the call. Luo Qi of Xinqi Peak leapt onto the stone platform. He was the second senior brother of Xinqi Peak, whose strength had already reached the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, not far from the late stage, unlike Brother Li, who had just made a breakthrough. This was dire news for Qin Xiao. Indeed, while he had previously managed to take advantage of situations with Brother Luo, he feared he would gain no such benefits. The observing disciples recognized Luo Qi and expressed sympathy for Qin Xiao's plight. Luo Qi was not to be compared with Li Cheng, excelling far beyond in both talent and strength. Although Qin Xiao had made progress in body refinement, his opponent had grown stronger as well. Alas, he resolved to give it a try. If he could not prevail, he would concede, for there was no personal enmity between them. And he hoped Luo Qi would not resort to lethal force. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiao prepared to ascend the stone platform. Master, wait. Allow me to take this fight, came a voice from behind. As Qin Xiao stood, he turned to see Yin Man, adorned in a flowing white dress, her complexion radiant, indicating she must have achieved something significant. Disciple, how did it go? Were you successful? Qin Xiao inquired with concern. Master, you shall find out shortly, Yin Man replied enigmatically, before leaping onto the stone platform herself. Originally, Yin Man had anticipated that a single night would suffice for her breakthrough, yet she had underestimated her own Dan Tian, which seemed like an endless abyss. It was only after exhausting all 50 drops of spiritual liquid provided by Qin Xiao and refining countless spiritual stones that she managed to barely achieve her breakthrough. Just as she wished to share her joy with Qin Xiao, she realized the sect's grand competition had already commenced, prompting her to hurry over. Feeling elated, she was brimming with confidence, believing herself invincible below the nascent soul stage and capable of exchanging blows above it. Was she not the sole celestial root among the disciples during recruitment? Indeed, it was perplexing why she had chosen to join Qixing Peak, incurring the ire of the Grand Elder. Why must it be so? Such beauty, why could she not be my junior sister? Where's the justice in this? Enough lamenting. Do you even know her cultivation level? Do you still wish for her to be your junior sister? When your master uncle is already qualified, over 20 days ago, Yao Shengzi led the disciples of the Immortal Sword Peak to provoke the Seven Stars Peak, only for senior brother Li Cheng to be directly defeated by Yin Man. She is at the Golden Core stage, while you have just entered the Foundation Establishment stage, still lost in dreams. Thus, it seems that senior brother Li Cheng has suffered losses at the hands of the Seven Stars Peak twice in a row. How unfortunate for senior brother Li Cheng. Yin Man's appearance instantly attracted the attention of many disciples. After all, she possesses high talent, remarkable cultivation, and beauty that is hard to contest. Yin Man, the only one with a heavenly spirit root recruited during the last sect's disciple selection. I have heard of you. It is said that you previously defeated Li Cheng. However, I am not Li Cheng. Even the current Li Cheng is no match for me. You have no chance of victory, so surrender. I do not wish to harm you. Although Luo Qi was also captivated by Yin Man's beauty, he feigned righteousness, hoping to leave a good impression on her. Harm me? With your mid-golden core cultivation? Yin Man regarded Luo Qi as if he were a fool. I have been solidifying my mid-golden core for a year and may break through to the late golden core stage at any moment. Even if you have previously defeated Li Cheng, he is merely in the early golden core stage. The disparity between us is not trivial. Luo Qi wanted to express his anger, yet he maintained his politeness, explaining, I understand. Go ahead and make your move. My master is watching below. I did not come here to chat. Yin Man was well aware that her opponent was not an ordinary mid-golden core cultivator, but did she need to consider that? Not at all. Since you are so insistent, then I must offend you. Seeing that reasoning had no effect, Luo Qi resolved to convince her with his strength. Holding a superior spirit weapon, the sword's body radiated spiritual energy, indicating he was prepared to exert his full power. Today, I shall let you witness my phantom 10 swords. With that, Luo Qi moved like a specter, continuously shifting forms, and the sword in his hand transformed until it manifested into 10 sword shadows. This was senior brother Luo Qi's ultimate technique, the phantom 10 swords, 10 sword shadows that could be both real and illusory, changing in myriad ways, rendering most unable to defend against them. Although Yin Man was at the early golden core stage and possessed a heavenly spirit root, the gap in strength was so vast that she might be defeated in a single move. I do not share that sentiment. Junior sister Yin Man is too beautiful to lose. Regardless of your 10 swords or 8 swords, they are mere nonsense in her presence. Are you foolish? This is a contest of strength, not beauty. I don't care. I simply support junior sister Yin Man. As Luo Qi unleashed his ultimate move, the observing disciples were divided into 2 factions. One believed Yin Man would be defeated in a single strike, while the other mindlessly supported her. Meanwhile, Yin Man, though aware of her opponent's ultimate technique, remained calm and leisurely drew her own sword, standing casually as if unperturbed by Luo Qi's phantom 10 swords. Seeing Yin Man remain motionless, Luo Qi grew anxious. He wished to impress, but did not want to injure her. Yin Man quickly evade. Once he unleashed his technique, there was no way to retract it, so he could only call out a warning. Why should I avoid? With her sword in hand, Yin Man effortlessly directed a sword Qi toward the 10 rushing sword shadows. In an instant, a formidable sword energy swept away the 10 sword shadows of Luo Qi, shattering them upon collision. Conversely, Yin Man's sword energy sliced through Luo Qi's sword shadows and struck the barrier of the stone platform, leaving a distinct scar upon the protective enchantment. As a result of his shattered sword shadows, Luo Qi suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How could this be? This is my ultimate technique. How could it be broken by a single strike? Even as blood flowed from his lips, Luo Qi could scarcely comprehend the unfolding events. Impossible? There is nothing that is truly impossible. Yin Man sheathed her sword, choosing not to pursue further attacks. The outcome left not only the disciples in the viewing area astonished, but also rendered the elders speechless. The barrier of the stone platform was capable of withstanding the attacks of a nascent soul stage cultivator, yet it had been marred by a single strike from Yin Man, causing them to be taken aback. See, I told you, junior sister Yin Man is unparalleled. Brother Luo has been defeated, haha. Junior sister Yin has triumphed. Is this really possible? Can beauty enhance one's strength? Those who had previously engaged in battle were split between elation and bewilderment. The second brother of the immortal artifact Peak had been vanquished in one blow, and the astonishment was not limited to them. Disciple, your progress leaves me humbled. Qin Xiao remarked, equally bewildered. He had faith in Yin Man's victory, yet this manner of triumph was unexpected. He had barely managed to win against Li Cheng after a fierce struggle, whereas she had concluded her battle in a mere strike. Even Lin Shiming, who had not been closely observing the contest, turned her gaze towards Yin Man. Throughout her years, she had been in a league of her own among her peers. The disciples' competition had merely been a formality, as none could rival her. Even the saint of the immortal sword Peak, Yao Kaidong, had only recently entered the late golden core stage, while she had already reached the early nascent soul stage. However, witnessing Yin Man's ability to leave a mark upon the barrier piqued her interest. Perhaps Yin Man would prove to be a worthy opponent. Our Tianyuan Sect has gained another prodigy. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Sect Master Lin Tiancheng was elated, for should the sect flourish under his leadership, he would one day have the honor of facing his own master. What transpired in this past month? Why has Yin Man become such a genius? The Grand Elder, Yao Tiansheng, was also unable to contain his frustration. Had he known this would occur, he would have sacrificed everything to contend for Yin Man alongside Qin Xiao. Yet now, it was too late for regrets. Although Luo Qi was somewhat hypocritical, he possessed enough self-awareness to recognize that his opponent had granted him a graceful exit by refraining from further attacks. Thus, with a sense of nonchalance, he conceded and descended from the stage. With Luo Qi's surrender, the results of the match were announced by Zhua Hongkai. Marking the conclusion of the second round, the 7-star Peak emerged victorious. Chapter 15, 3 consecutive victories, advancing to the challenge matches with the second round concluded. The 7-star Peak had achieved 2 consecutive victories, amassing 6 points, and had virtually secured their position, no longer at risk of being relegated to 8th place. Next came the draw for the third round, and fortune smiled upon the 7-star Peak as they drew the immortal Beast Peak as their opponent. Should they face the main Peak, the outcome would be uncertain, as the true extent of the power possessed by the sect's foremost disciple, the Saintess Lin Shiming, remained an enigma to all. Elder Zhua, can we ascertain Yin Man's cultivation level? Lin Tianqing eagerly inquired upon the return of Elder Zhuangkai. Master, although Yin Man has not fully revealed her prowess, I sensed earlier that she is undoubtedly at the late stage of the Golden Core. It's astonishing that she has achieved this in merely a month since joining the sect, Zhuangkai remarked with a hint of admiration. Indeed, to leave sword marks on the barrier, one must possess at least late-stage Golden Core cultivation. I am truly perplexed as to how Qin Xiao managed this, Lin Tianqing mused. During the recruitment of disciples, it is commonly accepted that they are all at the Qi refining stage. The exact layers are usually assessed after their entry, with each peak compiling reports for the sect's records. Typically, there is no advanced scrutiny of the disciples' cultivation levels. Since Qixing Peak has only Qin Xiao, there was no need for such statistics, as he is an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. Hence, the sect had no requirement for Qixing Peak to report on the disciples' cultivation levels, a practice that has become habitual. Consequently, no one is aware of Yin Man's cultivation level prior to joining the sect, even if she entered at the Golden Core stage. Her rapid ascent from the early to late stage in just 1 month surpasses all understanding. Qin Xiao was no longer concerned with the ongoing third round of battles. Instead, he engaged in conversation with Yin Man, his curiosity piqued. Disciple, speak frankly with your master. Have you succeeded? Master, I have indeed succeeded. But I shall keep it a secret for now, allowing my opponents to be caught off guard, Yin Man playfully replied. Well done, well done. Truly my disciple, who understands the art of strategy. Qin Xiao expressed his satisfaction with her decision. As the third round of combat commenced, many disciples' gazes were fixed upon the preparation area of Qixing Peak. Senior brother, do you think if I were to switch to Qixing Peak, our peak master would be furious? Indeed, I too wish to join Qixing Peak. Had I known at the onset, I would have chosen it, another chimed in. I desire to go as well. But let me clarify that my intentions are not solely due to junior sister Yin Man's presence. I believe Qixing Peak is my destined sanctuary, and I am certain that I would swiftly advance in my cultivation there. Come, those who wish to join, step forward. I shall report to the peak master and ensure you all receive a sound thrashing, the senior brother retorted, clearly exasperated. You lot have only been in the sect for a month and already entertain such thoughts of defection. Senior brother, it was merely a jest. We remain steadfastly loyal to our peak, they quickly reassured him. Indeed, just a joke. The disciples echoed, laughing nervously. In truth, many shared this sentiment. Numerous disciples were contemplating the same, partly due to Yin Man and partly because they sensed that Qixing Peak possessed extraordinary qualities. Else Yin Man would not have chosen to join it. Amidst their banter, the third round of matches progressed to the third group, featuring Qixing Peak against Xian Beast Peak. Master, wait for me. I shall secure another victory for you, Yin Man declared as she rose and, after exchanging words with Qin Xiao, soared up to the stone platform. This time, Xian Beast Peak had sent forth their second-ranking disciple, Chu Sheng. Will you strike first, or shall I? As the other party approached, Yin Man began to speak. Hold on, I never said I wanted to fight. Chu Sheng quickly clarified upon hearing Yin Man's words. I am aware that my cultivation level is comparable to that of senior brother Luo Qi, and perhaps I might not even be able to defeat him. Given that senior brother Luo couldn't withstand a single blow from you, I shall spare myself the embarrassment. Noticing that Yin Man had not taken immediate action, Chu Sheng continued to explain. Then why have you come up if you do not intend to fight? Yin Man inquired, puzzled by his presence. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Chu Sheng, the second senior brother of the immortal Beast Peak. I merely came to make your acquaintance. Should you ever require assistance, feel free to visit the immortal Beast Peak, and I shall surely lend my help, Chu Sheng said with a smile. There is no need for assistance. For with my master present, I require nothing. If you do not intend to fight, then you should surrender promptly, or I shall take action, Yin Man declared, showing no interest in Chu Sheng's proposal as she prepared to strike. Wait, I surrender. Remember, my name is Chu Sheng. Chu Sheng exclaimed hastily as he sensed Yin Man's impending attack, hurriedly announcing his name even as he descended from the stage. Doesn't this senior brother feel ashamed to surrender so loudly? One of the disciples remarked. Isn't this Chu Sheng the second senior brother of your immortal Beast Peak? Why are you criticizing him? Another asked. Junior brother, you are mistaken. I do not know him. This attire is borrowed from another junior brother, came the reply. The disciples of the immortal Beast Peak remained silent, casting furtive glances and quietly cursing Chu Sheng. You wretched disciple, you have brought disgrace upon the immortal Beast Peak. As soon as Chu Sheng stepped down, Wan Rongyang, the peak master and elder, approached, ready to reprimand him. Master, please wait. Chu Sheng interjected, sensing the imminent reprimand. Wretched disciple, what further explanation do you have? Wan Rongyang was furious and wanted to scold him, yet Chu Sheng was also his beloved apprentice, which only fueled his frustration. Master, you have seen for yourself that the 7 Stars Peak is not as it once was. With Qin Xiao's peculiarities and Yin Man's rise, they will undoubtedly become formidable figures. Although I have lost a bit of face, I have indirectly left a good impression on them. In the past, we, the disciples of other peaks, oppressed the 7 stars peak, and you are aware of that. Should retaliation ensue in the future, my small loss of face might prompt them to show mercy. I endure this humiliation for the benefit of the immortal beast peak, carrying this burden for us all, master. As Chusheng spoke, he attempted to squeeze out tears, but to no avail. Go away, return, and reflect on your actions. You shall not leave confinement until you reach the late golden core stage. Wan Rongyang naturally could not bring himself to truly punish Chusheng, but there was merit in his words. It would be essential to foster relations with the 7 stars peak moving forward. Subsequently, Zhua Hongkai announced the victory of the 7 stars peak, achieving a remarkable 3 consecutive victories with a total of 9 points. The final match was between the main peak and the immortal spring peak, which also ended in a crushing victory. In the end, the ranking of points was as follows. First place, the main peak with 9 points. Second place, the 7 stars peak, also with 9 points. Third place, the immortal sword peak with 6 points. Fourth place, the immortal cloud peak with 6 points. Fifth place, the immortal artifact peak with 3 points. Sixth place, the immortal medicine peak with 1 point. Seventh place, the immortal spring peak with 1 point. Eighth place, the immortal beast peak with 0 points. It is indeed unfortunate for the beast peak. The senior brother is in seclusion, and the most formidable second brother has encountered Yin Man, having previously faced the main peak and the sword peak, resulting in a dismal score of 0. The medicine peak and spring peak managed to secure a single point each due to a draw in their initial match, but subsequently suffered defeats in the next 2 rounds. Otherwise, all 3 peaks would have ended with no points at all. Although there are ties in scores, they will be ranked according to the previous standings. Thus, even with the same points, the 7-star peak can only place second, while the sword peak, having ranked ahead of the cloud peak previously, is positioned third. With the points competition concluded, the next phase is the challenge tournament, where each peak is granted a single opportunity to challenge the peak directly above it. Starting from the beast peak. As the points competition comes to a close, Elder Zhua Hongkai announces the commencement of the challenge tournament. Chapter 16, the challenge begins. Battling Yao Kaidong. The challenge tournament is initiated by the beast peak, currently ranked 8th. With the conclusion of the points competition and the preliminary rankings established, Elder Zhua Hongkai directly proclaims the start of the challenge tournament. With the senior brother of the beast peak in seclusion, it is naturally the second brother, Chusheng, who takes to the stage. The peak being challenged is the spring peak, ranked 7th. Similarly, the spring peak senior brother is also in seclusion, leaving the second sister, Qin Xiao, to ascend the combat platform. Sister Chun, how about we graciously allow the spring peak to take the 8th spot this time? Chusheng jestingly inquires. Sister Chu, although you may be slightly stronger than I, the outcome is not guaranteed, Qin Xiao retorts, unwilling to concede easily. In the 3rd round of the points competition, she faced the sect's saintess, Lin Shimeng, from the main peak, and readily surrendered, thus preserving her strength for this very moment, making her unfazed by Chusheng. My youthful and radiant sister Chun, I know you retained your strength during the points competition, but I too have not revealed my full capabilities. We both stand at our peak. Our 2 peaks share a good rapport, so there is truly no need for conflict. Chusheng had already anticipated this scenario, which is why he hastily surrendered against Yin Man, preferring not to take any risks that might lead to injury and jeopardize his chances against Qin Xiao in the challenge tournament. Ah, so this was your scheme all along. Wan Rongyang finally comprehends Chusheng's intentions, feeling quite pleased. Although this lad may not be entirely reliable and is particularly cunning, his strategic mind is commendable. Very well, Xiaowan. Let us concede this challenge to them. The distinction between 7th and 8th is not significant. Elder Wen Yuanying, the 6th elder of the Spring Peak, speaks up. As the peak leader, her disciples are few due to her gender, and each one is dear to her heart. Since Chusheng is in peak condition, the outcome of a confrontation is uncertain. If her prized disciple were to sustain injuries, it would not be worth the risk. Master, I preserve my strength for this very moment. How can you ask me to concede? Qin Xiao immediately expresses her discontent. The outcome of a battle can only be determined through combat. Truly, you are the most beautiful elder of our sect. I knew you would care for your disciple. Thank you, Elder Wen. Upon hearing the words of Elder Wen Yuanying, Chusheng promptly expressed his gratitude. The smooth-talking lad, I am merely concerned for my disciple's safety. Who has the time to worry about you? Even as he spoke thus, Wen Yuanying felt a sense of satisfaction within. In this contest, the Xian Beast Peak emerged victorious. As soon as Zhua Hongkai witnessed Xianquan Peak's concession, he swiftly announced the results. Xianquan Peak, not wishing to continue challenging Xianyao Peak, decided to accept the 8th position. Considering that these peaks share amicable relations, and the distinction between the 6th, 7th, and 8th positions bears little significance. Very well, Xianquan Peak concedes the challenge. It is now the turn of the 6th-ranked Xianyao Peak to challenge Xinqi Peak. Zhua Hongkai continued. Enough, my Xianyao Peak shall not contest further. Elder Du Jiansong also chose to withdraw from the challenge. Historically, the contest has primarily seen competition among the top 3, and with the recent emergence of Qixing Peak, Xianyao Peak opted to refrain from participation. Now that Xianyao Peak has relinquished its challenge, it is Xinqi Peak's turn to challenge Xianyuan Peak, Zhua Hongkai announced further. Our Xinqi Peak also withdraws. Kong Jingya, having recently allied with the 2nd elder, deemed it inappropriate to pursue a challenge and likewise opted out. What is the meaning of this? In previous years, even when faced with defeat, these peaks would send forth their disciples to compete. Why is it that this year they all choose to withdraw? You may not be aware, but in prior years, there were no uncertainties, and each peak had a reasonable estimation of its rank. Engaging in bouts for exchange was customary, yet this year, with the rise of Qixing Peak, the top 3 positions have essentially been secured. As such, those ranked 5th and below have lost interest, and attention has shifted away from them, leading to their reluctance to compete. No wonder the last 4 positions merely serve as a formality. The main spectacle is undeniably the top 4. Observing the voluntary withdrawals of these peaks, some disciples in attendance expressed confusion, while others sought clarification. It is understandable. This year, Qixing Peak has ascended from the bottom to 2nd place, leaving little concern for the rankings of the subsequent peaks. Brother, we have always stood united. This time, I must seek a resolution with Qin Xiao. You wouldn't stab me in the back, would you? Yao Tiansheng had already sent a message to Yao Yongji before Zhua Hongkai made his announcement. With Xianjian Peak's Li Cheng severely injured and Saintess Lu Shuyue having only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, even with numerous treasures at hand, he recognized no chance of victory against Xianyuan Peak's eldest disciple. His own son, Yao Kaidong, needed to conserve strength to face Yin Man. Thus he could only communicate with his 2nd brother. Since elder brother has spoken, I shall naturally grant you this favor, Yao Yongji thought to challenge. But having received his brother's message, he too had to relent, for it would not do to reveal any discord between them. Our Xianyuan Peak also withdraws. Before Zhua Hongkai could announce, Yao Yongji spoke first. With Xianyuan Peak's concession, the next contest would see Xianjian Peak challenging Qixing Peak. Zhua Hongkai was not overly surprised by Yao Yongji's withdrawal. The elder brothers had a bond, and this lack of contention was to be expected. Yin Man, come forth. Yao Kaidong, having harbored his anger for a considerable time, finally found the opportunity for vengeance. Ascending the stone platform, he brandished his sword menacingly at Yin Man. In the previous round, he had effortlessly defeated a disciple from the immortal medicine peak without exhausting much spiritual energy. Thus he stood at the pinnacle of his strength. Emboldened further by a protective artifact, unafraid of Yin Man. Very well, master. Last time my strength was inferior to his, but this time I shall ensure he receives a proper lesson, avenging you. Yin Man, upon witnessing Yao Kaidong's appearance, felt an urge to engage. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the Grand Elder and the sect leader more than 20 days ago, he might have resorted to lethal measures. Go ahead. Inflict injuries, but do not kill him. Of course, if you find yourself outmatched, concede immediately. This ranking is of no concern to me. Qin Xiao, observing Yin Man's unwavering confidence, encouraged her while also warning about the potential dangers of injury. Rest assured, master, I shall exercise discretion. With that, Yin Man gracefully leaped onto the stone platform. I am aware of your recent advancements, yet you are not the only one who has progressed. I have also reached the peak of the Golden Core stage, merely a step away from its zenith. Regardless of your improvements, today you stand no chance of victory. Yao Kaidong had indeed noted Yin Man's earlier display of prowess, and while he was impressed, he believed he could withstand it. After all, he had made strides in his own cultivation over the past 20 days. Initially, he intended to confront Lin Shimeng, but with that challenge unattainable, he settled for practicing against Yin Man enough with the idle chatter. More than 20 days ago, you caused a disturbance at my 7 stars peak. Today, it is time to settle the score. Yin Man was indifferent to Yao Kaidong's words. Her sole purpose today was revenge. Very well, since you were so obstinate, prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, a golden radiance erupted from Yao Kaidong's sword as he slashed towards Yin Man. What? A low-grade artifact? The Grand Elder actually bestowed a low-grade artifact upon Yao Kaidong? The atmosphere shifted as the sect leader, Lin Tiancheng, observed the emergence of the low-grade artifact's aura. In battles of this caliber, the enhancement provided by weapons was paramount. Possessing a low-grade artifact could mean the difference between victory and defeat, even among those at the same Golden Core stage. Yin Man, drawing her sword in defense, unleashed a similar golden brilliance from her weapon. What? Yin Man's weapon is not a superior spirit artifact, but a low-grade artifact as well. Lin Tiancheng was taken aback once more as he beheld the golden light emanating from Yin Man's sword. Chapter 17. Overpowered by Yin Man. Devouring explosive spirit pills, the two beams of golden light clashed continuously on the arena, neither side yielding an inch. Just how much hidden potential does the Seven Stars Peak possess? What treasures has the seventh elder left for Qin Xiao? Eighth elder, Zhuahong Kai, was equally astonished. As the organizer of this event, he had to remain vigilant about the duel's progression, ready to intervene at a critical moment to prevent any severe injuries to the disciples. Yet, low-grade artifacts are exceedingly rare. The entire sect possessed only a handful, with mid-grade artifacts being even scarcer, one in the hands of the sect leader and another with the Grand Elder, while the remaining low-grade artifacts were distributed among the peak leaders. Inferior-grade magical artifacts are typically bestowed upon disciples who have reached the nascent soul stage or above. Thus, it was quite astonishing for him to witness two late-stage golden core disciples wielding such artifacts, especially considering that he himself was only equipped with an inferior-grade weapon. Who exactly is this disciple of mine? Even their weapon radiates golden light, and judging by the expressions of the onlookers, it appears rather formidable. Qin Xiao, of course, was unaware that this was an inferior-grade artifact, as he had never seen one before and lacked the spiritual energy to perceive the aura and pressure emanating from it. Previously, it was said that Seven Stars Peak was impoverished to the point of being destitute, yet it seems these were mere rumors. The rapid advancement in cultivation and possession of inferior-grade artifacts certainly justifies its status as an independent peak. After the seventh elder of Seven Stars Peak fell in battle, the sect declined, but little did anyone know it had retained such valuable items. Those disciples who left Seven Stars Peak must surely be regretting their decision now. Indeed, had I remained at Seven Stars Peak, I would not have left. Now, re-entering is likely a daunting task, especially since the disciples there all possess heavenly spiritual roots and are at the golden core stage. Observing Yin Man's current cultivation and the inferior grade artifact in her possession, the observing disciples were filled with envy. Having only just begun her journey a month prior, she could already contend with the holy son of Sword Peak, which was quite astonishing. Meanwhile, on the field, Yao Kaidong found himself increasingly at a loss. No matter how he attacked, Yin Man effortlessly countered him. He was also taken aback to discover that Yin Man had reached the late-stage golden core level as well. Yin Man, I do not know how you have achieved such rapid advancement, but surely you have taken shortcuts. You must understand that shortcuts come at a price. If you were to join Sword Peak, I could ask my father to assist you, lest your talent as a heavenly spiritual root be wasted. After a brief exchange, Yao Kaidong swiftly distanced himself and spoke to Yin Man. There is no need for your concern. I am aware of whether I have taken shortcuts or not, and my talent is none of your business. If you intend to fight, then let us do so. Spare me your superfluous words. Naturally, Yin Man had no intention of revealing the true nature of her cultivation advancements. Since you remain obstinate, I shall no longer hold back. Yao Kaidong, feeling his goodwill rebuffed once again, became even more furious. He then produced a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Almost instantly, his spiritual power surged, reaching the peak of the golden core stage. What? He actually consumed a spirit-boosting pill? This guarantees Yin Man's defeat. Was this not a form of cheating? How could one be so unfair? Yin Man, after all, was relying solely on her genuine strength. In combat, only victory or defeat mattered. The means employed were acceptable as long as they were not despicable. This was a part of one's strength. It seems Sword Peak is not as impressive as it claims, resorting to such tactics. Observers discussed Yao Kaidong's sudden surge of power, and Yin Man's admirers even dared to criticize Sword Peak. Wait, one can actually take medicine mid-battle? Why didn't I think of that? Had I known, I would have bought some for my disciple. What a miscalculation, but it matters not. At worst, we can concede. Upon witnessing Yao Kaidong consume the medicinal pill, his aura surged dramatically, leaving Qin Xiao filled with regret as he slapped his thigh, candidly admitting his miscalculation. Consuming a potion? To secure an unequivocal victory, one must unveil some hidden cards, yet this could perilously expose one's identity. Should one proceed or refrain? At this moment, Yin Man found herself similarly conflicted. She harbored no desire to reveal too much, yet refraining from taking decisive action might jeopardize her chances of success, especially considering Yao Kaidong's formidable enhancement in power. Disciple, engage if you can, if not, concede. I care not for rankings, Qin Xiao urged, his concern for Yin Man's safety evident as he shouted from the sidelines. The primary objective of this grand competition was merely to safeguard the 7-star peak. Any rank achieved would be a bonus, but if his disciple were to sustain injuries, the consequences would be dire. Master, I understand. Yin Man replied after observing Qin Xiao's anxious expression. While her master may be indifferent to standings, she could not bear to let him down. Her current prowess was entirely a result of his unwavering dedication and support. She resolved to endure, knowing that her opponent's medicinal effects were likely time-limited. If absolutely necessary, she would reveal a fraction of her strength to secure victory. Despite her outward assurances, Yin Man had already resolved to triumph and vindicate her master. If you refuse to concede, then I shall incapacitate you, Yao Kaidong declared, his aura no longer ascending as he fully unleashed the potential of his low-grade magical artifact. At that moment, he felt confident even in the face of Lin Sherdong. He then unleashed a wave of sword energy toward Yin Man, which, despite its seemingly languid pace, was inescapably aimed at her. Yin Man's spiritual energy began to surge, not from the potion, but because she had not previously exerted her full strength. With no means of evasion, she raised her sword to parry, the golden light of her low-grade artifact intensifying. The sword energy collided with her, propelling her backward, revealing its formidable nature. Yin Man struggled to withstand the onslaught. This was no ordinary strike, but rather Yao Kaidong's full-powered attack, making it challenging to block. Seizing an opportune moment, she deftly redirected the sword energy upward, altering its trajectory. The energy subsequently struck the barrier above the stone platform with tremendous force, nearly shattering the protective shield. Previously, Yin Man's strike had only left a mark, yet Yao Kaidong's blow nearly breached the barrier, clearly illustrating the disparity in strength. Fortunately, Zhuahong recognized the imminent danger and promptly stabilized the barrier, averting catastrophe. What a terrifying strike, it nearly shattered the barrier. Is this the might of a peak golden core cultivator wielding a low-grade artifact? Truly fearsome. Nonsense. Such a powerful strike was effortlessly neutralized by junior sister Yin Man. The outcome remains uncertain, came the retort. The comments from the observing disciples sparked discontent among the members of the Xianjian Peak, leading to an uproar. At this moment, the most astonished was still Yao Kaidong on the field. He had unleashed all his might, if not for the complete annihilation of his opponent, at the very least. He expected to inflict severe injury. Yet, this was astonishingly neutralized, leaving him utterly bewildered. How could this be possible? I am at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, wielding a low-grade magical artifact. How could she possibly withstand my attack? Yao Kaidong struggled to accept this reality. He was in his peak state, yet he still could not vanquish her. What is impossible? Even if you were truly at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, you would still not prevail against me. Although Yin Man had found the previous encounter somewhat taxing, she was fortunate enough to possess treasures that allowed her to barely withstand the blow. You seek death, merely fortuitously blocking my strike. Do you think you can continue to rely on luck? Yao Kaidong quickly adjusted his stance and launched a series of sword strikes. Multiple sword shadows once again surging towards Yin Man. Chapter 18. Second of the Sect, Abyssal Secret Realm. Powerful sword energies sliced through the air towards her. And Yin Man dared not underestimate the threat. In an instant, she activated the protective artifact on her person. She possessed more than just the sword in her hand. She also had a medium-grade protective artifact. A faint golden shield swiftly materialized around her, encasing her entirely. Although the golden light was not overly pronounced, the dense spiritual energy emanating from it was far more formidable than the sword energies unleashed by Yao Kaidong. As several sword shadows struck Yin Man, she remained motionless, allowing them to hit her, for she had great confidence in her life-saving artifact. What has happened to junior sister Yin Man? Why does she not evade? One sword energy could repel her, but multiple strikes together might prove insurmountable. I see she has been rendered speechless, unable to move. Who does the holy son of our peak think he is? Is she truly capable of withstanding him? TSK. I believe Yin Man holds our peak senior brother in utter disregard, hence she feels no need to dodge. Though Yin Man's admirers spoke boldly, they felt a lack of confidence within, for these sword energies were undeniably overwhelming. A protective artifact? Zhuahongkai had already prepared to intervene at any moment. Yin Man was a rare prodigy of the sect. He could not allow her to be harmed or perish. However, upon witnessing the protective shield surrounding her, he hesitated. He discerned that Yin Man's expression bore no trace of panic, so he wished to observe what confidence she possessed that made her choose to stand her ground. If you do not evade, then prepare to perish. Yao Kaidong felt no fear. Even if he were to slay her, the sect would only impose a minor penalty, for he had his father and grandfather, the elder, to shield him from severe repercussions. Naturally, Yin Man would not remain idle, allowing herself to be struck without retaliation. She continuously gathered spiritual energy, channeling it into her sword. As several sword energies struck Yin Man, they shattered against her shield, vanishing into nothingness. Just as Yao Kaidong wore an expression of disbelief, Yin Man swiftly counterattacked, unleashing an even more powerful sword energy that sped towards him. Even Zhuangkai beside them had no time to react. After all, no one anticipated that under such circumstances, Yin Man would possess the opportunity to retaliate. The speed of the sword Qi surpassed everyone's expectations, even catching the elder on standby off guard. The sword Qi struck the dazed Yao Kai Dong directly. As the blade swept through, despite Yao Kai Dong possessing a protective treasure, he was still cleaved from the stone platform, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could utter the word death, Yao Kai Dong had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Donger. The elder hurriedly approached to assess Yao Kai Dong's injuries. Yin Man, I will remember you, as well as you, Qin Xiao, and you, 7-star Peak. Upon realizing that his son had not sustained any critical injuries, Yao Tiansheng finally relaxed, casting a harsh remark towards Yin Man and Qin Xiao before lifting Yao Kai Dong and flying towards his immortal sword Peak. Everything transpired too swiftly. Many disciples were still in shock. What on earth happened? Did young Master Yao lose? The disciples of Immortal Sword Peak were expressions of disbelief. Yao Kai Dong was second only to the sect's holy maiden, Lin Shimeng. How could he have lost? Sister Yin Man is formidable. Sister Yin Man is invincible. The little admirers of Yin Man shouted in unison, their numbers rapidly increasing. This was the result of Immortal Sword Peak's long-standing dominance and bullying of disciples from other peaks. If Immortal Sword Peak had finished second this year, everyone would have accepted it, but now that Yao Kai Dong had lost, the pent-up resentment finally found an outlet. What is happening? Why has my disciple suddenly become so popular? Qin Xiao was equally bewildered by the enthusiastic shouts of the disciples. These individuals had previously ignored 7-star Peak, yet today they were collectively rallying in support. Immortal Sword Peak challenges 7-star Peak, and 7-star Peak prevails. After a brief moment of astonishment, Elder Zhuangkai quickly announced the outcome of the challenge. Master, how was it? I did not disappoint you, did I? Yin Man approached Qin Xiao with a triumphant expression, hoping for his affirmation. Indeed, you have truly impressed your master today. Very well. I shall reward you with 50 drops of spirit essence later. Qin Xiao was naturally pleased with this outcome and decided to offer a reward. Thank you, master. I shall certainly live up to your expectations. Upon hearing that Qin Xiao would reward her with 50 drops of spirit essence, Yin Man's spirits soared. It seemed revealing a bit of her trump card was worth it. In the final match, 7-star Peak would challenge the main Peak. Seeing Yin Man still bubbling with energy, Elder Zhuangkai declared the last challenge. Following his announcement, the sect's holy maiden, Lin Shimeng, opened her eyes from her meditative state, curious about Yin Man. If Yao Kai Dong were to challenge me, I would have little interest. However, this Yin Man might be worth my effort. She should make for an excellent opponent. With a leap, Lin Shimeng ascended the stone platform, remaining silent as she awaited Yin Man's arrival. Master, wait for me. I will secure the first place for you. With Lin Shimeng already on stage, Yin Man prepared to make her ascent. At present, Yin Man exudes unwavering confidence, bolstered by the promised reward from Qin Xiao, filling her with an invigorating strength. Hold on. Let us concede this round. Qin Xiao hastily restrained the eager Yin Man master. What does this mean? Although Lin Shimeng is formidable, I am no weakling myself. Without a contest, how can we discern victory from defeat? How can we concede? Yin Man questioned, somewhat perplexed. My dear disciple, you are still young and do not grasp the intricacies of the situation. We have already offended the Grand Elder. To challenge the main Peak now would only serve to alienate everyone. I have faith in your abilities, yet we must exercise discretion. Do you understand the importance of humility? Qin Xiao explained diligently. Master, given the current circumstances, isn't it a bit late to speak of humility? Yin Man replied, somewhat speechless. We have already clashed with Yao Kai Dong of the Immortal Sword Peak. Only now do you mention discretion? You make a valid point. However, that is a different matter altogether. We have always been at odds with the Grand Elder. We have offended him, and that is that. But the sect master is another story. Should we challenge the main Peak and emerge victorious? What if the sect master decides to make things difficult for us at the 7 stars Peak? This is a matter of human relations, and you are still too young to comprehend it fully. Trust your master. Qin Xiao continued to persuade. Very well, master. Since you say so, I shall heed your words. Yin Man conceded, recognizing Qin Xiao's steadfastness and choosing not to argue further. Elder Zhua, we at 7 stars Peak forfeit this challenge. With Yin Man persuaded, Qin Xiao stepped forward to officially withdraw from the contest. Since 7 stars Peak has conceded, the sect's grand competition is hereby concluded. Each peak will receive rewards according to their rankings, which will be delivered shortly, Elder Zhuangkai announced upon witnessing Qin Xiao's withdrawal. By the way, Qin Xiao, in previous years, no one from 7 stars Peak was able to cultivate, and thus you were not included in the triannual abyssal secret realm. However, Since this year you have produced such a prodigious disciple, you shall be counted among us. The secret realm will open in 1 month, and the sect will notify you in due course. Make sure to cultivate diligently during this month, Elders Wahankai added, as Qin Xiao prepared to depart. His words were not merely a gesture of goodwill. Rather, he had received communication from sect master Lin Tianqing, acknowledging the remarkable disciple that 7 Stars Peak now boasted. Thank you for the reminder, Elder. Qin Xiao had indeed heard of the abyssal secret realm, though he had not been present during its last opening 3 years prior. Thus he was unaware of its offerings. Naturally, such a realm would harbor numerous treasures. Chapter 19, Rewards Delivered. The Saintess arrives upon returning to 7 Stars Peak with Yin Man. Many disciples from other peaks followed suit, making their way up the mountain. My disciple, I am exceedingly pleased with your performance this time. Besides the 50 drops of spiritual liquid, what other rewards do you desire? Would you like me to provide you with more spirit stones? Feel free to purchase whatever you need, Qin Xiao remarked, contemplating whether merely offering spiritual liquid was insufficient. And intending to bestow additional rewards upon Yin Man Master, that is ample. The 500,000 spirit stones you previously granted me remain largely unused. Should I require more? I will certainly seek you out, Yin Man replied. Yin Man hastily declined, fully aware of her master's formidable prowess. She dared not be greedy, lest she leave a poor impression. As long as she performed admirably, resources for cultivation would naturally follow. Thus, she swiftly rejected the offer, stating, since you insist, I shall not press the matter further. Should you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to seek me out. I would not treat you unfairly. Now, return and focus on your cultivation. Upon hearing Yin Man's response, Qin Xiao felt even more satisfied. She understood the importance of knowing when to advance and when to retreat, embodying the qualities of an excellent disciple. Is Master Qin present? We wish to pay our respects. After distributing the spiritual liquid, Qin Xiao had intended to retreat to his chamber for cultivation when shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. Yin Man, apprehensive that the Sword Peak might be seeking revenge, chose not to return to her room, but instead accompanied Qin Xiao to the courtyard. Come in, Qin Xiao invited, sensing a considerable gathering outside and allowing them to enter and converse. The courtyard door swung open, and dozens of disciples surged in, converging before Qin Xiao. Most of these disciples were newcomers, with a few who had joined earlier, all of them ordinary inner disciples, none being direct disciples. Thus, by seniority, they were obliged to address Qin Xiao as Master Uncle. Greetings, Master Uncle Qin. Greetings, Senior Sister Yin Man. Although these disciples had joined before Yin Man, previously calling her junior sister, they promptly corrected themselves, acknowledging her formidable cultivation. What brings this throng to my 7-star peak? Qin Xiao surveyed the crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. Typically, they would avoid his peak, yet today they sought an audience. Master Uncle Qin, we wish to inquire if 7-star peak is in need of disciples. We are eager to transfer here, and we wonder if you would accept us. The leader of the group spoke eagerly, though his gaze frequently drifted towards Yin Man. How dare you set your sights on my disciple? Qin Xiao exclaimed, his irritation palpable. If the matter were trivial, he would not have been so angered, but the audacity of these brats to covet his beloved disciple was intolerable. She possessed the heavenly spiritual roots required by his system. You lot, unworthy as you are, dare to pursue her? Master Uncle, you misunderstand. We hold Senior Sister Yin Man in high regard, with no other intentions. Our talents and cultivation are not worthy of her. We are self-aware. We assure you, should you accept us, we will remain loyal to 7-star peak, the leader hastily clarified, revealing their admiration for Yin Man and their desire to be near her for her protection. My master commands you to leave. Do you not comprehend? Shall I take action? Yin Man interjected, sensing Qin Xiao's displeasure and stepping in to expedite their departure. We apologize for our intrusion. We shall take our leave. Senior Sister Yin Man, please do not be upset. The group, finally heeding her words, retreated, leaving the courtyard and ensuring the door was closed behind them. Disciple, allow me to impart some wisdom. These youngsters, having only recently embarked upon their journey of cultivation, remain unsettled in heart and mind. Rather than dedicating themselves singularly to their practice, they indulge in frivolities that bear no fruit. It would be prudent to limit your interactions with such individuals. Upon observing that the others had departed, Qin Xiao turned to Yin Man and continued, in the realm of cultivation, if one cannot sever the ties of emotional attachments, the heights one can attain will be severely limited. We cannot afford to squander your innate celestial root. Noticing Yin Man's silence, Qin Xiao added, as your master, I trust you will not disappoint me. Though Yin Man acquiesced verbally, she felt an insatiable thirst for vengeance, driven by the need to avenge her family. Very well. Return to your studies. The path of cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One must either forge ahead or fall behind. Maintain this momentum, and you may yet rise to the position of sect leader. In times past, Qin Xiao had merely wished to avoid expulsion and find stability in this unfamiliar world. However, now that his disciple exhibited remarkable prowess, perhaps ascension to sect leader was within reach, allowing him to attain the esteemed title of elder. The thought brought him joy. Understood. I shall intensify my training, Yin Man replied resolutely, fully aware of the formidable adversaries she faced. Just as the two were preparing to retreat to their respective quarters, a knock resounded at the courtyard door once more. Ah, you bunch of unruly brats. Is there no end to your antics? Can't you convey your messages all at once? Hurry inside, speak your piece, and be on your way. Qin Xiao, despite his irritation at the persistent knocking, resolved to permit their entry, as it would be unwise to offend too many disciples from various peaks at once. Oh, Qin Shidi, what a grand affair you have here. Upon the door's opening, the person who entered was none other than the sect's holy maiden, Lin Shiming, daughter of the sect leader. Lin Shiji. My apologies for the oversight. Please, do come in. Upon recognizing Lin Shiming, Qin Xiao hastily rose from his chair to invite her in. What brings you to my humble 7-star peak, Lin Shiji? He had not anticipated her visit, but understood the importance of treating the sect's holy maiden with utmost respect. Lin Shiming did not respond immediately. Instead, she gracefully stepped into the courtyard, while the group of disciples outside craned their necks to catch a glimpse. She approached the rocking chair where Qin Xiao sat, took a seat, and with a wave of her hand, closed the door behind her. Qin Shidi, I am here to present you with a reward. Your 7-star peak has surprised everyone by achieving second place. After settling in, Lin Shiming finally revealed her purpose. So it is this matter. There was no need for you to trouble yourself, Lin Shiji. It could have been entrusted to the other disciples, Qin Xiao replied, relieved that it was merely a triviality. This reward is but a courtesy. My primary reason for visiting is to engage in a friendly contest with Yin Man. Your withdrawal from the challenge has led me to seek her out personally. Lin Shiming stated her intentions directly. What? You wish to duel with my disciple? This is absolutely out of the question. You are my senior sister, and she is my disciple. There exists a significant generational gap between us, which is indeed inappropriate. Perhaps I should concede on behalf of my disciple, for I doubt she stands a chance against you. Qin Xiao could hardly fathom that Lin Shiming had come with the intention of engaging in combat with his disciple. This simply could not be allowed. If my disciple were to lose, she would be injured. If she were to win, it would only serve to offend the main peak, yielding no benefit whatsoever. Thus, I refuse to participate. Junior brother, this matter does not concern you, nor is there any need for you to concede. Please summon your disciple, Yin Man, Lin Shiming insisted. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from her, nearly blinding Qin Xiao. Yin Man had just returned to her quarters, not yet begun her cultivation, when she sensed the spiritual energy released by Lin Shiming and promptly emerged. Master, there is no need to fear her. I, Yin Man, will accept this challenge. Chapter 20. A duel between two unyielding maidens. Upon seeing Yin Man step forward, Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Oh dear, my precious niece. This is hardly the time for you to complicate matters. This is not a minor character we are dealing with. She is the foremost disciple of the sect, the sacred maiden, and the daughter of the sect leader. We cannot afford to offend her. Disciple, return to your cultivation. I shall handle this, Qin Xiao urged, though his protests were in vain, as he continued to push Yin Man back. Hold on, junior brother Qin. Since your disciple has already emerged, why not give it a try? Lin Shiming proposed, rising to meet Yin Man's gaze. Sharing the same heavenly spiritual root, she had long since surpassed her peers and was eager to find a worthy opponent, not wishing to let this opportunity slip away so easily. Master, do not worry. I may not necessarily lose to her. Even as Qin Xiao urged her to retreat, Yin Man's pride compelled her to stand her ground. Oh, if that is the case, then I shall gladly accept the challenge, Lin Shiming declared, unleashing a torrent of formidable spiritual energy. Let the contest commence. Yin Man, undeterred, felt her own spiritual energy surge in response, causing Qin Xiao to be pushed back by the force of their combined powers. The other disciples outside had no insight into the events unfolding within, yet they could certainly sense the powerful waves of spiritual energy. What is happening? Did Lin Shiming come here to fight? Such a tremendous surge of spiritual energy can only be attributed to her and disciple Yun. What should we do? Do not fret. Disciple Yun may not necessarily lose. After all, even the Holy Sun Yao is no match for her. As the disciples outside speculated, Qin Xiao found himself unable to intervene. The fierce clash of spiritual energies enveloped the courtyard in a whirlwind of dust, even sending his usual reclining chair soaring into the air. What a predicament! I am utterly incapable of stopping a battle of this magnitude. Qin Xiao could only hope that an elder from the sect might happen to pass by to mediate. or that the sect leader would hurry over, for it was his daughter who had come to fight. As the situation escalated, the courtyard seemed on the brink of destruction, prompting Qin Xiao to abandon all caution. "Cease this at once," he shouted, and both Lin Shiming and Yun Man halted their assault simultaneously. "What do you intend to do now, junior brother Qin?" Lin Shiming inquired, a hint of irritation in her voice. "Master, do not fear," Yin Man quickly reassured. "Esteemed friends, do you not possess a more refined method for your contest? Must you truly dismantle my humble courtyard?" Qin Xiao, fully aware that persuasion was futile, pondered if an alternative approach might be feasible, as his little courtyard was on the verge of destruction. Clearly, this approach was not tenable. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Lin Sherdream began to scrutinize the courtyard, recognizing that it was ill-equipped to withstand their clash of energies. "If a contest is what you seek, I acquiesce. However, might we engage in a literary duel instead of a physical one? My modest courtyard cannot endure the tumult." Noticing that both parties had calmed somewhat, Qin Xiao hastily proposed. "A literary duel, you say? How might that unfold?" Lin Sherdream, respecting the memory of the seventh elder who had treated her well, was also reluctant to cause any damage to the courtyard. "Let us consider this. You two could compete by channeling your energies against one another, not releasing them outwardly, but rather measuring the purity and depth of your energies in a one-on-one contest. This way, the courtyard shall remain intact. What say you?" Qin Xiao found himself briefly at a loss for words, yet he recalled the martial artists on television who demonstrated their inner strength without causing collateral damage. He wondered if such a contest could be permissible within the realm of cultivation. "That could work, provided your disciple is amenable," Lin Sherdream mused before agreeing, recognizing it as a means to preserve the courtyard. "I am agreeable as well," Yin Man stated, feeling somewhat embarrassed as the courtyard's contents were tossed about in disarray. Naturally, she wished to avoid any destruction. "Since there are no objections, let us proceed in this manner. It preserves the courtyard and maintains our amicable relations." With both parties in agreement, Qin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his courtyard would remain unscathed. Subsequently, both individuals unleashed their energies, forming a visibly discernible sphere of energy between them. They began to channel their energies fervently into the sphere. Should one falter in their contribution, the sphere would lean toward the weaker party. Initially, both were merely testing the waters, and the energy sphere grew slowly, swaying between Yun Man and Lin Sherdream. "This is more like it." Observing the tranquility of the two, Qin Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. A literary duel was indeed preferable. While the contest unfolded quietly within the courtyard, the disciples outside were perplexed. Why has it suddenly ceased? What on earth is happening? Has the contest concluded? But who emerged victorious? Need that even be questioned? It must be Lin Shishu, as she is undoubtedly the foremost disciple beneath the elders. Not necessarily. Did not Yao Xingzi also claim to be the foremost disciple beyond the main peak, only to be bested by senior sister Yin Man? You do not comprehend. Lin Shishu is no ordinary disciple, nor can she be compared to Yao Xingzi. Though I hope for senior sister Yun's victory, it appears unlikely. While these disciples, though admirers of Yin Man, maintained a rational perspective, within the courtyard, Qin Xiao began to sense something amiss. The energy sphere, which had started the size of an egg, had now expanded to that of a basin, radiating a formidable energy. Could this lead to some unforeseen calamity? Qin Xiao felt a twinge of panic. Although he could not perceive the aura, he was acutely aware of the terrifying energy contained within the aura sphere before him. This sense of crisis was an instinctual reaction. You have merely reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. The fact that you have managed to hold your ground against me until now is already a source of pride. Lin Sherdream had not anticipated that Yun Man could endure for such an extended period, and a glimmer of admiration appeared in her eyes. "Pride? I am aware that you are in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, yet that does not seem particularly impressive." Though Yin Man was somewhat strained, she still harbored confidence. If necessary, she could simply consume a drop of spiritual liquid. "Do you truly believe that a mere compliment grants you the qualification to challenge me?" Lin Sherdream was taken aback by the tenacity of this young girl, prompting her to amplify her output of spiritual energy. Excessive pride could easily morph into arrogance. As for qualifications, one must attempt before knowing. Unperturbed, Yun Man also intensified her output of spiritual energy. Perhaps it would be prudent to reconsider? Observing that the aura sphere had grown to over a meter in diameter, Qin Xiao's expression darkened considerably. If it were to explode, the implications would be dire, not only for the courtyard, but for his very existence. The two disregarded Qin Xiao's words, continuing to augment their spiritual energy until the sphere's diameter exceeded a yard. At this point, disciples outside the courtyard began to notice the colossal aura sphere, rendered speechless by the overwhelming pressure that sent chills down their spines. The courtyard of 7 Stars Peak was no ordinary place. Elder Qi had previously set up various formations that could conceal typical levels of spiritual energy. Clearly, the current aura sphere had surpassed the limits of those formations, allowing its pressure to escape unrestrained. At this moment, Yin Man was already sweating profusely, on the verge of her limits. Lin Sherdream, too, was not exerting herself excessively. She had utilized 90% of her strength, and her remaining spiritual energy was dwindling. She had never anticipated that her nascent soul-level energy would be nearly equivalent to that of her opponent in the late Golden Core stage, a reality that was difficult for her to accept. At this juncture, Yin Man could no longer afford to hesitate. She promptly retrieved a drop of spiritual liquid and consumed it. What? Using spiritual liquid for replenishment? Such a waste. Lin Sherdream naturally observed Yin Man's actions. Who would squander spiritual liquid in such a manner? If that is the case, I shall not hold back either. After declaring this, Lin Sherdream also took out a drop of spiritual liquid and swallowed it without reservation. Just moments after criticizing another's wastefulness, she, too, acted without restraint, for she could not afford to lose. Chapter 21. The Aura Explodes. Shaking the sect, seeing that the two not only showed no intent to cease, but had also begun consuming elixirs, Qin Xiao was now in a state of utter disarray, unsure of how to proceed. So, you wish to compare spiritual liquids, do you? Yin Man, upon witnessing Lin Sherdream also bringing forth a drop of spiritual liquid, felt even more resolute. A contest of spiritual liquids, it seemed, was underway. With that, she swiftly retrieved another drop of spiritual liquid to consume. Observing Yin Man's actions, Lin Sherdream was infuriated, her teeth gritting in frustration. While she had additional spiritual liquid at her disposal, the notion of wasting it on such a contest was unacceptable. Despite her irritation, she was profoundly astonished. Yin Man, though merely at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, and she herself in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, such a vast difference in realms. How was it that Yin Man's spiritual energy did not fall short of hers by a significant margin, enabling her to contend with her so tenaciously? It is essential to recognize that Lin Sherdream's ascension to the status of the sect's holy maiden is not solely attributed to her being the daughter of the sect leader, but also due to her possessing a heavenly spiritual root and receiving the full support of the sect's cultivation efforts. Yet, even under such advantageous circumstances, she has not achieved an overwhelming victory. What was meant to be a fair contest has devolved into a protracted struggle. In a genuine combat scenario, Lin Sherdream's prowess would undoubtedly shine, but in the current situation, where the contest is merely a clash of spiritual energy, her advantages are rendered ineffective. After all, Yin Man has been cultivating with spiritual liquid, and her spiritual energy, both in purity and volume, surpasses that of Lin Sherdream. Consequently, despite the disparity in their realms, they find themselves evenly matched. It seems that without incurring some cost, this stalemate will not resolve itself. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Sherdream produced another drop of spiritual liquid. These 2 drops were the result of 2 months' worth of her remuneration, as the Tianyuan Sect provides her with a drop of spiritual liquid each month as part of her unique privileges as the Holy Maiden. The spiritual liquid she had previously stored was consumed during her breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and this is the first she has managed to save recently. Winning is paramount, the liquid is expendable, and she can always accumulate more later. Without further hesitation, Lin Sherdream consumed the second drop of spiritual liquid. Upon swallowing it, her spiritual energy surged once more, causing Yin Man to falter. Truly, as the sect's holy maiden, she can summon spiritual liquid at will. However, such expenditure feels somewhat regretful towards her master. Yin Man found herself in a quandary. She had initially believed that 2 drops of spiritual liquid would deplete Lin Sherdream's energy, yet she did not anticipate that Lin Sherdream would possess more than 1 drop. While Yin Man herself was not lacking in spiritual liquid, thanks to Qin Xiao's generous gift of 50 drops, leaving her with 48 even after using 2. She recognized the intrinsic value of such resources and deemed further waste unwise. Very well, Lin Shiji, please cease, my disciple concedes. Qin Xiao interjected, stepping forward to plead for an end to the contest, sensing the potential for dire consequences if it continued. At that moment, the sphere of spiritual energy had expanded to a size of 10 feet, and he was certain that, upon detonation, it could obliterate the courtyard. Master, I can still endure. Yin Man insisted, despite her obvious struggle, as she was loath to waste the precious spiritual liquid provided by Qin Xiao. What nonsense! Are you disregarding your master's words? Qin Xiao retorted sharply upon noticing Yin Man's continued resistance. If you persist any longer, we will have nowhere to stay tonight. No, it's possible you may even lose your master. The massive sphere of spiritual energy loomed between them like a ticking time bomb, poised to explode at the slightest misstep. Should the chaotic energies within erupt, the destruction would be formidable. Although Qin Xiao lacked cultivation skills, he had witnessed the fierce clash between Yin Man and Li Cheng, where two early-stage golden elixirs had caused considerable commotion. Now, with one at late-stage golden elixir and the other at nascent soul, both exerting their full strength, the impending explosion could very well strip away a layer from Qixing Peak. Master, I acknowledge my error, Yin Man conceded, recognizing the firmness in Qin Xiao's stance. Since you have spoken so resolutely, I shall extend you a measure of grace. Lin Shurdream was acutely aware that if they continued down this path, the spirit balloon could spiral out of control at any moment, and thus she acquiesced. Then you must hurry and retract the spirit energy within this balloon. Seeing that both of them agreed, Qin Xiao urged them with great urgency. Retract it? Lin Shurdream queried, her expression one of confusion. Indeed. Simply return the spirit energy you released back to its source, Qin Xiao replied matter-of-factly. I almost forgot. You are but a mortal and incapable of cultivation. While the release of spirit energy may seem effortless, this balloon contains the intertwined energies of both her and myself, rendering it impossible to retract. It is akin to retrieving an attack once it has been launched, Lin Shurdream explained, somewhat exasperated. What? It cannot be retracted? Then what shall we do with this spirit balloon? My humble courtyard cannot withstand such turmoil. Upon hearing that it could not be retrieved, Qin Xiao's expression darkened further. Realizing that his courtyard was at stake, there is no need for alarm. As long as she and I work together to elevate this spirit balloon skyward, allowing it to burst in the air, it shall pose no threat. Provided it is at a sufficient distance, it will not harm your courtyard. Lin Shurdream reassured him once more. Then what are we waiting for? Let us swiftly propel this balloon into the heavens. After Lin Shurdream consumed the second drop of spirit liquid, the stability of the spirit balloon faltered as the quantities of spirit energy from both parties fluctuated, creating an imminent risk of explosion. Qin Xiao could only urge them onward. Let us combine our energies and send this spirit balloon aloft. Lin Shurdream ignored Qin Xiao's words and directed her attention toward Yin Man. Very well, Yin Man, who was already straining herself, uttered succinctly before commencing the adjustment of her spirit energy. As they both synchronized their efforts, the colossal spirit balloon began to ascend gradually into the sky. What a close call. We have finally averted disaster, Qin Xiao thought, relief washing over him as he observed the balloon drifting farther away. All eyes were fixed upon the spirit balloon, and no one noticed the pallor of Yin Man's complexion, which had grown increasingly grave. Having already overexerted herself in a bid to conserve the spirit liquid, she had neglected to replenish her energy. Yet, she had overestimated the reserve she had left. As the spirit balloon ascended, the energy consumption surged. Barely 300 meters into the sky, the balloon began to quiver uncontrollably, as though it were on the brink of explosion. What is wrong? Lin Shurdream sensed the shift and quickly inquired of Yin Man. I am fine, I can still manage. Yin Man replied without elaboration, continuing to channel her spirit energy. For safety, they needed to push the spirit balloon beyond 500 meters. And they were still perilously close to 300, remaining within the danger zone. Disciple, you must consume another drop of spirit liquid immediately. This is not the time for restraint. Qin Xiao finally acknowledged Yin Man's distress, noting her increasingly dire expression, which was likely a sign of depleted spirit energy, and urgently prompted her. Understood, Yin Man responded, realizing that continuing to hold on could lead to calamity, and she retrieved another drop of spirit liquid. However, before she could ingest it, the spirit balloon above suddenly began to spiral wildly out of control. This is bad. It has lost control. Lin Shurdream was the first to perceive the danger, shouting as she flew towards Qin Xiao. Yin Man also sensed the disturbance and swiftly activated the protective talisman on her person. A sudden explosion erupted in the air after the ethereal energy sphere had spun momentarily. The formidable shockwave radiated outward, striking directly at the summit of Qixing Peak. Lin Shurdream hastily summoned her own protective artifact, enveloping both herself and Qin Xiao within its shield. Just as the shockwave was about to collide with the peak, a barrier materialized overhead, encasing the entire Qixing Peak within its embrace. The shockwave crashed against the shield, failing to provoke even the slightest ripple, as it was entirely absorbed. What is happening? Lin Shurdream was the first to react. Could it be that Grandpa Qin's protective formation had been activated? In her childhood visits to Qixing Peak, Elder Qi had often mentioned that despite its dilapidated appearance, it was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to cause any damage, as he had laid down formidable enchantments. However, she had never witnessed the formation in action, often believing that Elder Qi was merely jesting. To her astonishment, it was indeed true. Although Qixing Peak was spared from devastation, the overwhelming explosion sent tremors throughout the entire Tianyuan Sect. All eyes turned toward the source of the blast. Chapter 22. The Elders Gather. Acknowledging mistakes and offering compensation, the disciples waiting outside the courtyard were engulfed in despair as the shockwave approached, convinced they were doomed. To their surprise, they emerged unscathed, leaving them momentarily bewildered. What had just happened? Why were they unharmed? Indeed, the oppressive force had led them to believe their lives were at stake. Was such a colossal energy sphere truly unleashed from the courtyard? Despite their lingering terror, the disciples struggled to believe that such a potent force could emanate from a space occupied by merely 3 individuals, one of whom was a mere mortal. The explosive power they had just witnessed surpassed even that of a nascent soul elder-esque strike. What could account for such a formidable attack? Could it be that the elders were engaged in combat, or was there an external force assailing the sect's protective array? Lin Tianqing also felt the impact, his first thought leaning toward the elders' involvement or an external breach. Such a commotion could only be orchestrated by those at the nascent soul stage. Sectmaster. The explosion originated from Qixing Peak, a disciple from the inner sect reported urgently. What? Could it be that the Grand Elder has attacked Qixing Peak? Lin Tianqing, upon hearing that the noise came from Qixing Peak, promptly stood and hurried toward it. Other elders also made their way to Qixing Peak, their thoughts mirroring his. Had the Grand Elder turned against it? Meanwhile, the Grand Elder remained in a state of confusion. Who had launched the attack? If Qixing Peak was under siege, he had no choice but to respond, lest blame befall him. Soon, the sect's leader and the elders converged above Qixing Peak. Typically, flying within the sect was prohibited, but in emergencies, such rules were naturally suspended. Have all the elders arrived? The sect leader, Lin Tianqing, was the first to arrive and remained hesitant to descend, as he observed that the 7 Stars Peak was unscathed and had not suffered any attacks. However, the formation had been activated, piquing his curiosity. Master, what exactly transpired here? Inquired the second elder, Yao Yongji, with intrigue. Although the other elders remained silent, their inquisitive gazes were fixed upon the sect leader, hoping he might elucidate the events that had unfolded. I have only just arrived and have not detected anything unusual, Lin Tianqing admitted, feeling somewhat bewildered. With such a considerable commotion, how could nothing have occurred? The Grand Elder approached from the direction of the Immortal Sword Peak. The assembly turned their puzzled expressions toward the Grand Elder, for in their assumptions, he was the only one likely to have acted against the 7 Stars Peak. Given that he had endured several setbacks at the hands of Qin Xiao, why do you all gaze at me so? I have only just arrived myself. Yao Tianqing hastily clarified upon noticing the collective scrutiny. Since it is not us, and there are no signs of an attack on the sect's great formation, then whose hand was responsible for this assault of the transformation stage? Pondered the third elder, Kong Jingya, in confusion. What is there to speculate? We shall descend and inquire. Yao Tianqing echoed, equally curious about the situation. Subsequently, sect leader Lin Tianqing and the 9 Grand Elders descended upon the 7 Stars Peak. Sect leader elders? The disciples, who had been lingering outside the courtyard, expressed their astonishment momentarily before bowing in respect. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be diligently cultivating on your respective peaks rather than standing guard here? Yao Tianqing scolded, noticing that some disciples hailed from the Immortal Sword Peak. Enough, Grand Elder. Let us first inquire with these disciples about what transpired, Lin Tianqing urged, eager to uncover the truth rather than listen to the Grand Elder reprimanding the students. Speak quickly. What exactly occurred here? What was that attack? Yao Tianqing pressed, moving past his earlier hesitation. The disciples, fearing retribution, promptly recounted the events in detail. The activation of the formation at the 7 Stars Peak had rendered them unable to perceive what was happening within, prompting their dissent for clarification. What? It was Sherdong and Yin Man who caused this. Lin Tianqing could scarcely fathom such an answer. To report to the sect leader, every word is true. The questioned disciples hastily affirmed, lowering their heads. I see. That explains why the formation of the 7th Elder was activated. Only such an attack could trigger the formation's autonomous shield, Lin Tianqing reflected, accepting this explanation after a brief contemplation. Nonetheless, skepticism lingered in his mind. How could a nascent soul and a late-stage golden core manage to produce an assault comparable to that of the transformation stage? Is it truly the formation? My master did not deceive me, Qin Xiao mused, gazing in awe at the swirling shield enveloping the courtyard. His master had instructed him upon his departure that, should the moment arise, he should return to the courtyard to activate the formation, which would provide temporary protection, and had even bestowed a token said to control the formation. Qin Xiao did not take the matter too seriously. After all, within this sect, there was no immediate need to activate the array. If it became necessary to do so, he feared he would have reached a dead end. Having lived a mundane life for 3 years, he had nearly forgotten about the array. Where is Qin Xiao? Quickly activate the array, came the call from the elder. Surprised by the elder's arrival, Qin Xiao responded, please wait a moment. I will activate the array right away. With that, He hurried back to the main hall of the courtyard in search of the token. Fortunately, the token had remained undisturbed beneath the painting, though it had gathered a layer of dust from disuse. What are you doing with that? Hurry and activate the array, Lin Shurdream asked, observing Qin Xiao holding the dust-covered token with confusion. Senior Sister Lin, this is the token that controls the array, Qin Xiao replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It was indeed a waste to have such a precious item left untouched, collecting dust. Master, you never mentioned we had such a powerful array, Yin Man chimed in, curiously approaching. Well, to be honest, I had almost forgotten about it myself. If it weren't for your commotion, I might have completely overlooked it, Qin Xiao admitted, nearly forgetting about the array until this incident reminded him. Holding the token, he was uncertain how to use it. He simply called out for it to open. And to his astonishment, the array activated. The seventh elder had long been prepared, having recorded Qin Xiao's voice in the token. In addition to being driven by spiritual energy, the array could also be controlled by sound. Oh, it really is voice activated? Qin Xiao marveled as the array opened. As the elder entered, he immediately began to question. Was this commotion caused by you all? Lin Tianqing had not even had a chance to speak yet. Yao Tiansheng was naturally furious, almost being blamed for the incident. This is all a misunderstanding. Qin Xiao quickly stepped forward to explain. All right, elder, since nothing serious happened, let's let this matter rest, Lin Tianqing urged. As his daughter was also involved. Let it rest? That won't do. With such a loud disturbance, if any disciples in seclusion fail to break through or suffer backlash, who will take responsibility for that? The elder remained unyielding. How about this? It is indeed the responsibility of our 7-star peak. To show our sincerity, I will compensate each elder with 20,000 spirit stones as a token of goodwill, Qin Xiao proposed, eager to prevent the situation from escalating. That is acceptable. I have no objections. The 6th elder, Wen Yuanying of Lingquan Peak, was the first to agree. She felt that although the disturbance had some impact, it was not as severe as the elder claimed, and she also wished to foster good relations with 7-star peak. Subsequently, the other peak masters and elders concurred, as it was a windfall of spirit stones with no loss to them. Since all the elders have no objections, then neither do I, the elder conceded. Yao Tiansheng initially intended to seize this opportunity to suppress Qin Xiao, but when the elders unanimously agreed to the compensation, he found himself at a loss for words. With their consent established, the young man proceeded to fulfill the compensation. Noticing that no one opposed, Qin Xiao began to distribute the funds, presenting 2,000 spirit stones before each individual. Any issue that could be resolved with money was hardly a problem, and at this moment, he was not lacking in spirit stones. Observing Qin Xiao's method of compensation, the elder's expressions shifted continuously. Was he compensating or merely flaunting his wealth? After the compensation was settled, the elders departed, with Lin Shiming glancing back at Qin Xiao one last time. She had not anticipated that Qin Xiao would shoulder the responsibility himself, which elevated her opinion of him. Disciple, in 7 days, there will be an auction in Tianyuan City. We should take a trip to procure some emergency elixirs. Relying solely on spirit liquid is not advisable. It is not that I am reluctant to spend, but one must keep wealth discreet. If it falls into the hands of those with ill intentions, they might resort to underhanded tactics to seize it. After seeing everyone off, Qin Xiao spoke solemnly to Yin Man. Though consuming 2 drops of spirit liquid during this competition was not overly excessive, should danger arise again, and he resort to consuming spirit liquid recklessly, the potential for information to leak could invite calamity. I acknowledge my mistake. I shall heed your guidance. Master, Yin Man admitted, recognizing her impulsive behavior that day. Master does not harbor any resentment. We simply need to devise more means of self-preservation. Let us return to our training, and in 7 days, accompany me to Tianyuan City. Qin Xiao gently patted Yin Man's head in a gesture of comfort. For 7 consecutive days, aside from disciples visiting Qixing Peak to observe, nothing else transpired. Qin Xiao paid no mind to the onlookers. Chapter 23. Entering Tianyuan City. Exchanging for mundane silver during the 7 days, disciples from other peaks came daily, yet due to the formation barriers, they could not enter the courtyard. Why haven't Uncle Master Qin and Senior Sister Yin Man emerged after 7 days? You, instead of diligently cultivating, come here daily to loiter. And why do you come every day as well, Senior Brother? I am already at the foundation establishment stage, deepening my understanding, while you, a mere Qi refinement novice, should be focusing on your practice rather than wandering aimlessly. The disciples outside the courtyard continued their idle chatter, while Qin Xiao had already entered the courtyard. 7 days seemed insufficient. Despite some progress, the pace of physical cultivation felt exceedingly slow, and the consumption rate was alarmingly high. The expenses for his training were nearly matching the output, revealing an underestimation of the demands of physical refinement. Seeing the sluggish results and considerable expenditure, Qin Xiao lost his enthusiasm for further training, especially since he planned to visit Tianyuan City today to explore and check the auction house for valuable items. Before long, Yin Man also emerged, having already arranged her training schedule in anticipation of the journey to Tianyuan City. Disciple, have you made any progress in these 7 days? Qin Xiao inquired habitually. Master, I have made some progress, though not at a rapid pace. It seems my Dan Tian is somewhat large, and the consumption is rather swift. Yin Man replied somewhat sheepishly, having exhausted the spirit liquid bestowed upon her by Qin Xiao. Do not worry, my disciple. I fear not your consumption, but rather the lack thereof. As long as it enhances your cultivation, I shall offer my utmost support. Observing Yin Man's somewhat troubled expression, Qin Xiao discerned that she had once again exhausted her supply of spiritual liquid. Thank you, master. Yin Man had always believed she understood her own Dan Tian well. Yet it now appeared that she was somewhat perplexed. Despite the copious amounts of spiritual liquid consumed, she had yet to reach the pinnacle of the golden core stage, remaining in the late golden core phase. Today, let us set aside cultivation and indulge in some leisure. Upon our return, I shall provide you with more spiritual liquid. Noticing that there was little to prepare, Qin Xiao resolved to venture out with Yin Man. Greetings, Uncle Qin and Senior Sister Yin Man. As soon as Qin Xiao opened the courtyard door, a throng of disciples hurriedly approached to pay their respects. What on earth? Do you not have any cultivation to attend to? Qin Xiao was utterly taken aback by the sight of the disciples lingering outside daily. Naturally, we must cultivate. But Uncle Qin, one must balance work and leisure, the leader of the group quickly flattered. Enough. Whether you choose to cultivate or not is your own affair. My disciple and I are heading out. You may return to your training and refrain from visiting my 7 stars peak every day. Qin Xiao was speechless at the sight of these disciples. He held up his token and activated the formation, then began to descend the mountain. Uncle Qin, wait for us. We wish to descend the mountain as well. We are going back to cultivate. Upon seeing Qin Xiao and Yin Man descending, the disciples followed closely. Qin Xiao, uninterested in their antics, increased his speed, having greatly enhanced his physical prowess and agility after reaching the second layer of body refinement, leaving the disciples far behind. Disciple, in the future, keep your distance from these rascals. Do not let vanity cloud your judgment, he advised as they reached the outer gates of the sect. Rest assured, master. I have my own goals, Yin Man assured him, indicating that she would not be swayed, as she had her own ambitions to pursue. Ah, my disciple. You know that I am not adept at cultivation and cannot fly, so I must ask you to assist me on this journey, for walking is rather tedious. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao awkwardly made his request. Once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, they can indeed fly with a sword, although the spiritual energy at that stage is still limited, allowing only for brief flights. The golden core stage, however, is markedly different, as the spiritual power is abundant, allowing for long-distance sword flying. Yet, due to the prohibition of flying within the sect, everyone behaves and walks. Once outside the sect, however, flying is expected. For what is cultivation without flight? Master, it is a trivial matter. I shall take you flying, Yin Man declared, retrieving her low-grade magical sword. With a flick of her spiritual energy, the sword rapidly expanded, easily accommodating both of them. After you, master. Yin Man gestured for Qin Xiao to ascend first, not jumping onto the sword herself. Then I shall not be polite. It was Qin Xiao's first experience riding a flying sword, igniting both curiosity and a hint of trepidation. As he stepped onto the sword, it wobbled slightly, but once he steadied himself, it ceased to sway. Yin Man then leapt onto the sword beside him. With a casual gesture, Yin Man infused her spiritual energy into the flying sword, which then soared swiftly down the mountainside. The scenery on either side blurred past at an astonishing speed, nearly leaving Qin Xiao dizzy from the rush. Fortunately, Yin Man had raised a protective barrier in advance, preventing him from being swept away by the howling winds. In a mere 10 minutes, the flying sword had reached the outskirts of Tianyuan City. My dear disciple, do take it slow next time. I find myself quite dizzy from the flight, Qin Xiao remarked, feeling a lingering apprehension after disembarking. Though he was aware that he wouldn't plummet, the lack of control left him unsettled, as the steering wheel was not in his hands. Master, that was already the slowest speed possible, Yin Man replied, having adjusted her pace for Qin Xiao's comfort. Otherwise, descending the mountain would have taken far less time. Very well, I shall simply need to acclimate myself, Qin Xiao conceded, realizing that he must adapt to this pace. Tianyuan City was the largest city under Tianyuan Sect's jurisdiction and the principal stronghold within a 1,000-mile radius. The sect had strict regulations. Within the city, no cultivators were permitted to fly, harass mortals, or engage in acts of cruelty. Those who violated these rules would face repercussions. After paying the entrance fee, the two entered Tianyuan City. This was Qin Xiao's first descent from the mountain, and his first encounter with the mortal realm of the cultivation world. Observing the shops and pedestrians along the streets, he felt a surge of tranquility. The environment bore a striking resemblance to the ancient world he had envisioned. In this otherworldly realm, finding a semblance of familiarity indeed brought him a sense of solace. Master, now that we are in the secular world, we must exchange some currency. I had some silver earlier, but I spent it all on the way to the sect, Qin Xiao said, still standing in place. Indeed, the secular world does not utilize spirit stones. They have their own currency. Come, let us exchange for some silver, Yin Man interjected, snapping Qin Xiao out of his reverie. He realized the necessity of obtaining silver, not only to purchase items from the mortal realm, but also to satisfy his hunger. Despite relying on spiritual liquid for over a month, his appetite had not waned. Conveniently, a currency exchange shop stood at the city gate, and Qin Xiao led Yin Man inside. Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to exchange silver or spirit stones? A courteous attendant approached them as they entered, showing great respect. I would like to exchange for some silver. Could you please explain how your exchange works? Qin Xiao inquired directly. Esteemed immortals, this establishment offers an exchange rate of 1 low-grade spirit stone for 1,000 taels of silver. Conversely, if you wish to exchange silver for spirit stones, it would be 1 spirit stone for 1,200 taels of silver, the attendant clarified, recognizing their status and becoming even more deferential. Disciple, does this rate seem fair? Are we being taken advantage of? Qin Xiao whispered to Yin Man, uncertain of the market. Master, there are no discrepancies. The exchange rates in other cities are quite similar. Yin Man promptly assured him. Very well, how much shall we exchange? Perhaps we should start with a modest sum of 10,000 spirit stones, Qin Xiao decided. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao resolved to exchange a modest amount, for he feared that a larger sum would lead others to perceive him as ostentatious. How much is a little? The attendant stammered, rendered momentarily speechless by Qin Xiao's words. 10,000. Is there a problem? Qin Xiao inquired, slightly puzzled. And no problem. I'll fetch the shopkeeper right away. Please wait a moment, the attendant responded, hastily departing to find the proprietor. Chapter 24. The Celestial Merchant. Missling once the attendant had left, Qin Xiao began to wander around the shop, examining the various items on display. Master Yin Man hesitated, her words hanging in the air. What is it, my apprentice? Do you wish to exchange some as well? Oh, I almost forgot. You mentioned that you had spent all the silver you had. No worries. I shall exchange 10,000 spirit stones for you shortly. Observing Yin Man's expression, Qin Xiao quickly reassured her. As a mentor, he could not afford to be stingy, especially since his disciple required spirit stones for cultivation. Master, that is not the point. You're exchanging too much. What do you intend to purchase with 10,000 spirit stones worth of silver? Do you realize how much that amounts to? Yin Man replied, somewhat exasperated. Of course I know. Just because I cannot cultivate doesn't mean I'm ignorant. 1 spirit stone equals 1,000 silver. So 10,000 spirit stones amount to 10 million silver. Qin Xiao remarked, somewhat bewildered. Even if 1 tael of silver equated to 1 block, 10 million still seemed manageable given his current standing. 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins, and 1 copper coin can buy a bun. A meal costs only a few dozen copper coins. Are you truly intending to exchange 10 million taels of silver? Yin Man struggled to comprehend. How could her master, a mere mortal, be so oblivious to the prices of the mundane world? Wait, are there copper coins beneath the silver? Why isn't there any mention of them on the exchange chart? Qin Xiao mused, having previously assumed that silver was underpinned by copper coins. However, upon noticing the absence of copper in the exchange shop's chart, he dismissed the thought, considering the possibility that silver might be the lowest denomination in this world, especially since even the exchange shop did not list any units below it. Master, this is a specialized place for exchanging spirit stones, catering exclusively to cultivators. How could there possibly be an exchange for copper coins? That is only found in ordinary currency exchanges, Yin Man continued to elucidate. Ah, I see. If 1 copper coin is worth 1 block, then 10 million silver would equal 1 billion. After a moment's reflection, Qin Xiao deemed that sum acceptable. After all, he was one of the peak masters of the Tianyuan Sect, and possessing 1 billion in worldly wealth seemed reasonable. Furthermore, he had already stated his intention, and the attendant was on his way to fetch the proprietor. Reducing the amount now would only diminish his dignity. He reassured himself that he had no shortage of spirit stones, so it was all inconsequential. It is indeed an honor to have 2 esteemed celestial beings visit my humble exchange. My name is Zheng Kaming, the shopkeeper. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. A middle-aged man emerged from the back, exuding an aura of late-stage foundation establishment. It was a testament to the caliber of the celestial merchant. As Zheng Kaming emerged, Yin Man immediately sensed his presence. There was no need for pleasantries. Did you bring the silver? Qin Xiao had no desire for formalities. as he wished to peruse the market and later attend an auction, his time being of the essence. Esteemed immortal, I sincerely apologize. Our establishment has never encountered such a substantial transaction. Our stock is limited, yet I have already sent a message for someone to bring the silver notes. Please bear with me for a moment. It shall be swift. Zheng Kaming was taken aback upon hearing that someone wished to exchange 10,000 spirit stones for silver. Typically, those who came for exchanges were cultivators, and their transactions rarely exceeded the hundreds. Thus, he hastily contacted the young lady, who happened to be presiding over the auction in Tianyuan City. Such a large order could allow him to complete his task for the half-year ahead of schedule. Does such a grand establishment lack even 1,000,000 silver? Qin Xiao expressed disbelief, suspecting that they might be plotting to rob him. Esteemed immortal, it is indeed unfortunate. I just submitted the accounts yesterday, and they have all been turned in. Under normal circumstances, we would certainly have it, Zheng Kaming lamented, his predicament stemming from the timing of the accounts. Very well, I shall wait a while. If no one arrives, I shall forego the exchange. In Tianyuan City, Qin Xiao felt a sense of security. Should he exit the city, he could return to his sect without fear of robbery. After all, who would dare to rob a disciple of the Tianyuan Sect on its own territory? As anticipated, not long after, someone arrived, led by a woman. Upon sighting her, Yin Man swiftly donned a veil to conceal her face. Qin Xiao observed these actions, yet chose to remain silent. Which esteemed friend seeks to exchange 10,000 spirit stones for silver? The leading figure inquired directly of Zheng Kaming upon entering. Qin Xiao held a poor impression of this individual, who exuded arrogance and disdain, as if her beauty granted her the liberty to behave as she pleased. Miss, this is the esteemed immortal. Zheng Kaming respectfully indicated Qin Xiao. Is it him? Merely an ordinary person without any cultivation? Zheng, are you aware of the consequences of trifling with me? Ling Ruoxue glanced at Qin Xiao with irritation, her busy schedule at the auction seemingly disregarded. Miss, I assure you, I do not jest. Feel free to inquire yourself, Zheng Kaming hastily explained, sensing the rising tension. I doubt you would dare. Young man, I have brought the silver notes. Where are the spirit stones? If you dare to toy with me, you shall learn the grave consequences of provoking me. Ling Ruoxue continued to regard Qin Xiao with her haughty demeanor, viewing him merely as a mortal. Had it not been for the spirit stone exchange, she would likely never have exchanged a word with someone like him. Disciple, what is her cultivation level? Qin Xiao, on the verge of anger, decided to first ascertain her strength. Should he lose his temper and find himself outmatched, it would be quite the embarrassment. Master, she is at the initial stage of the golden core, Yin Man whispered. That is good. With the knowledge that her cultivation was inferior to that of his disciple, Qin Xiao felt no further need to conceal his growing ire. How dare you, you arrogant tigress? What gives you the right to act so haughty? I have come to exchange for spirit stones, and as a customer, is this how you treat me? With your manner of conducting business, your downfall is inevitable. Qin Xiao unleashed his pent-up fury in a single breath. The room fell into a profound silence, with no one daring to utter a word. Yin Man rubbed her forehead in exasperation, pondering what madness had overtaken her master. The others, astonished, could hardly believe someone had the audacity to rebuke the young lady. Ling Ruoxue, taken aback, had never encountered such insolence. She had always been pampered and flattered, never having received a harsh word, and now, she was insulted. Being called a tigress. What was happening? Was she suddenly aware of her shortcomings, left speechless? This is how business should be conducted, after all. Who was she to display such a scowl? Upon seeing no one respond, Qin Xiao restrained himself slightly. Why should he have to bear her contempt while seeking to exchange spirit stones? Such logic was absurd. Everyone regarded Qin Xiao as if he were a fool, secretly admiring his boldness, yet they worried he might not leave the shop unscathed. I will kill you. I will kill you. How dare a mere ant insult me? The young lady? I shall make you pay. Ling Ruoxue, regaining her composure, erupted in rage, drawing her sword with the intent to slay Qin Xiao. Disciple, help. Qin Xiao, initially believing his words had jolted her awake, soon realized she had merely short-circuited and was now reacting, hastily calling for assistance. Just as Ling Ruoxue's sword was about to pierce Qin Xiao, Yin Man deflected it with a swift strike. Chapter 25. Old acquaintances, misunderstandings resolved seeing her initial attack thwarted. Ling Ruoxue swiftly launched another strike aimed at Qin Xiao's head. Yin Man, of course, would not allow her to succeed and parried the blow once more. Who are you? And why do you continually obstruct me? Ling Ruoxue, her anger unabated, understood that her opponent was formidable. Surprised, are you? She is my disciple, and you cannot overcome her. With both of Ling Ruoxue's strikes easily deflected by Yin Man, Qin Xiao finally felt a sense of relief and began to speak carelessly again. Master, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much. Yin Man, feeling helpless, was unable to voice her thoughts directly. You, a mere mortal, could not possibly possess such a disciple. She must be your hired bodyguard. How much is she being paid? I, Ling Ruoxue, shall offer you double, no, triple the amount. I am determined to slay him today. Naturally, Ling Ruoxue did not believe Qin Xiao's statements and instead attempted to negotiate with Yin Man. Thank you for your kindness, but he is indeed my master. Yin Man firmly declined. Who are you? What is your background? Ling Ruoxue, her fury subsiding, recognized that someone who dared to insult her must possess some form of backing. It was prudent to ascertain the truth. What does it matter who I am? Do you wish to exchange spirit stones or not? If you do, use silver. If not, I shall take my leave. Qin Xiao had initially considered using the Tianyuan Sect as a shield, but decided against it. Realizing that if the other party had a strong enough background, the elders of his sect might willingly hand him over. I will remember you. Let us exchange. Despite her anger, Ling Ruoxue understood the importance of business and resolved to remember this insolent fellow, knowing there would be ample opportunity for revenge in the future. Subsequently, he instructed his attendant to retrieve from the storage bag a sum of 100,000 taels in cash and 999,000 taels in silver notes, totaling 10 million taels. How can these silver notes be authenticated? Surely, they contain no forgeries? Qin Xiao was well aware that such a large establishment could not possibly deal in counterfeit currency, yet he still intended to vex this fierce matron. This silver note is a specially crafted note from my Xiandao trading house. It is undoubtedly genuine. Will you exchange it? If not, so be it, explained Ling Ruoxue, gritting her teeth. Of course, I shall exchange it, Qin Xiao replied, promptly pouring out 10,000 spirit stones onto the ground. I must clarify that I am but a mortal and cannot utilize a storage bag, hence this method. Please do not misconstrue my actions. He noticed Ling Ruoxue's eyes blazing with ire and hastily clarified. Very well, accept the spirit stones, she conceded, suppressing her frustration. Disciple, collect the payment. Qin Xiao observed Ling Ruoxue's haughty demeanor and, not wanting to appear timid, instructed Yin Man to handle the transaction as well. Yes, master, Yin Man. Anxious to depart and eager to avoid detection by Sister Ruoxue, complied. As she waved her hand to gather the silver, her veil was inadvertently lifted, revealing half of her face. Once the transaction was completed, the two intended to leave. However, Ling Ruoxue, after a moment's reflection, suddenly called out to the pair just as they were about to exit. Wait a moment. Do you wish for another confrontation? Qin Xiao had intended to let bygones be bygones, yet he felt this fierce matron was being a tad excessive. Who would engage with you? Miss, might I inquire if we could converse privately? Ling Ruoxue bypassed Qin Xiao and approached Yin Man, speaking softly. Certainly. Yin Man discerned from Ling Ruoxue's gaze that she had recognized her, rendering any pretense unnecessary. Come, let us proceed to the back room. With that, Ling Ruoxue led the way inside, followed closely by Yin Man. What is this situation? Does this fierce matron know my disciple? Qin Xiao began to piece together the scenario as he observed that Yin Man had donned her veil upon entering. It seemed his disciple harbored many secrets. Esteemed immortal, I am in awe, Zheng Kaming whispered to Qin Xiao once the two women entered the inner chamber. However, esteemed immortal, please do not take offense. Our young lady, though somewhat willful and headstrong, possesses a kind heart. She has merely been indulged. So, I beseech you to overlook her behavior. Zheng Kaming, while admiring Qin Xiao's courage, remained steadfast in his loyalty, offering an explanation on behalf of Ling Ruoxue. It is of no consequence. This is hardly a matter of great import. It appears she and my disciple are old acquaintances, so I have no reason to hold a grudge. Qin Xiao was not one to seek trouble, especially when it involved someone his disciple knew. Your words are reassuring, esteemed immortal. Zheng Kaming sighed in relief, understanding that he could not underestimate Qin Xiao. A mere mortal without cultivation, yet possessing a disciple at the golden core stage, and casually exchanging 10,000 spirit stones. Such a person could either be an extraordinary sage or a scion of a powerful faction. Regardless of which, it was best not to offend him. Harmony brings prosperity. Within the inner hall, Yin Man removed her veil. Sister Ruoxue, it is not that I wish to conceal anything. You are aware that my Yun family has undergone a tremendous upheaval, with the entire direct lineage eradicated. As she spoke, her eyes became red-rimmed. Sister Manor, I understand. After that incident, I had no news of you for 3 long years. I thought you might have perished. I am so relieved to see you alive, said Ling Ruoxue, her eyes glistening with tears. Sister, it is I who have burdened you. With the turmoil in the Yun family, your association with me compelled the Merchant Guild to relocate your Ling family to the Qingzhou branch. I truly feel remorseful. Yin Man exclaimed, finally unable to hold back her tears, and she embraced Ling Ruoxue tightly. What nonsense. Our families have been intertwined for generations. Even without you, the elders of the Merchant Guild would have sent the Ling family to Qingzhou. My father, too, wished to escape the treachery at headquarters. And coming to Qin Xiao has brought peace. Ling Ruo Shui comforted her, gently patting Yin Man's back. Now, let us speak of other matters. How did you become entangled with a mere mortal, even taking him as your disciple? Do you possess some leverage over him? Tell me, and I shall ensure his ruin. Ling Ruo Shui swiftly redirected the conversation to Qin Xiao. Sister, it is not as you think. He is genuinely my master, and I hold no leverage over him. I willingly chose to become his disciple, Yin Man hurriedly clarified, sensing Ling Ruo Shui's misunderstanding. What? That fellow is utterly unremarkable, a complete waste with no cultivation. What could you possibly see in him? Ling Ruo Shui remained perplexed by her sister's choice. Sister, observe my current cultivation level. All of this is due to my master. Despite his mortal status, he is extraordinary. My ability to seek vengeance relies solely on him, Yin Man replied, demonstrating her formidable prowess, which surged close to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. What? You are nearing the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage? What on earth has he given you? Ling Ruo Shui recalled how easily Yin Man had deflected her two sword strikes, realizing only now how close Yin Man was to achieving such a high level. It is a secret, sister. I cannot disclose it. Yin Man was cautious, even with Ling Ruo Shui. Very well, if you cannot speak of it, then let us remain silent. But what brings you and that young man to Tianyuan City, and why have you exchanged so much silver? Ling Ruo Shui understood that everyone has their own secrets and chose not to press further, instead inquiring about their purpose. My master brought me to attend an auction. The silver exchange was a misunderstanding. He is unaware of worldly prices, which led to the confusion. He is a good person, do not blame him. It is likely his first time in the secular realm, and he is unfamiliar with many matters, Yin Man quickly explained, fervently praising Qin Xiao. All right, I understand. Out of consideration for you, I shall let that young man off this time. Since you are here to attend the auction, how fortuitous. I shall personally preside over this event. Here, take this Supreme membership card. Originally, that young man was entitled to a silver membership card for exchanging so many spirit stones. But I found him rather displeasing and chose not to grant it. Since you are allies, I will upgrade you to a Supreme membership card instead. Ling Ruo Shui retrieved a purple gold card from her storage pouch and handed it to Yin Man. Thank you, sister. Yin Man joyfully accepted the card. You are the best. Now that everything is settled, let us venture outside. Otherwise, that young man may cause a ruckus, claiming I have absconded with his disciple. Ling Ruo Shui gently patted Yin Man's head and let her out. Disciple, you are out. How was your chat? Qin Xiao inquired with concern upon seeing Yin Man emerge. Master, it's all good now. Weren't you going to shop? Let us go, Yin Man urged, eager to divert Qin Xiao's curiosity as she pulled him briskly out the door. Could it be that little girl has taken a liking to that young man? Ling Ruo Shui mused softly, observing their retreating figures. Chapter 26. Fateful Encounters. The Li family again. Once the two arrived on the bustling street, they began to indulge in shopping. For they had plenty of silver to spend, purchasing whatever caught their fancy without haggling. Qin Xiao focused primarily on culinary delights, as his mortal cravings were insatiable. Disciple, this is delicious. Buy it. Oh, and that looks good too. Get it, he exclaimed, purchasing every tempting treat in sight, while Yin Man dutifully followed behind to handle the payments. Master, let us acquire some clothing as well. We have already bought ample food, Yin Man suggested, noticing Qin Xiao's continued fixation on snacks. Indeed, we have sufficient food by now. We ought to procure some garments. This sect is rather stingy, providing us only with disciple robes. When venturing out, one must maintain a low profile, Qin Xiao agreed, acknowledging the wisdom in Yin Man's words. His current robes were remnants from his first year as a disciple of the 7 Stars Peak and had become quite worn. Soon, they arrived at the largest clothing store in the city. Esteemed guests, please come inside. A clerk greeted them warmly as they approached the entrance. Honored guests, our store offers both ready-made garments and custom tailoring. We boast the finest tailors in the city. May I inquire if you wish to purchase ready-made attire or to have something tailored? The store was spacious, and the clerks were well organized, promptly attending to them as they entered. I want all suitable garments available, Qin Xiao declared, showcasing his wealth with unabashed enthusiasm. This floor offers common wares. Should esteemed guests desire something more valuable, please ascend to the 2nd floor, where attire made from superior materials and garments of spiritual quality are available. Recognizing Qin Xiao as a patron of considerable means, the clerk hastily beckoned them to the upper level. Oh, such exquisite items exist. Disciple, let us head to the 2nd floor. This level is far too mundane, Qin Xiao remarked, his interest piqued upon hearing of the spiritual grade clothing. He beckoned Yin Man to follow him upstairs. Yin Man had no objections. After all, her master was affluent, and he could spend his money as he pleased. Upon ascending to the 2nd floor, it was evident that the crowd had significantly diminished, and the decor was notably more exquisite. Esteemed guest, I am the sales associate Qin Xiao. What style are you interested in purchasing? Allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction. Greeted a woman in the Qi refinement stage, as Qin Xiao arrived on the second floor. Master, this establishment is rather impressive. That woman is also a cultivator at the 5th level of Qi refinement, Yin Man remarked softly, sensing the aura emanating from the attendant. Wary that Qin Xiao might provoke trouble again. Ah, what a grand display. They even employ individuals at the Qi refinement stage as sales staff? Qin Xiao mused. Recognizing the exceptional nature of this shop, indicative of a powerful faction, he was taken aback to discover that various forces were intertwined within this seemingly modest Tianyuan city. However, it was not surprising. As the foremost city within thousands of miles, it naturally attracted surrounding powers, such as the previous Xian Dao merchant group and the Tianyi Pavilion's Tianyi shop. The staff downstairs mentioned there are garments of spiritual artifact quality. How many do you have? And what are the prices? After reflecting on the situation, Qin Xiao shifted his focus to the matter at hand, for purchasing clothing was the priority. These are our signature items, totaling 3, 1 male outfit and 2 female outfits, all classified as low-grade spiritual artifacts. They possess self-cleaning capabilities, are fireproof and waterproof, and can withstand ordinary weapons. Even blunt force attacks can be mitigated by over 50%, Qin Yu elaborated as she led Qin Xiao to a display counter. Excellent. I am quite pleased. Name your price, Qin Xiao stated, satisfied with the 3 sets. As a man, 1 set sufficed, and it was reasonable for his female disciple to have 2. Esteemed guest, the price may be somewhat steep. Might you consider exploring other options? There could be more suitable choices available, Qin Yu suggested, having discerned that Qin Xiao lacked cultivation. Yet, she refrained from diminishing the client's dignity, encouraging him to look elsewhere, especially as these were spiritual artifact garments priced in spiritual stones rather than silver. Since Yin Man concealed her cultivation and followed closely behind Qin Xiao, Qin Yu overlooked her presence, assuming she was merely a maid accompanying him. Even for a typical young master from an affluent family, such expenses were beyond their means. I shall take all 3. Name your price, Qin Xiao declared, losing interest in ordinary attire after hearing the introduction. Esteemed guest, these 3 pieces, being low-grade spiritual artifact clothing, are each priced at 10,000 spiritual stones, Qin Yu replied, reluctantly providing the price as she realized Qin Xiao's determination. Very well, remove them. I shall purchase all. Qin Xiao acquiesced, finding the price acceptable, merely 30,000 spiritual stones for 3 pieces. Are you truly purchasing all of them? Qin Yu asked in disbelief, astonished by the prospect of such a sum. Indeed, I shall take them all, Qin Xiao affirmed confidently. Wait, I will take those 2 female outfits. A boisterous voice interjected from behind, just as Qin Yu was about to retrieve them. Ah, this scenario feels somewhat familiar, Qin Xiao thought to himself. Qin Xiao did not turn around. He suddenly felt as though he had encountered a similar scene before. Young Masterly, these 3 items have already been purchased by this gentleman, Qin Yu quickly interjected, recognizing the individual. So what? I shall take them as well. He hasn't completed the transaction yet. I'll simply offer a bit more, Li Qian replied nonchalantly, determined to acquire the 2 garments. Although the Li family enjoyed the protection of the Tianyuan Sect's sword peak due to Li Cheng, and had the favor of the city lord, he was aware that the esteemed Miss Ling Ruoxue of the Ling family had arrived in Tianyuan City. If he could forge a connection with the Ling family, the Li family would truly be able to assert their dominance in Tianyuan City. He was resolute in obtaining these 2 dresses as gifts for Ling Ruoxue, hoping to cultivate a relationship. Once allied with the Ling family, no one would dare to challenge the Li family. My lord, this tailor shop is a property of the Tianyi Pavilion. I kindly ask you not to make things difficult for us, Qin Yu stated. Though she was not overly intimidated by Li Qian, knowing full well that the Tianyi Pavilion wielded more power than his family. I am well aware this is the Tianyi Pavilion's establishment, but it is merely one of their properties in Tianyuan City, not the entirety of the pavilion. Do you truly believe that a simple tailor shop can suppress the Li family? As Li Qian perceived the firmness in her tone, his displeasure grew. My cousin Li Cheng is a direct disciple of the sword peak of the Tianyuan Sect, and the city lord is my brother-in-law. What does it matter if I offend you? Can the Tianyi Pavilion rival the Tianyuan Sect? Especially here, in Tianyuan City. Disciple, what is this fellow's cultivation level? Qin Xiao inquired of Yin Man, disregarding their exchange. He is merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, Yin Man replied after a cursory glance. That is good, Qin Xiao responded before stepping forward to confront Li Qian. So, you are the one who made the purchase? Be sensible and relinquish the garments. Otherwise, do not blame me for showing you no mercy. Li Qian had initially assumed that Qin Xiao was a figure of significance daring to contest him, only to realize he was merely a commoner, perhaps a young master from a small clan. Consequently, he felt no need to hold back. I shall teach you a lesson. You arrogant wretch. Without acknowledging Li Qian's taunts, Qin Xiao swiftly delivered a resounding slap to his face. Li Qian, caught off guard, was sent sprawling away by the unexpected blow. You seek death. Do you know who I am? How dare you strike me? You will regret this. No one can save you now. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Qian sprang back to his feet, ready to issue threats, yet he hesitated to act recklessly. Given that he was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment and had just been knocked away by a single slap, though he was a rogue, he was not foolish. Miss Chun, is the Li family truly that formidable? Qin Xiao inquired, ignoring Li Qian and addressing the sales assistant. Qin Yu, young master, you have stirred up a great deal of trouble. You should leave at once. The Li family is not only one of the 4 prominent families in Tianyuan City, but they also have familial ties to the city lord. More importantly, Li Cheng, of the Li family, is a direct disciple of the Sword Peak of the Tianyuan Sect, which affords them protection, Qin Yu urged, her anxiety palpable as she implored Qin Xiao to flee. Oh, Li Cheng, what a coincidence indeed. Qin Xiao initially believed that his opponent possessed significant backing, but it turned out to be nothing of the sort. Chapter 27, A Violent Confrontation with Li Qian, Master of Tianyi Pavilion. Now you understand fear, don't you? Alas, it is too late. Offending me means you shall await the repercussions from the Li family. Within 1,000 miles, Tianyuan reigns supreme, and your lineage holds no weight here. Upon hearing Qin Yu elucidate the Li family's background, Li Qian's confidence surged. You foolish boy, dared to act against me without knowledge of my identity. Now you must regret your actions. If you have any sense, come before me, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather Li thrice. Furthermore, offer your maid to me, and I may spare your life. Seeing that Qin Xiao remained silent, Li Qian grew bolder. Now that you know my identity, dare to make a move against me again. Qin Xiao, however, maintained his silence and slowly approached Li Qian. You are wise to recognize your position. As Qin Xiao obediently walked closer, Li Qian assumed he was coming to pay his respects, a smug smile spreading across his face. Despite the pain lingering from his earlier slap, since you seem to understand your place, a single bow will suffice. Leave your maid and those 3 garments, and be gone. Although Li Qian had received a slap, the prospect of acquiring a beautiful maid and garments worth 30,000 spirit stones was a trade he could begrudgingly accept. After all, it was the Tianyi Pavilion's domain. Playing tricks was permissible, but murder was too far. Yet, when Qin Xiao reached Li Qian, he did not kneel as Li Qian had anticipated. Instead, he leaped up and delivered another slap, sending Li Qian flying to the staircase, tumbling down to the hall below. Even then, Qin Xiao did not relent, rushing downstairs to seize the still-dazed Li Qian and unleash a flurry of slaps. What are you, to dare covet my disciple? I shall teach you a lesson. Qin Xiao reprimanded as he struck. Li Qian's attendants, waiting below, were momentarily stunned by the sight of their master being mercilessly slapped, forgetting to rush to his aid. Quickly summoned the ancestral elder of the Li family, Li Qian suddenly regained his senses and shouted to his attendants. He did not expect these inept individuals to save him. Their cultivation was inferior to his, and he could only hope for the arrival of the ancestral elder, a formidable figure of late golden core cultivation. Calling for help. Are we? Let us see if I don't finish you off first. The mention of calling for reinforcements only fueled Qin Xiao's fury, prompting him to strike even faster. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my Tianyi Pavilion? Not long after, someone entered, but it was not the ancestral elder of the Li family. It was a voluptuous woman, resembling a mature lady. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Upon seeing the newcomer, the people of Tianyi Pavilion immediately knelt in reverence. This woman was none other than Yi Tianyi, the Pavilion Master, with initial level transformation stage cultivation. Realizing the proprietor of the establishment had arrived, Qin Xiao ceased his assault, standing to adjust his appearance. Ah, it is the esteemed Pavilion Master. A pleasure to finally meet you, Qin Xiao said earnestly, stepping forward. Qin Xiao understood the nuances of human interactions, aware that such formalities were customary, despite this being their first encounter. Who might you be? What business do you have in my Tianyi Pavilion? Who are your elders? Yi Tianyi did not immediately cast blame, but sought to discern the identity of the newcomer. Though her Tianyi Pavilion held considerable influence, she recognized that many powers in Qingzhou surpassed her own, and thus, it was imperative not to act rashly. After all, someone bold enough to cause trouble in her establishment must possess some form of backing. Disciple, what level of cultivation does this person possess? Qin Xiao did not respond right away, but quietly inquired of Yin Man beside him. I cannot see through them. They are at least comparable to an elder of our sect, likely at the transformation stage, Yin Man replied, her expression serious, acknowledging the formidable strength of the visitor, which exceeded her own capabilities. May I request a moment of your time to speak privately? Recognizing the individual as a formidable opponent, Qin Xiao resorted to invoking the Tianyuan Sect as a shield. However, with so many people present, he could not allow rumors of him relying on the Tianyuan Sect to cause trouble to circulate. Otherwise, he would face the ire of the elders upon his return. Very well, follow me to the back courtyard. Yi Tianyi, uncertain yet intrigued, agreed, eager to uncover the identity of this young man. Disciple, wait here for me. Ensure this fellow does not escape. Should he attempt to flee, do not hesitate to subdue him. Qin Xiao instructed Yin Man before following Yi Tianyi into the secluded courtyard. Now that we are alone, might you disclose your intentions? Yi Tianyi had prepared herself for any eventuality. Should this individual prove to be without status yet still cause a disturbance, she would have no choice but to detain him and turn him over to the Li family for resolution. Senior, I am but a humble disciple. The peak master of the 7 stars peak of the Tianyuan Sect. Qin Xiao promptly presented his peak master token to Yi Tianyi. Is it truly you? The sole direct disciple of Elder Qin? After examining the token and confirming its authenticity, Yi Tianyi regarded Qin Xiao with newfound surprise. Does the pavilion master know my master? Qin Xiao detected familiarity in her tone, hinting that she was indeed acquainted with his mentor. Know him? Indeed I do. That old rascal absconded with our pavilion's grand elder back in the day. Were it not for my inability to defeat him, I would have sought him out years ago. Alas, I heard he passed away 3 years ago. What a pity I cannot deliver a proper thrashing. Yi Tianyi gritted her teeth, revealing her determination to confront Qin Xiao's master. Pavilion master, this matter has nothing to do with me. I only joined the sect 3 years ago. I was unaware I had a stepmother. Qin Xiao quickly distanced himself from the situation, realizing the gravity of Yi Tianyi's expression. Very well, 3 years ago. Before your master's demise, the Grand Elder returned, but he has been in seclusion since his arrival, and I know not what transpired between them. Yi Tianyi, uninterested in brooding over the deceased, dismissed the topic. Pavilion master, since your Grand Elder has returned, we might as well consider ourselves somewhat related. As my stepmother is still in seclusion, we are all family here. Let us put this matter behind us. I could compensate with a few spirit stones. Qin Xiao seized the opportunity to strengthen their connection as Yi Tianyi's stance softened. The intricate relationships within the sects can be quite perplexing. My own master has entangled himself with the esteemed elder of another clan, thus casting a shadow over my position as the peak leader. The Tianyuan Sect, as a shield, proves rather ineffective. Young one, spare me your silver-tongued eloquence. I shall ascertain the facts in due course and make my decisions then. Yi Tianyi, rendered speechless, cast a glance at Qin Xiao before stepping forward. Naturally, Qin Xiao followed suit, for as long as the Tianyi pavilion remained uninvolved, he harbored little concern for the Li family. Qin, you are the sales assistant on the 2nd floor. You were present throughout. Pray, enlighten me on the matter at hand. Yi Tianyi did not question Qin Xiao or Li Qian, but instead directed her inquiry towards Qin. Subsequently, Qin recounted the entire sequence of events without embellishment. Li Qian, relying on the Li family's influence, strutted into my Tianyi pavilion with great bravado. How audacious. Yi Tianyi finally grasped the situation. It was indeed not Qin Xiao who instigated the trouble, but rather Li Qian who initiated the conflict. Master, though I may have erred, he cannot lay hands upon me. He struck first, and given the sanctity of the Tianyi pavilion, I refrained from retaliating. Li Qian hastily defended himself, fully aware of his culpability. You haven't retaliated? You wish to? Do you think you'd stand a chance? Qin Xiao interjected, seeing Li Qian's pretense. Who dares to strike a disciple of the Li family in Tianyuan City? Come forth and face your demise. Just as Qin Xiao's words left his lips, the voice of the Li family's ancestor resonated from outside. Chapter 28. The Li family ancestor, subduing with authority. You are doomed. My ancestor has arrived. In this establishment, I cannot act against you. If you have any courage, remain hidden for life. Upon hearing the arrival of his ancestor, Li Qian rushed outside, taunting Qin Xiao within the shop. Once outside, it was no longer the domain of the Tianyi pavilion, and thus Yi Tianyi could not intervene. You have the audacity to step outside? Master, are you truly allowing this brash individual to speak so boldly? Qin Xiao, witnessing Li Qian's arrogance, felt the urge to retaliate but refrained, considering Yi Tianyi's presence. Once outside, this is no longer the Tianyi pavilion. I shall not intervene. Yi Tianyi regarded Qin Xiao as if he were a fool. In Tianyuan City, the mayor governs beyond the shop's threshold. Is that so? You should have mentioned it earlier. Disciple, come with me. It seems that fellow still has not had enough of a beating. With Yi Tianyi's assurance, Qin Xiao felt at ease. His concern lay solely in Yi Tianyi's potential interference, for otherwise, he would have confronted Li Qian long ago. Brave lad, you truly dare to emerge? You are finished. My ancestor has attained the late stage of the golden core. Prepare for your inevitable end. Li Qian, upon seeing Qin Xiao step outside, was filled with elation. "Qin, who dares to lay a hand on you?" An elderly figure approached Li Qian, inquiring about the situation. "Ancestor, it is this young man. Had he remained within the Tianyuan pavilion, we would have been at a loss. Now that he has stepped out, I implore you to intervene on my behalf." Despite nearing 30, Li Qian still referred to himself as Qin with a sense of childlike affection. "Disciple, do you believe you can prevail against that elder?" Qin Xiao, witnessing Li Qian's childish demeanor, felt a wave of nausea and directly turned to Yin Man for her opinion. "I have no doubts, master." Yin Man discerned the cultivation level of the Li family's ancestor, merely at the late stage of the golden core, rendering him insignificant. "Very well, let us collaborate today. You shall confront the elder, while I handle the younger," she declared. Upon sensing Yin Man's confidence, Qin Xiao promptly organized their roles. "Hold your actions. What do you intend to do?" "Private duels are forbidden within the city." A patrol team approached just as Qin Xiao was about to strike. "Captain Yang, it's me, Li Qian." Li Qian greeted the patrol team hurriedly. "Ah, young Master Li. Is that not the ancestor of the Li family?" "I have the honor of meeting you," Captain Yang remarked, recognizing the Li family's involvement and promptly extending his greetings. They had no desire to meddle, given that Li Qian's elder sister was the city lord's wife. "Very well, if there is nothing amiss, you may carry on with your duties," the ancestor of the Li family said after casting a glance at Captain Yang, who then led his team away. "Did you see that, brat? Offending my Li family in Tianyuan City means certain death. No one can save you," Li Qian barked once the patrol had departed. "Indeed. It seems that in any realm, connections are advantageous. However, my fists are mightier." "Disciple, proceed," Qin Xiao urged, uninterested in the surrounding affairs, allowing Yin Man to take action. Before Li Qian could react, Qin Xiao had already closed the distance between them. "Ancestor, save me." Li Qian, taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity, shouted desperately. "Your ancestor is hardly in a position to rescue you," Qin Xiao retorted, delivering a flurry of blows as Li Qian found himself pinned to the ground, rolling about like a child. The Li family's ancestor was in a precarious situation as well, confined within the city. He dared not unleash his full power for fear of devastation. Despite being engaged in close combat, his decades of experience failed to grant him an advantage, as Yin Man occasionally landed kicks on him. In the city's confines, Yin Man was cautious, wielding her sword in one hand while the other was free. Yet the old man appeared no formidable opponent, lacking in both spiritual energy and cultivation. Even his reflexes paled in comparison to hers. After a prolonged bout, the elder found himself at a loss. Li Qian's incessant cries hindered his performance, though he managed to hold his ground against the woman. Li Qian was being soundly defeated, making the situation decidedly unfavorable. "Cease. I, the Li family, concede," the ancestor declared, recognizing that he could not overcome his opponent. If the battle continued, Li Qian would surely be battered to death. "Ancestor, save me." Li Qian, on the verge of unconsciousness, continued to plead for help. "Very well. Old man, since you admit defeat, I shall extend you some grace. Rest assured, I have spared your life," Qin Xiao said, relenting now that the elder had surrendered. After all this effort, he needed to head to the auction house without delay. "May I inquire your name, young friend?" The ancestor of the Li family's expression darkened. Yet he understood his limitations and wished to note the name for future retribution. "What? Do you still harbor intentions of vengeance against me?" Qin Xiao perceived the elder's plotting. "The young friend is overly concerned. I merely inquired about your name to caution my disciples against provoking you," the elder of the Li family explained hastily. "No matter. Since you wish to know my name, I shall tell you. I am called Chu Sheng. Remember it well." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao reported the name of the second elder brother of Xian Beast Peak, Chu Sheng, realizing that the shameless fellow might harbor designs on his disciple, thus borrowing your name for his own purposes. "Chu Sheng, I shall remember you," the elder of the Li family declared before instructing his attendants to carry Li Qian back to the Li family estate. "By the way, we have yet to purchase our attire. Let us hasten to acquire clothing for the auction." It was only after the Li family had departed that Qin Xiao remembered that in his eagerness to confront Li Qian, he had neglected to procure garments. "Elder, pardon me. I almost forgot that our clothing remains unbought." As Qin Xiao prepared to return to the heavenly garment shop, he noticed Yi Tianyi standing at the entrance and called out for her to make way. "What did you say?" Yi Tianyi looked at Qin Xiao with a hint of disbelief. "Elder, I am here to purchase clothing as a customer, and a valued one at that." "Is this how Tianyuan Pavilion conducts business?" Qin Xiao was undaunted. He was a customer and had nothing to fear, as they were indeed in the right. "Very well. Young man, you are quite impressive." After a moment's reflection, Yi Tianyi decided against further conflict, considering the numerous onlookers. She could not afford to tarnish the reputation of Tianyuan Pavilion. "Thank you for your kind words, Elder. Has Miss Chen brought the garments?" Qin Xiao urged Chunyu, as Yi Tianyi stepped aside. Young master, everything is prepared. Once you settle the bill, the items are yours to take, Chunyu replied. Curiously, during the skirmish between Qin Xiao and the Li family, she had gone upstairs to prepare the clothing, seemingly possessing an inexplicable confidence in Qin Xiao's victory, which prompted her to get everything ready in advance. Excellent. You exhibit great discernment and commendable service. Qin Xiao was quite pleased with Chunyu's actions. Although she was merely at the Qi refinement stage, her insight was impressive. After paying 30,000 spirit stones, he also granted Chunyu an extra 1,000 spirit stones as a tip. Before she could inquire about the nature of the tip, Qin Xiao had already departed with Yin Man. You performed admirably today. Once this month concludes, return to Tianyi Pavilion to continue your cultivation. I shall assign others to oversee matters in your absence. After delivering her words, Yi Tianyi proceeded in the direction Qin Xiao had taken as the auction was approaching. Chapter 29. City Lord Tan Wang. Supreme member. As Qin Xiao made his way, he encountered numerous individuals heading towards the auction house, indicating a lively atmosphere. Young man, are you also bound for the auction house? Yi Tianyi had caught up with him and inquired. Ah, elder, I am indeed going to participate in the auction. Are you also attending? Qin Xiao responded politely, albeit surprised that Yi Tianyi had followed him. Of course. Why else would I be here if not for the auction? It is not because of you, is it? Yi Tianyi retorted, a bit exasperated. Ah, esteemed leader, must we not acknowledge our kinship? Might you temper your words? Otherwise, upon my master's return from seclusion, I shall lodge a complaint. Qin Xiao, too, discerned that although Yi Tianyi spoke rather brusquely, she was not entirely ill-natured. Considering their faint familial ties, the conversation felt less constrained. Step aside. Who claims kinship with you? Once the Grand Elder emerges from her retreat, should she seek vengeance upon your master and fail to find him, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that she would turn her wrath upon you. Yi Tianyi, despite her desire to chastise Qin Xiao, found herself restrained by her status as a leader, which rendered her unwilling to oppress the lesser. Very well, we are not related. Not related at all. Observing the woman's obstinacy, Qin Xiao hurriedly took Yin Man's hand and moved away. Master, could you refrain from causing trouble? Might you keep a lower profile? We have far too many formidable adversaries. Yin Man could hardly contain herself, questioning her master's actions. Was there not a single friend? Only enemies? Disciple, when have I instigated conflict? Am I not sufficiently discreet? We have not provoked those we cannot defeat. Only those we can contend with have we dared to be somewhat ostentatious. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly low profile enough? After all, he was now the rightful leader of the 7-star peak. Though his strength did not quite match his status, his position alone demanded respect. Discreet, indeed, remarkably discreet. Yin Man found herself momentarily speechless, offering only a resigned response. Soon, they arrived at the auction house, where a considerable crowd had already gathered in line. The Celestial Auction House. How does that sound familiar? Qin Xiao mused, recognizing the 5 prominent characters above the entrance. This is the same establishment where we exchanged silver. Yin Man quickly reminded him. No wonder. Disciple, are you not acquainted with that fierce woman? Will there be any discounts at the auction? Upon Yin Man's prompting, Qin Xiao recalled, turning to her with curiosity. But this is not solely her enterprise. The auction house is managed by several prominent families. Moreover, auctions do not lend themselves to discounts, do they? Yin Man replied, exasperated. Indeed, auctions are won by the highest bidder, making discounts rather impractical. Does she possess any other shops that might offer such advantages? I must extract some benefit from her, otherwise I shall feel quite unsatisfied. The mere thought of Ling Ruoshua's demeanor irked Qin Xiao, although he was not financially lacking. Failing to gain even a slight advantage felt more disheartening than incurring a loss. Chu Sheng, I never expected you to remain here instead of fleeing. Do you dare to show your face? Just as Qin Xiao pondered how to benefit from Ling Ruoshua, a voice echoed from behind. Chu Sheng? Is that voice from the old man of the Li family? Turning around, Qin Xiao indeed found the elder from the Li family, accompanied by a stern-looking middle-aged man. Old Li, I did not anticipate your presence at the auction. What a coincidence. Qin Xiao greeted nonchalantly, entirely forgetting the earlier altercation with Li Qian. City Lord, it is this lad who nearly beat my son to death. He is currently recovering at home, and you must stand up for the Li family. The venerable ancestor of the Li family paid no heed to Qin Xiao, instead hastening to lament to the middle-aged man beside him. This man was none other than Tan Wang, the lord of Tianyuan City, whose wife was Li Qian's elder sister, Li Yin. Without engaging in unnecessary dialogue, Qin Xiao directly inquired about Yin Man's cultivation level, which was at the late stage of the nascent soul. Yin Man, displaying no inclination for idle chatter, simply declared their inability to confront the situation and suggested a retreat. She grasped Qin Xiao's arm, attempting to lead him away. Master, do not be hasty. We stand at the entrance of the Xiandao Trading House's auction hall, and they dare not act here, she firmly asserted. Is the Xiandao Trading House truly that formidable? Qin Xiao paused, noticing Yin Man's unruffled demeanor. At least in Tianyuan City, it suffices, she replied. Uncertain of the current status of the trading house, but confident that it was beyond the reach of those in Tianyuan City. That is reassuring. Accepting you as my disciple was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Since you are acquainted with that fierce woman, we can navigate through this with ease, Qin Xiao mused. Feeling emboldened by the realization of the trading house's might. Old man, indeed, it is I, Chu Sheng, who dares to take responsibility, Qin Xiao declared. Choosing not to correct the assumption that he was Chu Sheng. Li Laozu, this is the entrance to the Xiandao auction house. We must afford some respect to the trading house. After the auction concludes, I shall certainly apprehend this youth and deliver him to the Li family, Ten Wang articulated. Aware that now was not the time for confrontation, lest he incur the wrath of the trading house. Youngster, consider this an extension of your life, he added. And seeing Tan Wang's stance, the Li ancestor ceased his insistence, casting a threatening remark before diverting towards another entrance, bypassing the queue entirely. Why are they not waiting in line? Qin Xiao observed as the two entered, while others remained in line. They possess membership, unlike you, a mere country bumpkin. Yi Tianyi interjected, having been present all along, curious to see how the young man would respond. To her disappointment, Tan Wang refrained from taking action, rendering the situation less entertaining. Membership? Such a concept exists? Qin Xiao inquired, bewildered by the notion of a membership system in such an esteemed establishment. Indeed. Take your time in the queue, Yi Tianyi replied, producing her membership card and proceeding inside. Master, did that fierce woman not grant you a membership? We ought to queue. It diminishes our standing, Qin Xiao lamented, now relying on Yin Man for assistance. Master, might you reconsider your terms of address? That is my former acquaintance, who treated me well. She has a name, Ling Ruoxue. If you continue to mistakenly call her, I shall ignore you, Yin Man retorted, unable to tolerate the misnomer. Fortunately, Ling was not present, otherwise, a conflict would surely ensue. Oh, she has a name? Why did you not mention this sooner? Has this Ling Ruoxue provided you with a membership card, or anything of the sort? Qin Xiao, indifferent to the appellation, simply wished to clarify, having previously been unaware of her name and disliking her arrogant demeanor. Yes, let us proceed, Yin Man sighed, exasperated yet willing to move forward. As they reached the VIP passage, Qin Xiao was halted. Merely a membership card, disciple, show it to him, he urged. Qin Xiao wore a confident expression, dismissing the card issue as trivial. Who among them did not possess one? He was informed that both silver and gold cards required waiting in line, and only the VIP passage for purple gold and supreme cards allowed for immediate entry. The guard glanced at Qin Xiao, noting his apparent lack of cultivation, surmising that he likely held only a silver card, and thus cautioned him. Are there different levels of cards? Qin Xiao inquired. Disciple, what card do we possess? If it's a silver card, we ought to wait in line. That would be too embarrassing. He was uncertain of the card that Yin Man held, so he quietly suggested this course of action. Master, do not worry, Sister Ling provided it, so it surely cannot be a lowly card, Yin Man assured, producing a resplendent purple gold card. What? A purple gold card? No, wait, there are words on it. Supreme membership card? The guard was astonished upon recognizing the purple gold card, and his astonishment deepened as he read the inscription. The city lord and the head of the Heavenly Garment Pavilion had both carried purple gold cards, while only esteemed guests of the Ling family were bestowed with the supreme card. I am deeply ashamed. I nearly committed a grave error by questioning two esteemed guests. Please, do enter quickly. Upon seeing the supreme card, the guard immediately lowered his posture, respectfully ushering Qin Xiao inside. Chapter 30. The auction begins. Mysterious spirit armor Qin Xiao was taken aback by Ling Ruoxue's generosity in directly gifting Yin Man a supreme membership card, although he was uncertain of its significance. The name alone suggested its exceptional nature. Disciple, you were indeed correct. I misjudged your sister Ling. I shall certainly apologize to her next time, he resolved, feeling the need to reciprocate her kindness. Master, why the sudden change in demeanor? Yin Man asked, puzzled by her master's newfound disposition. Disciple, you do not comprehend. This is called the ways of human relations. If others show me a foot of respect, I shall return a yard. If they offend me, I shall repay them in kind. If I cannot win, I will retreat, and when I am capable, I will retaliate. Do you understand now? Seeing Yin Man's curiosity, Qin Xiao explained, realizing that she was still quite naive regarding the intricacies of social conduct. Master, you refer to this as the ways of human relations? Yin Man was at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Qin Xiao's reasoning. You are still young and do not understand. Learn from me, and in time, you will. Noticing the disbelief on Yin Man's face, Qin Xiao chose not to elaborate further. Ah, young man, you possess some skill, managing to enter through the membership entrance. Yi Tianyi remarked, awaiting her room assignment, surprised that Qin Xiao had also gained entry. Lady Pavilion Master, what do you mean by sneaking in? I entered through merit. Qin Xiao retorted, eager to defend himself against Yi Tianyi's mockery. This is called ability. My disciple's strength is naturally a reflection of my own. Surely you do not possess a purple gold card given by the sect, merely putting on a facade? Yi Tianyi's disdain for Qin Xiao was palpable, possibly stemming from her resentment over the loss of her grand elder to Qin Xiao's master. Wait, the sect has purple gold cards? Had I known, I would have requested one, as I nearly faced embarrassment. Upon hearing Yi Tianyi's words, Qin Xiao realized he had been hasty, neglecting to inquire further. All holders of the purple gold card, please follow me. The private room on the second floor is ready. As Qin Xiao pondered this, a female staff member from the auction house approached. Disciple, our card should be valid as well, right? Come, let us proceed to the second floor. With someone to lead the way, Qin Xiao took Yin Man's hand and followed. Esteemed guests, please wait. Your room is on the third floor. Just as Qin Xiao intended to ascend, a middle-aged man approached him. The third floor? Isn't that one level above theirs? Indeed, very well. Upon learning he would be on the third floor, Qin Xiao's confidence soared, prompting a mischievous impulse. Oh, Master Yi, heading to the second floor? Oh, isn't that Lord City Master and elderly? Are you also going to the second floor? How splendid. The more, the merrier. Unlike me, who can only go to the third floor, which feels rather desolate. I truly envy you. As he passed by these individuals, he couldn't resist making this remark. And when he perceived their murderous glares, he swiftly retreated to the third floor. Master, couldn't you be a bit more composed? We've already offended quite a few people. Yin Man exclaimed, exasperated upon arriving at the spacious private room. Oh, it's nothing. Master Yi will only grumble about me internally. My master mother is still in seclusion. She won't harm me. As for the city master and elderly, they intended to kill me from the start. I bear them no ill will. Would they let me off otherwise? Rest assured, everything is under my control. With a confident demeanor, Qin Xiao appeared to have everything meticulously planned, though in reality, he was merely waiting for the auction to conclude, intending to persuade Ling Ruoxue to accompany him to the foot of the sect's mountain. How to convince Ling Ruoxue to accompany him depended on his disciple, since these individuals feared the Immortal Path trading house and would not dare to provoke the Ling family. He would invite members of the Ling family to join him. Given the issuance of the Supreme Membership Card, their relationship must be quite close. Such a request should be agreeable, or so he hoped. After approximately 15 minutes, everyone had entered, and the auction officially commenced. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down. First, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you at our Immortal Path auction house. I trust you are aware that there will be numerous exquisite items for bidding today. Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment, and you shall soon discover for yourselves. I hereby declare the auction officially begins. Ling Ruoxue took the stage and, with just a few words, piqued everyone's curiosity, leading to the commencement of the auction amid the crowd's anticipation. Your sister, upon closer inspection, is indeed quite striking, though her temperament leaves much to be desired. Qin Xiao remarked softly from the third floor. Master, please be silent. If she hears you, trouble will ensue. This is her territory, and there are several late-stage transformation gods stationed behind her. You should exercise caution. Yin Man cautioned, genuinely worried. During their time at the sect, while her master was not particularly restrained, she never anticipated that outside the sect, he would be even more reckless. She felt utterly drained. Why didn't you say so earlier? Late-stage transformation gods, isn't that on par with our sect leader? We must tread carefully. Upon hearing that several formidable figures of the late transformation stage were present, Qin Xiao became utterly submissive. Such power rendered even the sect leader incapable of ensuring his safety. The first item up for auction was the exquisite Xianling armor, a superior spiritual artifact, with a starting bid of 50,000 spirit stones and a minimum increment of 1,000. Ling Ruoxue, without further ado, presented the initial item, the superior spiritual armor. Generally, spiritual artifacts tend to be primarily offensive in nature, with defensive types being quite rare, thus their price is commonly double that of offensive artifacts. 51,000, 55,000, 60,000, 70,000. The bids quickly escalated to 70,000, with only those seated in the hall participating. 100,000. A private room on the second floor abruptly raised the bid to 100,000, which was nearly the market value for this armor. 110,000. Another room joined the fray with a modest increase of 10,000. 150,000. This spiritual artifact is quite appealing to me. I implore my fellow friends to part with it. The elder of the Li family boldly asserted his status. Other families possessed spirit stones, yet the Li family. currently allied with the city lord, found that raising the bid might incur the lord's displeasure, rendering it rather unwise. The atmosphere grew tense. Those wishing to bid hesitated, fearing the wrath of the city lord, while those unfazed by such concerns had no need for the item. Just as silence enveloped the room, a voice rang out. I bid 200,000. The voice belonged to Qin Xiao from the third floor, who recognized the value of the protective inner armor, given his brawling combat style that necessitated robust defensive gear. To his astonishment, a competitor had emerged from the third floor as well. The stakes were high. Even golden members were restricted to the hall, indicating that this third floor was reserved for supreme members. It was no wonder such lavish spending was witnessed. Indeed, they were of immense wealth. The membership tiers at the Xiandao Trading House were straightforward. Silver members required 10,000 spirit stones. Gold members needed 100,000. Purple gold members demanded over 1 million, while supreme members needed assets in the tens of millions and must be invited by the Ling family. That young man dared to intervene, surpassing the intrinsic value of the inner armor. If I were to forcibly acquire it, it would burden my family. Thus, I shall refrain for now. Once this is over, I can deal with that young man, and the item will naturally revert to me. After a moment of contemplation, the elder of the Li family chose to withdraw his bid. If no further bids were made, the inner armor would rightfully belong to the third floor's esteemed guest. Thus, the first item was successfully auctioned off for 200,000 spirit stones. After a brief pause, with no one else bidding, Ling Ruoxua struck the gavel, confirming that Qin Xiao had acquired the Xianling inner armor. How astute of that old man! Had he raised the bid again, I would have walked away. Instead, he proved to be quite clever. Though slightly disappointed that the elder of the Li family did not counterbid, Qin Xiao felt content. Securing the inner armor for 200,000 was within his means, and exceeding that would have been unwise. After the first auction item, Ling Ruoxua proudly presented the second item, a cultivation elixir, the spiritual liquid. This second item consisted of 10 drops of spiritual liquid, starting at a price of 10,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid required to be no less than 10,000. As Chapter 31, titled The Grand Auction of Spiritual Liquid, the Healing Holy Medicine, unfolded, the appearance of the spiritual liquid immediately drew attention. Typically, these smaller factions find it exceedingly difficult to access spiritual liquid. Not only is there a lack of purchasing avenues, but even if such avenues existed, the spiritual liquid would be prioritized for the larger factions. Even with substantial wealth, they are unable to procure it. The spiritual liquid is indeed a treasure. Possessing this elixir would significantly enhance the chances of breakthrough for the family disciples, and even for individuals like us, it would be an excellent opportunity. Alas, our spirit stones are insufficient. We simply cannot bid competitively. At that moment, a voice from the crowd suggested, brothers, it would be unwise for a single family to attempt to absorb all 10 drops. Instead, let us pool our resources to bid collectively and distribute according to our contributions. Otherwise, we risk losing this opportunity to the larger factions. While a single family would undeniably be no match for the larger powers, a coalition might yield surprising results. This sounds splendid. I am willing to join, came the responses. I too shall participate. Soon, the attendees had formed several small groups, all eager to secure the 10 drops of spiritual liquid. The uses of the spiritual liquid need not be elaborated. Those wishing to place bids may now do so. Seeing the opportune moment, Ling Ruoxua announced the commencement of bidding. 50,000. A small faction in the hall was the first to call out, setting the bid at 50,000, understanding that this price was merely an opening gambit while also demonstrating their financial prowess. 60,000. Immediately, another participant raised the bid by 10,000, 70,000, 80,000, 100,000. With numerous small groups forming, the price quickly escalated to 100,000. Disciple, it's merely 10 drops of spiritual liquid. Do these people truly need to be so fervent? Qin Xiao remarked, though he recognized that the price was indeed steep. Has it truly escalated to 100,000 for just one drop? Master, while the spiritual liquid may be somewhat valuable in the eyes of the larger factions, for these smaller powers, it represents a rare opportunity, and thus, they will naturally compete fiercely, Yin Man explained slowly. The larger factions have their own supply channels, and while the liquid is precious, they can acquire at least some. For these smaller factions, however, they have only heard of it, lacking channels. They cannot purchase even if they possess spirit stones. The auction is their only avenue to obtain it. 150,000 spirit stones. After 2 more price increments from a small group in a private room on the second floor, they joined the bidding. 160,000. The patriarch of the Li family, not wishing to miss out, also entered the fray. 170,000. Yi Tianyi placed her bid. Although her Tianyi pavilion could procure liquid from other sources, the quantity was limited. Thus, acquiring these 10 drops would be an unexpected boon for her faction. After several rounds of competitive bidding, the final price reached 500,000, ultimately secured by Yi Tianyi. Regrettably, none could rival the financial strength of Tianyi Pavilion. Even those capable of offering spirit stones felt it was somewhat beyond value. For the first time, Qin Xiao comprehended the intrinsic value of spiritual liquid, realizing that a single drop could fetch an astonishing price of 50,000. The amount of spiritual liquid he had consumed over the past few days could indeed be exchanged for a mountain of spiritual stones. However, at present, Qin Xiao found himself devoid of any shortage of spiritual stones, thus he felt no particular regret. After all, he had evolved from an ordinary individual to someone capable of contending with those in the golden core stage. A transformation that transcended the worth of any number of spiritual stones. Congratulations, Master Yi, on successfully acquiring the spiritual liquid. The next item for auction is the sacred healing elixir, the immortal spirit pill. This miraculous potion can preserve the life of anyone below the transformation stage, as long as they still draw breath. It was procured at a considerable price by our Immortal Path Trading Company. Hence the starting bid is set at 200,000 spiritual stones, with increments no less than 10,000. The first two auction items had exceeded expectations, much to Ling Ruoxue's satisfaction, as she then presented the immortal spirit pill. Although the pill was commendable, it came with restrictions, being effective solely for those below the transformation stage. Otherwise, its starting price would not merely be 200,000. For those above the transformation stage, who had attained the nascent soul, the pill could only affect the physical body, hence the stipulated limitation. Nonetheless, it was an excellent opportunity, as the transformation stage felt quite distant to him. This pill was essentially a life-saving remedy. After hearing the introduction, Qin Xiao was equally enticed. The transformation stage was still far off, and even if his disciple reached the nascent soul stage, the immortal spirit pill would still serve as the best safeguard for life. 210,000. The elder of the Li family boldly declared, recognizing the value of this life-preserving elixir. 250,000. Upon hearing the elder's bid, Qin Xiao swiftly raised his offer to 250,000, determined to obtain the immortal spirit pill. Who was that lad? The elder of the Li family immediately recognized Qin Xiao's voice emanating from the third floor. 260,000. The elder, unwilling to concede easily, increased his bid by another 10,000. Others contemplated entering the fray. However, with the starting bid set at 200,000, most chose to withdraw, finding the offerings unworthy of their interest. For instance, Yi Tianyi, already at the transformation stage, had no need for it, while the city lord, Tan Wang, being in the late nascent soul stage, felt confident about advancing to the transformation stage himself, deeming it unnecessary. Moreover, he was not present for that purpose. A few who could afford to bid were merely awaiting an opportune moment to enter. 300,000. Qin Xiao, unwilling to prolong the contest, declared a price of 300,000 outright. Was this young man genuinely interested, or was he attempting to swindle me? The elder of the Li family hesitated. The immortal spirit pill was indeed remarkable, yet a high bid would impose a burden on the family. 310,000. Reluctantly, the elder raised his bid by another 10,000, curious to gauge his opponent's resolve. 350,000. Qin Xiao promptly escalated the bid by 40,000, reaching 350,000. Those who had previously contemplated entering the bidding had now retreated. 350,000 spiritual stones surpassed their expectations. Even as a life-saving elixir, the price had become exorbitant beyond 300,000. At this juncture, the elder of the Li family found himself in a quandary. Hesitating to bid immediately, he understood that the young man upstairs indeed possessed spiritual stones and was earnest in his desire. His hesitation stemmed from a desire to exploit the situation further, yet he feared that the young man might simply withdraw, leaving him to shoulder the burden, which would be considerable for the Li family. Fear not, should the Li family desire it, this city lord shall naturally assist. Tan Wang discerned the hesitation of the elder of the Li family and thus spoke up, expressing his gratitude to the city lord. Thank you, my lord. I shall no longer hesitate. With the support of Tan Wang, the elder's confidence surged, feeling emboldened even if the young man decided against his offer, for he would not suffer significant loss. 360,000. Qin Xiao, indifferent to spirit stones, immediately raised his bid. 400,000. The elder, with a steely resolve, called out once more, certain that Qin Xiao would continue to increase his offer. 450,000. As anticipated, Qin Xiao swiftly countered with 450,000. Understanding that Qin Xiao was determined to win, the elder felt reassured and aimed to raise the stakes further, hoping the young man would incur a substantial loss. 500,000. True to the elder's expectations, Qin Xiao matched him without hesitation. 501,000. At this point, the elder was convinced he had a firm grip on Qin Xiao and wore a triumphant expression, thinking, this young man will surely regret his decision. I shall withdraw. Qin Xiao had set his limit at 500,000. Although he was wealthy, he was not a fool. He recognized the elder's attempts to deceive him and refused to fall into the trap. What? Withdraw? You were bidding so fervently. How can you back down now? Raise your bid once more, and I assure you I shall refrain from competing for what you desire. The elder was left utterly bewildered. Ah, elderly. I was the one who previously offended your family. Since you desire this so much, I shall not compete for it. Congratulations to the Li family. Qin Xiao remarked with a mischievous smile, confident that, considering his disciple's relationship with Ling Ruoxue, he could procure the life-saving elixir privately later. However, if the elder sought to trick him, he could only extend his congratulations. You clever young man. I shall remember this. The elder realized he had acted impulsively. He had been blinded by the young man's quick responses, thinking him certain of victory. Elder, worry not. This elixir is valued at 300,000. I shall cover the remaining 200,000. Tianyuan interjected, now aware of the young man's capabilities. However, since he had promised the Li family, he would indeed pay the 200,000, being the son-in-law of the Li family himself. From that point onward, Qin Xiao showed little interest in the subsequent items, occasionally bidding on those he deemed useful, but refraining from participating in others. Soon, they arrived at the final item of the auction, which many attendees had eagerly anticipated. The last item, a low-grade magical artifact known as the heart-protecting turtle shell, was introduced by Ling Ruoxue with great pride. Such items were seldom seen, only appearing in grand auctions held once every decade. Naturally, she sought to present something of worth. This artifact, named the heart-protecting turtle shell, was a low-grade magical artifact that, once bound, could autonomously provide protection. The shield it generated could withstand attacks from artifacts of the same grade, and its own hardness was such that even medium-grade artifacts could not penetrate it. Unfortunately, there was only this solitary piece. Otherwise, it would not merely be classified as a low-grade artifact. Such a remarkable item was comparable to a medium-grade artifact. Ling Ruoxue elaborated with great enthusiasm, bestowing high praise upon this auction item. So, it is merely a defective piece, then? Listening intently, Qin Xiao felt a surge of desire. However, he discerned that there was only one piece. Should the shield be breached, it would merely safeguard the heart. Master, you ought to be content. If it were not singular, would you even expect to see it at such an auction? Yin Man, being well versed in the ways of the world, promptly elucidated. Indeed, your assertion holds merit. Thus, this artifact is the finest I am likely to encounter here. I must secure it, although I cannot cultivate. Protecting my heart is precisely what I need. Upon hearing Yin Man's words, Qin Xiao grasped the implication. If merely a fragment achieved the status of a low-grade artifact, the complete entity must be extraordinarily rare, likely absent from this caliber of auction. Now, let us hasten to disclose the starting bid, Qin Xiao urged, his impatience mounting. The shield could withstand attacks from low-grade artifacts, and such a quality would undoubtedly command a high starting price. Someone appears eager, so I shall refrain from further ado. The starting bid for this treasure is 1,500,000, with increments no less than 100,000. Ling Ruoxue intended to elaborate further, but, upon sensing the prompt, swiftly announced the opening price. 1,600,000, Qin Xiao declared without hesitation. Since accepting Yin Man as his disciple, his spirit stones had multiplied at an astonishing rate, 2 per second, culminating in over 6 million spirit stones within the past month. After allocating 500,000 to Yin Man and covering various expenses, he retained over 500,000, making the starting bid comfortably within his reach. At such an auction level, not merely the 4 great families, but even smaller sects found themselves out of their depth. Only 3 individuals were present: the esteemed head of Tianyi Pavilion, Yi Tianyi, the city lord, Tan Wang, and the unexpected entrant, Qin Xiao. In truth, the Xiandao Trading Company had extended invitations to others, yet ultimately, only Lord Tan Wang and Yi Tianyi attended. Others either lacked sufficient spirit stones, deemed the prices excessive, or were in seclusion, leaving their disciples without authority to act. The starting bid of 1,500,000 was not a sum that ordinary individuals could muster. Even the 7 peaks of Tianyuan Sect would find several million a considerable burden. Thus, they refrained from participating. As it happened, the individuals most in need of this item were Yi Tianyi of Tianyi Pavilion and Lord Tan Wang. With their presence, the likelihood of securing the item appeared promising. Both had offensive low-grade artifacts, yet defensive low-grade treasures were scarce. Each defensive artifact served as a life-saving talisman, typically commanding prices exceeding those of offensive artifacts. Originally, the final item was poised for contention solely between the two, but an unforeseen variable emerged: Qin Xiao. Upon his bidding declaration, silence enveloped the room as all contemplated their next move. I have prepared 5 million spirit stones for this occasion. This represents the entirety of my city, Lord's treasury. And I am determined to acquire it, Tianyuan thought, his interest piqued. He had not anticipated a third contender in the bidding. This young lad dares to raise the stakes. Let me demonstrate the might of Tianyi Pavilion. Yi Tianyi remained unfazed, for her influence spread across all cities in Qin Xiao. And when it came to spirit stones, she was equally formidable. 1,700,000. As no one responded, she raised her bid by an additional 100,000. 1,800,000. Tianyuan also joined the fray, realizing the urgency of the situation. Pressure needed to be applied to the two contenders. 2 million. Qin Xiao, unfazed and unhurried, declared the price of 2 million. The incremental bids of 10,000 seemed painfully slow to him, if everyone was confident. There was no need for hesitation. 3 million. Yi Tianyi, not one to dally, agreed, thinking that since all were eager, it was time to reveal their limits. The city lord shared this sentiment. 3,500,000. Tianyuan, seeing the stakes laid bare, had no choice but to respond. For million. Qin Xiao continued to remain calm, calling out the bid without haste. Regardless of the number of spirit stones, he could sustain the bid, should his stones run out. He still had spirit liquid, and he was resolute that none present could rival his wealth. For 1,500,000. Yi Tianyi, equally determined, hesitated not, directly increasing her bid by 50,000, well prepared for this encounter. 5 million. Upon uttering this amount, Tianyuan's expression soured. He never anticipated reaching his limit so swiftly. Another bid would leave him without spirit stones. 5 million. This was madness. Had the city lord brought all his possessions? Clearly, he was intent on securing this prize. The announcement of 5 million stirred murmurs among the crowd. This was not mere wealth, but spirit stones. The pressure now rested upon Qin Xiao. Should he concede, Yi Tianyi would remain the sole competitor. 5,300,000. Qin Xiao assessed his spirit stones and decided to wager all remaining resources. He preferred not to reveal his spirit liquid unless absolutely necessary. It appeared this lad's limit was 5,300,000. If he added some items and discounted them, he could nearly approach 1 million. This lad might soon bow out. Upon hearing Qin Xiao raise the bid to 5,300,000, Tianyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had ample items to barter. And 5 million was not his true threshold. 5,500,000. Yi Tianyi shared Tianyuan's perspective, believing Qin Xiao had reached his limit. The ensuing contest would be between her and Tianyuan. 5,600,000. Tianyuan, without hesitation, increased the bid by another 100,000. At this juncture, caution was paramount, and he could not afford to reveal any weakness to Yi Tianyi. 6 million. Qin Xiao shook his head in resignation. It seemed these powerful factions were not to be underestimated. He would have to reveal a fraction of his resources, for he was determined to secure the item. What was happening? Hadn't this lad's limit been 5,300,000? Why was he still able to raise the price? Tianyuan wore an expression of disbelief. He had underestimated this young man. Could it be that old Qin had truly left all his assets to him? Yi Tianyi felt similarly perplexed. She could only draw such a conclusion, for otherwise, it remained inexplicable. Madness, sheer madness. This young man on the third floor is nothing short of astonishing. I had seen him ascend the stairs, but I never anticipated such wealth. Could he possibly be a disciple of some formidable faction? It must be so. I previously witnessed him brutally assaulting Li Qian from the Li family, and even the patriarch of the Li family could not best him. No wonder he exudes such confidence. His background must be substantial. It goes without saying that if he were not affiliated with a powerful faction, he would not have ascended to the third floor. Especially since the city lord remained on the second floor. What brings such a figure to Tianyuan City? With the offer of 6 million. The individuals in the hall began to speculate about Qin Xiao's identity and lineage. Chapter 33, Verification of Funds, a successful acquisition after the 6 million price was announced. Everyone awaited the city lord Tianyuan's bid. Only Tianyuan appeared enraged, for 6 million surpassed his limits, and he had no more spirit stones left. City lord, since we are one entity, my Li family shall naturally lend assistance. Although I, an old man, lack spirit stones, my Li family can still gather 500,000 spirit stones to aid you. The patriarch of the Li family observed Tianyuan's countenance, and after a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to make a commitment. Is the patriarch serious? Tianyuan had initially considered withdrawing, but the patriarch's words rekindled his hope. Indeed, you and Yin are our husband and wife, thus we are family. My Li family will certainly provide support. The patriarch's intention was to offer the Li family some insurance. Although the city lord was somewhat considerate towards the Li family, he did not genuinely regard them with esteem. Very well, your assurance suffices. Tianyuan exhaled and raised the bid by another 100,000 to 6,100,000. Following Tianyuan's increase, all eyes shifted once more to Yi Tianyi's private room. As as each subsequent bid captivated everyone's attention. 6,200,000. Yi Tianyi, undeterred, raised the bid by another 100,000. Goodness, how many spirit stones do they possess? This cannot continue indefinitely. Observing their ability to continue bidding, Qin Xiao found himself in a quandary. What price must he declare to bring this to a close? 7 million. After some contemplation, Qin Xiao resolved to call out 7 million, hoping to deter at least one competitor. Never mind, this item is not destined for me. Tianyuan longed for Qin Xiao to withdraw, but upon hearing his bid, he slumped down, realizing he was out of the running. Since both of you are determined to secure this, I shall not contend with you. Although he conceded, he still felt the need to utter flattering words. One competitor has finally withdrawn. Now, it remains to be seen what Yi Tianyi's limits are. Upon hearing Tianyuan's withdrawal, Qin Xiao surmised he understood the threshold. Where on earth does this fellow acquire his spirit stones? Yi Tianyi was equally perplexed. Her limit was 7 million, and she had believed victory was assured. She had investigated Tianyuan and knew the city lord's available spirit stones totaled just over 5 million. Even accounting for additional items, it would not exceed 1 million. She had factored in the Li family and concluded that Tianyuan's utmost limit was 7 million, so she had brought 7,500,000. Confident of securing the item, only to be thwarted by the unexpected appearance of Qin Xiao. Miss Ling, I propose a capital verification to prevent arbitrary price inflation. Yet, Yi Tianyi remained skeptical, doubting that Qin Xiao could truly present 7 million spirit stones. Even if the old man Qin left all his possessions to Qin Xiao, such a sum seems implausible to her, and she is unconvinced. I thought of this earlier. Nevertheless, even if a verification occurs, I am no match for that woman Yi Tianyi. I shall merely observe their contention. Upon hearing Yi Tianyi's words, Tianyuan pondered for a moment before deciding to watch the spectacle unfold. A capital verification? That may not be appropriate. Of course, if both parties consent, our auction house can indeed conduct such a verification. Although Ling Ruoxue was aware that a distinguished guest with a supreme membership card had arrived today, she was unaware that it was Qin Xiao. She had entertained doubts, but as the bidding on the third floor escalated, she gradually relinquished her skepticism. While that young man possessed some spirit stones, he hardly seemed capable of producing 7 million. A verification? Very well, I have no objections. Qin Xiao was naturally unperturbed, for he still possessed spirit liquid. It would be preferable to extend credit first, but that seemed unlikely. Since both parties agreed, I shall personally oversee the verification. Seeing no objections, Ling Ruoxue proceeded with the verification, especially since it involved a considerable sum of several million spirit stones, making the verification entirely reasonable. As Yi Tianyi had proposed it, she would commence with her first. The verification for the esteemed guest on the second floor concluded, confirming spirit stones amounting to no less than 7 million. After inspecting Yi Tianyi, Ling Ruoxue announced the results. Yi Tianyi had, of course, prepared in advance, promptly presenting her storage bag, which was readily discernible. Ling Ruoxue then ascended to the third floor. Is it truly you? Upon entering and seeing Qin Xiao and Yin Man, she was taken aback. She had indeed suspected, but she never anticipated it would be these two. Miss Ling, I apologize for my previous offenses. Please do not hold them against me. Upon learning that several alchemical masters were stationed behind the auction house, Qin Xiao finally moderated his demeanor and expressed his apologies. Humph. You best possess that many spirit stones. Otherwise, causing disruptions at my auction will lead to severe consequences, even for Manner's master. Ling Ruoxue's ire flared upon recognizing Qin Xiao, her previous indignation still fresh in her mind. It's a misunderstanding. I was unaware of your acquaintance with my disciple. Please, temper your anger. Qin Xiao dared not retort, for this young woman's backing was formidable. Sister, do not engage with my master. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Yin Man, sensing the awkward atmosphere, hastily interjected. Oh, I almost forgot. Please present your storage bag. I need to verify your capital. At Yin Man's reminder, Ling Ruoxue recalled her purpose for coming and ceased her scrutiny of Qin Xiao. My spirit stones amount to just over 5 million. However, I also possess this item, which should equate to 3 million spirit stones without issue. Naturally, Qin Xiao had no storage bag. All his spirit stones resided in the system space. Thus, he first produced 100 drops of spirit liquid. Although the auction had reached a price of 51,000 per drop, that was for bidding. If sold directly, the standard price of 30,000 per drop would ensure swift purchases, so Qin Xiao opted not to take advantage and calculated based on 30,000 per drop. What is this? Ling Ruoxue picked up the bottle with a hint of skepticism, pondering what trick this young man might be playing. What? Could it be 100 drops of spirit liquid? Upon inspection, Ling Ruoxue confirmed it was indeed spirit liquid, momentarily taken aback. She had already considered it extravagant to auction off 10 drops, yet this young man had produced 100. How could this be? That should equate to 3 million spirit stones, right? Qin Xiao, noticing her reaction, realized that the spirit liquid was indeed far more valuable than spirit stones. Very well. Then present the additional 5 million spirit stones. I require verification of funds, he stated. Ling Ruoxue, seasoned in the ways of the world, quickly regained her composure and asked Qin Xiao for the 5 million. If I were to produce them, this room would hardly accommodate them. However, if you insist, I shall produce them all. Qin Xiao had contemplated handing all the spirit stones to Yin Man, but that method seemed rather sluggish, given the limited space in the room. Sister Ling, my master is merely a mortal. As you know, he cannot manipulate storage bags. If all the spirit stones were to be brought out, they would fill this room to capacity. Rest assured regarding the spirit stones, I guarantee their presence. Moreover, if my master can present 100 drops of spirit liquid, do you truly believe he lacks 5 million spirit stones? Yin Man, having witnessed Qin Xiao's spirit stone offerings before, initially 50,000, which barely filled one hall, interjected, all right. Since Man-er has vouched for you, I shall assume you possess the 5 million. Coupled with this 100 drops of spirit liquid, that suffices for verification. Seeing Yin Man's endorsement, Ling Ruoxue relented, recognizing that someone capable of producing 100 drops of spirit liquid would indeed not be lacking in spirit stones. Safe travels. Miss Ling. After bidding farewell to Ling Ruoxue, Qin Xiao returned to his seat, sensing that the young lady remained rather unfriendly towards him. Upon exiting, Ling Ruoxue announced, verification complete for our esteemed guests on the 3rd floor. Spirit stones must not be less than 7 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the caliber of individuals who had successfully passed verification. Who would have imagined such formidable figures? One is the head of the Tianyuan Pavilion, and the other a mysterious magnate wielding a supreme membership card. Neither is short of spirit stones. The revelation that both parties had passed verification left the hall in awe, as 7 million in assets and the ability to produce 7 million spirit stones represented two entirely different realms. Despite their worldly experience, they could not help but marvel. Given this, I shall withdraw, Yi Tianyi declared. With just over 7 million spirit stones on his person, he deemed it unnecessary to pursue further, recognizing that his opponent's wealth was likely far beyond his own. Competing further would serve only to embarrass himself. Very well, as no one is raising the bid. This final auction item shall be sold for 7 million to the guest on the 3rd floor. With this, the auction officially concluded. Thank you all for your support. We shall meet again at the next auction. After making her announcement, Ling Ruoxue proceeded directly to Qin Xiao's chamber, eager to see how he would produce those 5 million spirit stones. Chapter 34. Premium Spirit Stones. Escort from the Ling family this time. Not only did Ling Ruoxue arrive, but she also brought along a supervisor of the transformation stage. Should Qin Xiao fail to present the spirit stones, she would not hesitate to take a hard stance. While I might refrain from delivering a fatal blow out of consideration for Yin Man, a thorough beating is certainly in order. Young man, I have brought the items. It's now your turn to settle the bill. Ling Ruoxue holds little respect for Qin Xiao, for she is well aware that his esteemed membership card was granted by her, and he is not the distinguished patron of any commercial establishment. She casually took a seat across from him on the plush couch. Given Miss Ling's proposition, I shall dispense with further pleasantries. There are 2 transaction options. One entails 60 drops of spirit liquid along with 520,000 spirit stones, while the other involves 100 drops of spirit liquid and 400,000 spirit stones. Which option does Miss Ling prefer? Qin Xiao pondered briefly before presenting the 2 alternatives. Although he could have directly offered the first option, he chose to extend both as a gesture of goodwill. Considering the benefits the other party had already reaped, a more amiable demeanor seemed warranted. Naturally, I shall opt for the second choice. Ling Ruoxue was taken aback by Qin Xiao's willingness to incur a loss. Prioritizing the spirit liquid, she would not foolishly select the first option. Very well. Though the spirit stones present a bit of a complication, they can only be provided in stacks. Qin Xiao readily acquiesced, as this was a proposal he had devised to foster goodwill, albeit 400,000 spirit stones constituted a substantial sum. Detection of host exchange requirement. Unlocking exchange function. Just as Qin Xiao found himself in a quandary, the system offered a solution. He refrained from speaking and hurriedly examined what this exchange function entailed. Upon reviewing the description, he comprehended that the exchange function facilitated the conversion of spirit stones. 1,000 inferior spirit stones could be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit stone, and 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones for 1 superior spirit stone. As for the exquisite spirit stones, they could not yet be exchanged, likely requiring certain conditions. This function proved immensely beneficial. Converting 400,000 inferior spirit stones into superior spirit stones amounted to merely 4, which was exceedingly convenient. After a series of operations, Qin Xiao successfully exchanged for 4 superior spirit stones. What on earth are you dawdling for? Hurry and retrieve the spirit stones. Ling Ruoxue exclaimed, exasperated, as she observed Qin Xiao lost in thought, as if in a stupor. No worries, I just recalled something. I possess additional spirit stones, which simplifies our transaction significantly. Upon completing the exchange, Qin Xiao promptly resolved the issue of having an excess of spirit stones. Additional spirit stones? Do you possess medium-grade ones? Ling Ruoxue inquired skeptically. It is known that while direct exchanges of spirit stones follow a 1-to-1,000 ratio in the downward direction, the upward exchanges hover around 1,002 to 1,005. Otherwise, others would be reluctant to trade. If you truly have medium-grade spirit stones, wouldn't that be quite a windfall? I lack medium-grade spirit stones, but I do possess 4 superior spirit stones, which, when calculated, equate precisely to 400,000 inferior spirit stones. Qin Xiao stated, placing the 4 superior spirit stones upon the tea table before them. These superior spirit stones not only differed in hue, but were also significantly larger in size. The varieties of spirit stones are classified into 4 categories, with inferior spirit stones being the most commonly utilized, characterized by their diminutive size and milky white color. Subsequently, there are the mid-grade spirit stones, slightly larger in size and exhibiting a delicate green hue. The high-grade spirit stones are even larger, their luster shifting from green to a gentle blue. As for the top-grade spirit stones, they are purple, yet they are exceedingly rare. Not only are they produced in scant quantities, but they also hold immense value for the most powerful figures, rendering them nearly impossible to circulate. Below the nascent soul stage, one can still derive some benefit from low-grade spirit stones during cultivation. However, above this stage, they offer little assistance as practitioners transition to mid-grade spirit stones. Mid-grade spirit stones can sustain cultivation up to the pinnacle of the God transformation stage, but upon reaching the integration stage, their efficacy diminishes significantly, necessitating the use of high-grade spirit stones. As for top-grade spirit stones, they are the private treasures of those in the tribulation stage, rarely seen in public circulation. What? High-grade spirit stones? Ling Ruoxue was momentarily flabbergasted, for these were indeed high-grade spirit stones. She was not alone in her astonishment. Even the supervisor accompanying her, who was at the late God transformation stage, gazed in awe. Just who is my master that he possesses high-grade spirit stones? Yin Man was equally bewildered. She had believed that Qin Xiao's possession of spirit stones and spirit liquids exceeded her wildest imagination, yet he had revealed an even more astonishing capability. Are you truly intending to settle the bill with high-grade spirit stones? Ling Ruoxue asked, taking a deep breath, her disbelief apparent. Indeed, is there a problem? Do you not accept high-grade spirit stones? I can offer mid-grade spirit stones instead, Qin Xiao replied, assuming that they might not accept the higher grade. Of course we accept them. Ling Ruoxue, who had always perceived Qin Xiao as merely a spoiled rich kid with a little spirit stone, now found herself at a loss for words with the revelation of spirit liquids and high-grade spirit stones. Our Celestial Trade Guild will not take advantage of you. High-grade spirit stones are valued at more than double their low-grade counterparts. I can allow you to select additional items from our auction house, provided they total no more than 400,000. Ling Ruoxue, unable to decipher Qin Xiao's true nature, recognized the intricate dynamics of business. Taking a small advantage could risk losing a significant client. Thus, it was wiser to be generous, especially with Yin Man's connections providing further assurance. Oh, is that so? Then I shall not be polite. I missed out on the healing elixir earlier. Surely you have some stock available? Anything that enhances combat or healing would be appreciated. Or any items that can ensure survival. Qin Xiao was taken aback by the premium on high-grade spirit stones, but since the offer was made, he felt no need to hold back. Please, Supervisor Wu, prepare the requested items. I can manage here alone. Ling Ruoxue confidently addressed the late God Transformation Supervisor, Wu. Understood. Miss, Wu acknowledged before departing to fulfill the request. With the transaction concluded, Qin Xiao proposed another request. I have one more favor to ask. I wonder if Miss Ling might oblige. Speak freely. Ling Ruoxue, shedding her previous arrogance, adjusted her demeanor to one of respect. Indeed, as you have observed, I possess little prowess, and my disciple has only attained the late stage of the golden core. We have inadvertently offended quite a number of individuals during our visit. Thus, I kindly request that your esteemed trading company assist us with transportation back to the foot of the mountain. Upon hearing the agreement, Qin Xiao articulated his request. I initially anticipated a more pressing matter. However, this is a trivial concern. Given that you are a valued guest of our immortal trade company, it is our duty to assist you. Ling Ruoxue had expected Qin Xiao to make a more substantial demand, only to realize that this was the matter at hand, which posed no issue at all, as ensuring the safety of our clients is also part of our responsibilities. Shortly thereafter, Manager Wu entered, carrying a storage bag. Miss, everything is prepared, he announced, directly handing the storage bag to Ling Ruoxue. Please check the contents. Ling Ruoxue took the storage bag and promptly passed it to Qin Xiao. I do not require it. I have sufficient supplies. Please give this to my disciple, as it is intended for her. Qin Xiao, unable to cultivate, found the items useless to him, having already acquired a piece of inner armor and some form of turtle shell, which should suffice for self-preservation. Manner, you have truly found an excellent master who treats you so well. One might even say you should dedicate yourself to him. Ling Ruoxue remarked as she turned to hand the storage bag to Yin Man, whispering softly in her ear. Yin Man did not respond, her cheeks flushing as she bowed her head in silence. With the transaction complete, it was time to depart, having been out for a day. It was only fitting to return, and I kindly ask your esteemed trading company to escort us. Upon recognizing the completion of the transaction, Qin Xiao saw no reason to linger and expressed his intent to leave. Manager Wu, please see our esteemed guests off. They carry the auction items and require safe passage to their destination. Rest assured, miss, I have confidence in ensuring their safety in this territory. Manager Wu replied, following Qin Xiao out. Chapter 35. Safe return to the sect. The Saintess returns upon exiting the auction house. Numerous eyes were fixed upon Qin Xiao, for many had seen him ascend to the third floor and had etched his visage into their memories. However, these onlookers were mere minor nuisances. Those of true strength would not linger here, instead sending others to investigate Qin Xiao's background. Within the Li family, the elder declared, we have gathered intelligence. This Chuxing is the second senior brother of the celestial beast peak of Tianyuan Sect, his strength comparable to that of young Master Li Cheng. The subordinate delivering the report continued. So he is a disciple of Tianyuan Sect. No wonder he dares to disregard my Li family. Send word to Chinger. We cannot allow such humiliation to stand. When the opportunity arises, he must assist in restoring our family's honor. The elder, initially inclined towards revenge, relinquished his thoughts of direct retribution upon learning of Chuxing's affiliation with Tianyuan Sect. Nevertheless, the Li family also boasted talented disciples within Tianyuan Sect, particularly at the esteemed Immortal Sword Peak, where opportunities to reclaim their dignity would surely arise. Why do my ears feel warm? Is someone perhaps thinking of me? At this moment, Chuxing was deep in meditation, preparing for the abyssal secret realm, when he suddenly sensed a warmth in his ears. Could it be that a junior sister is contemplating me? Alas, being so handsome can indeed be a burden. With a touch of vanity, he dismissed the thought and returned to his cultivation. The city lord, Tan Wang, was indeed inclined to take action. But upon seeing Supervisor Wu from the Xiandao Trading Company, he promptly abandoned his intentions, realizing he was no match for the situation. That young man's life was spared, and it was time for me to return. Upon witnessing Supervisor Wu, Yi Tianyi also chose not to linger and decided to head back to Tianyi Pavilion. Throughout the journey, they encountered no difficulties, and Qin Xiao and Yin Man safely arrived at the outskirts of the sect. Thank you, Supervisor Wu, for escorting me to the gate. Please extend my gratitude to your young lady, Qin Xiao expressed. He had merely requested to be taken to the foot of the mountain, for no one dared to act against the disciples of Tianyuan Sect on their own territory. Such an act would directly provoke the entire sect. However, Supervisor Wu insisted on escorting him to the gate, and Qin Xiao did not refuse this free protection. Especially from someone at the late stage of the transformation realm, he was more than pleased. Then I shall take my leave, Supervisor Wu replied succinctly before departing. Disciple, observe how steady that flying sword is, and the speed is quite moderate. You must practice more. Qin Xiao began to critique Yin Man's sword mastery after Supervisor Wu's departure. Oh, Master, this is my first time taking someone with me. I am just a bit unaccustomed. I assure you I won't make you dizzy next time, Yin Man replied. Previously at the Foundation establishment stage, she had occasionally used sword flight, but not extensively. Although she had rapidly reached the core formation stage, her swordsmanship did not evolve concurrently with her cultivation level, and carrying another person naturally made it more challenging. Very well. You must practice diligently in your spare time. After all, you will be the one relying on you when I venture far afield in the future, Qin Xiao said, satisfied as he patted Yin Man's head. That was the proper attitude. Upon safely returning to 7-Star Peak, Qin Xiao activated the array. Everything in the courtyard remained unchanged. He settled back into his usual rocking chair. The sky was still bright, and there was no rush to begin his cultivation. He would rest first. Junior brother Qin, you have returned, Lin Shiming exclaimed upon hearing of Qin Xiao's arrival and came over. Now at the nascent soul stage, she needed to stabilize her foundation, so she was not in a hurry to enter seclusion for cultivation. Feeling somewhat guilty for leaving Qin Xiao to shoulder the burden alone after the previous incident, she intended to make amends. Sister Lin, why are you here again? We've truly conceded. Qin Xiao's face fell upon seeing Lin shimming, fearing she would challenge him again. Junior brother Qin, you misunderstand. I am not here to duel. Lin shimming clarified as she approached him and gestured for him to move aside so she could sit. Please. Sister Lin, take a seat. If you're not here for a duel, then what is your purpose? Qin Xiao complied, albeit with curiosity about her visit. Regarding the previous incident, I do bear some responsibility for allowing you to shoulder it alone, so I intend to offer you some compensation. Additionally, in the rush of the last event, the rewards from the sect's grand competition have yet to be presented to you, Lin shimming explained. Though she had a proud demeanor, she was not unreasonable. She had even procured a drop of spiritual liquid from her father to use as compensation for Qin Xiao, signifying her sincerity. Ah, Sister Lin, you needn't be so formal. There's no need for compensation. But what are the rewards you mentioned? Qin Xiao suddenly recalled that after their last bout, it seemed the rewards had not been distributed, and they had simply dispersed. The rewards consist of some spirit stones, elixirs, a superior spiritual artifact, and notably, a conception pill. Your disciple has already reached the late stage of the golden core, so I trust it will be of use soon. All these treasures are contained within this storage bag. I see. Then I must express my gratitude to the sect for its cultivation. Qin Xiao, however, regarded these trifling rewards with indifference, yet felt compelled to show appreciation, such as the decorum of the occasion. Since the rewards have been bestowed, this drop of spiritual liquid shall serve as my compensation. Upon witnessing Qin Xiao accept the storage bag, Lin shimming produced a small vial containing a single drop of spiritual liquid. There is truly no need for that. Senior Sister Lin, you are being overly polite. A mere drop of spiritual liquid holds little value for me. Moreover, should I accept this compensation, it might unintentionally offend Lin shimming, which would not be advantageous. Others may offer compensation, but I cannot genuinely accept it from you. No, I must insist on compensating you. Lin shimming, noticing Qin Xiao's refusal, intensified her tone. Really, it is unnecessary, senior sister. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. A mere formality would suffice. He understood her good intentions, but if this continued, it would become excessive. In matters of social niceties, he believed he was quite adept. Generally, one would refuse once or twice before gracefully accepting the gesture. Yet here he was, facing persistent insistence. I must find a suitable excuse, otherwise, she will continue to press for compensation. I cannot truly accept it. After some contemplation, he sought an appropriate rationale for his refusal, allowing both parties to gracefully retreat. Senior sister, I possess plenty of this substance. It is truly insignificant. Please take it back. We are of the same sect. To speak of compensation is to create distance between us. Qin Xiao believed his words were quite well articulated. What do you mean by that? Are you deliberately insulting me? Do you disdain this single drop of spiritual liquid, finding it beneath your notice? Lin shimming, upon hearing his words, became infuriated. I came to offer compensation, and you dare to insult me? Do you truly think I am easy to talk to? What did I say wrong? Seeing Lin shimming's sudden outburst, Qin Xiao was bewildered. This was not the outcome he had anticipated. Since you claim to possess many, I shall not press you. However, if you cannot produce 5 drops of spiritual liquid, I shall take it as a personal affront, and I will dismantle your shabby abode. The more Lin shimming pondered, the angrier she grew. Her good intentions had been met with such ingratitude. Here, this is 5 drops. Realizing that further explanations were futile, Qin Xiao directly produced 5 drops of spiritual liquid. What? It truly is spiritual liquid? Lin shimming, filled with rage, accepted the vial, and upon inspection, confirmed its authenticity. At that moment, she was rendered speechless. You see, junior brother was not attempting to insult you. He genuinely requires no compensation. If senior sister can find it within herself to calm down, consider these 5 drops of spiritual liquid a token of respect. Observing Lin shimming's temper subside, Qin Xiao hurried to clarify, eager to part ways with her. Her volatile emotions left him feeling rather apprehensive. Are you truly giving this to me? Lin shimming asked in disbelief. Indeed, I have bestowed upon you this gift. If you have no further matters to attend to, dear sister, it would be wise to return to your cultivation, fortifying your skills, as we shall rely on your guidance in the secret realm in a little over 20 days. Qin Xiao nodded eagerly, wishing to expedite Lin Sherdong's departure. Very well, consider it a debt I owe you. I shall repay you in due course. Lin Sherdong intended to refuse, yet her pressing need for spiritual liquid prevailed over her pride, and after expressing her gratitude, she departed without further ado. That was a close call. I finally managed to send her away. After closing the courtyard gate, Qin Xiao promptly activated the formation, with over 20 days remaining. He too needed to solidify his foundation in the second tier of body refinement. Chapter 36. Tales of the Sect, Elder 7 after bidding farewell to Lin Sherdong. Qin Xiao approached Yun Man's door, clutching the rewards bestowed by the sect for the grand competition. Disciple, it is I. I bring you some cultivation resources, he announced, holding the storage pouch, which he could not examine himself. Thus he entrusted it to Yun Man Master. I have been waiting for your summons. Had that Lin Sherdong dared to act recklessly, I would have intervened, Yun Man responded, having refrained from her own cultivation. Aware of Lin Sherdong's arrival and observing from within her chamber. There is no cause for concern. I conduct myself with such humility that Sister Lin would not dare to trouble me. This is the reward from the last sect competition. It is all yours. Furthermore, there are some pregnancy conceiving pills inside, which I believe will be of great benefit to you. With that, Qin Xiao extended the storage pouch towards Yun Man Master. All of this is for me. Yun Man was taken aback. The worth of these items was considerable, and having already received treasures from the auction house, she found herself at a loss for how to repay Qin Xiao's generosity. All of it is yours. You are my sole disciple and the esteemed elder sister of 7-Star Peak. If not you, then whom should I bestow it upon? I have no use for it. My only wish is for your cultivation to advance, which would put my heart at ease, Qin Xiao reassured her, noticing her hesitance in accepting the gifts. I shall not bring shame upon the sect. I will not disappoint your expectations, Master. In that moment, Yun Man could only kneel to express her loyalty, as she had little else to offer in return. Rise quickly. We are master and disciple, and such formalities are unnecessary. I have complete faith in you, Qin Xiao said, pulling Yun Man up from her half-kneeling position with a casual demeanor. Moreover, considering your current pace of cultivation, the usual standard of spiritual liquid may no longer suffice. This time, I shall increase it tenfold. Here are 500 drops of spiritual liquid, along with 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones. Take these for your use. And should you require more, do not hesitate to seek me out. After speaking, Qin Xiao produced a large vial and spread the 1,000 medium-grade spiritual stones across the ground. Master, with these resources, should I fail to break through to the nascent soul stage, I shall present my head for judgment. Yun Man was rendered speechless, not in frustration, but in sheer inability to articulate her thoughts. She could only vow with her life. Enough, enough, enough. There is no need for such declarations. I have no desire for your head. Focus on your cultivation, remain patient, and should a breakthrough occur, that is splendid. If not, do not rush. Steady progress is paramount. If there is nothing else, you may return to your practice. Observing Yun Man's insistence on the matter, Qin Xiao quickly interjected, urging her to cultivate. Disciple obeys. Yun Man understood that no amount of words could suffice. She must repay her master through her cultivation achievements. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Xiao found that his spiritual stones had nearly been depleted, leaving him with less than 300,000. The remaining 1 million had been exchanged for mid-grade spiritual stones, which he had given to Yun Man. During their journey back, Yun Man had enlightened Qin Xiao about the distinctions between different types of spiritual stones and their varying effects on cultivation, prompting him to make the exchange. Fortunately, Qin Xiao still possessed a modest supply of spiritual liquid. Although he had consumed a significant amount previously, he still had over 40,000 in reserve. The spiritual liquid could generate 1,440 drops daily, and while his current consumption was nearing 1,000, he had stored enough to ensure that he wouldn't face a shortage just yet. Regardless, he resolved to continue his cultivation. For the art of body refinement was immensely powerful, enabling a mortal to contend with cultivators. Without further contemplation, Qin Xiao immersed himself in his training. In contrast, Lin Sherdream remained in disbelief even after returning to her residence, clutching 5 drops of spiritual liquid. Where had Qin Xiao procured such a treasure? Dreamer, what has you lost in thought? Lin Tiancheng, having learned that his daughter had ventured to the 7 Stars Peak, hurried over, anxious to prevent any potential conflict. Ah, father, you're here. It's nothing, Lin Sherdream replied, shaken from her reverie by her father's voice, quickly regaining her composure. My dear, the 7 Stars Peak is the sole legacy of the 7th Elder, and Qin Xiao is the only disciple of the 7th Elder. The sect owes much to him. You must refrain from causing any trouble. The 7th Elder was quite fond of you in your youth. Although Lin Tiancheng was unaware of the specifics of the previous incidents, he hoped his daughter would avoid further complications. Father, I understand. I am not seeking trouble. I merely wish to offer my apologies. How did Grandfather Qin meet his demise in battle? Lin Sherdream had been in seclusion 3 years prior and was unaware of the details surrounding the 7th Elder's death. It was only after her seclusion that she learned of his passing, yet the sect had remained vague on the matter. You need not concern yourself with this. Simply avoid seeking trouble and focus on your own stability. The cultivation requirements of the nascent soul stage are far more demanding than those of the golden core stage, Lin Tiancheng stated before departing. Seeing her father reluctant to discuss the topic, Lin Sherdream chose not to press further. After bidding him farewell, she began her own cultivation. The events of 3 years prior were not a matter of reluctance for Lin Tianqing to share, but rather a delicate subject. A late-stage demon beast had inexplicably assaulted the sect's grand formation. The Grand Elder Yao Zhan intervened, but was ultimately overpowered. The combat prowess of the demon beast exceeded that of the cultivators, even at the same stage. To prevent damage to the sect, the newly advanced late-stage 7th Elder Qin Xiao proposed to lure the beast away. Subsequently, through the combined efforts of the Grand Elder and the 7th Elder, they redirected the demon beast to the demon beast forest, where a fierce battle ensued. All the elders positioned themselves around the area to prevent the beast from escaping. The only ones capable of engaging were the Grand Elder and the 7th Elder, as only late-stage attacks could effectively counter the demon beast. However, the Grand Elder suddenly faltered in a moment of crisis. The 7th Elder intervened to obstruct the impending disaster, yet the disparity in their powers was evident. The 7th Elder could not hold the line for long. In his wounded state, the Grand Elder seized the opportunity created by the 7th Elder's defense to unleash his most formidable strike. This attack was executed without restraint, indiscriminately placing the 7th Elder within its range. As anticipated, the 7th Elder was the first to fall victim to an unexpected assault from behind. Caught off guard and devoured whole by a ferocious beast. Fortunately, the creature suffered grievously from the Grand Elder's retaliation, and in a fit of rage, it broke through the formation set by the other elders and fled. Although the beast was driven away, the 7th Elder was lost to its maw, and upon returning to the sect, the others offered little explanation, merely stating that the 7th Elder had perished in battle for the sect. This incident ultimately led the sect to tacitly permit the uninitiated Qin Xiao to reside on 7-Star Peak for 3 years, with Lin Tianqing consistently supporting Qin Xiao's presence. However, the world of cultivation is not one that favors sentiment. 3 years elapsed, and the guilt harbored by the elders had largely dissipated, prompting them to renew their ambitions towards 7-Star Peak. Fortunately, Qin Xiao remained steadfast in his defense of it. Only the elders were privy to these events. Yet the Grand Elder decreed that the matter must not be mentioned again. Thus, it faded from discourse. At the time of the beast's assault, Qin Xiao was aware, having just been accepted as a disciple by Qin Xiao 3 days prior. Perhaps recognizing the beast's overwhelming strength, Qin Xiao had imparted various instructions before departing, never to return. Subsequently, the sect announced that his master had perished in battle. Qin Xiao had inquired about this, but received no useful information. Ultimately, as a mere mortal, he could only let the matter rest, settling into life on 7-Star Peak, where he remained for 3 years while his fellow disciples gradually defected to other peaks. After all, they were unwilling to accept a commoner as their leader, especially one who overshadowed them. While the 7th Elder was alive, they had refrained from voicing their discontent. But with the 7th Elder's demise, they found little reason to remain. Qin Xiao, feeling helpless, had neither cultivation nor resources to retain them, and thus he let them go, leaving him as the sole occupant of 7-Star Peak. Chapter 37. Distribution of Power. Early Yuanying, perhaps everyone was preoccupied with preparations for the opening of the Abyssal Secret Realm, as there had been no significant events within the sect for over 20 days. 7-Star Peak continued to activate its formation, with no one emerging. Qin Xiao would pause his training periodically to rest. Refining the body differed from mere cultivation, requiring physical exertion and resilience to endure punishment. During this time, Yin Man emerged once, and Qin Xiao requested her assistance in his physical training. After enduring a thorough beating, he contentedly sent her back to her own practice. Yin Man had reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and had come out to catch her breath in preparation for her forthcoming breakthrough to the Yuanying stage, while also delivering the provisions she had purchased, along with a low-grade spiritual garment for Qin Xiao, as she had forgotten to bring them during her earlier training. After the rigorous training session, Qin Xiao consumed some food, donned the self-cleaning spiritual attire, and returned to his cultivation. Thus, 20 peaceful days passed. Junior brother Qin, open the door. Qin Xiao was leisurely enjoying his time in the courtyard when he heard the voice of Lin Sherdream from outside. I have arrived. After dismantling the formation, Qin Xiao promptly opened the courtyard door. What brings you to 7-Star Peak so early, senior sister Lin? He inquired with curiosity. We are to gather today, as the Abyssal Secret Realm will open tomorrow, and we must make our way there in advance. I came to inform you, Lin Sherdream replied, her demeanor noticeably more amiable this time. Ah, indeed. I had completely lost track of the days while engrossed in my cultivation. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Qin Xiao recalled, remembering that Elder 8 had mentioned something about it after the previous sect competition. By the way, senior sister, I have yet to participate in the Abyssal Secret Realm and am unfamiliar with it. Could you enlighten me? He asked. 3 years ago, The 7 stars peak was directly excluded from the abyssal secret realm, leaving him in the dark about its nature. I came today specifically to explain the abyssal secret realm to you, Lin Shurdream acknowledged, understanding Qin Xiao's lack of knowledge. Through her detailed exposition, Qin Xiao finally grasped the essence of the abyssal secret realm. It turns out there are 3 secret realms in Qingzhou: the abyssal secret realm, the spirit herb valley, and the sword tomb. The abyssal secret realm is a communal resource that automatically opens every 3 years, impervious to external interference. It comprises 9 levels, with the first level corresponding to the Qi refinement stage, the second to the foundation establishment stage, and the third to the golden core stage, proceeding sequentially. The first 2 levels have been thoroughly scoured over the years, yielding little of value. Hence the focus of various factions lies predominantly on the 3rd and 4th levels. However, entry into the abyssal secret realm is restricted. Only those under the age of 50 may enter, as anyone exceeding this age will be repelled. Consequently, the latter levels remain largely untouched, as achieving the nascent soul stage before 50 is exceedingly rare, let alone reaching the transformation stage. Nevertheless, there are exceptional prodigies who manage to break through to the transformation stage before reaching 50, yet they rarely linger beyond the 5th level. For the dangers within the secret realm are manifold, and one could easily meet their demise there. Thus, from the 5th level onward, the territory remains virtually uncharted. Due to the limited resources of the secret realm, the various factions in Qingzhou have imposed restrictions on the number of entrants, capping the total at 1,000 and allocating quotas based on the strength of each faction. Although the Tianyuan Sect is merely a 3rd-tier sect on the continent, it ranks as part of the 2nd tier within Qingzhou. In fact, there are no 1st-tier sects in Qingzhou, and only 1 2nd-tier sect exists, making 3rd-tier sects like Tianyuan a significant force in the region. In terms of quota distribution, Tianyuan City is allotted 50 slots, while the top-tier Pyongyang Sect, a 2nd-tier sect, receives 100. The Xianin Sect, also a 3rd-tier sect like Tianyuan, is granted 50 slots as well. Despite their protests against this arrangement, the Xianin Sect's objections have proven ineffective. While the Xianin Sect is indeed stronger than the Tianyuan Sect and nearly on par with the Pyongyang Sect, their rivalry leads to dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, they dare not confront the entire Qingzhou in their discontent. As for other factions and the 4th-tier sects, they are not bound by this regulation. For instance, the Celestial Trading Company, while not a sect, is nevertheless a 1st-tier force. Even its Qingzhou branch qualifies as a 2nd-tier entity, thus possessing a quota of 100 individuals. 4th-tier sects and certain city lords hold a quota of 20 individuals, with the Heavenly Garment Pavilion also classified as a 4th-tier force, entitled to the same number. Smaller city lords and lesser factions, however, are afforded only 5 slots. Even this modest quota is fiercely contested among the smaller forces, as the opportunity to acquire techniques, spiritual artifacts, or elixirs can significantly enhance their families or factions. Even if one's clan lacks exceptionally talented disciples, they can align themselves with more formidable factions, exchanging slots for resources, leading many powerful entities to continuously recruit subordinates. Nevertheless, no one dares to challenge the city lords. These officials are appointed by the supreme celestial dynasty of Zhongzhou, all of whom are subordinate to this overarching authority. The supreme celestial dynasty transcends the realm of sects, wielding abundant resources without interfering with them, instead governing the entirety of the mundane world. Their cultivation techniques are not ordinary practices of cultivation, but rather techniques of destiny. Thus, in terms of quota distribution, even the lords of minor cities are granted 5 slots, a gesture of respect towards the supreme celestial dynasty. These lords harbor no fear of sects, regardless of their superior strength, as they adhere to their own rules. This is also why cultivators generally refrain from fighting within cities. Violations of the law allow the city lord to enforce rules, and sects cannot forcibly intervene. However, in most cases, everyone tends to observe common decency and maintain a sense of propriety. Regarding our sect's allocation of 50 slots, your 7-star peak receives only 2, while the other 6 peaks each receive 5 slots, and the main peak is allotted 18. After Lin Shurmeng concluded her introduction to the abyssal secret realm, she briefed Qin Xiao on the distribution of personnel in the sect. Why does your main peak have so many slots? Qin Xiao found the allocation of 5 slots to the other peaks acceptable, yet was taken aback by the 18 slots designated for the main peak. The main peak comprises not only my father's disciples, but also Elder Ba, Elder Jiu, Elder Shi, and several other disciples. On average, it has fewer slots than the other 5 peaks. What dissatisfaction do you have? The 2 slots for your 7-star peak were taken from my main peak. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's insensitivity, Lin Shurmeng became somewhat irate, exclaiming that her father had even relinquished 2 slots for him, and instead of expressing gratitude, he questioned her. Senior sister, Do not be angry. I merely inquired out of ignorance. I am exceedingly grateful for your generosity and could never express dissatisfaction, Qin Xiao hurriedly replied, sensing Lin Shiming's rising temper. That is more like it. We shall gather at the sect square at noon. If we fly continuously, we shall arrive by tomorrow morning. And the secret realm will open in the afternoon. Do not forget. Seeing that Qin Xiao's attitude had improved, Lin Shiming chose not to dwell on her irritation, clarified the matters at hand, and then departed. As the gathering approached, she wondered how her disciple had fared in his training. Anticipating that conflicts would be inevitable with all factions converging within the secret realm, after bidding farewell to Lin Shidong, Qin Xiao intended to pay a visit to Yin Man. Master, I have overheard your conversation. I have completed my training and am ready to depart at any moment. Before Qin Xiao could knock, Yin Man opened the door, exuding confidence. Disciple, what level of cultivation have you attained? Qin Xiao remarked, sensing a noticeable change in Yin Man and promptly inquiring. Without further ado, Yin Man disclosed. Disciple has lived up to expectations and has successfully condensed the primordial infant. I am now in the early stage of the primordial infant realm. Chapter 38. A sound beating and departure to the secret realm. Upon hearing that Yin Man had broken through to the primordial infant stage, Qin Xiao's heart swelled with joy. Disciple, I knew you would not disappoint me. Your significant advancement in cultivation gives me greater confidence for this journey into the secret realm. Qin Xiao expressed his satisfaction, affectionately patting Yin Man on the head. Master, could you please refrain from patting my head so often? I have reached the primordial infant stage. And why do you always treat me like a child? I am nearly 17. Yin Man, having endured this for long enough, could no longer hold her tongue. Now that she had reached the primordial infant stage, it was time to assert her rights. And what of the primordial infant stage? What of being 17? Although my cultivation may not match yours, I am older and of a higher generation, and I am taller than you. What is wrong with patting your head? Qin Xiao, naturally, was not one to concede easily. He had been 16 upon his arrival in this realm, and after 3 years, he had aged to 19. If one were to consider his age before crossing over, he would be even older. How could a mere child dare to object to a head pat? Well, that means you can only do it privately. It cannot be done in front of others. I am in the primordial infant stage now. I have my dignity to uphold. After much deliberation, Yin Man found herself at a loss for a retort, ultimately conceding that head pats could be permitted in private, but not in public. That is more like it. If you say it that way, I shall agree. I am one who yields to gentle persuasion rather than force. Now, my dear disciple, prepare yourself. We shall meet at the sect square shortly. With Yin Man's concession, Qin Xiao instructed. Master, I have no preparations to make. All my belongings are in my storage pouch. Yin Man replied, tapping her storage pouch. Since there is nothing to prepare, and we still have some time, why not assist me in refining my physique? Qin Xiao suggested, seeing no reason to delay further. Master, that sounds good. Now that I have reached the primordial infant stage, I can certainly aid you in your training. Yin Man responded with a mischievous grin, her hands itching with anticipation. Let it be known, no spiritual energy is to be used. Qin Xiao recognized that his request was somewhat unreasonable. Who truly enjoys being beaten? He was neither a masochist nor psychologically disturbed. Yet, this process of refining one's physique necessitated enduring punishment for complete absorption. His training had indeed progressed, but he had yet to break through to the third layer of physique refinement, likely due to insufficient beatings. Then, Master, I shall make my move. With that, Yin Man delivered a punch directly to Qin Xiao's abdomen. He was sent flying backward, landing on the ground with a grimace, clearly in pain. Before Qin Xiao could rise, Yin Man swiftly advanced, unleashing a torrent of furious strikes upon him. As she struck, her mind echoed with thoughts. You dared to ruffle my hair. You who are older than I, you who presume to wield your master's authority over me. With each blow, Yin Man's spirit soared, and her strikes grew increasingly fierce, even unconsciously infused with her spiritual energy. Qin Xiao, valiantly enduring the onslaught, remained silent, but he sensed something was amiss. Why was this disciple becoming more fervent with each hit? The force of her blows was escalating. Although he could still endure, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. He considered inquiring about her behavior, yet as her seemingly delicate fists rained down upon him, he had no choice but to shield his face. For any injury could impede his ability to earn his livelihood in the future. For 2 hours, the relentless barrage continued, and the time for their gathering drew near. Stop! Stop! Qin Xiao exclaimed urgently. At that moment, he felt as though every inch of his body ached. Were it not for his body's ongoing self-repair, he would have long since wished to avoid the beating. Judging the time to be nearly up, he called for a halt. Upon hearing his command, Yin Man, satisfied, ceased her assault and took a deep breath, feeling the exhaustion from the 2-hour ordeal. Master, how is it? Is my strength satisfactory? She asked with a mischievous grin. Satisfactory. Indeed, yet I cannot shake the feeling that you may have been indulging in a bit of personal vendetta. Do not think I am unaware of your clandestine infusion of spiritual energy, Qin Xiao replied, still lying on the ground, unable to rise just yet as his body continued its frantic repairs. You discovered it, master? I merely feared my strength might fall short and fail to meet your expectations, Yin Man explained, a hint of embarrassment evident as her secret was unveiled. Very well. I shall overlook it this time. However, your strikes were rather excessive, and the recovery is taking longer than anticipated. Please assist me in getting to the sect square, he said, attempting to rise but finding himself incapacitated by pain, his body still undergoing repairs. Thus, he had no choice but to allow Yin Man to carry him on her sword. But, master, flying is prohibited within the sect, Yin Man said, realizing Qin Xiao was truly unable to rise. It matters not. Special circumstances warrant special treatment. If you are reluctant to fly, then you may carry me on your back. The choice is yours, Qin Xiao stated. Unable to move, he recognized that these were the only two options available, especially since she had taken such joy in striking him earlier. Then I shall fly, Yin Man declared, opting for the sword. She summoned her sword, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to enlarge, and with great effort, she helped Qin Xiao onto the flying sword. Once settled, Qin Xiao reclined again, finding this position the most comfortable for his ongoing recovery. Together, they soared to the sect square on her sword. Their arrival did not go unnoticed, drawing the attention of the elders, with the Grand Elder being the first to voice his discontent. Boldly, who dares to fly within the sect? Forgive us, Grand Elder. My disciple is injured and unable to move. To avoid missing the gathering, we resorted to this desperate measure, Qin Xiao explained. As Qin Xiao found himself confronted by the Grand Elder, he hastily sought to clarify his position. If everyone were to utilize your pretext, what would become of the sect's regulations? Would it not imply that anyone could soar within the confines of the sect? Yin Tiansheng, who had long harbored a disdain for Qin Xiao, seized upon this opportunity for reprimand, unwilling to let it slip away. The Grand Elder's assertion was flawed. I heard from the disciples that you all similarly ascended to my 7 stars peak through flight last time. Pray tell, if you were permitted to fly. Why am I not? Observing that he would not be let off easily, Qin Xiao dispensed with pretense and retorted directly. Our flight was a matter of urgency. And we are elders. What of your standing? Yin Tiansheng, taken aback by Qin Xiao's audacity to question him, scoffed. If everyone were to employ your excuse, where would the rules of the sect stand? Would it not mean that all could fly within the sect? Since you invoke status, allow me to remind you that I too am the master of the 7 stars peak. According to sect regulations, the position of peak master holds equivalence to that of an elder. If you are permitted, why should I not be? Qin Xiao not only mirrored the Grand Elder's words, but also asserted his own entitlement to the privileges of an elder. Cease your verbal sparring, the Grand Elder retorted, momentarily at a loss for a comeback. Let this matter rest. We are all members of the same sect. There is no need to quarrel over trivialities. Given Qin Xiao's current condition, it is indeed justifiable, so let us not dwell on it further. Observing the Grand Elder's intent to continue, Sect Master Lin Tianqing interjected promptly. Enough. With the opening of the Abyssal Secret Realm, you are all elite disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. Strive to do your best, but do not be greedy, nor engage in conflict. Your safe return is paramount. With the bickering at an end, Lin Tianqing began to address the matter of the Abyssal Secret Realm. In past years, the realm had often claimed the lives of disciples, thus he urged them to prioritize their safety. I shall not prolong this discussion. The one leading the expedition is Elder One. He will elaborate on the particulars. If there are no further matters, you may set forth. With a few succinct words, Lin Tianqing delegated the task, and the disciples eagerly prepared themselves. All disciples, board the vessel, Elder Wen Yuanqing commanded, producing a flying artifact that, upon infusing it with spiritual energy, expanded into a grand ship-like form. You may rest for now. We shall arrive by tomorrow. Once all the disciples were aboard, Elder Wen Yuanqing spoke little, deftly maneuvering the ship until it vanished from sight. Chapter 39. Li Cheng seeks revenge. Chu Sheng bears the blame. All sat quietly upon the deck, refraining from conversation or movement. The ship lacked accommodations for rest, and aside from the control room, the deck was the only space available. The disciples settled onto the floor, closing their eyes to cultivate their energy and prepare themselves for the journey ahead. Junior Brother Qin, what troubles you? You seemed well this morning, Lin Sherdong inquired, noticing Qin Xiao lying alone on the deck. Oh, it is nothing. This is merely my unique method of cultivation. A brief rest will suffice. Qin Xiao naturally felt embarrassed to admit that he had been beaten by his own disciple, so he simply offered an explanation. What kind of martial arts is this? It is truly peculiar. Lin Sherdream, upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, ceased her inquiries and walked away. Though her curiosity lingered. What nonsense! From his appearance, it's evident that he has been struck. Yao Kaidong approached, disdain evident in his tone as he addressed Qin Xiao. Yao Xingzi, what is this? Have you recuperated, or do you wish to be struck by my disciple once more? Seeing Yao Kaidong's mocking approach, Qin Xiao retorted sharply. Youngster, do not be so smug. I should actually thank your disciple. Otherwise, I would not have ascended so swiftly to the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Yao Kaidong, unfazed by Qin Xiao's taunt, acknowledged a tradition at the Xianjian Peak. Anyone who faced Yin Man would experience a breakthrough. Previously, Li Cheng had been beaten and progressed from the early to the mid-golden core stage. Now, having been struck himself, Qin Xiao advanced from the late golden core stage to its peak. How exactly will Yao Xingzi express his gratitude? With spirit stones, elixirs, or perhaps a spiritual weapon? Qin Xiao responded, seeing that his words had not provoked Yao Kaidong. Humph, gratitude you say? Once we enter the secret realm, I shall ensure you receive my thanks properly. With that remark, Yao Kaidong departed. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. Once we are in the secret realm, I will make you acutely aware of the consequences of offending me. With his current peak golden core stage and the power of a low-grade artifact, he felt no fear of Yin Man, confident that no one would come to Qin Xiao's aid. Fortunately, he was unaware of Yin Man's current cultivation level. Otherwise, such thoughts would not have crossed his mind, as the burden of consequences remained uncertain. Junior brother Qin, the sect has instructed us to remain together and form small teams. Would you be willing to team up with me? Lin Shidream, having observed the scene, approached with her inquiry. If Qin Xiao joined her, she could ensure his safety. Thank you, senior sister Lin, but I shall team up with my disciple. You should look for others. Qin Xiao directly declined Lin Shidream's invitation, not wishing to reveal too many secrets about himself or his disciple. Humph, suit yourself. Lin Shidream, taken aback by her invitation's rejection, felt a surge of anger and turned to leave. Truly a fool. Had he accompanied Lin Shidream, I might have had to employ some tactics. But now it is simpler. He is unaware of his own peril. Yao Kaidong had been observing Lin Shidream, and, seeing her approach Qin Xiao with concern, was astonished when Qin Xiao, in his foolishness, rejected her offer, a clear sign of courting disaster. Disciple, are you hungry? Your master is quite famished. Qin Xiao, lying idly, found himself at a loss for activities and turned to Yin Man. He had purchased a substantial amount of food last time, yet he had not finished it. Master, I am not hungry. Since reaching the foundation establishment stage, Yin Man had been abstaining from ordinary food and had not eaten since. You may not be hungry, but I am. Given my current limitations, you must feed me. With that, Qin Xiao pretended to struggle as he retrieved several pieces of oily cake from his robes and offered them to Yin Man. Master, there are so many people here. I cannot do that. Yin Man, with a proud expression, resolutely declined. If you refuse to feed me, I shall summon senior sister Lin to do so. I believe she would not mind accepting spiritual liquid as compensation, and by the way, it shall be deducted from your salary. Qin Xiao, seeing Yin Man's obstinacy, boldly threatened her. Master, you fine, I will feed you. Yin Man was taken aback that Qin Xiao would dare to leverage her salary against her. Yet she found herself with no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce. In truth, Qin Xiao had long since completed his recovery. Yet he felt the need to exact a bit of revenge on this disciple, who was both reckless and audacious enough to seek personal vendettas. Oh heavens! Why do I not possess such a disciple? Not only is he extraordinarily gifted, but his filial piety is also commendable. Qin Xiao, what merit do you possess? I cannot accept this. If only I could have a disciple like him, I would have no regrets even if I were paralyzed. Dream on, you are not worthy. The scene of Yin Man feeding him immediately sparked discontent among several disciples, yet more were filled with envy. What charm does Qin Xiao possess? This Yin Man, who fought so haughtily against me, willingly engages in such a task. Lin Shidream was also somewhat perplexed, having fought against Yin Man. She was well aware of her proud and arrogant nature. Junior brother Qin, how can such menial work be left to junior sister Yin? Allow me to feed you instead. Chu Sheng, for reasons unbeknownst to him, approached, intending to take over Yin Man's task. Scram, you, a grown man, with hands as rough as a hammer. Who needs your assistance? Qin Xiao retorted sharply upon recognizing the insufferable Chu Sheng. Oh dear, junior brother Qin, why harbor such animosity towards me? The immortal beast Peak wishes to foster goodwill with the 7-star Peak. We are of the same sect, cannot you be a bit gentler with me? Chu Sheng, undeterred by Qin Xiao's demeanor, continued unabashedly. Chu Sheng, you have wronged the disciples of the Li family and injured my elder brother. If you persist in being a coward, that would be one thing, but to dare show your face here? I, Li Cheng, shall seek retribution. Before Qin Xiao could respond, Li Cheng, beside Yao Kaidong, interjected. Wronged you, Li family? Injured your elder brother? Chu Sheng was rendered speechless by Li Qing's words, bewildered as to when he had done such a thing, lacking any recollection. Junior brotherly, is there some misunderstanding? He inquired, puzzled. Misunderstanding? The ancestor personally conveyed the message. What other misunderstanding could there be? What? You dare to act, but not take responsibility? Li Cheng assumed Chu Sheng sought to dodge accountability and swiftly retorted. There must be a misunderstanding here, Junior brotherly. Please do not slander me. Besides, in terms of cultivation, you are not my match. So where does your bravado come from? Chu Sheng, now somewhat irate, countered. Who knows if your ancestor has lost his wits? When did I ever injure your elder brother? And what if I were to join in? With the protection of the immortal sword peak, your brazen assault on the Li family shows utter disregard for us. Yao Kaidong interjected. As Li Cheng still held potential utility for him, hence he did not mind stepping forward. Yao Kaidong, one must speak with evidence. Do you believe that the Tianyuan Sect is a one-man show of the immortal sword peak? Chu Sheng, now enraged, addressed him directly. If you seek trouble with me, just say so. Do you truly think I fear you? Junior brother, return. There is no need for a war of words. The esteemed senior brother Meng Chengren, who had long been in seclusion at the Xian Beast Peak, has now emerged, having reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Tantalizingly close to the pinnacle of this stage, standing unyieldingly against Yao Kaidong. Senior brother, I understand, Chu Sheng replied. Ceasing further disputes and returning to the position of the disciples at the Xian Beast Peak. Lo and behold, has the Li family truly sought out Chu Sheng? Qin Xiao, well aware of the unfolding events, recalled how he had invoked Chu Sheng's name while confronting the Li family in Tianyuan City. Brother Chu, I must trouble you to share some of the burdens, Qin Xiao remarked after consulting with Yin Man. Learning that the senior brother of the Xian Beast Peak was also at the threshold of the Golden Core's peak, which alleviated his concerns. Once they entered the secret realm, it was certain that Yao Kaidong would seek him out. Although unafraid, he preferred to avoid disturbances, thus he could only impose a bit on Chu Sheng, promising to offer compensation later. The night passed without incident, and at dawn the following day, the flying ship arrived at the abyssal secret realm. Chapter 40. Gathering in the secret realm, first encounter with the Master's wife upon disembarking from the ship. The disciples of Tianyuan Sect discovered that numerous factions had already arrived, bustling with activity. To their surprise, Elder Wen was leading the Tianyuan Sect's contingent, a familiar face after a long absence. Shortly after their arrival, an elder in the transformation stage approached to greet them. Oh, it is Elder Qi from the Pure Yang Sect. It has indeed been a while, Elder Wen responded promptly. The Tianyuan Sect and the Pure Yang Sect have always maintained a cordial relationship, and their elders are well acquainted. Elder Qi, could it be that you harbor some interest in Elder Wen? Your affections are quite evident, remarked a middle-aged man in the transformation stage, who had just approached. Li Huan, your words are as empty as a dog's bark, Qi who retorted sharply. It turned out to be Elder Li Huan from the Xianin Sect. Also a familiar face after a lengthy interval. Elder One, wishing to avoid further engagement with Li Huan, nevertheless extended the basic courtesies. Friend One, I bear no ill will towards you. Should you seek a companion, do consider me first. Though I am lacking in talent, I am still superior to certain elderly individuals. Li Huan had persistently pursued Elder One, who consistently prioritized her cultivation, leading to Li Huan's jealousy upon witnessing the camaraderie between Qi Hu and Wen Yuaning. I am solely devoted to my cultivation and have no intentions of seeking a partner. I kindly ask Elder Li to refrain from further remarks, Wen Yuaning said, having anticipated the potential encounter with Li Huan. However, seeing him in person still caused her considerable discomfort, as she had grown weary of his incessant pursuit. Having dedicated over 2 centuries to her cultivation, Wen Yuaning, though now resembling a mature woman, still radiated an undeniable charm. Despite the subtle traces of time on her visage, she remained strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of sophistication befitting a noble woman. As the trio conversed, more individuals arrived. Some were city lords, others were elders from various sects, and in this assembly, almost everyone was familiar with one another. Just as the group was engaged in pleasantries, another woman approached. Isn't that the Grand Elder of the Tianyi Pavilion? It is said she has been in seclusion for 3 years. Has she truly emerged? Indeed, it was she. And her cultivation had astonishingly ascended to the peak of the transformation stage, standing at the threshold of fusion. Truly a formidable presence. The transformation to the godhood stage is a formidable challenge for everyone. Many spend their entire lives merely at this threshold. Little did she expect to soon transcend this phase. The woman in question is none other than the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Garment Pavilion, Yi Chiyue, the aunt of Yi Tianyi. Sister Chiyue, I did not anticipate your emergence from seclusion. Wen Yuanying exclaimed upon seeing Yi Chiyue, hurrying to greet her. In the past, when Elder Qin Changqing courted Yi Chiyue, she frequently visited the Tianyuan Sect. As the sole female elder of the sect, when Yuanying and she quickly became close friends due to their frequent interactions. Yuanying, your talent is not lacking. It is time for you to undertake a prolonged period of seclusion. The path of cultivation, while requiring accumulation, ultimately hinges on practice. Yi Qiu stated, her expression lacking fervor, yet her words conveyed genuine concern. You speak the truth. I have lingered too long in the mid-stage of transformation. It is indeed time for a breakthrough, when Yuanying acknowledged with a nod. And what of Chongqing's disciple? Yi Qiu inquired, having come to see Qin Chongqing's direct disciple. After learning of Qin Chongqing's passing, she mourned for an extended period. Upon discovering that he had left behind a disciple, she willingly accepted the task of leading this visit. You refer to Qin Xiao. He is resting with the other disciples. Allow me to escort you to him, when Yuanying replied, eager to extricate herself from the pleasantries exchanged among the group of elders. At that moment, Qin Xiao had ceased feigning injury and was instead engrossed in meditation, continuously refining spirit liquid. Following a vigorous training session with Yin Man, he felt his speed of refining the spirit liquid had notably increased. Thus, adhering to the principle of preparing for battle at the last moment, he resolved to refine whatever he could manage. Qin Xiao, the sudden call interrupted his concentration. Elder One, what brings you to seek your disciple? Upon seeing Wen Yuanying, Qin Xiao immediately responded with respect. This is Elder Yi from the Heavenly Garment Pavilion, an old acquaintance of your master, here to pay you a visit. Wen Yuanying promptly introduced. Elder from the Heavenly Garment Pavilion? Qin Xiao's mind swiftly recalled Yi Tiany's previous mention of this. Disciple Qin Xiao pays respects to my master's wife, he said, rising promptly and bowing respectfully. What? Master's wife? Yi Qiu exclaimed in surprise. Who taught you to address me in such a manner? Your master, Qin Chongqing, and I have parted ways. I am not your master's wife. Although a hint of joy flickered within her, she quickly regained her composure and spoke earnestly. Not upset. It seems there might be hope, Qin Xiao mused as he noted Yi Qiu's cool demeanor, interpreting it as a lack of reproach. Master's wife. My master had no other partners throughout his life. Although I am unaware of the reasons for your separation, I believe there must have been some misunderstanding. Regardless, you will always remain my master's wife, Qin Xiao asserted, uncertain of the events that transpired between them, but convinced that her visit indicated lingering feelings for his master. Such flattery. Has Qin Chongqing truly imparted this to you? Yi Qiu remarked, her tone still icy, though her heart felt a surge of warmth. Alas, my dear teacher's wife. You cannot fathom the depths of my plight. It has only been 3 days since my master took me under his wing, yet I have not had the privilege of his guidance before I met my demise in battle for our sect. Since then, I have lived in solitude, with my fellow disciples abandoning me for other peaks. For 3 long years, I have endured countless grievances. Were it not for the relics left behind by my master that I recently discovered, I fear I would have been cast out from the sect. In order to evoke your sympathy, I must portray myself as a victim, as I seek to secure a protector in you, lest I be left vulnerable while my peers ascend to the stage of transformation. What? Did Chongqing sacrifice his life for your Tianyuan Sect? And this is how you treat his only disciple? Upon hearing my words, Yi Qiu was immediately incensed, confronting Wen Yuanying with fervor. Alas, many matters are too intricate to articulate clearly, yet they align closely with my sentiments. Sister, you are aware that in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Following the demise of the 7th elder, the burden fell upon the 7 stars peak, yet he is unable to cultivate, resulting in a lack of willing disciples. It is a small compensation that the sect allowed him to serve as peak master for 3 years. Fortunately, this lad has discovered the relics of the 7th elder, and now many wish to join the 7 stars peak, but find themselves unable to do so. Wen Yuanying refrained from offering explanations, while the sect appears united. The bonds of humanity are often lacking. Perhaps this is the price of cultivation, humanity's cold indifference. Qin Xiao, there is little merit in remaining within this flawed Tianyuan sect. Since you call me teacher's wife, you shall accompany me to the Tianyi Pavilion. Though my pavilion may not rival the Tianyuan sect, should anyone dare to wrong you, I shall stand as your advocate. Upon hearing Wen Yuanying's words, Yi Qiu did not simmer down, but instead felt her anger intensify. Teacher's wife. It is not necessary to go that far. The 7 stars peak was bestowed upon me by my master, and I cannot simply disregard it. Besides, I am no longer the person who could be easily bullied. Your words alone bring me great solace. Naturally, I do not wish to depart from the Tianyuan sect just yet, for the protection of a sect allows for steady growth. Should one day Yin Man reach the stage of transformation, perhaps then I shall contemplate my next steps, or perhaps becoming a sect leader would not be so bad. Since you have spoken thus, I shall not impose further. Should any matters arise, send word to the Tianyi Pavilion, no matter who you are. I shall come to your aid. Seeing Qin Xiao's resolve, Yi Qiue acquiesced, instructing him to seek her whenever difficulties arose. Thank you, teacher's wife. Your disciple shall remember this. Qin Xiao expressed his gratitude earnestly. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Should you find yourself free after the secret realm opens, do visit the Tianyuan Pavilion. With that, Yi Qiue departed, needing to return and prepare the disciples of the Tianyuan Pavilion for the impending opening of the secret realm. Chapter 41. Entering the secret realm, blocked on the second layer after approximately half an hour, the various factions had largely gathered, and signs indicated that the abyssal secret realm was about to open. The so-called abyssal secret realm lies adjacent to a profound chasm. During times when the realm is not active, many have ventured to explore its depths, yet none have uncovered anything unusual. The abyssal secret realm seems to exist in another dimension. When inactive, it is merely an ordinary chasm, only revealing a portal above it when it opens. The 50 disciples of the Tianyuan Sect have been divided into 4 teams. Lin Shidream leads one team, Yao Kaidong another, while the senior brother of the Xian Beast Peak, Meng Chengren, commands a third team. Qin Xiao and Yun Man form their own separate team. In terms of numbers, Lin Shidream's team is the largest, comprising the 18 from the main peak, followed by Yao Kaidong's team from the Xian Sword Peak, Xian Cloud Peak, and Xian Artifact Peak, totaling 15 individuals. Meng Chengren's team from the Xian Beast Peak, Xian Medicine Peak, and Xian Spring Peak also consists of 15 members. Other factions are similarly structured, with larger groups forming smaller teams and the smaller ones banding together. Preparations are underway as the secret realm is about to open. When Yuan Ying observes a vortex forming above the abyss and promptly issues a warning. Everyone watches anxiously as the vortex expands until it reaches a threshold capable of accommodating 100 individuals simultaneously, at which point it ceases to grow. Naturally, the first to enter are the disciples of the Pure Yang Sect and the Xian Dao Business Alliance, followed by the Xianyin Sect and the Tianyuan Sect. After years of plundering, the first layer is nearly devoid of treasures, rendering the order of entry inconsequential. The discovery of riches relies heavily on fortune. Remember, do not engage in internal strife within the secret realm. Each year, numerous disciples are lost, and I hope all of you will emerge unscathed. Soon, it is the Tianyuan Sect's turn, and when Yuan Ying gives a brief command. Subsequently, all the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect soar towards the vortex on their flying swords. Qin Xiao, as usual, rides on Yun Man's sword. Although he possesses the physical strength to leap over, he finds it unnecessary and rather embarrassing. Upon entering the secret realm, the surroundings change instantaneously. Even the sky takes on a somber hue, shrouded in dim light, and an endless plain stretches out, devoid of any trees. Moreover, they do not encounter any other individuals, only their fellow disciples from the Tianyuan Sect. It appears that the teleportation is random, as no one else has arrived in this location. Junior brother Qin, this is your first visit, and you may not be familiar with it. It would be best to join our team, Lin Shidream suggests kindly once more. No need. It is my first visit too, so we shall explore freely. Consider it a journey to broaden our horizons. Qin Xiao declines again. Ungrateful. The saintess extends her goodwill, and you presume to act aloof. Interjects one of Lin Shidream's disciples before she can respond. Disciple, let us depart. Qin Xiao ignores the disciple and signals Yun Man to take flight, intending to leave first. Yes, master, Yun Man replies without further ado, summoning her flying sword, and the two ascend into the air. Lin Shidream is infuriated, but must maintain her composure in front of the disciples to uphold her image as the saintess. We shall also depart, heading directly to the third layer. If the opportunity arises, we will explore the fourth layer. She resolves upon seeing Qin Xiao vanish from sight and begins to execute her plan. Noticing Lin Shidream's departure, Yao Kaidong leads his group in pursuit of the direction Qin Xiao took. However, they stand no chance of catching up to Yun Man, who is already in the nascent soul stage. After a considerable time, they still cannot spot Qin Xiao. Forget it, let that boy be for now. We shall proceed to the third layer, he concludes. After falling behind, Yao Kaidong chose to concede and decided to seek opportunities on the third level. For the secret realm granted a full month's time, ensuring he would eventually encounter Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's suggestion to wander on the first level was merely a ruse. Who would meander in such a place when it was not the behavior of the wise? Furthermore, what was there of worth to explore on the first level? His words were crafted solely for Yao Kaidong, allowing him to take his time searching. Although it was Qin Xiao's inaugural visit, the sect had traversed this realm countless times, and thus a rudimentary map was available to every disciple. Qin Xiao intended to leverage Yun Man's golden core stage swiftness to advance to the fourth level ahead of others. However, upon reaching the entrance to the second level, he encountered a dozen disciples guarding the threshold, preventing many from entering. Isn't the Xianyin Sect being a tad excessive? This secret realm does not belong solely to you. Indeed, must the Tianyuan Sect consider all others as adversaries? Allow us passage quickly, or I shall expose your actions to the world upon exiting. Those thwarted from entering the second level began to condemn the Tianyuan Sect vociferously. Are you blind? Or merely selectively accusatory? Is this the doing of my sect alone? The disciples of the Tianyuan Sect could no longer contain their ire, retaliating with vehement curses. This is not merely a decision of the Tianyuan Sect. Among the 18 blocking here, only 6 are from my sect, while 6 are from the Pure Yang Sect and 6 from the Immortal Tao Merchants. Thus, it is hardly fair that the brunt of the blame falls solely on the Tianyuan Sect. This discontent stemmed from their arrival. The first 3 groups had arrived almost simultaneously, mere steps away from the entrance to the second level. The Immortal Tao Merchants suggested that their 3 sects send 5 or 6 individuals each to obstruct the remaining crowd, allowing them to seize the advantage. The Pure Yang and Tianyuan sects had no choice but to acquiesce, for the Immortal Tao Merchants had dispatched formidable talents, including the esteemed young master, Ling Wushuang. Ling Wushuang's prowess was unparalleled, having reached the late Golden Core stage at the age of 45, while the leaders of the Pure Yang and Tianyuan sects were merely at the mid-Golden Core stage, making them no match for him. Thus, they consented to the plan. The initial arrivals dared not resist and were compelled to wait patiently. However, as the crowd swelled, frustration began to boil over into shouts. Both the Immortal Tao Merchants and the Pure Yang Sect were of the first tier, while the Tianyuan Sect was relegated to a lesser position. Hence, the outcry was directed solely at them, igniting the anger of the Tianyuan disciples. Fear not, esteemed ones. Merely wait 1 hour, and we shall open the passageway. One disciple of the Immortal Tao Merchants finally interjected as the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Upon hearing that the passage would be opened in an hour, the others hesitated, their protests dwindling. With such assurances, they had no choice but to wait. Strength alone would not suffice, and it was wiser to bide their time. However, Qin Xiao could not afford to wait an hour. At the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, Yin Man had already developed an unspoken understanding with him. Upon his inquiry, she instinctively knew his intent. Will you step aside on your own, or shall we be compelled to take action? Qin Xiao addressed the opposing faction directly. Tianyuan Sect? This time, the secret realm has a unified attire. After all, with so many individuals present, a uniform appearance facilitates identification. It is regrettable that your Tianyuan Sect arrived late. Had you come a bit earlier, perhaps you would have qualified for early entry. For now, you shall have to wait. The speaker was a member of the Xiandao Trading Company, notably the only one at the late Golden Core stage. So, you are effectively forcing our hand. Qin Xiao observed their unwillingness to yield, and if that was the case, he resolved to give them a proper lesson. Master, hold on. Yin Man interjected hastily to prevent the conflict. Disciple, it is not that I wish to disregard Ling Ruoshue's face. Rather, their arrogance is intolerable. Qin Xiao assumed that Yin Man was reluctant to provoke the Xiandao Trading Company. Thus he clarified, this time, it is truly not the fault of my master. Master, that is not my intention. Do you not recall that we possess the Supreme Membership Card? Yin Man reminded him directly. Does this really work? Qin Xiao inquired skeptically. Shall we not discover its efficacy through trial? Yin Man replied, retrieving the Supreme Membership Card that Ling Ruoshue had bestowed upon them from her storage pouch. Does the Xiandao Trading Company recognize this? Yin Man held the card aloft and asked the disciples of the trading company. What? A Supreme Membership Card? The leader naturally recognized it. How could a member of the Xiandao Trading Company be unaware of such a card? Since you are a valued guest of our Xiandao Trading Company, you are, of course, permitted to pass. Though unwilling, the disciple of the Xiandao Trading Company ultimately conceded and allowed Qin Xiao to proceed. With the Xiandao Trading Company having spoken, neither the Pure Yang Sect nor the Tianyuan Sect could object. After all, their power and prowess far surpassed that of the others. Subsequently, the remaining individuals could only watch in bewilderment as Qin Xiao entered the second layer, for they could not produce a card of such caliber. Chapter 42. The second layer's anomaly. Surrounded by beasts upon entering the second layer of the secret realm, one found themselves amidst a vast forest, where the spiritual energy was peculiar, infused with various other energies, making refinement exceedingly challenging. A moment's carelessness could lead to disastrous consequences. The first layer primarily consisted of plains, dotted with scattered piles of ore, with occasional herbs and ordinary beasts. However, the second layer was different. It was an expansive forest teeming with beasts, yet also abundant in spiritual herbs. The randomness of the second layer was significant. In the past, individuals had discovered herbs capable of crafting infant-forming pills within its depths. In previous years, various factions would leave a contingent of disciples to navigate the second layer, but as time passed, the influx of entrants increased, diminishing the chances of discovering high-grade herbs. typically leaving only lesser factions and those lacking sufficient strength lingering in this layer. It was evident that the second layer was not Qin Xiao's destination. Yin Man examined the map to ascertain their direction and then continued to soar toward the entrance of the third layer. Disciple, be mindful of your spiritual energy replenishment. I find this second layer rather unsettling. Maintain your optimal condition at all times. Although Yin Man had already reached the nascent soul stage and should encounter no issues in this foundation establishment layer, Qin Xiao still offered a reminder. Master, I am aware. The spiritual energy here cannot be directly absorbed, so I rely on elixirs and spirit stones for sustenance. Yin Man's perception of spiritual energy far surpasses that of Qin Xiao. She had sensed the unusual fluctuations in spiritual energy long ago and had prepared accordingly. Meanwhile, the three factions that had entered ahead of them were now facing significant difficulties. How could such powerful demonic beasts appear on merely the second level? And not just one, but several? What was going on? Stop dawdling. Quickly form the formation. Ling Wushuang swiftly produced a set of formation flags and began to set them up, prompting everyone to channel their spiritual energy into the formation. Instantly, a colossal protective array materialized, keeping all the demonic beasts at bay. The three factions, numbering over 200, found themselves encircled by the horde of beasts. What on earth was happening? Such an occurrence had never transpired before. How could this be? Ling Wushuang's brow furrowed in concern. Although he was at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, the three leading demonic beasts possessed peak nascent soul strength. Fortunately, they were encircling without attacking. Had they launched a sudden assault, the casualties would have been devastating. In previous secret realm openings, many disciples had lingered on the second level, encountering only the most formidable demonic beasts of the Foundation establishment peak. Why, in a mere 3 years, had peak nascent soul beasts emerged on the second level? Song Xing, the captain of the Tianyuan Sect, expressed his confusion. As one of the talents of his generation, having reached the mid-nascent soul stage, he now faced peak nascent soul beasts, an adversary he might not even best at his own level, let alone 2 realms lower. Clearly, something extraordinary had transpired in the second level, or perhaps a treasure had surfaced that enabled these beasts to ascend rapidly. Though it posed a calamity, it also presented an opportunity. Would both of you dare to engage? In contrast, Su Lin, the captain of the Tianyuan Sect, displayed little worry and instead wore an expression of excitement. He was also a prodigy of his generation at the mid-nascent soul stage, and the sect would undoubtedly have provided various means of survival for such talented disciples. In a desperate fight, we might not necessarily lose. Let us not act rashly. I suspect these 3 beasts are not the strongest. There may be a god transformation beast lurking behind them, while we might contend with the nascent soul beings. What about a god transformation one? Ling Wushuang maintained a level of composure. Observing that the 3 beasts had yet to attack indicated that a stronger entity was likely commanding them. They refrained from striking, perhaps due to a lack of orders. Otherwise, their instinct would have driven them to charge. What? A god transformation beast? Ling, do not frighten me. Song Xing's expression changed dramatically. If only the beasts before them were present, they might have a chance of victory. However, if another god transformation beast were involved, it would spell doom for all but the 3 captains. Surely not. The emergence of nascent soul beasts on the second level is already anomalous. If a god transformation beast exists, then the second level would rival the 5th. Su Lin struggled to believe it, but recognized the validity of Ling Wushuang's conjecture. Master, there are numerous presences ahead, along with many demonic beasts. We must avoid them. Yin Man suddenly halted. The concentration of so many energies ahead was nearly impossible to overlook. We should bypass them and hasten to the 4th level. Otherwise, we will miss out on all the treasures. Qin Xiao readily concurred, eager to steer clear of the ensuing troubles. By a curious twist of fate, despite Qin Xiao and Yin Man evading the horde of demonic beasts and the 3 formidable factions, they had not flown far before being ensnared by a formidable aura. Master, this is bad. A transformation stage demonic beast. Yin Man was the first to sense the impending danger, hastily alerting her companion. We must retreat, fly back. Qin Xiao, disregarding the reason for the presence of a transformation stage beast on the second level, prioritized their survival above all else. However, their escape was short-lived as they were confronted by a peak nascent soul stage beast blocking their path. Consequently, Yin Man had to alter their direction once more. Yet, no matter how they maneuvered, they were inevitably driven back towards the convergence of the 3 factions. Disciples of Tianyuan Sect? The arrival of Qin Xiao and Yin Man surprised the assembled crowd. Wasn't the entrance of the second level supposed to be guarded? Did these 2 arrive before us? Greetings, fellow cultivators. What a coincidence. With no option to evade the situation, Qin Xiao stepped forward to extend his salutations, fearing that Ling Wushuang might recognize her. Yin Man had discreetly donned a veil. Ah, a mere mortal? And a nascent soul? The spectators were perplexed by the unusual pairing of the two. They offered no response to Qin Xiao, their curiosity piqued by the oddity of their combination. How did you manage to descend here? Ling Wushuang inquired, intrigued by how they had arrived, as their random positioning suggested that no one could have reached them faster, especially since Tianyuan Sect had transmitted after them. Disciple, show him the token. Recognizing the question from a member of the Xiandao Trading Company, Yin Man remained silent and produced the Supreme Membership card. With this, I should be permitted to descend, correct? Qin Xiao, unaware that Ling Wushuang was Ling Ruoshue's elder brother, displayed a sense of pride. The Supreme Membership card of Xiandao Trading Company? Who are you? Why was I unaware of a new addition to our esteemed membership? Ling Wushuang was momentarily taken aback. As the heir of the Ling family, he was well informed about who held the trading company's Supreme Membership card, yet he did not recognize Qin Xiao. What is your identity? Does the holder of the Supreme Membership card require reporting to you? Enough with the trivialities. The current situation is quite precarious. We can discuss the card later. Qin Xiao was left speechless. In such dire circumstances, there was still talk of cards. Since you possess the Supreme Card of my Xiandao Trading Company, you may enter the formation. With Qin Xiao's declaration, Ling Wushuang chose not to press further. As a valued guest of the trading company, they would be afforded protection and thus allowed Qin Xiao and Yin Man to enter the formation. Although they had entered the formation, the distinction was minimal. It merely represented a difference between dying sooner or later. We just encountered a transformation stage demonic beast, along with several nascent soul beasts converging towards this area. It appears they intend to cleanse the entire second level of cultivators, surrounding from the outside in. Qin Xiao realized that entering the formation necessitated offering intelligence, so he recounted their recent encounters. What? There truly is a transformation stage demonic beast? Song Xing felt as though the sky was collapsing. It seems we may meet our end here. These beasts are remarkably astute. They understand the concept of cleansing and encirclement. Su Lin, too, had lost the excitement he previously held. What is happening on this second level? This formation can only withstand attacks from those at the nascent soul stage and is utterly incapable of resisting those at the transformation stage. We must devise a strategy, for these demonic beasts are likely to converge soon. Ling Wushuang forcibly calmed herself and began to take charge. This is bad. The demonic beasts are about to launch their assault. Suddenly, a disciple shouted, throwing the already anxious group into further disarray, almost destabilizing the formation. Do not panic, for now. We can still hold our ground. The transformation stage beast has yet to arrive. We must not disrupt our formation. Observing the other disciples in a state of confusion, Ling Wushuang quickly steadied their spirits. If it were the older generation of golden core cultivators, such a basic error would never have occurred. Yet, this group consisted of the most talented disciples from their respective sects and factions. Although their cultivation progressed rapidly, their life experiences were scant, as they had spent most of their time either cultivating or on the path of cultivation. Fortunately, with Ling Wushuang as their anchor, the disciples found their composure. Focus all your energy on maintaining the formation. If a transformation stage beast arrives, I will find a way to divert its attention. After that, it will be up to you. You are all prodigious disciples, and I trust you possess many means to preserve your lives. When the time comes, do not hold back. Although Ling Wushuang spoke with determination, she felt a profound sense of uncertainty, knowing she would face a transformation stage beast alone. Young master, your righteousness is admirable. I shall do my utmost as well, Song Xing expressed, deeply impressed by Ling Wushuang's resolve to confront the beast single-handedly. Since you have all voiced your intentions, I shall not hold back either, Su Lin added, recognizing that they were the strongest among the group. Brothers, do not conceal any treasures. Only those who survive can utilize them. If we perish, they will merely benefit others, Su Lin urged the disciples of the Tianyuan Sect. The disciples of the Pure Yang Sect echoed similar sentiments, acknowledging that their collective efforts would determine their survival. Young master, proceed without reservation. We shall handle matters here. The disciples of the Immortal Dao Trading Company understood Ling Wushuang's intentions without needing further persuasion, as they were loyal disciples of the Ling family. Subsequently, all the disciples exerted their utmost strength, amplifying their spiritual energy to maintain the defensive formation, preventing the demonic beasts from breaching it for the time being. Disciple, our bond may soon reach its end. If the formation falls and you find an opportunity, you must escape alone. Your chances of survival will be greater. Qin Xiao, aware of the dire situation, instructed Yin Man. It was not out of nobility. Rather, he believed that given their master-disciple relationship, it was better for at least one of them to survive. With Yin Man's strength at the nascent soul stage, coupled with various elixirs, her chances of escape would increase significantly. However, if he were to accompany her, the odds would be less certain. Master, Do not worry, even in death. I will not abandon you, Yin Man replied, touched by Qin Xiao's concern for her well-being, moved that her master still thought of her at such a critical moment. What are you saying? I have trained you for so long. If you were to perish, it would be a tremendous loss. Moreover, I may not necessarily meet my end, for I lack cultivation. Even if we break the formation, those demonic beasts would not particularly focus on me. At that time, the chances of my survival would be quite substantial, Qin Xiao explained hastily, fearing that Yin Man was being obstinate. Although he articulated this, he was acutely aware that the hope was rather slim. Despite having reached the pinnacle of the second layer in body refinement, he had yet to break through to the third layer and could not withstand the assaults of a nascent soul stage beast. Master, do you possess any means of preserving your life? Yin Man inquired, somewhat perplexed. Naturally, I do. Those nascent soul beasts will undoubtedly prioritize attacking those of higher cultivation. The ordinary golden core stage beasts would not be able to kill me instantly. Have you forgotten? Even your spirit-infused punches only managed to injure me. Qin Xiao responded with certainty. In truth, he himself was uncertain about how events would unfold, but he could only express himself in such a manner. Understood, Master. Once we breach the formation, I shall actively draw the attention of the formidable demonic beasts. At that moment, you can seize the opportunity to escape. I still have some means to ensure my survival, Yin Man said, feeling reassured by Qin Xiao's affirmative response. She was prepared to reveal her capabilities and aim to attract several nascent soul beasts, thereby increasing her master's chances of evasion. Everyone, be alert, a transformation stage beast approaches. Ling Wushuang was the first to sense the presence and promptly alerted the group. Ah, not bad for a young one. You sensed it quite swiftly. The transformation stage beast revealed its true form, a colossal ape, upon which sat a person. Who was the one speaking? Someone. The group looked at the figure on the ape's shoulder with confusion. Indeed. Today, I have fortuitously encountered so many elite disciples. This old man's breakthrough to the transformation stage is now more assured. The person atop the ape expressed with satisfaction upon seeing the nearly 200-strong team. Who might you be, senior? Why do you target us? Ling Wushuang, relieved to discover the presence of a human, felt a sense of ease, for communication was possible. If it had been merely a beast, they would have had no choice but to fight, as beasts do not engage in dialogue. Ah, how delightful. It appears you are from the Immortal Dao Trading Company, along with disciples from the Tianyuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect. This old man shall certainly not let you off easily. The individual, upon noticing Ling Wushuang's attire, became even more exhilarated, showing no regard for the Immortal Dao Trading Company. Senior, who are you? We have not offended you. Ling Wushuang, seeing the insignificance of their status, felt his previous relaxation dissipate and anxiety return. Have you not offended me? Perhaps you are unaware of the events 300 years ago concerning the beast-controlling sect. Your ancestors, in their pursuit of the beast-taming techniques, labeled my sect as an evil cult and united to obliterate it. How dare you claim you have not wronged me? The man grew increasingly agitated, culminating in a furious outburst. Survivors of the beast-controlling sect? Ling Wushuang had heard of the beast-controlling sect from 300 years ago in Qinzhou, but he only knew it was deemed a heretical sect and was ultimately annihilated by a coalition of major sections. To think that remnants still existed after 3 centuries was beyond his expectations. Remnants? What a remnant! Since you have encountered me today, none of you shall escape. Blame your ancestors for this fate. Eliminate them for me. With those words, he commanded the demonic beasts to launch a full-scale assault. Instantly, the beasts erupted into chaos, violently assaulting the protective array, and the disciples maintaining the formation wore expressions of distress. Observing the struggling defenders, the man and the colossal ape at his side did not join the fray, instead reveling in the spectacle. He wished not to grant these individuals a swift demise. Esteemed colleagues, this course is untenable. The divine transformation beast has yet to engage, presumably intending to deplete our spiritual energy before methodically torturing us. Rather than await our fate, we should proactively strike. Let us escape as best we can. Ling Wushuang discerned the adversary's intentions, recognizing that the reluctance to launch a strong offensive was clearly a tactic to exhaust them. Now was the time to risk everything, for perhaps there remained a glimmer of hope. Ling, do you have a plan? Speak freely, and we shall follow your lead, urged Song Xing, aware that prolonging this confrontation would lead to certain death. Indeed, Ling, what should we do? Su Lin added, cutting straight to the chase, urging Ling Wushuang to issue orders. Leave the divine transformation beast and that man to me. Though I may not prevail, I can buy us some time. Take this opportunity to disperse and flee. Escape as best you can, and we shall regroup on the first level to discuss our strategy. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling Wushuang proposed this course of action, for he was the strongest among them and could afford to confront the enemy. Possessing a means to protect his life, even in defeat, he could still flee. Be cautious. Ling, both Song Xing and Su Lin admonished in unison. Now, when I make my move, you must withdraw the formation. Finding a suitable moment, Ling Wushuang declared, then advanced toward the man. Chapter 44. The Identity of the Evil Cultivator. The battle commences as Ling Wushuang charged towards him. The man remained unperturbed, casually patting the colossal ape beneath him. The ape then released a fearsome roar that sent Ling Wushuang plummeting from the air. This was a sonic attack, one that those below the divine transformation stage could hardly defend against, unless equipped with specialized artifacts designed to counter sound waves. A shield suddenly manifested before Ling Wushuang. Though he was knocked down, he sustained minimal damage. What a formidable sonic attack. My artifact barely withstood the onslaught. Yet the sound waves have caused turmoil within my spiritual energy. This is quite troublesome. Ling Wushuang had not anticipated the immense power of the colossal ape. A mere roar had disrupted his energy. Child, reveal all your tricks. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. The man refrained from pursuing further, instead relishing the game. Akin to a cat toying with a mouse, he had thoroughly scoured the entire second level of the secret realm, and at the entrances to both levels, he had stationed 2 peak infant transformation beasts, ensuring no one could enter or exit. He had ample time to entertain himself. The grudge of annihilating their sect could not be easily avenged. To kill them swiftly would be far too merciful. He was originally the youngest son of Fan Konghua, the esteemed leader of the beast control sect, named Fan Hongfei. Due to his innate talent being merely a yellow spiritual root, his cultivation progressed at a sluggish pace, reaching only the 8th level of Qi refinement by the age of 12. While this achievement might be commendable for an ordinary individual, it was evidently insufficient for the son of a sect leader. Fortunately, being the leader's son afforded him a certain privilege. Within the sect, no one looked down upon him. Instead, they doted on him, for despite his lackluster cultivation, he exhibited remarkable aptitude in beast taming. Even at the Qi refinement stage, he could command mid-stage foundation establishment beasts, while his peers could only tame beasts of equal cultivation, with those of superior talent managing to control beasts just one minor level above their own. Due to his prowess in beast taming, disciples of the beast control sect consistently triumphed over their counterparts from other sects in battles of equal standing, which inevitably incited jealousy from rival factions. Initially, these individuals approached the sect with humility, seeking guidance. Under pressure, the beast control sect had no choice but to share their knowledge, albeit limited to basic beast taming techniques. The core secrets remained undisclosed. However, their dissatisfaction grew conspicuously, leading them to undermine the beast control sect, ultimately branding it as a malevolent sect. Perhaps foreseeing the impending turmoil, sect leader Fan Konghua sent his son, Fan Hongfei, into hiding, publicly declaring him deceased due to an unfortunate incident during his trials. This decisive action safeguarded Fan Hongfei's life, as shortly thereafter, various sects united to eradicate the beast control sect. In the aftermath, all sects established their own beast taming departments, with the celestial origin sect's immortal beast peak being one of them. The obliteration of the sect dealt a devastating blow to the 12 or 13-year-old Fan Hongfei, leaving him in a state of alternating clarity and madness. Eventually, he was taken in by a minor family, adopted as a son. After he attained the foundation establishment stage, he entered the abyssal secret realm on behalf of that family. Since that fateful entrance, he had never emerged again. Normally, at the designated time, all individuals would be expelled from the secret realm, yet Fan Hongfei discovered a unique cultivation technique on the second level of this realm. This technique was unlike ordinary beast taming. It involved binding oneself to a beast through a blood contract, sharing both glory and downfall. Although this technique was excessively domineering, it offered the advantage of mutual advancement, allowing cultivation to rise in tandem with the beast. At that time, he could only bond with a peak adult foundation establishment giant ape. After forming the contract, he and the giant ape became one, which prevented the realm from expelling him. Within this secret realm, he was unable to cultivate, and the beast's growth was slow. Thus, he remained in a state of stasis for 300 years, finally enabling the giant ape to break through to the god transformation stage, prompting him to seek revenge. He understood that the secret realm imposed age restrictions. Even a prodigy at 50 years of age would find it nearly impossible to reach the god transformation stage. Thus, with the giant ape at the god transformation stage, he became invincible within this realm. Meanwhile, Ling Wushuang stood in confrontation with Fan Hongfei, while chaos erupted elsewhere. After Ling Wushuang made her move, everyone retracted their spiritual energy and dismantled the formation. A horde of monstrous beasts surged in, and each individual unleashed their most formidable skills. However, the sheer number of the beasts, coupled with their superior strength, resulted in immediate casualties among the disciples from their assaults. Qin Xiao, seeking an escape route, was swiftly intercepted by a golden core stage beast. With so many beasts around, it was impossible for him to remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, Yin Man managed to restrain a peak nascent soul beast. Despite being forced back, she maintained her composure and showed no signs of injury. Similarly, Songxing faced a peak nascent soul beast and engaged in a back-and-forth skirmish, yet neither side could claim a decisive victory at that moment. This cannot continue, Songxing urged. We must break through together, or the disciples will perish. Su Lin found himself in a similar predicament, contending with 3 peak nascent soul beasts, one of which he had drawn. Realizing that this exhausting battle would inevitably lead to death, he called out to Songxing without concern for their sect rivalry. This was a moment that transcended enmity, as they all faced the threat of annihilation. At this juncture, Qin Xiao had little capacity to ponder the broader situation. A golden core giant bear was already demanding his full attention. Although he had reached the 2nd level of body refinement, he was still vulnerable to the bear's considerable strength. Before he could reflect further, the giant bear lunged with a massive paw, evidently unwilling to waste time on what it perceived as an insignificant mortal. Prepared for the attack, Qin Xiao deftly evaded at the last moment. His current speed rivaled that of a golden core cultivator, especially against the bear's uncoordinated strike. The bear paused, taken aback that a mere mortal could evade its assault, but quickly resumed its attack with another powerful swipe. This time, given the proximity, Qin Xiao had no avenue for escape and assumed a defensive posture to withstand the blow. Just as the bear's paw was about to collide with him, a protective shield materialized around Qin Xiao, deflecting the bear's strike. Of course, how could I forget the shield of the heart turtle? He realized, recalling its status as a low-grade magical artifact with autonomous defensive capabilities. Observing the shield enveloping him, Qin Xiao recognized that he indeed possessed a protective treasure. You nearly caught me off guard, you brutish bear. Now it is my turn to retaliate. With the shield now active, Qin Xiao prepared to counterattack. If he did not eliminate this beast, he would have no chance of escape. The bear, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, wondered why its strike had been thwarted. Nevertheless, it was a beast of instinct, limited in intellect. Seeing Qin Xiao charge at it, it lifted both paws to strike again. Adhering to a simple logic, if one strike failed, then multiple should succeed. Unflinching, Qin Xiao absorbed the damage and aimed a powerful kick at the bear's vulnerable spot. He poured all his strength into this blow, knowing that for both humans and beasts, such a target was always a weakness. The bear, caught off guard by Qin Xiao's counterattack, had no time to react and was struck squarely, immediately curling up in pain and rolling to the ground. The anguished cries of despair echoed continuously on the 2nd floor, drawing the attention of all present, interrupted by the lamentations of the colossal bear. What are you staring at? Run! Qin Xiao, feeling the weight of the gazes upon him, turned and shouted before sprinting into the distance. Many quick-witted disciples seized the opportunity, fleeing while the demon beasts were still taken aback by the ongoing battle. How intriguing! A mere mortal has managed to injure a golden core beast, remarked Fan Hongfei, observing Qin Xiao's retreating figure with a hint of amusement. He remained unperturbed. The exit had been secured by a nascent soul beast under his command. Not even a mortal, let alone the present Ling Wushuang, could hope to escape. Chapter 45. Encountering twin demons, Qin Xiao is in peril. Amidst the commotion caused by Qin Xiao, numerous disciples had successfully evaded the encirclement. However, many more perished beneath the onslaught of the demon beasts. What is the matter? Seeing these disciples meet their grim fate has silenced you? Fan Hongfei mocked, his gaze fixed on Ling Wushuang. Today's enmity, I, Ling Wushuang, vow to repay. Ling Wushuang declared resolutely. He was not foolish, having come to serve as a distraction, and with the opposing party refraining from striking. He intended to withdraw now that those who could escape had done so. Oh, from your tone, do you believe you can still survive? Fan Hongfei inquired with a smile. I concede that you are formidable, but I am no mere clay figure, Ling Wushuang retorted, activating his magical artifact. His figure gradually became ethereal until he vanished completely. This was his life-saving card, a high-grade artifact capable of instantaneous teleportation, indifferent to the environment, albeit landing unpredictably without specific coordinates. Nonetheless, it sufficed for preserving his life. Impressive. Such an artifact. No wonder you exude confidence, Fan Hongfei mused, yet he remained composed. Children, the hunt begins. He gestured to the giant ape, which then let out a resounding roar that sent all demon beasts into a frenzy, scattering not out of fear, but to commence their own hunt. Once the beasts dispersed, Fan Hongfei directed the giant ape to the corpses of the disciples, who began to feast. Although some disciples were still alive, the giant ape showed no mercy, consuming them alive. To it, the distinction between life and death was trivial, merely sustenance. While the cultivation of demon beasts is straightforward, they lack the ability to practice techniques, relying instead on the natural absorption of energy, necessitating time for accumulation. The swiftest method is to devour those capable of cultivation, converting their spiritual energy into its own, hence the propensity of demon beasts to attack practitioners. The giant ape devoured over 100 golden core corpses before finally satiating itself and sitting down to digest. Within half an hour, the giant ape completed its digestion, its aura growing more potent, and Fan Hongfei felt his cultivation surge, ascending to the early stage of transformation. Haha. I too am in the transformation stage. Indeed, consumption of high-level practitioners is the key. The speed of this enhancement is astonishing. Fan Hongfei laughed maniacally, realizing that with his innate talent as a yellow spirit root, he would have never anticipated reaching the god transformation stage in his lifetime. To his astonishment, in a mere 3 centuries, he had indeed attained this formidable level. Such a cultivation technique seemed to be tailor-made for him. Reflecting on his fortunes, Fan Hongfei marveled at the destiny that had allowed him to discover such a technique on the second layer, providing him with a glimmer of hope for revenge. Once he stabilized his cultivation, the colossal ape devoured the remaining corpses before embarking on a journey in a particular direction. Within half an hour, many disciples had barely managed to escape before being caught by the ferocious beasts. The consequences of being pursued were dire. Yet the beasts dared not consume the bodies of these disciples, as they needed to reserve them for the gigantic ape. Otherwise, they would become the next meal themselves. Qin Xiao, however, managed to escape, albeit with a stroke of misfortune, for his escape route led directly to the entrance of the third layer, where Yuaning stage beasts were stationed by Fan Hongfei. As he crossed into the territory of the beasts, he was swiftly detected. And by the time Qin Xiao realized the danger, it was already too late. What a wicked fate. How did I end up in this predicament? He thought, spotting 2 enormous beasts fixated on him. Though he felt like cursing, survival took precedence, and he turned to flee without granting the beasts a moment to react. After running for a considerable distance, he found that the 2 beasts had not pursued him, allowing him a moment of respite. However, the hunters were still on his tail, as he soon found himself confronted by 2 golden core stage beasts. These 2 beasts, one a nightwind wolf and the other a crimson flame bull, posed a formidable challenge. Despite their late golden core stage, Qin Xiao felt he could barely hold his ground. With no escape route left, he had to confront them head-on. The nightwind wolf, swift as the wind, launched an assault on Qin Xiao, its speed so formidable that even an early Yuaning cultivator might struggle to evade it. Qin Xiao, too, could not evade the attack. The wolf's claws aimed straight for his head. In a moment of desperation, he activated the heart-guarding turtle shell, conjuring a protective shield just in time. Though he managed to deflect the attack, the immense force still sent him flying. The nightwind wolf, puzzled, noted that while its strike had connected, it had not felt the satisfying sensation of shattering bones, nor had it drawn blood. Indeed, these beasts cannot be judged by the standards of cultivators, Qin Xiao mused, realizing the wolf's speed was matched by its strength. If he had known a fierce battle awaited him, he would have skipped breakfast. Struggling to rise from the ground, he felt the impact nearly make him regurgitate his meal. Seeing Qin Xiao back on his feet, the nightwind wolf lunged again, this time pinning him to the ground with a single paw, its gaping maw poised to bite down. Fortunately, the heart-guarding turtle shell's shield held firm, preventing the wolf's jaws from breaking through. Seizing the opportunity while the wolf hesitated, Qin Xiao drew forth his exquisite spirit weapon and, summoning all his strength, thrust it toward the wolf's mouth. Regardless of the beast in question, its mouth remains one of its vulnerabilities. Though its exterior may be tough and resilient, the defenses within its maw are notably frail. Qin Xiao felt the piercing sensation in his hand, and disregarding all else, he began to stir frantically, exclaiming inwardly, "You shall not escape my wrath." The wind wolf was equally astonished that such a mere mortal could retaliate, and soon its mouth was reduced to a mangled mess, blood gushing forth like a torrential stream, drenching Qin Xiao in its crimson essence. Seizing the opportunity as the wind wolf faltered, Qin Xiao hastily rose and fled. Fortunately, he wore a low-grade spiritual garment purchased from the heavenly garment pavilion beneath his disciple's robe, which was swiftly corroded by the beast's toxic blood. Qin Xiao promptly retrieved a spirit stone, channeling its energy to activate the self-cleaning function of his attire, causing the bloodstains to vanish completely. As the night wind wolf writhed in agony, the scarlet flame bull finally sprang into action. Although the beast possessed limited intellect, at its level, it exhibited a degree of cunning and recognized Qin Xiao's formidable protective artifact. Nonetheless, the scarlet flame bull was undeterred, unlike ordinary beasts that might struggle against a shield. It was renowned for its sheer strength. To it, a mere shield was but a trivial obstacle in the face of overwhelming power. Charging forth with impressive speed, The scarlet flame bull was momentarily deflected by the night wind wolf, granting Qin Xiao a narrow escape. However, the massive tree he had just taken refuge behind was shattered upon impact, and in a reckless display, the bull obliterated the boulder behind it as well. Grateful for his timely evasion, Qin Xiao reflected on his narrow escape. Had he not moved, he would have faced dire consequences. The stones within this secret realm bore a hardness surpassing that of the outside world, and judging by their appearance, they appeared to be a form of ore. Their hardness undeniable. Realizing it had missed its target, the scarlet flame bull swiftly repositioned itself and charged at Qin Xiao once more, this time from a much closer distance, leaving him little room to evade. Nevertheless, Qin Xiao raised his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself, bracing for the impact. Indeed, under the sheer force of the bull's assault, his protective shield shattered almost instantly, the residual momentum crashing into Qin Xiao with palpable force. Fortunately, fate favored him, as the bull's horn struck the protective heart turtle shell upon his chest, failing to penetrate his body. Instead, he was launched backward, landing amongst a heap of rubble. In that moment, he thought, this may be the end. Despite the shield having absorbed a significant portion of the force, the residual impact still nearly claimed his life. Lying on the ground, he found himself unable to move, feeling as though his very bones had splintered. Resigned to his fate, he closed his eyes, reflecting that enduring this much with a mere second level of body refinement was commendable. Chapter 46, Third Level of Body Refinement. Ruthlessly beating beasts, detection of severe injury to host, imminent threat to life detected. Would you like to consume 10,000 drops of spiritual liquid for restoration? Just as Qin Xiao resigned himself to despair, the voice of the system echoed once more. Repair, repair, immediate repair. Qin Xiao cared little for anything else. Who desires death when life persists? 1,000 drops of spiritual liquid deducted, host body repair complete. In an instant, the system's voice echoed once more. Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him. All pain dissipated as if nothing had transpired moments ago, and his body continued to undergo remarkable changes. The crimson flame bull refrained from attacking again, for the fallen Qin Xiao lay utterly still. As for his corpse, the creature dared not consume it, fearing the arrival of the colossal ape would spell disaster should there be no body left behind. Approximately a minute later, Qin Xiao's body began to radiate light, golden beams emanating from him. This commotion caught the attention of the nearby crimson flame bull, which approached Qin Xiao in confusion. Congratulations. Host has successfully reached the third level of body refinement, unlocking the fifth tier. It turned out that the 1,000 drops of spiritual liquid not only repaired his body, but also facilitated Qin Xiao's breakthrough to the second level of body refinement, finally ascending to the third level. The third level of body refinement is famously known for its immense power, capable of shattering mountains and embodying indestructibility, signifying a qualitative leap in Qin Xiao's strength and a terrifying enhancement to his physique, essentially bidding farewell to any residual disabilities. As the golden light receded, Qin Xiao ceased to feign weakness and rose to his feet. The crimson flame bull was taken aback by his ability to stand, and it immediately launched another assault. Exhaling crimson spiritual energy from its nostrils, a manifestation of its fury, its entire form enveloped in fiery red energy, which is precisely why it was dubbed the Crimson Flame Bull. This time, Qin Xiao did not evade, feeling an instinctual sense that he could withstand the impending attack, whether it was a mere illusion or not. He was determined to test it. Enraged by Qin Xiao's lack of retreat, the Crimson Flame Bull charged forward. Achieving the third level of body refinement not only amplified his strength and defensive capabilities, but also sharpened his reflexes, allowing Qin Xiao to perceive the trajectory of the bull's assault. He raised both hands, reaching for the bull's formidable horns. Subsequently, Qin Xiao was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, crashing through countless trees and debris, yet he maintained his grip on the Crimson Flame Bull's horns. Perhaps due to exhaustion or a sense that something was amiss, the bull came to a halt, and Qin Xiao found himself wedged against a massive boulder. Yet he showed no intention of relinquishing his hold. Truly, the bull renowned for its strength nearly overwhelmed him. With the Crimson Flame Bull paused, Qin Xiao seized the opportunity to ease his numbed arms. Sensing the grip on its horns, the bull intended to retreat. But Qin Xiao had no intention of letting it escape. Having endured this long, it was time for him to unleash his power. With all his might, Qin Xiao pushed the Crimson Flame Bull back several steps, exerting pressure with his grasp on the horns. The bull sensed something was amiss. However, its hind legs were already lifted by Qin Xiao's strength, rendering it incapable of resistance, unable to break free. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. With a powerful exertion, he lifted the massive Crimson Flame Bull and hurled it towards the boulder behind him. Upon impact, the bull felt stars in its eyes, but before it could react, another strike followed. The sound of continuous blows echoed through the air as Qin Xiao grew more adept with each strike, releasing his pent-up frustration with fervor. He continued until fatigue began to set in, at which point he finally ceased his assault. The once mighty Crimson Flame Bull now lay lifeless, its body a mere wreck. The Night Wind Wolf, which had initially departed in search of healing herbs, heard the commotion and returned, only to find Qin Xiao resting on the ground, exhausted. Upon seeing the lifeless bull beside him, the wolf promptly turned to flee. Having suffered at the hands of this human before, it had no delusions of victory, especially with the bull now dead. "Ah, you dare to return?" Qin Xiao exclaimed, invigorated by the sight of the fleeing wolf. He pursued the Night Wind Wolf with renewed vigor. The enhancement from his third level of body refinement was indeed formidable. Even the speedster Night Wind Wolf could not shake him off. And Qin Xiao steadily closed the distance between them. This was a forest, and had they been on open plains, Qin Xiao might not have been able to keep pace with the wolf. However, the complex terrain of the forest hindered the wolf's substantial bulk, whereas Qin Xiao, with his agility, gradually bridged the gap. Realizing escape was futile, the Night Wind Wolf halted. Aware that it was far from its companions and would have to confront the human directly, it scoffed at the idea of being caught off guard, believing itself to be far more cunning than the foolish bull. "Not running away?" Qin Xiao remarked, observing the wolf's pause as he scanned for potential traps. The Night Wind Wolf responded with a swift swipe of its sharp claws. Upon stopping, it turned to fixate on Qin Xiao, searching for an opportunity. Just as Qin Xiao glanced around, the wolf lunged for an attack. This time, it refrained from using its jaws, opting instead for a claw strike. To think a beast would resort to ambush, Qin Xiao thought, relieved that his third level of body refinement had heightened his reflexes just enough to evade the wolf's claws. "Since you wish to play dirty, I shall not hold back," he declared, gathering his strength before charging at the Night Wind Wolf. Following his transformation, his speed rivaled that of the wolf, and the suddenness of his strike caught the creature off guard. The wolf attempted to evade by swinging its tail towards Qin Xiao. Though its tail was not its primary weapon, at its level of prowess, it was as tough as iron. While the wolf did not expect to kill Qin Xiao with this maneuver, it hoped to counter his attack. However, it underestimated Qin Xiao, rather than dodging. He altered his approach, transforming his fist into a claw and seizing the wolf's tail. "Ah, you have delivered this gift unto me. I shall not be polite." Qin Xiao grinned, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. With newfound strength, he began to whirl the Night Wind Wolf by its tail. As the tail was seized, with a swift tug, the Night Wind Wolf lost its balance and fell to the ground. Under the immense force, its entire body began to spin. With Qin Xiao's current strength, tossing the Night Wind Wolf was an effortless endeavor. After a few rotations, he commenced to strike wildly to either side. The Night Wind Wolf felt as though the heavens were spinning and the earth was tumbling, every part of its being in excruciating pain. However, lacking the capacity for human speech, it could not plead for mercy. Its body was shattered, unable to gather spiritual energy, and it was thus mercilessly crushed to death. At last, the ordeal was resolved. Qin Xiao released the wolf's tail and casually brushed his hands together. "Oh, the corpse of this golden core stage beast should prove quite valuable. I wonder if it can be stored in the system space." Gazing at the remains of the Night Wind Wolf, a thought occurred to Qin Xiao. If this body could indeed be stored within the system, it would constitute a considerable gain. Though he was not in one of spirit stones, certain items could not simply be purchased at will. The beast's body was laden with treasures that could be crafted into spiritual artifacts or refined into elixirs. In any case, the possessions of a beast of this caliber were bound to be of use. Could it really be so? This is splendid. After a mere thought, the corpse of the Night Wind Wolf was indeed transported into the system space, much to Qin Xiao's satisfaction. However, the body occupied an entire slot. And while the system could accommodate up to 9,999 items, it mattered little, as his space was currently quite ample. After securing the remains of the Night Wind Wolf, Qin Xiao returned to the location of the Crimson Flame Bull. For that too was a corpse of a golden core stage beast, and should not go to waste. Being merely immortal, Qin Xiao was pursued by only 2 golden core stage beasts, while others were not so fortunate, often beset by 7 or 8, or even a dozen beasts of the same or higher realms. "Master, hurry and run. A peak nascent soul stage beast is chasing from behind." Just as Qin Xiao gathered the remains of the Crimson Flame Bull and planned to take a moment's respite, Yin Man suddenly flew overhead, not forgetting to warn him. Goodness! How can one be so inconsiderate to their master? Qin Xiao, disregarding his exhaustion, sprang to his feet and dashed away. Chapter 47. The Master and Disciple Unite. The inch-stop technique. The pursuing beast was a peak nascent soul stage giant ape, likely a descendant of that transformation stage giant ape. Qin Xiao had no time to inquire about familial relations. All he could do was run with fervor. hoping that this giant ape was stubborn enough not to change its mind at the last moment. Yet, the more one fears something, the closer it draws. The giant ape glanced at the now vanished Yin Man, then turned its attention to the hapless Qin Xiao, giving chase. Goodness, why must you behave like a scoundrel? Chasing after anyone who appears? Can't you simply stick to the one you were pursuing? At this moment, Qin Xiao could only curse inwardly. But he dared not halt his flight. The giant ape, lacking in contemplation, decided that since it could not catch the previous human, this one in front of it would suffice. Although Qin Xiao had achieved the 3rd level of body refinement and could contend against demon beasts at the golden core stage, he was acutely aware that in the eyes of a peak nascent soul demon beast, he was as insignificant as an egg. Fortunately, following his breakthrough in body refinement, both his physical strength and speed had been significantly enhanced, allowing him to temporarily evade the pursuit of the colossal ape, though he could not shake it off entirely. After what felt like an eternity of fleeing, Qin Xiao found himself standing before a stone wall, with no path ahead. Alas, my disciple, you truly excel at putting your master in a predicament, he lamented, realizing there was nowhere left to escape. The giant ape halted some distance away, gazing at Qin Xiao with a puzzled expression, refraining from launching an attack. Qin Xiao was momentarily bewildered. What was this? A psychological game? However, when he attempted to leave, the giant ape mirrored his movements, remaining stationary as long as he did, steadfastly refusing to advance. What is this charade? Regardless of Qin Xiao's probing, the giant ape would neither attack nor allow him to escape. Could there be something peculiar about this stone wall? Recognizing that he could not afford to remain idle, should the demon beasts converge, he would truly be trapped. Qin Xiao surmised that the stone wall must harbor some mystery. He began to explore its surface, but found no mechanisms. What, then, was the giant ape's intent? With no other options, Qin Xiao resolved to act. He had to strike. Even if he could not win, for remaining in a stalemate was untenable. With this thought, he charged at the giant ape. Thud! Despite summoning all his strength, Qin Xiao was swiftly swatted back by the giant ape, crashing against the stone wall behind him. This was utterly futile. He could neither fight nor flee. Struggling to rise from the ground, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Master, your disciple has come to rescue you. At that moment, Yin Man's voice echoed from a distance. She had sensed that the giant ape had ceased its pursuit of her and concluded that it must have turned its attention to Qin Xiao. Following the trace left by the giant ape, she arrived just in time to witness Qin Xiao being flung aside. Why did you come back? I told you to run. Although Qin Xiao felt warmth in his heart upon seeing Yin Man, he admonished her sternly. One could escape, but if you return, we may both meet our end here. Why take that risk? Master, it is futile. I had already reached the entrance to the 1st level, but it was blocked by demon beasts. I could not bear to watch you face danger alone, Yin Man explained. She had indeed considered fleeing alone, but upon arriving at the entrance to the 1st level, she discovered it was impassable and turned back to see if the entrance to the 3rd level was open, only to encounter the giant ape and subsequently reunite with Qin Xiao. It appears that the malevolent cultivator had long been prepared, intending to annihilate us completely. The entrance to the 3rd level is also guarded by demon beasts. After hearing Yin Man's account, Qin Xiao shared his own dire experiences. Realizing that escape was now a distant hope. What shall we do now, master? Are we truly destined to perish here? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yin Man felt a sense of confusion and uncertainty. Was there truly no hope left? Despite having reached the early stage of the Yuaning realm, she was still merely a girl in her teens. Even with the burden of revenge compelling her to be stronger than her peers, she was still just a girl seeking support, and Qin Xiao unwittingly fulfilled that longing. Initially filled with doubt and confusion, she eventually placed her trust in him. Though Qin Xiao often gave her an unreliable impression, she remained convinced that her master would find a way. After all, he was still alive. If death were to come, it would first be his. Qin Xiao noticed the urgency in Yin Man's expression and quickly sought to reassure her. At first, he had regarded her merely as a tool, a necessary vessel for the system's demands. He had never harbored any special feelings for her, treating her as an ordinary disciple and a reliable instrument. However, when faced with the dire situation at hand, observing Yin Man before him, he recognized her humanity. She too was just a girl, capable of fear. Stripped of her cultivation as prestige, she was reminiscent of a naive high school student from his past life. It was time for him to stand up for his disciple. Disciple, do you have confidence in injuring the opponent? Qin Xiao inquired after pondering for a moment. Master, do you have a plan? I can injure it. But it won't he give me the opportunity, Yin Man responded hastily, voicing her concerns. Rest assured, I will restrain it and create an opening for you to strike from the side. I have recently achieved a breakthrough, and although the giant ape is formidable, it cannot kill me instantly. We must work together. Otherwise, we shall truly have no chance. Qin Xiao succinctly outlined the plan, and it was the only option available. Although he had sustained a blow from the giant ape earlier, Qin Xiao was not gravely injured. Thanks to the protective qualities of his heart shield turtle shell and his third level of body refinement, he believed he could withstand the opponent's full force if he remained cautious. Master, are you truly confident? This is a peak Yuan Ing giant ape. If it comes to it, I can hold it off while you escape. Yin Man expressed her concern after hearing Qin Xiao's plan, wrestling internally with the idea of letting him flee. Escape? Nonsense. We shall collaborate. The advantage lies with us. I lack offensive capabilities. Hence I will take the front line while you provide support. Together, we will share the burden. Qin Xiao swiftly arranged their combat strategy. If we retreat now, what will happen next? We cannot run forever. We must act decisively. Very well then, Master. Do take care. Yin Man finally relented, reassured by Qin Xiao's confidence. Trusting that he had a plan. Seeing Yin Man's agreement, Qin Xiao assumed his stance and charged once more at the giant ape with a swift leap. The outcome was as before. He was once again sent reeling by a powerful strike from the giant ape. Disciple, do not misunderstand. This is merely a test of the opponent's strength, a trivial matter, Qin Xiao said awkwardly, rising from the ground to meet the bewildered gaze of Yin Man. Once on his feet, Qin Xiao refrained from launching an immediate attack, contemplating that although their movement speeds were comparable, the opponent's reaction speed far exceeded his own, making it nearly impossible to close the distance. But there are advantages to being slow. Let me show you the technique I have devised, the inch-stop strike. With a strategy in mind, Qin Xiao charged towards the gigantic ape once more. This time, he was not sent flying by a slap. Instead, he paused just as the ape's massive hand was about to strike him. The ape's palm grazed past Qin Xiao, missing him entirely. Before the ape could react, Qin Xiao had already reached its face and delivered a powerful punch. The ape was indeed taken aback by this maneuver, quickly turning its head, causing Qin Xiao's punch to miss entirely as he lost his balance and fell. The ape, attempting to crush Qin Xiao with a retaliatory slap, found its strike empty as Qin Xiao had already fallen, inadvertently granting him a significant opportunity. Master, what kind of technique is this? It actually works? Yin Man was equally astonished by Qin Xiao's unexpected move. Chapter 48, Striking Unexpectedly, Slaying the Giant Ape. The ape's strike had not been restrained. It had hit itself in confusion. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiao leaped onto the ape's back. Like humans, there are always places that are unreachable, such as the back. No matter how powerful one is, one cannot scratch their own back. Disciple, stop watching and attack swiftly at my position. Qin Xiao called out urgently. I understand, Master. Upon hearing Qin Xiao shout, Yin Man immediately took action, locking onto his presence and unleashing a powerful sword chi towards him. At the same time, Qin Xiao was not idle. He drew forth his exquisite spiritual weapon and thrust it into the ape's back. Unfortunately, the ape's tough hide was impervious to even the finest of spiritual weapons, a consequence of Qin Xiao's depleted energy, rendering it merely a sharp tool. The ape sensed something on its back, scratching at it in irritation but unable to reach. However, as Yin Man's sword chi was aimed at Qin Xiao, the ape's long arm inadvertently collided with the sword chi, resulting in a gash on its arm, blood gushing forth. Qin Xiao had initially intended to evade at the last moment, allowing the sword chi to strike the ape's back. However, even with the arm blocking it, a wound was inflicted. In pain, the ape went into a frenzy, realizing it could not deal with Qin Xiao on its back, and charged towards Yin Man. Not one to be easily outsmarted, Yin Man circled the ape, which could only spin in place, unable to lock onto her. Disciple, stop spinning. My head is starting to spin. After some time without further action, Qin Xiao, perched on the ape's back, felt queasy and called out desperately. Master, the disciple can only act thus. If I were to flee in a straight line, it would pursue me relentlessly. Moreover, should I encounter other ferocious beasts along my escape route, the situation would become even more dire. Yin Man, too, found herself in a bind, as she sought an opportunity. Yet the colossal ape was not foolish. It continued to circle her with unwavering vigilance. Wait a moment, I shall ascend to its head. It will then be compelled to attack me, providing you with a chance to strike. Qin Xiao was truly reaching his limit. He could persist no longer. If this continued, he would succumb to unconsciousness, rendering him utterly ineffective. The giant ape sensed a shift in its back and abruptly ceased its circling motion, turning its hand towards its shoulder with the intent to deliver a crushing blow to Qin Xiao. At that very moment, Qin Xiao discerned the impending attack and deliberately lingered for a brief instant on the giant ape's left shoulder before leaping directly onto its crown. You might as well strike your own head, he exclaimed, gripping the ape's fur tightly. The giant ape disregarded Qin Xiao's presence and aimed a powerful slap at its own head. How cruel. Qin Xiao swiftly repositioned himself to the back of the giant ape's neck. Fortunately, The creature did not exert its full strength, granting Qin Xiao the precious time to maneuver. Yin Man seized her opportunity. As the giant ape and Qin Xiao grappled, she unleashed a well-prepared strike to the exposed area of the ape's back. In an instant, a deep wound appeared on the giant ape's hide. The creature, in agony, abandoned its focus on Qin Xiao and pivoted towards Yin Man, who posed a genuine threat. Observing this, Qin Xiao returned to the wounded area, which now bore a profound gash. Without hesitation, he produced his exquisite spiritual weapon and thrust it into the wound. Previously, your defenses thwarted me. Now, let us see if I can pierce your flesh. Before the giant ape could reach Yin Man, the pain in its back elicited a ferocious howl. I must hasten. This giant ape is calling for reinforcements. Hearing the creature's cries, Qin Xiao quickened his pace. Yet for the colossal beast, his blade felt akin to a mere toothpick poking at a vast barrel. While it could induce discomfort, it was insufficient to inflict true harm. Yin Man yearned to assist, but the giant ape remained fixated upon her, leaving her no opportunity to approach. Curse it, let it be filthy. I can no longer afford to be delicate. If conventional methods fail, I shall resort to biological means. With that, Qin Xiao plunged into the gaping wound on the giant ape's back, proceeding to explore within. Aha, there you are. After some searching, he finally located the giant ape's spine. No matter how formidable a beast you may be, I refuse to believe that severing your spine will not render you immobile. With that declaration, Qin Xiao withdrew his superior spiritual weapon and began to identify the critical junctures. Upon locating them, he exerted force to sever the connection. Let us bring about your paralysis. My great monkey. With a single stroke, he encountered minimal resistance and swiftly cut through. The giant ape, which had been thrashing about, suddenly collapsed, its limbs losing all control and succumbing to paralysis. The unexpected fall of the giant ape startled Yin Man. How could such a formidable creature suddenly become motionless? Master, how did you accomplish this? It was only upon witnessing Qin Xiao emerging from the gaping wound of the colossal ape that Yin Man comprehended that it was he who had subdued the beast. This situation, complex and multifaceted, could not be succinctly articulated. Although the giant ape lay incapacitated, it was not yet dead, and thus, immediate action was required to deliver the final blow, lest it summon its companions. Qin Xiao urged Yin Man to administer the coup de grace without delay. Other matters could be addressed later. Acknowledging the wisdom in Qin Xiao's words, Yin Man drew her sword and struck decisively at the beast's head. Rendered immobile, the giant ape could only watch helplessly as it succumbed to her blade. Once Yin Man completed her task, Qin Xiao utilized the self-cleaning function of his attire to expunge the bloodstains. Subsequently, to Yin Man's astonishment, he effortlessly stored the giant ape's carcass within his system space. Master, just how vast is your storage space? Yin Man gasped in disbelief, marveling at the fact that such a massive body could be so easily contained. Typically, a novice storage bag accommodates less than 10 feet of space, while intermediate bags boast 3 to 5 times that capacity. Only advanced storage bags exceed 10 feet. And Yin Man herself possessed an advanced one. Though her storage bag could indeed hold the giant ape's remains, it was well understood how precious storage space was. One would usually prioritize valuable materials over entire corpses. The nonchalance with which Qin Xiao had stored the beast suggested his space was exceptionally ample. Why do you have so many questions? Matters of adults are not for children to inquire about, Qin Xiao replied dismissively, unwilling to disclose the nature of his system space. But master, why is your movement technique so peculiar? Even the giant ape could not strike you. And what kind of attack did you use to render it immobile? Yin Man's curiosity was insatiable, for this was a creature at the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. This movement technique I refer to as the inch stop technique, which primarily focuses on counter-inertia and anticipation. As for the attack, I call it the biological structure method. Qin Xiao fabricated an explanation. Uncertain of how to clarify his methods. Master, may I learn this movement technique? Is it called inch stop? I wish to master it. Yin Man inquired eagerly. Alas, you cannot learn it. It is beyond my ability to teach you. You are in the nascent soul stage, and your strength should suffice to overwhelm, Qin Xiao remarked. Having no idea how to impart such skills, it was merely a spur-of-the-moment strategy, combined with a modicum of foresight, something that could not be taught. Very well. But if there is anything else I can learn in the future, you must teach me, Yin Man replied, a hint of disappointment coloring her tone, as if she had suffered some slight. Silence. I believe I hear something. Qin Xiao intended to respond to Yin Man, but was suddenly alerted by a noise emanating from the direction of the stone wall. Chapter 49, Unexpected Joy. The lair of evil cultivators upon Qin Xiao's admonition, Yin Man, too, seemed to catch the sound. The two scrutinized the stone wall, yet no anomalies revealed themselves. Master, could it be that there is some formation or illusion at play? Yin Man pondered aloud. Even if there were, we would be powerless. My master is not versed in formations. The only array left behind by your elder is the one in the courtyard, which relies solely on the token for activation. Qin Xiao expressed his helplessness. Master, I have a solution. Last time, didn't Sister Ling gift us items worth 4,000,000 spirit stones? Among them, there happens to be something that can break the formation, Yin Man quickly replied, recalling that she had transferred everything into her storage bag and had some recollection of the items. What item? Qin Xiao inquired, feeling perplexed by the assortment of items. He had directly handed the storage bag to Yin Man and had not examined its contents himself. Master, this is called a formation-breaking flag. It can typically dismantle common formations. The only drawback is that it can only be used once, as it is a consumable, Yin Man explained, producing a flag-like object from her storage bag for Qin Xiao's inspection. Ah, such a thing exists. We should buy some next time, Qin Xiao remarked, feeling quite pleased with this revelation. If he possessed a multitude of such items, even the most skilled formation masters would seem trivial before him. Master, it's not that formidable. It can only target ordinary formations. If the formation is particularly powerful, this item will be ineffective. Yin Man quickly doused his enthusiasm, sensing his thoughts. Oh, I had thought it was an invincible artifact. So it can only deal with ordinary formations? Will this flag work on this one? Upon hearing that it was limited to common formations, Qin Xiao's interest waned. We won't know until we try, Yin Man replied, channeling her spiritual energy into the flag and then hurling it toward the stone wall. Before long, the stone wall indeed began to shift, revealing a vast opening. Wow, it really works, Qin Xiao exclaimed, astonished at the emergence of the passage. Master, there is a presence of demonic beasts within. The sounds are emanating from here. Yin Man noted after sensing the area. That's all right. Even if there are demonic beasts, they shouldn't be formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding. Come, let us venture inside and see. If it proves dangerous, we shall flee. Qin Xiao contemplated for a moment before deciding to explore, pondering the potential treasures hidden within. After all, one would not conceal valuable items with a formation. The two then proceeded toward the opening. Meanwhile, on the other side of the second level of the secret realm, a giant ape was digesting a recently consumed carcass. Suddenly, Fan Hongfei, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the ape's shoulder, opened his eyes wide. This is bad. My formation has been breached. We must return at once. After sensing the situation, Fan Hongfei furrowed his brow tightly. The formation he had set up had lost its connection, indicating only one possibility. It had indeed been broken. As Qin Xiao and Yin Man delved deeper, they finally beheld another realm. Behind the opening was a small forest, encircled by stone walls. Due to the limited height of the second level of the secret realm, no cultivators or demonic beasts could fly too high, allowing this secluded forest to remain intact and unnoticed. Just as they emerged from the cave, a troop of small monkeys suddenly appeared, curiously observing Qin Xiao and Yin Man. What is happening? Why are there so many monkeys? Have we stumbled into a monkey den? In a moment of bewilderment, Qin Xiao found himself surrounded by an abundance of monkeys. These small primates were of a size comparable to ordinary humans, although they possessed some level of cultivation. They were merely a cohort of minor demonic beasts at the Qi refinement stage. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. It was no wonder that the giant ape had refrained from attacking him earlier. It must have feared that a battle would disrupt the formation. For this was their lair, and these small monkeys were their offspring. Upon further reflection, Qin Xiao seemed to grasp the situation clearly. Nest. Yin Man was somewhat perplexed, unsure of what Qin Xiao was referring to, as she had arrived only to witness the confrontation between him and the giant ape, oblivious to the earlier standoff. Disciple, bind all these little monkeys. We have breached the formation, and the other party is undoubtedly aware of our presence. They will arrive shortly, and our only chance of survival lies with this group of little monkeys. Once Qin Xiao had pieced everything together, he instructed Yin Man to restrain the monkeys. Bind them all. Yin Man was at a loss regarding Qin Xiao's intentions, yet she could only comply. In truth, Qin Xiao was also taking a gamble. Since the adversary had protected this place with a formation, they either cared for these small monkeys or simply wished to keep this location concealed. If it were the former, he might yet survive. If it were the latter, then he could only blame his ill fortune. However, Qin Xiao firmly believed that having endured such misfortune for so long, it was high time for a stroke of good luck. After all, children do not cry incessantly, nor do gamblers lose every time. After a series of maneuvers, he discovered that there were at least 50 to 60 monkeys at the Qi refinement stage and over 10 at the foundation establishment stage. Additionally, he stumbled upon a cave dwelling, which he promptly emptied of its contents. Among the assorted items were various magical tools, elixirs, and protective gear, all of rather low quality. It appeared these were the possessions of disciples who had vanished in the second round in previous years. Nonetheless, There were quite a few spirit stones, which, although unnecessary for Qin Xiao, he took with him. Master, I have gathered them all, 70 in total. Just as Qin Xiao exited the cave, Yin Man approached, leading a group of bound monkeys. There should still be numerous spirit herbs here, but never mind. Time is of the essence. Perhaps I shall return for them another day. We should make our exit. Qin Xiao surmised that the heretic and the giant ape would soon return, thus he abandoned any thoughts of lingering. The two of them, guiding the 70 monkeys, gradually made their way out of the cave entrance. As anticipated, Fan Hongfei and the giant ape, accompanied by all the demonic beasts, had encircled the cave's mouth. Ah, we meet again. Qin Xiao greeted Fan Hongfei with a wry smile. How did you discover this place, young man? You are the first person to find it in 3 centuries. Although Fan Hongfei was inclined to take action, curiosity held him back, prompting him to inquire first. It was purely by chance. Might I ask if you could spare me this time, senior? Qin Xiao gestured toward the group of monkeys behind him. And if I choose not to spare you? Fan Hongfei's expression remained unchanged as he replied coldly. If you do not spare me, then I shall have to take these little monkeys along with me, Qin Xiao retorted, unable to discern any change in Fan Hongfei's demeanor. And thus he had to gamble on his fate. Do you truly believe that if I were to strike, you would still have the opportunity to slay them? Fan Hongfei was also uncertain, yet he maintained an air of indifference as he spoke. Do you believe this is merely an ordinary rope? With just a flick of my mind, it can constrict instantly, and in a mere moment, these 70 monkeys will be severed in 2. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Qin Xiao, grasping the rope with unwavering confidence, declared, bring them forth. Fan Hongfei did not respond to Qin Xiao. Instead, he commanded the beast to bring forth 3 humans, barely clinging to life. You recognize these 3, don't you? If you do not release my monkeys, I shall immediately slay them. The trio brought forth were none other than Ling Wushuang of the Immortal Path Merchant Guild, Song Xing of the Tianyuan Sect, and Su Lin of the Tianyuan Sect. The reason Fan Hongfei refrained from killing them was that he discerned they were the 3 most powerful individuals, retaining their utility for 2 purposes, to gather intelligence on the outside world and to torment them slowly, thus alleviating his own resentment. Ah, I do not know them. This is our first encounter. If you wish to kill them, then go ahead, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly. It wasn't that he lacked the desire to save them. Rather, his own survival was at stake, and the only bargaining chip he had were the monkeys. If the hostages were exchanged, they would still meet their demise. What good would that do? Then it seems there is nothing to discuss? Upon finishing his words, Fan Hongfei ordered his beast to directly tear off one of Song Xing's arms. The already unconscious Song Xing was jolted awake by the excruciating pain, beads of sweat forming on his brow, despite his silence. Oh, so you wish to play rough? Then let my disciple take the first life. Observing the immediate aggression from the opponent, Qin Xiao felt compelled to respond in kind. With a swift motion of the Yin Man's sword, the little monkey at the back was decapitated. Roar. Upon witnessing the death of the little monkey, the colossal ape in the transformation stage let out a furious roar. Chapter 50. The deal is struck. Successful escape. Perhaps Fan Hongfei did not particularly care for the demise of the little monkey, but the giant ape did. That roar encapsulated its rage towards Qin Xiao and its dissatisfaction with Fan Hongfei. They were symbiotic beings, capable of mental communion, and witnessing its offspring's death ignited its fury. Even if it understood the situation was a scheme, Fan Hongfei hurriedly attempted to pacify the giant ape, but it seemed disinclined to listen. It demanded its progeny. Very well. Young man, I concede. You and your companion may depart, and I will release these monkeys. You are free to go. Realizing he could not placate the giant ape, Fan Hongfei acquiesced to Qin Xiao's words. Predecessor, do you take me for a fool? If I release them now, I would be fortunate to escape even 10 paces. Do not play tricks with me. If you genuinely agree, I would be open to discussing the terms of our transaction. Qin Xiao was no simpleton. Releasing them now would only seal his own fate. Very well, what do you propose? Though Fan Hongfei seethed with frustration, he had no choice but to listen to Qin Xiao's conditions. Master, could we also bring along the individual from the Immortal Path Merchant Guild? Just as Qin Xiao was about to speak, Yin Man whispered softly. Do you know him? Qin Xiao inquired with curiosity. Master, that is Sister Ling's elder brother, Ling Wushuang. Yin Man explained quietly, now donning her veil. Indeed, it is no wonder you wear a veil. Each time you encounter an acquaintance, you don the veil. No matter. Since they are familiar faces, if one can save my master, I shall certainly do so. Upon learning that it was Ling Ruoshue's elder brother, Qin Xiao felt that lending assistance was permissible. It could even provide an opportunity to negotiate with the Immortal Trading Company, should terms be discussed. It is imperative that you first release these 3 individuals. Otherwise, there is naught to negotiate, and we may as well face mutual destruction. Having already placed my bet, I shall naturally seek to maximize my gains. saving one is saving, and saving three is likewise saving. Young man, do not push your luck. The reason Fan Hongfei is keeping these three is due to his own intentions. He would not easily let them go. You refuse, do you? Then I shall slay another little monkey, continuing until you acquiesce. Prepare for action, apprentice. Qin Xiao intended to intimidate his opponent with this threat, hence the instruction to prepare, not to act immediately. Yin Man understood Qin Xiao's meaning, raising her sword and readying herself, awaiting his command. Stop, I agree to your terms. As the colossal ape beneath them threatened to erupt, Fan Hongfei had no choice but to concede. His relationship with the giant ape was symbiotic, not one of enslavement. He had to consider the ape's sentiments, for if it were to become enraged and sever their bond, both would face certain demise. Subsequently, the beasts released the three captives, with Ling Wushuang, the least injured, assisting Song Xing and Su Lin to Qin Xiao's side. Thank you, kind sir, for your rescue. May I inquire your esteemed name? Ling Wushuang inquired politely. I am Qin Xiao, the Lord of the Seven Stars Peak of Tianyuan Sect, he promptly replied, disclosing his title. Impossible. It is said that the Lord of the Seven Stars Peak of Tianyuan Sect is merely a waste, incapable of cultivation. How Su Lin began, only to realize he had spoken out of turn, hastily falling silent. Brother Qin, that was not my intention, Su Lin quickly amended. Not to worry. I merely did not anticipate that my reputation had spread so far. It is indeed an honor, Qin Xiao responded with a hint of helplessness, though inwardly he cursed the gossiping tongues that had spread such tales about him. Enough, young man, I have released the individuals, what more do you seek? Fan Hongfei interjected, eager to cut short the pleasantries, focused solely on rescuing these monkeys to stabilize the giant ape's temperament. After all, he had already incurred significant losses and was indifferent to these few individuals. Naturally, you shall escort us to the entrance of the first level. I shall release these monkeys. For if I let them go now, I shall find myself unable to escape, rendering my efforts futile, Qin Xiao stated, having already devised a strategy. Unacceptable. How can I trust that you will keep your word? Should you choose to slay my monkeys and escape, I would be the fool. I do not trust you. Nor can you trust me. Fan Hongfei outright rejected Qin Xiao's proposal. Thus, both sides found themselves at an impasse, unwilling to yield. Brother Qin, I have a suggestion. Ling Wushuang whispered into Qin Xiao's ear, sensing the stalemate. Kind brother, you need not address me as such. It feels rather unfamiliar. Just call me Qin Xiao. What suggestion do you have? Qin Xiao inquired eagerly. This is the mother-child pearl. Each person receives one, allowing communication within 1,000 miles. The distance to the entrance of the first layer is merely a few hundred miles, making it entirely feasible. Furthermore, here lies my personal token, inscribed with a coordinate, linked to another one of my treasures. I will hold this position while you proceed to the entrance of the first layer. Once you ascertain that it is safe, I shall release these monkeys and join you. Ling Wushuang realized that prolonging the standoff was futile and thus proposed this suggestion. Are you certain? Qin Xiao inquired as he accepted the two items from Ling Wushuang. While he found the suggestion quite satisfactory, a hint of concern lingered. Fear not, I am confident. Ling Wushuang assured him. If that is the case, let us proceed with this plan. Qin Xiao held considerable trust in Ling Wushuang's character. After all, he had previously chosen to hold off the colossal ape alone, indicating his leadership qualities. Senior, here is my proposal. We leave one person here. Once we confirm safety, he will release your monkeys. Should you resort to deceit, we shall perish together, Qin Xiao suggested, directing his words toward Fan Hongfei. Agreed, Fan Hongfei replied, eager to avoid further stagnation, as the colossal ape appeared to be growing restless. Then, Brother Ling, await my message. If the other party reneges, simply infuse your energy into the rope, and those monkeys will be instantly dispatched. Do not be anxious. If by chance you misfire, we shall all face dire consequences. Qin Xiao cautioned as he handed the rope to Ling Wushuang, his voice raised, albeit primarily for Fan Hongfei's benefit. Subsequently, he and Yin Man soared into the distance. Song Xing, having lost an arm, was supported by Su Lin, who trailed behind Qin Xiao. Master, is this not an ordinary rope? Why speak so ominously? If an accident occurs, Brother Ling would be in dire straits. Yin Man quietly expressed her confusion after they had flown a considerable distance. It is merely a ruse to intimidate him. If I do not deceive Ling Wushuang as well, and he reveals any vulnerability, we shall be trapped with no means to negotiate against the formidable opponent. We are left with no choice but to deceive, Qin Xiao admitted, acknowledging the gamble he had taken. Should the other party show indifference toward the monkeys, they would have to resign themselves to fate. For there was no room for resistance against a being at the divine transformation stage. Fortunately, his gamble had proven fruitful. Fan Hongfei also refrained from trickery. The four of them reached the entrance of the first layer without encountering any monstrous beasts, as those that had previously lingered were nowhere to be seen. Brother Ling. It is safe, Qin Xiao promptly communicated with Ling Wushuang through the mother-child pearl. Meanwhile, Ling Wushuang appeared outwardly calm, yet his back was already drenched in sweat. Surrounded by so many beasts, it was disingenuous to claim he felt untroubled. At that moment, he understood what it meant to experience time dragging on. How could several hundred miles take so long to traverse? It felt as if several hours had passed without a word from them. Brother Ling, it is safe. Just then, the mother-child pearl in Ling Wushuang's hand finally emitted a sound. Young man, I am aware that you possess the ability for random teleportation. But do you truly believe you can escape? Shall we wager? Let us see who is closer to the exit after your teleportation, me or you. As Fan Hongfei observed that Ling Wushuang had remained behind, he felt no aversion. After several encounters, he had witnessed Ling Wushuang's teleportation abilities, which were entirely random. He had discerned that as long as she could not teleport directly away, she would ultimately fall into his grasp. Thus, he resolved to take the gamble and bid farewell. Upon uttering her words, Ling Wushuang vanished from sight. Immediately, Fan Hongfei commanded the sealing of the entrances to the first and third levels through the giant ape. Meanwhile, on Qin Xiao's side, not long after transmitting the message, Ling Wushuang's figure materialized before him. Incredible! Is it truly that astonishing? Qin Xiao marveled, consumed by envy at her prowess. Let us return to the first level swiftly. The moment Ling Wushuang appeared, she hastily urged. The others, recognizing the urgency of the situation, refrained from further discussion and hurriedly passed through the entrance back to the first level. Chapter 51. Returning to the first level. Detaching from the group, gazing upon the seemingly endless plains, the group finally believed they had escaped the second level. Each level was enveloped in a unique barrier, preventing the beasts of the second level from entering the first. Thus, once they had exited the second level, they felt a sense of safety. However, the first level was not devoid of life. Numerous disciples awaited their return, curious to see that some had emerged alive. It turned out that the disciples from the three sects, upon the expiration of their time, had no choice but to relinquish the entrance, though they had to enter first. Yet, shortly after they ventured in, the most powerful disciple from the Immortal Path Merchants Guild emerged, spitting blood and declaring that the exit on the second level was besieged by formidable beasts. He was the sole survivor, and upon finishing his account, he collapsed. Others were skeptical, suspecting that the Immortal Path Merchants Guild was orchestrating a ruse, for this secret realm was not their first experience, and they were well aware of the strength of the beasts in the second level. Subsequently, many other disciples, undeterred by the warnings, entered the second level, but none returned. A steady stream of disciples attempted to venture in, yet all were met with disappearance, leading to a growing trepidation that rendered them hesitant to enter again. They remained, anxiously awaiting any news from the second level, hoping to glean information from anyone who might emerge. Finally, they waited until Qin Xiao and his companions appeared. Qin Shidi. What transpired? What truly happened in the second level? Among the disciples remaining on the first level, Lin Sherdream, the one with the highest cultivation, naturally took the lead. Seeing Qin Xiao and the others in disarray, she swiftly approached with concern. Well, how shall I explain? The second level is inaccessible. Not only are there numerous Yuanying stage beasts, but even those of the Huashan stage are present. It is akin to the fifth level, Qin Xiao confessed. Uncertain how to articulate the entirety of their ordeal, he could only convey that the second level was off limits. How can this be? The second level has historically only housed Foundation Establishment stage beasts. Why this year are there so many Yuanying stage beasts, and even Huashan stage beasts? Lin Sherdream was taken aback, realizing the grim reality, that those disciples who had descended might have perished. For the specifics, you should inquire with Brother Ling. It seems to involve matters connected to a sect from centuries past, perhaps one called the Yuyo sect or something of the sort. Qin Xiao was in a state of bewilderment himself, possessing little knowledge of the events, but he was certain that Ling Wushuang and her companions held the answers. Young man, are you trying to deceive us? If there truly exists a divine transformation stage beast, how could you possibly have emerged unscathed? Yao Kaidong, who had long harbored disdain for Qin Xiao, stepped forward to voice his skepticism. Indeed, how could a mere mortal like you survive? Surely, the tales of these nascent soul and divine transformation beasts are mere fabrications? Li Cheng, aware of Yao Kaidong's intent to belittle Qin Xiao, quickly chimed in. Silence. Both of you. If you do not believe, then you may venture down yourselves. To slander Brother Qin is to court trouble, Song Xing, despite having lost an arm, stepped in to defend Qin Xiao. Indeed, should you continue your defamation, I, Su Lin, would not hesitate to intervene and teach your Tianyuan Sect a lesson. As Su Lin joined the fray, his circumstances were notably better than Song Xing's. At least he still had both arms. What? Is that not Song Xing of the Pure Yang Sect and Su Lin of the Confronting sect? And that must be Master Ling Wushuang of the Celestial Trade Alliance? Indeed, amidst the blood and grime, it took a moment for recognition to dawn. Given that even they spoke in affirmation, it must surely be true. The peril they faced was evident, especially with Song Xing having suffered such a grave injury. It was only when Song Xing and Su Lin spoke that the crowd recognized the three disheveled figures. One could hardly blame them, for these three had endured considerable torment from the beasts, each bearing numerous wounds, and with their hair in disarray, having been preoccupied with survival and lacking the luxury of a cleaning spell. As they noticed disciples whispering, the trio hastily employed a cleansing spell to restore their appearance. With the unexpected developments in the secret realm preventing access to the second level, this expedition has lost its significance. It would be prudent for us to remain on the first level and await our departure in due time, Ling Wushuang suggested, taking the lead as the most powerful cultivator present. Since young Master Ling has spoken, I shall abide by the arrangement, Yao Kaidong conceded, never expecting Qin Xiao to have allied himself with such formidable figures, causing him to temper his demeanor. Although he prided himself on his talent and cultivation, he recognized the substantial gap between himself and the trio. With matters settled, my apprentice and I shall explore this level. Continue your discussions at ease, Qin Xiao stated, preferring solitude over mingling with the group, anticipating numerous disciples would approach him with inquiries. He deemed it best to leave the explanations to Ling Wushuang and the others. Brother Qin, this level is entirely devoid of attractions. It would be better to rest here, Ling Wushuang interjected, eager to pose questions to Qin Xiao. Not at all. As this is my apprentice and my first visit, and with the second level inaccessible, a stroll through the first level will suffice. I entrust the matters here to you. Brother Ling, Qin Xiao replied, cutting off Ling Wushuang before he could speak further. He mounted Yin Man's flying sword and took his leave. Yin Man had remained silent throughout. And with Ling Wushuang present, she could only don her veil and refrain from speaking too freely, fearing her identity would be revealed. Qin Xiao's decision aligned perfectly with her wishes. In truth, Qin Xiao was not so much inclined to wander as he was simply wishing to avoid the company of the multitude. After flying for a considerable duration, he found a relatively clean stone cave and decided to take a respite. Master, have we not flown directly enough to fear being pursued? Yin Man inquired curiously, reasoning that a change in direction should be prudent to evade tracking. My strength has significantly increased, and you have reached the Yuanying stage. The reason I have not altered our course is precisely to encourage pursuit. If they do not follow, it matters not, but if they do, let them come and never return. In this secret realm, should anyone harbor designs against us, I would not hesitate to eliminate a few. It dawned on Yin Man that her master was indeed employing a strategy to bait their would-be pursuers, and she understood that whoever took the bait would face dire consequences. Enough of that. Do you still possess any spiritual essence? Qin Xiao remarked, eager to make productive use of their time, as they could cultivate while their adversaries could not. I still have some left. If it runs out, I shall ask Master for more, Yin Man replied, displaying no greed, her reserves modest yet sufficient. Then there is no need for concern. You should proceed with your cultivation, for I too must engage in my training. I will inevitably require your assistance in refining my physique thereafter. With that, Qin Xiao commenced his cultivation without further ado, pleased to see that Yin Man still had spiritual essence available. Not long after Qin Xiao had settled into his meditative state, Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng vanished into the crowd. Although several disciples continued to descend, over 700 remained, and the disappearance of one or two among them went unnoticed. Chapter 52. Pursued in the fall of the Saint Sun. Approximately half an hour into Qin Xiao's meditation, he detected commotion outside. Senior brother, we have searched for quite some time. They have not altered their path, have they? Li Cheng queried, his brow furrowed in confusion. That would be impossible. The boy has not changed direction. Do you think I approached him merely to question him? I am aware he would not be forthcoming. So I discreetly left a trace of my aura upon him, faint enough that it would go unnoticed unless one were intent on searching. Yao Kaidong declared confidently. Truly impressive. Senior brother, such a stratagem had never occurred to me, Li Cheng admitted, admiring his senior's cunning. Yet, he hesitated. But, senior brother, it is just the two of us. I fear we may not be able to contend with Feng Yun Man. If we were to falter, it could be disastrous. Fool, I concede that Yin Man is formidable. Previously, when we were both at the late Golden Core stage, she indeed had the upper hand. However, I have now ascended to the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. How could she possibly match me? Do not underestimate her. Last time you foolishly engaged Qin Xiao in close combat. This time, do not be so careless. Yao Kaidong's confidence was palpable, and he believed that if Li Cheng did not repeat his previous blunder, success was assured. You are right, senior brother. The humiliation I endured last time shall be repaid 100-fold to Qin Xiao, Li Cheng murmured, bowing his head, consumed by resentment over his earlier folly. Oh, My esteemed senior brothers appear to be in high spirits. Might you be seeking me? Qin Xiao emerged directly from the stone cave, discovering that these two fools lingered nearby, engrossed in conversation instead of searching for him. Ah, young man, I was worried I might not find you. Yet here you are, he remarked. Upon seeing Qin Xiao in close proximity, Yao Kai Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him, as there was no longer a need to waste time in search. It would be detrimental if they tarried too long. Where is Yin Man? Bring her out. Today. This holy sun kindly offers you both a companion on your journey to the Yellow Springs, he continued, shedding any pretense as he brandished his weapon, ready to strike. I must say, despite our grievances, we are still of the same sect, and surely there is no mortal enmity between us? Qin Xiao replied, somewhat exasperated. At this point, words are futile. Should you perish, what connection remains between us but that of a corpse? Yao Kai Dong's murderous intent intensified. Due to Qin Xiao, he faced constant humiliation at the immortal sword peak. Because of Yin Man, his dignity as the holy sun had been trampled upon. He felt compelled to eliminate both Qin Xiao and Yin Man, as the prestige of the immortal sword peak could not be challenged, nor could his honor. Is it then settled that there is no room for negotiation? Today someone shall surely die? Qin Xiao had initially hoped for a chance to spare them. Though these two were rather foolish, their crimes hardly warranted death, especially as fellow disciples. Enough of this chatter. If Yin Man does not emerge, I shall strike you down first. Yao Kai Dong had refrained from attacking thus far out of caution for Yin Man. Although his cultivation had surged, he feared the potential for a surprise assault from her. Disciple, come forth. If you do not, they will not dare to act, Qin Xiao urged, recognizing the futility of negotiation. Master, are we truly to be killed? Yin Man, despite prior warnings, still felt a twinge of apprehension. What other choice do we have? They seek to slay us. Shall we allow them to live for another day? Do not worry. I shall bear the burden, Qin Xiao replied, exasperated. How absurd. They wish to kill us. I have now reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, and with my inferior magical artifact, I could contend with even Lin Shermeng of the nascent soul stage. What confidence do you possess? Yao Kai Dong found himself almost amused by the audacity of Qin Xiao's declaration. You are woefully unaware of your circumstances. It would be as simple as crushing an ant for my esteemed senior brother to eliminate you both. Do not think that aligning with Ling Wu Shuang will secure your safety. Here, it is only we four, and should you perish, none will know who is responsible. Li Chung shared a similar sentiment, finding Qin Xiao and Yin Man's bravado rather laughable. Not to mention that even if his senior brother could not dispatch Yin Man in an instant, he could certainly handle Qin Xiao with ease. And together they would ensure that there would be no escape for Yin Man disciple. Have you heard? They are the ones seeking our demise, not the other way around. Qin Xiao stated with resignation. I understand, Master, Yin Man replied, her earlier hesitation now dissipating. You may act alone. Their strength is insufficient even for my training. So I shall refrain from interjecting. Qin Xiao stretched lazily and began to retreat. Young man, fearing for your life and pushing your disciple forward, but rest assured, after I eliminate Yin Man, you shall not escape either. Yao Kai Dong had initially planned to confront each adversary individually, for Qin Xiao indeed possessed an abundance of peculiarities. Now, however, it had devolved into a 2 versus 1 scenario, devoid of any suspense. Yin Man, with her ruthless demeanor and minimal words, refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Yao Kai Dong. Armed with a low-grade magical artifact, she slowly advanced towards the two. Such audacity. Knowing full well your demise is imminent, you still dare to approach. Yin Man, I bestow upon you one final opportunity. Eliminate Qin Xiao and join me at the Immortal Sword Peak. Thereafter, you shall ascend to the position of the second holy maiden of our sect, with the potential to reach even the heights of Lin Sherdong. Do not misjudge your worth. Yao Kai Dong still harbored hopes for Yin Man. Given her celestial roots, it would indeed be a pity to kill her. Do you think your Immortal Sword Peak is worthy? Upon finishing her words, Yin Man ceased to conceal her power, unleashing her spiritual energy and revealing her cultivation at the nascent soul stage. What? Early nascent soul? This is impossible. Just a month has passed. How could this be? Upon witnessing Yin Man's true cultivation, Yao Kai Dong was rendered speechless. It was fundamentally inconceivable. Although he did not possess celestial roots, he boasted an exceptional earthly root and was confident in his superiority over those with celestial roots. He was already at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, merely a step away from its zenith. After a month of arduous effort, he had finally achieved the peak of the golden core stage. Yet, Yin Man, who had evidently just broken through to the late golden core stage a month prior, could not have possibly advanced 2 levels in such a brief span. It was utterly unfathomable. Senior brother, flee. I will hold her off. Please protect my Li family. Li Cheng also sensed the gravity of the situation and quickly positioned himself in front of Yao Kaidong. He understood that, being the weakest, his death was inevitable. He would rather sacrifice himself, ensuring that his family received some compensation. Junior brotherly, hold her off for a moment. I will take care of your Li family. Yao Kaidong's resolve was crumbling. He no longer dared to fight and only wished to escape. With Li Cheng willingly stepping forward to delay Yin Man, he felt an immense sense of relief. After uttering those words, Yao Kaidong turned to flee, while Li Cheng remained steadfastly focused on Yin Man. He knew he could not withstand her onslaught, yet he was determined to try. What a loyal hound, what a pity. Qin Xiao observed Li Cheng, uncertain of how to respond. Though he was indeed loyal, it was a loyalty that seemed futile. Do you presume to obstruct me? Yin Man, of course, would not allow Yao Kaidong to escape. She swiftly directed her sword towards Li Cheng. The sword was raised and fell in an instant. Li Cheng had no time to react before he was severed in one stroke, failing to even buy a moment's reprieve. The interval was too brief. Yao Kaidong had not yet managed to flee far when Yin Man caught up with him. Yin Man, I acknowledge my faults, but if you spare me, I assure you this matter will remain confidential. In the future, the Immortal Sword Peak will also maintain cordial relations with the Seven Stars Peak. My father is a great elder, and my grandfather is a supreme elder. You cannot kill me. Yao Kaidong, now flustered, resorted to invoking his powerful lineage in hopes that Yin Man might hesitate. Annoying. Yin Man, however, paid him no heed, raising her sword effortlessly. I refuse to accept this. The moment Yao Kaidong uttered those words of defiance, he closed his eyes. The once magnificent holy son, the son of a great elder, the grandson of a supreme elder, and the foremost individual beneath the holy maiden. Countless honors dissipated like smoke with the closing of his eyes. He removed the storage bags from their bodies and obliterated any traces. After giving a brief instruction, Qin Xiao returned to his cave alone, indifferent to the aftermath of the battle. After all, the storage bags were of no use to him. They were intended for Yin Man, so naturally, she should be the one to clean up. Meanwhile, the disappearance of Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng was soon uncovered. Chapter 53. The time has come. Secrets of the Mystic Realm. The first to notice Yao Kaidong's absence were the disciples of the Immortal Sword Peak. After listening to Ling Wushuang, Song Xing, and Su Lin recount the events that transpired on the second layer, they planned to discuss their strategies moving forward. Lin Sherdong intended to gather the two other captains of the Tianyuan Sect, only to realize that Yao Kaidong was already missing. Where is Yao Kaidong? Lin Sherdong inquired of the disciples from the Immortal Sword Peak. Lin Shiji, it is the same whether you speak to me or not, replied Lu Shuyue, the saintess of the Immortal Sword Peak, who was aware of Yao Kaidong's departure but chose not to inquire further or get involved. Could it be that he has gone after Qin Xiao? Lin Sherdong suddenly grasped the situation and confronted Lu Shuyue. Lin Shiji, I do not know what you are speaking of. Senior brother mentioned he had gained some insights and sought a tranquil place to consolidate his cultivation. Lu Shi evasively offered, refusing to admit anything. Lin Shimi, what troubles you? At that moment, Ling Wushuang approached, noticing Lin Sherdong's agitation. Despite belonging to different factions, they were of the same generation and referred to each other as senior brother and sister for better camaraderie. It is nothing. Let us discuss how to proceed from here. Lin Sherdong chose not to be explicit, partly due to a lack of evidence, and partly to prevent any internal strife from becoming apparent to outsiders. Meanwhile, atop the Immortal Sword Peak, Yao Tianxing stared in disbelief at the shattered soul tablet before him. This is impossible. My son is at the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage and possesses a low-grade magical artifact for protection. How could he have perished? This cannot be. Yao Tianxing roared, unable to accept the death of his beloved son. Elder, it is dire news. Senior brother Li's soul tablet has shattered. A disciple responsible for monitoring the soul tablets rushed in to report. Who dares to kill my son? I will search the ends of the earth to find you. Yao Tianxing, now resigned to the truth of his son's demise, acknowledged the gravity of the situation, especially since Li Cheng's soul tablet had also shattered, indicating a formidable foe. Quickly investigate the cultivation levels of everyone who entered the mystic realm. Though Yao Tianxing was consumed by rage, he understood the necessity of an inquiry. He also intended to seek out the Supreme Elder. If the opposing force was too powerful, he would have to call upon the Elder for assistance. Disciple obeys. The messenger disciple promptly responded before retreating. Without delay, Yao Tianxing set off to find the Supreme Elder. Simultaneously, the Xiandao Trading Company, Tianyuan Sect, and Tianyuan Sect were also engulfed in tremendous shock, as nearly 100 disciple soul tablets had shattered. As for the reason behind the substantial losses incurred by the Tianyuan Sect, it can be attributed to its acceptance of numerous minor factions as subordinates. The quotas for these subordinates were significantly filled, which inadvertently led to this considerable setback. Meanwhile, The first layer of the secret realm devised a strategy to pool the spiritual stones of all disciples and establish a vast spiritual energy array. This would allow everyone to engage in cultivation, ensuring that the remaining time was not squandered. Although Ling Wushuang proposed this idea, he was aware that the shared consumption of spiritual stones would not sit well with everyone, given the disparities in their cultivation levels. Thus, he established a regulation. For the 4 stages of foundation establishment, the contributions would be 100, 300, 500, and 1,000 spiritual stones respectively. For the 4 stages of core formation, the contributions would be 10,000, 30,000, 50,000, and 100,000 spiritual stones. As for the nascent soul stage, there were only 4 of them. Lin Sherdream, at the initial stage of nascent soul, contributed 1 million spiritual stones, while Zhangxing and Su Lin each contributed 3 million. Ling Wushuang took responsibility for the remainder. Despite all having reached the nascent soul stage, they did not possess such a large quantity of spiritual stones on hand. They could only gather all the stones and allocate them proportionately, with those who contributed excess stones promised compensation upon leaving, and those who fell short obligated to make up the difference. This arrangement barely reached a consensus, as some individuals had considerable spiritual stones yet were reluctant to part with them, while those with higher cultivation levels might not have such resources readily available. Fortunately, with Ling Wushuang as a guarantor, everyone eventually agreed, as the Celestial Trading Company had an abundance of spiritual stones and would not be greedy for their small share. Had anyone else proposed it, the matter likely would not have succeeded. The formation of the array was straightforward, with so many individuals present. There were bound to be adept array masters among them, and the array itself was not overly complex, allowing for a swift completion. Subsequently, everyone busied themselves within the array, some cultivating, others engaging in discussions. It was a rare opportunity for such a large gathering, fostering a collaborative exchange of ideas that proved beneficial for many. As days passed, Qin Xiao and Yao Kaidong had yet to return, leaving Lin Sherdream in a state of unease. Regardless of which of the 4 had perished, it would be a loss for the sect. Her only thought was that Qin Xiao had gone into hiding, while Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng were in pursuit, yet could not locate him, which explained their absence. During this time, Ling Wushuang had not focused on cultivation, but rather on recuperating from his previous injuries. His motivation for proposing the spiritual energy array was not to gain an unfair advantage, but to uphold the reputation of the Celestial Trading Company, believing that exerting influence through virtue would yield different outcomes. Lin Sherdream and the other 2 shared similar sentiments, recognizing the importance of showcasing the grandeur of a major sect during such times. Zhangxing's severed arm was gradually healing. It was unclear what wondrous elixir he had utilized, but his arm had regained its shape, albeit the meridians remained obstructed. Full recovery would necessitate considerable time. Su Lin, however, wore a troubled expression, uncertain how he would explain the loss of nearly 100 disciples to the sect, as he was the sole survivor. Time was drawing near. The disciples should cease their cultivation. Qin Xiao calculated that it had been nearly a month, prompting him to ask Yin Man to halt her training. Master, I have not made a breakthrough to the mid-stage of the Yuanying, Yin Man said, her face filled with shame. You have made progress. The Yuanying stage is undoubtedly different from before. If one were to advance at such a rapid pace, what would become of others? Qin Xiao comforted her with a gentle pat on the head. Although he was uncertain about the extent of Yin Man's improvement, he himself had made significant gains. He had previously struggled to absorb external spiritual energy, rendering his experiences in the secret realm akin to those outside. However, he had thoroughly solidified his 3rd level of body refining and experienced considerable growth. Disciple, I have also experienced some enhancement. It is time for me to refine my body once more. Since we still have a bit of time, assist me in my training, Qin Xiao expressed, feeling the lingering unabsorbed spiritual liquid within him that required refinement. Master has improved again. How much strength should I use this time? Yin Man's frown vanished upon hearing Qin Xiao's intentions. Excitement surged within her as she raised her fists. Wait, do not employ spiritual energy yet. Strike with your full strength first so I can gauge it. Then we shall adjust, Qin Xiao replied, uncertain of how much force he could withstand. However, given that he had endured considerable force at the 2nd level of body refining, he believed he could attempt to withstand full strength at the 3rd level now. Understood, Master. Yin Man swiftly approached Qin Xiao and, in a flash, delivered a powerful punch. Bang! The sound of a solid impact echoed. Yet Qin Xiao merely staggered back a few steps without falling. That stung a bit, he remarked, rubbing his abdomen, aware that the punch had indeed been unrestrained. Master, just how much have you improved? Yin Man inquired, feeling the difference as her fist tingled as if it had struck iron. While this force is commendable, if you add an additional 20% of spiritual energy, it should suffice. I can endure it, Qin Xiao estimated, instructing Yin Man to increase her strength accordingly. This additional 20% of spiritual energy represented the maximum force he calculated he could withstand, as he understood that body refinement was about pushing limits. Otherwise, he would not have been incapacitated before embarking on this secret realm journey. Then came a flurry of strikes, the duration of which was uncertain, until the secret realm began to tremble, signaling that time was up. Only then did Yin Man cease her assault, leaving Qin Xiao utterly exhausted and unable to move. Subsequently, everyone was teleported out. Chapter 54. The Gathering of Great Figures. Questioning Qin Xiao. Once everyone had emerged, the pent-up fury of Yao Tiansheng found its outlet. No one is permitted to leave, he declared, standing tall before the newly arrived disciples. What is the meaning of this? As the newly teleported individuals regained their bearings, they beheld the scene before them. Lin Tianqing, the sect leader of Tianyuan Sect, the elder Yao Zhan, the grand elder Yao Tiansheng, and the sixth elder Wen Yuanying were all present. Apart from the sixth elder, who was leading the team, the other three represented the pinnacle of power within Tianyuan Sect. Furthermore, several elders from the Pure Yang Sect, aside from the leading elder Qi, had also arrived, as had members from the Tianyuan Sect. The Immortal Tao Business Association sent several supervisors at the late stage of transformation, and Ling Ruoxue was also among them. Other factions and sects, though unaware of the unfolding events, hastily dispatched their elders upon hearing of such significant movements. Regardless of the circumstances, it was prudent to arrive first. Present at the scene were individuals of formidable strength. Aside from the newly transported disciples, the weakest among them were at the nascent soul stage, comprising the ancestors of various minor sects, while the majority were at the transformation stage. The Tianyuan Sect showcased its might, with even its esteemed elder at the combined body stage in attendance. Elder Yao, might I inquire about the purpose of this gathering? Surely, it is time to elucidate the matter. Some uninformed factions curiously probed, noticing that Yao Tianqing forbade anyone from leaving. Previously, there had been attempts to gather information. Yet those in the know remained tight-lipped, promising that clarity would emerge once the disciples were present. Brother, what on earth is happening? Ling Ruoxue, disregarding Yao Tiansheng, approached Ling Wushuang with concern. Initially, she had found it hard to believe that all elite disciples of the Immortal Tao Merchant Association, save for Ling Wushuang, had perished, especially with her brother present. However, upon witnessing Ling Wushuang emerge alone, her anxiety compelled her to inquire further. This is not a matter that can be swiftly clarified. It would be best to discuss it upon our return, Ling Wushuang replied, wishing to avoid lingering, for the severity of the situation demanded he inform his father. Sangxing, with his head bowed, approached the elders of the Pure Yang Sect, hesitant to speak. Su Lin was no better off, reading the grim expressions on the elders' faces. Who among you is responsible for the death of my son, Yao Kaidong? Yao Tiansheng. Noticing that neither the Immortal Tao Merchant Association nor the Pure Yang and Tianyuan sects acknowledged his command, directed his inquiry towards the three leaders of the various factions. After all, only these three surpassed his son in cultivation, and as elites, they could potentially overpower him if they unleashed their treasures. Are you questioning us, Elder Yao? Ling Wushuang responded, having just emerged from the second layer. We have remained together since our exit, never parting. All disciples can attest to this. As for your son's fate, it is of no concern to us. Ling Wushuang's disdain for Yao Kaidong was already evident, and Yao Tianqing's demeanor only intensified his aversion, prompting him to dispense with pretense. Sherdeng, please elucidate the situation, the sect leader Lin Tianqing urged Lin Sherdeng. Sensing the gravity of the situation, the fact that the Immortal Tao Merchant Association, Pure Yang Sect, and Tianyuan Sect had not produced any additional individuals beyond the leading disciples was not merely unusual, it was astonishing. Senior brother Ling Wushuang is correct. A calamity has befallen the secret realm. All disciples who entered the second layer have perished. The three of them are the sole survivors. After their escape, we congregated and did not disperse. Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng left privately, and we are unaware of their whereabouts. I had expected them to emerge alongside us. Oblivious to the fact that he had already met his demise, Lin Sherdeng recounted the events, deliberately concealing Qin Xiao's involvement. Is it truly not their doing? Yao Tianqing contemplated various scenarios, but this outcome had never crossed his mind. Who, then, should he seek vengeance against? Sister Lin, that cannot be correct. It was not just the two senior brothers who departed, but also the duo of Qin Xiao and his disciple. At this moment, Lu Shuiyue hurriedly interjected, What? Those two as well. Yao Tianqing's gaze shifted directly to Qin Xiao and Yin Man, who lay nearby. Elder, why do you look at me as such? Surely you do not believe I could be a match for young Master Yao? Qin Xiao remarked nonchalantly. While you may not be, your disciple certainly possesses the potential. Even if she conceals her cultivation, I can discern that she has already reached the nascent soul stage. Though Yao Tianxing was not particularly astute, he surmised that the demise of his son was undoubtedly the work of Qin Xiao and his disciple. What? The nascent soul stage? The disciples of the Tianyuan Sect expressed disbelief, for they were aware of how recently Yin Man had joined the sect. It seemed implausible. Ling Wushuang, Song Xing, and Su Lin, however, were privy to Yin Man's true capabilities and were not surprised. After all, she had not hidden her strength during their escape. It appeared that Yao Kaidong had indeed perished at the hands of Qin Xiao and his disciple, yet they chose not to intervene, as they themselves had pressing matters to attend to. Since there is nothing further, you may all disperse. Qin Xiao stepped forward. Yao Tianxing had already determined that Qin Xiao was the culprit, so there was no need to retain anyone else. Elder, unfortunately, my disciple is gravely injured and unable to move. If you have something to say, please proceed. Qin Xiao acknowledged the inevitable confrontation, yet he knew they lacked evidence. Did you slay my son? Yao Tianxing demanded, suppressing his fury. No, Qin Xiao replied unequivocally. He was not lying. It was indeed Yin Man who had acted. Elder, I understand your profound grief over your son's death, and your suspicions are somewhat justifiable. However, to question me without any evidence seems rather excessive. Before Yao Tianxing could respond, Qin Xiao continued, there have been anomalies in the second layer of the secret realm, resulting in numerous casualties among the disciples. It is entirely possible that the first layer may also experience disturbances. Perhaps Brother Yao encountered such an anomaly? Alternatively, he may have been left behind in the secret realm, as some have already remained in the second layer. Regardless of what Yao Tianxing intended to say, Qin Xiao pressed on. If you wish to suspect me, that is your prerogative. However, without evidence, you can only harbor doubts. Moreover, anything could happen within the secret realm. Could it not be that your son perished for other reasons? Brash youth, do not let your tongue run wild. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly. And should I find you culpable, no one will be able to shield you, Yao Tianxing warned. Meanwhile, numerous elders from other factions had yet to disperse, choosing to remain and observe the unfolding drama. Yao Tianxing could not afford to act too overtly, for he had no proof and could not openly confront Qin Xiao. Elders, there are indeed many peculiarities in this matter. Perhaps we should return to the sect to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule, Lin Tianxing suggested, recognizing the escalating complexity of the situation. Furthermore, with Yin Man having ascended to the nascent soul stage, such a talent is far from ordinary. We must ensure her safety at all costs. Let us return, Yao Zhan concurred, understanding that Lin Tianxing's words held merit. Remaining here would only invite mockery. Subsequently, all present dispersed, and Qin Xiao, with Yin Man's assistance, made his way back to the flying vessel they had arrived in. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, Qin Xiao felt a deep-seated anxiety. It would have been manageable if it were just the Grand Elder. However, now even the Supreme Elder had emerged, a formidable presence at the integration stage, leaving him with no chance of survival. Even the support of his newly found ally, his master, could not guarantee his safety. Speaking of which, he had not seen Master Yi Chuyue earlier. The elder from the Tianyi Pavilion who had come to greet them was an unfamiliar face, not Yi Chuyue. Could it be that she had left for some pressing matter? The Supreme Elder and the Grand Elder did not board the ship, but chose to return solo with the disciples of the Immortal Sword Peak. Lin Tianxing opted for the ship, as he had many inquiries to make regarding Lin Shirin, and he needed to understand the situation surrounding Qin Xiao as well. Chapter 55, The Leader's Dilemma. Inquiring for details and truth, everyone had come to a tacit conclusion regarding Yao Kaidong's demise. Had Yin Man not reached the nascent soul stage, they might have merely speculated. However, with Yin Man's breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, and considering that only the four of them had vanished at that time, the truth became painfully evident. Naturally, had Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng emerged alive, others would have similarly concluded that they were responsible for the deaths of Qin Xiao, and Yin Man. Qin Xiao was well aware of this. Yet the circumstances had dictated a stark reality. It was either him or them. There was little he could do. He could not simply run away indefinitely. The Demon Control Sect? It seemed unlikely that he would be able to venture into that secret realm again. As Lin Tianxing sought answers, he realized the gravity of the situation and expressed his regrets. The abyssal secret realm had long been a treasure trove for various factions seeking additional resources, but it seemed that would no longer be the case. Ming'er, did you say that Qin Xiao saved those three prodigies? How did he manage that? Lin Tianxing remained skeptical, pondering how Qin Xiao could have escaped the onslaught of divine beasts at the god transformation stage. Father, they did not disclose the specifics, so I am not entirely clear. Lin Shurdream replied, equally curious. However, the group shared an unspoken understanding to avoid delving too deeply into the matter, leaving Lin Shurdream somewhat in the dark. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao and Yin Man were engaged in a hushed conversation. Master, this time we may be in trouble, even without evidence. The Grand Elder likely will not let us off easily, Yin Man expressed her concerns. Let us not panic. We should observe the leader's stance. If he fears offending the Grand Elder and shows no inclination to protect us, we may have to consider not returning. We are not without alternatives, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly. These elders were concerned with their reputations. Even if they desired to eliminate him, they would not act without justification, as it would tarnish the sect's name. As long as their actions were above board, he could easily find refuge at the 7-star peak. Surely, the Supreme Elder would not stoop so low as to pursue him there. The formations at 7-star peak were more than capable of withstanding attacks from the God transformation stage. The formations at 7-star peak were one of Qin Xiao's assurances for returning to the sect, as long as the Supreme Elder refrained from intervening. He had little to fear from anyone at Tianyuan Sect seeking to harm him, for they could not breach that sanctuary. Qin Xiao, how is your injury? Has it healed somewhat? After inquiring about Lin Shi's dream, Lin Tianqing approached Qin Xiao with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, sect leader. I am managing well. Qin Xiao was uncertain about Lin Tianqing's true intentions. However, judging by his demeanor, he seemed to maintain a neutral stance. Deep down, Lin Tianqing had already concluded that Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng met their demise at the hands of Qin Xiao and his master, leaving him at a loss for words and unsure of which side to take. Shall we discuss this in the control room? After some contemplation, Lin Tianqing decided to have a private conversation with Qin Xiao. Very well. Qin Xiao rose, feeling somewhat unwell, yet capable of walking. The two swiftly made their way to the spaceship's control room, where they found Wen Yuanying, who appeared somewhat surprised to see them. Master, should I step out to allow the two of you to converse? Wen Yuanying inquired cautiously, as her absence would mean Lin Tianqing would have to take control of the ship. No need for that, Yuanying. Since I have chosen to speak privately with Qin Xiao, it signifies my position. I am well aware of your character. Even if you do not assist, you will remain neutral, so there is no need to avoid you. Lin Tianqing had undergone considerable internal conflict, but ultimately decided to protect Qin Xiao. Gaining Wen Yuanying's support would be even more advantageous. Brother Lin, do you truly intend to safeguard him? Keep in mind that the Grand Elder is the adopted son and direct disciple of the Supreme Elder. Would it not be wiser to let Qin Xiao depart Qingzhou? With Lin Tianqing expressing his stance, Wen Yuanying felt no need to hold back, as they shared the same master and thus addressed each other as brothers in private. Gentlemen, is it your conclusion that Yao Kaidong was slain by me? Qin Xiao discerned their implication, as they had been quite straightforward. Is it not the case? Lin Tianqing replied curtly. Indeed, I am the one responsible for his death. Qin Xiao admitted without denial, recognizing that both had already declared their intention to protect him, making further pretense unnecessary. It is not merely our conclusion. The entirety of society has accepted it as fact. After extensive contemplation, I have resolved to spare your life. Firstly, you are the sole disciple of the 7th Elder. And secondly, you have mentored an exceptional apprentice. Lin Tianqing articulated his reasons directly, emphasizing that the latter was of paramount importance. Simply owing a favor to the 7th Elder was insufficient motivation to protect Qin Xiao. He would have merely facilitated his departure. Brother, if it were merely the Grand Elder, it would be manageable, but I fear the Supreme Elder may also intervene. Wen Yuanying expressed her concerns, particularly regarding the Supreme Elder, Yao Zhan, who had attained a late-stage integration level of cultivation. No worries. Although the Grand Elder is the adopted son and direct disciple of the Supreme Elder, the latter is the Supreme Elder of Tianyuan Sect, and not specifically of his Xianjian peak. Furthermore, he would not stoop to confront a junior. As Lin Tianqing reached this point, he suddenly paused, realizing Qin Xiao was present. Very well, since you have stated it thus, I shall, of course, support you, brother. By the way, you continue your discussion. I must convey a message to Sister Qiu, for this incident is no trivial matter. After speaking, Wen Yuanying planned to step out. Elder One, why is my master not outside the secret realm? Where has she gone? Since Wen Yuanying mentioned Yi Qiu, Qin Xiao inquired curiously. The news from the Tianyi pavilion revealed that Tianyi had experienced a sudden epiphany, necessitating a breakthrough. Consequently, Sister Qiu returned to preside over the Tianyi pavilion. Wen Yuanying provided a brief explanation and then withdrew to send a message, while Lin Tianqing took over the control of the spacecraft. Now, you can speak the truth with me, can't you? I need to understand the entire situation. I cannot blindly protect you. Lin Tianqing inquired with a serious expression towards Qin Xiao. His intention to safeguard Qin Xiao was fueled by other motives. One of his curiosities lay in how Qin Xiao had managed to rescue those 3 prodigies from the clutches of a demon beast in the transformation phase. If Qin Xiao possessed such abilities, he would indeed be a remarkable talent. Since the recruitment of disciples into the sect, Qin Xiao had seemingly transformed into an entirely different person. Were it not for the absence of anomalies in Qin Xiao's soul token, Lin Tianqing might have suspected that he had been possessed by a formidable entity. The role of the soul token extended beyond merely discerning the disciple's life or death. It was a fragment of the main soul. Although it could not establish a connection or threaten the main soul, that fragment was inherently bound to it. If the main soul were to dissipate, the soul token would shatter as well. The same applied to possession. Post-possession, the main soul would vanish, resulting in the destruction of the soul token. Had Qin Xiao's soul token displayed any irregularities, their suspicions would have intensified, especially given the overwhelming impact Qin Xiao had made recently. Given Lin Tiancheng's inquiry, Qin Xiao disclosed all that he could truthfully share, omitting matters he deemed confidential, such as the system and the resources he had scavenged from the cave. So, you truly stumbled upon that cave by chance. It just so happened to be the lair of the giant ape? Coincidentally, there was a group of little monkeys inside. Fortuitously, you bound them to use as leverage? And miraculously, they were subdued by your threat? Lin Tiancheng expressed his disbelief. Master, don't claim disbelief. I find it hard to believe myself, yet it unfolded so fortuitously. Besides, Ling Wushuang from the Immortal Path Chamber of Commerce, Song Xing from the Tianyuan Sect, and Su Lin from the Tianyuan Sect can all testify. I was not the only one to escape. Perhaps I was just lucky. Qin Xiao initially remained oblivious until Lin Tiancheng pieced everything together, leaving even Qin Xiao astonished. However, that was indeed how events transpired. Of course, it was easy to recount, but had Qin Xiao misstepped at any point, he might have become the giant ape's meal instead of escaping with the 5 of them. Very well, I shall take your word for it. But what about the matter of Yao Kaidong? Although Lin Tiancheng still harbored some skepticism, he acknowledged, as Qin Xiao indicated, that he was not the sole escapee, rendering it unnecessary to fabricate a story. After all, these 5 individuals belonged to 4 different factions, making it improbable for them all to concoct the same falsehood. The truth would inevitably reveal itself in due time. Chapter 56. Each in contemplation, under currents surge. Regarding the Yao Kaidong incident, after a moment's reflection, Qin Xiao recounted the explanation he had meticulously prepared, confident that no one else was present at the time, allowing him to articulate his narrative freely. Furthermore, he had coordinated the script in advance with Yin Man. From the very beginning, when I departed with Yin Man, to the subsequent pursuit by Yao Kaidong, who relentlessly hunted me down using methods that left traces of his essence upon me, I initially fled for the greater good of the sect, despite his unwavering pursuit. Following our separation, I intended to return and seek refuge with the main forces, only to be ambushed midway. Eventually, Yao Kaidong caught up with me, subjecting me to severe torment, which I have detailed extensively. Later, when Yin Man arrived and witnessed my battered state, she, in a fit of rage, inadvertently killed both Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng. As for why I did not regroup with the main forces afterward, it was due to my grave injuries that rendered me incapable of moving freely. I remained there to recuperate, and even now, I have yet to fully heal. Qin Xiao attributed his injuries from body refining to Yao Kaidong. This individual, so ruthless and cruel, had engaged in frivolous disputes within the sect. And though I seldom reproached him out of respect for the Grand Elder, I never anticipated he would grow so cunning, attempting to slaughter his fellow disciples within the secret realm. Lin Tiancheng, upon hearing Qin Xiao's vivid account and observing his visible wounds, believed him to be at least 70 to 80% truthful, and he exclaimed in anger, "Then why did you not speak of this matter?" After his fury subsided, Lin Tiancheng inquired again, "Sect Master, what would it matter if I did? Who would believe me? Even if they did, what change would it bring? The Grand Elder is aware that his son perished at the hands of my master and me. Even if I were justified, I would still face death. The sect's punishments require justification, but avenging a son requires none," Qin Xiao replied, his voice laden with resignation. "Sect Master, have you perhaps allowed your anger to cloud your judgment? How could you utter such words? Even if you were willing to protect me. The Supreme Elder was present at the time. While he may not strike me down, should he intervene to obstruct your protection? What means do you possess to ensure my safety?" Indeed, Lin Tiancheng conceded, realizing the truth in Qin Xiao's words. Had he spoken earlier, though he could have defended him on moral grounds, if the Grand Elder insisted on executing him, he would undoubtedly seek the Supreme Elder's intervention to prevent any assistance from Lin Tiancheng and the others. Upon deeper reflection, Lin Tiancheng understood why Qin Xiao would choose to deny the truth. Denial offered a glimmer of hope, while admission would only lead to certain death. Since events have unfolded as they have, upon your return to the sect, you shall take refuge at Qixing Peak, where formations can offer you protection. I will first gauge the Supreme Elder's stance. As long as he refrains from intervening, you shall have navigated this peril. After pondering for a moment, Lin Tiancheng instructed Qin Xiao to remain low profile while he managed other matters. "Thank you, Sect Master." Qin Xiao expressed his gratitude once Lin Tiancheng assured him of his protection. Meanwhile, on another front, Yao Tiansheng, wielding a flying sword upon which 5 individuals stood, including the Supreme Elder and 3 remaining disciples of the Xianjian Peak, spoke fervently. Father, Donger must have been slain by Qin Xiao and his disciple. Earlier, in the presence of many, I refrained from confrontation, but upon our return to the sect, I shall demand retribution for his life. I ask you to support me in this endeavor. Despite his anger, Yao Tiansheng spoke respectfully to Yao Zhan. Tiansheng, though I grieve for Dong Er's downfall, I find myself powerless in the absence of evidence. I am not only your adoptive father, but also the Supreme Elder of the Tianyuan Sect. Should you insist on seeking vengeance, I cannot assist you. However, if you acquire proof, I shall certainly advocate for you, replied Yao Zhan coldly. Throughout his life, he had not sought a partner, devoting himself entirely to the path of cultivation, which had enabled him to advance to the late stage of transformation. The greatest hindrance to cultivation is the entanglements of the mortal realm. Thus, he had neither sought a partner nor sired offspring. His decision to adopt 2 sons stemmed solely from their commendable talents, a matter of convenience. Being inherently a heartless individual, he would not act rashly for the sake of a so-called disciple. His primary concern lay with his own reputation and the sect's future. Adoptive father, I am well aware of this. In the absence of evidence, I would never disturb you until I obtain proof. I shall take matters into my own hands and continue my search for evidence. My son cannot perish without cause. Yao Tiansheng clearly understood the nature of his adoptive father. All he sought was a promise from Yao Zhan that upon acquiring evidence, he would resolutely stand by his side. For Yao Tiansheng knew well that his master and adoptive father was a ruthless and self-serving man, focused solely on utility rather than familial bonds. Given Yin Man's currently displayed talent, even with evidence in hand, he might not receive support. Thus, he inquired in advance. Of course, even in the absence of evidence, Yao Tiansheng would seek opportunities. If he could act decisively before reporting, that would be ideal. As long as Qin Xiao lived, he could not quell the hatred in his heart. Shuiyu, recount the events to me truthfully, Yao Tiansheng commanded coldly to the saintess Lu Shuiyu beside him. Master, I am unaware of the specifics. At that time, senior brother took Li Shixiang and departed quietly, and I realized they were pursuing Qin Xiao. However, Yin Man had been concealing her cultivation level. Senior brother must have been ambushed, Lu Shuiyu replied, equally perplexed. She had only learned of Yao Kaidong's death after exiting, as not only had Yao Kaidong and Li Cheng not returned, but even Qin Xiao and his disciple were missing, leaving her in the dark about what had transpired. Worthless, Yao Tiansheng scolded, having failed to obtain useful information. However, he could only utter a single rebuke, for Lu Shuiyu was now the most talented disciple of the immortal sword peak and the sole pillar of the younger generation. Among all the disciples of the sect, those who successfully reached the nascent soul stage either entered the main peak to manage sect affairs or retreated into seclusion in forbidden areas. Only a scant few remained at this peak. Ultimately, each peak was still part of the Tianyuan Sect, granting the sect master the greatest authority. This was also a means of consolidating power. Otherwise, if one peak grew too dominant, rebellion would become a concern, as similar incidents had occurred in the past, leading to the current system. It was precisely because of this power that Lin Tiancheng dared to protect Qin Xiao. Otherwise, how could he subdue an elder whose cultivation slightly surpassed his own? Nonetheless, the sect had its rules. Even the sect master could not act without restraint, as all matters had to be conducted according to established protocols. The return journey was uneventful, and the first to return to the sect was naturally the elder from the immortal sword peak. The reason the Grand Elder is willing to emerge from seclusion and accompany the Great Elder to the secret realm is to maintain order. Should another force succeed in killing Yao Kaidong, it would be a blatant provocation against the Tianyuan Sect. He must take action on behalf of the sect. However, since this is an internal conflict, he intends to refrain from intervening, as he needs to prepare for a breakthrough to the peak of the integration stage. Soon after, the disciples led by Wen Yuanying arrived. As for Lin Tiancheng, he had already returned to the sect earlier. Once the disciples disembarked from the flying ship, they hurried back to their respective peaks to inform their peak masters about the events in the secret realm, as well as report on Qin Xiao's situation. The Tianyuan Sect might be on the verge of a conflict. After all, they had witnessed the private exchange between the sect master and Qin Xiao, and the sect master did not reprimand Qin Xiao, indicating he likely stood in his favor. The Great Elder, on the other hand, would certainly not let this matter rest easily, which would inevitably lead to complications. Upon hearing their disciples' reports, the peak masters fell into contemplation, refraining from making immediate decisions as they wished to observe the situation first, in a bid to compete with the main peak for influence. These elders and peak masters typically aligned themselves, as unity would exert pressure on the main peak and secure a certain degree of authority. However, this time seemed different. They hesitated to immediately choose sides. Qin Xiao, aware of the delicate nature of the situation, returned directly to his Qixing Peak with Yin Man, activating the protective array, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sect Master Lin Tianqing arrived at the secluded quarters of the Grand Elder. Chapter 57, Elder Meeting. The formation of alliances. On the second day after returning from the secret realm, Sect Master Lin Tianqing convened a meeting with the 9 elders. The previous day, he had received a response from the Grand Elder, stating that without conclusive evidence, he would not interfere. However, should there be undeniable proof of Qin Xiao as heinous acts against fellow disciples, if the sect master hesitated, he would personally take action to eliminate the malignant presence. Today, Lin Tianqing summoned the elders to openly discuss the matter. He understood that the Great Elder would not let the issue slide, but at the very least, he needed the Great Elder to provide a guarantee in public. Within the sect's conference hall, there were 11 individuals present, including Lin Tianqing, with Qin Xiao. The party in question also summoned. Since everyone is present, I shall dispense with pleasantries. The purpose of today's gathering is to deliberate on the changes within the secret realm and the future development of our sect, Lin Tianqing announced. Deliberately avoiding a direct mention of Qin Xiao's situation at first, and instead broaching the topic of the sect's growth. Sect Master, such a significant matter. Why is Qin Xiao here? Inquired the second elder, Yao Yongji, who had previously been approached by the Great Elder, hoping he would align with his side. Bound by obligation, he could not refuse, yet the Great Elder could not directly target Qin Xiao. Thus, he would take the initiative to challenge the matter today. Esteemed elders, as you have likely heard from your disciples, Qin Xiao is one of only 2 individuals from our sect to have ventured into the second layer of the secret realm. No one knows better than he about the remnants of the demon-controlling sect, and thus, his presence here is essential, Yao Yongji continued. Lin Tianqing had anticipated their challenge and had prepared his response, which was quite justifiable, leaving them little room to object. In that case, what is the sect master's perspective? We are all ears, they replied, eager to hear his thoughts. Yao Yongji found himself at a loss for words in response to Lin Tianqing's assertions, and thus chose not to pursue the matter further. This issue is not urgent. Let us first hear from Qin Xiao regarding the occurrences in the second layer of the secret realm, and we shall deliberate thereafter. Lin Tianqing did not directly address the matter, but instead requested Qin Xiao to recount the events that transpired in the second layer to the esteemed elders. Since the sect leader has requested it, I shall present to the elders the events that unfolded in the second layer. Qin Xiao then proceeded to narrate the events, which were largely consistent with what he had previously communicated to Lin Tianqing. As for the remnants of the demon-subduing sect, he was not well informed. As those events transpired many years ago, he merely recounted the sequence of events. Sect leader, we were not yet born when the demon-subduing sect met its demise. Perhaps the Grand Elder possesses more knowledge of this matter, having been in the sect for over 3 centuries. Might we invite the Grand Elder to enlighten us about the circumstances of that time? Proposed Elder Luo Hong, the 8th Elder. Among the 11 individuals present, only Grand Elder Yao Tiansheng, 2nd Elder Yao Yongji, and 3rd Elder Kang Zhengye had been members of the sect for 3 centuries. Although 4th Elder Du Jinsong had surpassed 300 years in age, he had joined the sect afterward and did not participate in the annihilation of the sect at that time. There is little to recount. We were merely disciples in those days, following the sect's directives. Moreover, by the time of the annihilation, the demon-subduing sect had been entirely eradicated. How could remnants possibly remain? The Grand Elder scoffed, expressing skepticism towards Qin Xiao's assertions. The Grand Elder speaks truthfully. We indeed lack clarity regarding those events. We were merely disciples, oblivious to the decisions made above us. It was said that we were to eradicate an evil sect, and many members were dispatched. We merely followed along, added the 3rd Elder. Although they had once been the pride of the sect over 300 years ago, they were still quite young, with only the Grand Elder having reached the initial stage of the Golden Core, while both he and the 2nd Elder were merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, rendering them incapable of understanding the sect's decisions and the specifics of the events. Since that is the case, let us not dwell on the past. As for the matters concerning the second layer, I communicated with the other 3 factions yesterday, and the situation indeed aligns with what Qin Xiao has described. The remnants of the demon-subduing sect have inexplicably managed to survive within the secret realm for 3 centuries. Should they emerge one day, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon us. Furthermore, the abyssal secret realm is now rendered useless, and the remaining Spirit Herb Valley and Sword Tomb open only once every decade, necessitating competition for spots. With the loss of the abyssal secret realm, our focus must shift to securing our positions in the other 2 locations. Lin Tianqing had conferred with other factions the previous day, and a consensus was reached to abandon the abyssal secret realm. After all, The number of prodigies capable of reaching the transformation stage before the age of 50 is exceedingly rare, at least in Qin Xiao. Beyond Qin Xiao, such talents do exist. But in terms of resources from this secret realm, they would rather forego them than allow outsiders to encroach upon their territory. If external assistance were indeed sought, it would be far easier to summon the divine than to send it away, and there was a risk that the influence of Qin Xiao might be entirely excluded. What does the sect leader imply? Yao Tianxing seemed to sense the undercurrents of a plot. My intentions are quite straightforward. The opening of the other two secret realms coincides with this year. These three realms overlap every 30 years. The Spirit Herb Valley is set to open in March, while the Sword Tomb will follow 6 months later. Both of these realms require a competition to secure a spot. Thus, I plan to cultivate 3 of the most talented disciples to represent my Tianyuan Sect in the struggle for these positions. Lin Tianxing candidly expressed his plan. Then, according to the sect master's intention, who are these 3 individuals? Yao Tianxing had evidently deduced Lin Tianxing's intentions. Among the younger generation of our sect, only 2 have attained the heavenly spirit root, my daughter Lin Shiming and Yin Man from the 7 Stars Peak, both of whom have already reached the nascent soul stage. You should have no objections to their selection. Lin Tianxing announced the first 2 candidates, but refrained from revealing the third. I have no objections to these 2, replied Yao Tianxing, but what of the third? Although he harbored a desire to eliminate Yin Man, he understood the consequences of such an act. To slay a disciple of such talent without evidence would not only incur the sect's wrath, but would also invite retribution from his adoptive father. Therefore, Yao Tianxing's objective was clear from the outset, to eliminate Qin Xiao. The fate of Qin Xiao would not significantly impact the sect, and even if punishment were to ensue, it would be lenient, for all troubles stemmed from him. As for Yin Man, he would continue to seek evidence. Once obtained, even if he were to eliminate her, the sect would have no choice but to swallow the bitter pill. Regarding the third candidate, it would naturally be a collective decision. Should the number of candidates be excessive, a competition would determine the strongest among them. Lin Tianxing would not unilaterally decide, but rather allow everyone to participate in the selection. I propose Lu Shuiyue, the saintess of my immortal sword peak. Though she does not possess the heavenly spirit root, she holds an exceptional earth spirit root. While her current strength may not suffice, with the sect's full support in her training, I believe she will soon catch up. Yao Tianxing directly recommended his prized disciple, Lu Shuiyue, the most talented among the disciples of the immortal sword peak. The great elder's suggestion is indeed commendable. I am familiar with Lu Shuiyue and can affirm her considerable talent, making her a suitable candidate. Since the great elder has put forth one, I shall suggest another, Qin Xiao. His ability to escape from the second layer demonstrates intelligence rivaling that of the nascent soul stage. Of the 5 who escaped, 4 are in the nascent soul stage, indicating Qin Xiao possesses formidable strength. Lin Tianxing naturally endorsed Qin Xiao as well. I disagree. What merits does Qin Xiao possess? He is merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. Sect Master, I vehemently oppose this. The great elder immediately rose in opposition, having anticipated Lin Tianxing's choice of Qin Xiao. Great elder, please remain composed. This is merely a suggestion. Of course, if you insist on opposing it, we can hold a vote right here and now. As everyone is present, Lin Tianxing was prepared for the great elder's dissent. The sect master insists on a vote. Very well, I shall cast my vote alongside yours. Yao Tianxing had previously conferred with the other elders and was confident they would side with him. Even if the sect master wielded 2 votes, he believed victory was assured. Chapter 58. Hidden Agendas. Voting commences at this juncture. The matter had come to a head, with both parties feeling confident in their positions. With that in mind, do any of the elders harbor dissenting opinions? Upon noticing that the Grand Elder had acquiesced to the voting process, Lin Tianxing turned his gaze toward the other elders. The assembly voiced no objections, for it was not yet their moment to speak. I must add one final note. Qin Xiao, as the individual concerned, is not permitted to cast a vote, even as the leader of the 7 Stars Peak, to ensure a decisive victory. Yao Tianxing promptly excluded Qin Xiao from the voting process. This is only natural. As the sect leader, I possess 2 votes, while each of you 9 elders holds 1, totaling 11 votes, thereby eliminating the possibility of a tie. This arrangement is undoubtedly optimal. Even without voting rights, Lin Tianxing remained confident. Thus he decided to grant the Grand Elder a favor. The Grand Elder expressed his agreement, and with Lin Tianxing's consent, Yao Tianxing found no further grounds to contest. Settling into his seat, with no objections raised, the voting commenced. I cast my vote for Qin Xiao. The Grand Elder votes against, temporarily rendering the score 2-1. Now what say you, Second Elder? Lin Tianxing inquired of Second Elder Yao Yongji, having observed the Grand Elder take his seat. Sect Leader. I too believe that Qin Xiao is unfit for this significant responsibility. I cast my vote against him. Yao Yongji naturally supported the Grand Elder, as they were brothers. And unity was imperative in their external dealings. Very well, the score stands at 2-2. It is now the third elder's turn. I wonder whether you shall vote in favor or against. Lin Tianqing, not surprised by the second elder's choice, turned to third elder Kang Jingya. In my estimation, while Qin Xiao does possess some merit, he is evidently not adequate to serve as one of our sect's representatives in the quest for the coveted secret realm quotas. Thus, I too vote against him. Third elder Kang Jingya had never held Qin Xiao in high regard, having previously cast his ambitions toward the Seven Stars Peak, and naturally aligned himself with the Grand Elder. It appears that the elders unanimously deem Qin Xiao unworthy of this position. It may be prudent for the sect leader to relent, as further insistence seems unnecessary. With 2 votes secured, the Grand Elder felt assured, addressing Lin Tianqing directly. Grand Elder, there is no need for haste. The voting is not yet concluded. Lin Tianqing replied calmly. Currently, the tally stands at 3-2. Fourth Elder, what is your perspective? Lin Tianqing, having said little, turned to Fourth Elder Du Jiansong. Sect leader, my intention is not to target anyone. However, it is a fact that Qin Xiao is unable to cultivate. Should he be appointed as one of our sect's combat disciples, it would be rather inappropriate. Thus, I have decided to support the Grand Elder and cast my vote against him. Although Du Jiansong leaned toward the Grand Elder, he genuinely believed that Qin Xiao was unsuitable. It seems the Grand Elder's assertion holds true. The first 4 elders are in unanimous agreement. Nevertheless, now that the process has commenced, we shall proceed. The score is 4-2. Fifth Elder, what are your thoughts? Lin Tianqing appeared to accept this, yet it was merely the beginning. As he turned to Fifth Elder Wan Rongyang, I find Qin Xiao somewhat extraordinary and believe it is worth a try. I vote in favor. Wan Rongyang cast his affirmative vote without hesitation. Yesterday, Wan Rongyang learned from his disciple, Chu Sheng, that Li Cheng of the Immortal Sword Peak had intentionally sought to provoke him, with even Yao Kaidong stepping in, which was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, with the sect leader having conversed with him at length the previous day, Wan Rongyang felt that the 7-star peak had indeed risen and was inclined towards fostering camaraderie. Fifth Elder, what do you mean by this? We have always supported one another, yet you would stab me in the back? Yao Tianxing exclaimed, taken aback by the Fifth Elder's unexpected support for the proposal. Eldest Elder, please exercise caution in your words. We are all part of the same sect. And such divisive statements are unwarranted, Wan Rongyang retorted without hesitation. Very well, you speak truly, my young friend Wan. I misspoke, Yao Tianxing conceded, swallowing his indignation. For the division of the sect was no trivial offense. The Fifth Elder, being sensible, noted the current tally of 4-3 and turned to the Sixth Elder. What is your stance? Lin Tianqing, exuding confidence, would not have suggested a vote otherwise. I shall naturally support my senior brother, he declared, with Wen Yuanying, without pretense. Aligning herself with Lin Tianqing, as they were indeed siblings in the craft, rendering any act of subterfuge unnecessary. Eldest Elder, see. I told you there was no need to rush, Lin Tianqing observed, nearly securing victory, with the 8th Elder, 9th Elder, and 10th Elder all favoring his main peak. Thus ensuring his triumph appeared imminent. Now, with the count at 4-4, and the 7-star peak devoid of voting rights, the focus shifted to the 8th Elder. Lin Tianqing inquired, what is your position, 8th Elder? Since this is the sect leader's decision, I shall support it, declared 8th Elder Zhuahongkai, openly expressing his endorsement. What may seem like a mere vote was, in truth, a test of the elder's allegiances. Although Zhuahongkai held the title of 8th Elder, his authority in administering rewards and punishments within the sect was not to be underestimated. He harbored no fear of Yao Tianxing, for irrespective of a peak master's status, they remained bound by the sect's regulations. Within the sect, the leader was always paramount. There was no hesitation in supporting the rightful cause, as their authority stemmed from the sect itself, and they would not oppose the leader for the sake of a peak master. Moreover, Zhuahongkai recognized the ascendance of the 7-star peak, whether it was Qin Xiao's peculiar body refinement technique or Yin Man's prodigious talent, both warranted serious consideration. While other peak masters might cast their votes based on personal interests, he focused solely on the welfare of the sect. Eldest Elder, the vote stands at 5-4. Do you have anything further to say? Lin Tianqing, feeling assured after receiving the 8th Elder's support, was confident, having engaged in meaningful discussions with him prior and understanding his character. Humph, there are still 2 elders who have yet to cast their votes. Do not celebrate too soon. Sect leader, Yao Tianxing cautioned, though his only lost vote was that of the 5th Elder. He had not come unprepared, having also familiarized himself with the 8th Elder's disposition and knowing he was a hard man to sway. Thus, he had privately conferred with the 9th and 10th Elders, agreeing to certain conditions, maintaining a glimmer of hope. Both factions had discreetly reached out to the elders, preparing for today's contest. Lin Tianqing aimed to recommend Qin Xiao as a combat disciple, while Yao Tianqing sought to temporarily strip Qin Xiao of his identity on the pretext of suspicion, imprisoning him in the dungeon until the matter was clarified. However, Lin Tianqing took the initiative, leading to this voting, which also represented the choices of the elders. Should the Grand Elder lose this vote, his attempt to revoke Qin Xiao's identity would be in vain. If he won, then Qin Xiao's imprisonment would be virtually assured. Although merely a single vote, it foreshadowed two possible outcomes. Since the Grand Elder wished to proceed, let it be so. Ninth Elder, what say you? Observing the Grand Elder's tenacity, Lin Tianqing turned to the Ninth Elder for his opinion. Ninth Elder Yu Tianlu, the head of the Immortal Treasure Hall, oversaw the sect's finances and treasures and was one of the influential elders within the sect. Master, I sincerely apologize, but I must concur with the Grand Elder. Though Qin Xiao is extraordinary, he is not yet fit to be our Tianyuan Sect's combat disciple, thus I oppose. Yu Tianlu cast his dissenting vote. He felt compelled to do so, as the benefits promised by the Grand Elder were too substantial to ignore. Master, it's currently 5-5, a tie. I wonder what your thoughts are. Noticing the Ninth Elder had cast a dissenting vote as previously discussed, the Grand Elder spoke with an air of assured victory. Chapter 59. The outcome is revealed. The Master's request after the Ninth Elder cast his dissenting vote. Lin Tianqing was somewhat taken aback. After all, the Ninth Elder and the Grand Elder had never shared a close rapport and had seldom made an appearance. It was surprising that he would support the Grand Elder this time. If the Grand Elder had indeed promised something advantageous, it was likely that the 10th Elder had also been swayed. Lin Tianqing's confidence began to wane. Thank you, Ninth Elder, for your support, Yao Tianqing said with a beaming smile directed at Yu Tianlu. However, Yu Tianlu chose not to respond, instead continuing to meditate quietly. Were it not for the Grand Elder's promise to help him break through to the mid-stage of transformation, he would have been reluctant to offend the Master. Among the elders, only the 8th, 9th, and 10th elders remained in the early stage of transformation. The 8th elder showed signs of breakthrough. While Yu Tianlu had been stuck at this level for over a century, this was an opportunity he did not wish to squander. Given the tie at 5-5, the final decision now rested with the 10th elder. I wonder if the 10th elder has made a decision? Lin Tianqing looked at 10th elder Lu Wenrui with uncertainty. Indeed. 10th elder, have you come to a conclusion? The Grand Elder interjected quickly, ensuring that the Master would not apply pressure. He needed to step in as well. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Lu Wenrui could only smile wryly. How had the ultimate decision landed squarely on his shoulders? He had anticipated that the outcome would be determined before he was called upon to decide, naturally siding with the victor. Thus, the matter would not concern him as much. Now, however, it felt as if he were being forced to offend one side. Well, this requires careful consideration. After all, it is a significant matter. So allow me a moment to ponder. Lu Wenrui hesitated, unwilling to give an immediate answer, and opted to buy some time. He initially intended to be a fence-sitter, seeking to offend neither party. When the sect leader summoned him for a discussion, he fervently expressed his lack of issues. When the Grand Elder inquired, he readily acquiesced, believing that as long as he did not withhold his vote, he would support the victor, thereby avoiding blame from others. Now, however, the outcome hinges upon his solitary vote. Have you made your decision, 10th Elder? After a brief pause, the Grand Elder, anxious about any potential changes, urged him. Indeed, 10th Elder, have you come to a conclusion? Lin Tianqing echoed the inquiry. I shall continue to support the sect leader. After all, Qin Xiao possesses remarkable qualities, and with the assistance of his disciple, Yin Man, he is bound to secure a commendable position for our sect. After much contemplation, Lu Wenrui resolved to back the sect leader, recognizing his role at the main peak. No matter how tempting the Grand Elder's rewards were, he understood that the sect leader wielded true power. 10th Elder, you have pondered for quite some time without uttering a word, remarked Yao Tianqing. Enough, Grand Elder. The matter stands resolved at 6-5. Qin Xiao is among the candidates, and there is no need for further discussion, Lin Tianqing interjected, promptly announcing the conclusion. I refuse to accept this. My son has perished. And Qin Xiao, along with his disciple Yin Man, is under significant suspicion. Yin Man possesses a celestial root and has reached the nascent soul stage. I can overlook that. But what grounds does Qin Xiao have? He is a waste incapable of cultivation. I not only oppose his candidacy, but demand that the sect leader strip him of his position as peak master and confine him to the dungeon until the matter is clarified. Yao Tianqing declared vehemently, unable to accept the outcome. Indeed, sect leader, Qin Xiao harbors suspicions of murdering his fellow disciples. Our Xianyuan Peak shares this discontent. The second elder, Yao Yongji, promptly added. Our Xianxi Peak concurs with this sentiment. The third elder, Kang Jingya, also stated. What evidence is there for such allegations? Please, elucidate your reasoning. Lin Tianqing retorted, anticipating the Grand Elder's change of demeanor. At the time, only Qin Xiao and his disciples, along with my son and Li Cheng, had departed from the group. Both my son and Li Cheng have perished. Does this not render them suspicious enough? Yao Tianqing expressed his indignation. The secret realm has undergone changes, with the second layer now inhabited by demon beasts of the god transformation stage and remnants of the beast-controlling sect. It is entirely possible that the first layer has also faced alterations. If we rely solely on this as an excuse, it may not suffice. I implore the Grand Elder to present substantial evidence, Lin Tianqing contended. We cannot condemn someone based merely on conjecture. If there is evidence, it must be presented. If none exists, then I shall protect Qin Xiao. I shall seek the evidence myself. However, before it is found, Qin Xiao must be imprisoned in the dungeon. Should evidence surface later and Qin Xiao has escaped, who will be held accountable? Yao Tianqing persisted, unwilling to relent. Should I be tasked with capturing Qin Xiao? And if he flees, I, Lin Tianqing, will allow you to deal with me as you see fit. I wonder if the Grand Elder has any objections? Lin Tianqing proclaimed, tearing away the facade, aware that only Qin Xiao and his disciples, along with himself, knew the truth. As long as he remained silent, there would never be any evidence. Is the sect leader attempting to protect Qin Xiao? Yao Tianqing stood, glaring with fury. Indeed, I shall protect Qin Xiao. Grand Elder, do you have anything further to say? Lin Tianqing laid his cards on the table, asserting his stance. I shall safeguard him. What will you do about it? Very well, I shall not let this matter rest. What kind of candidate is this? I shall relinquish my claim to the Xianjian Peak and bestow it upon that young man, hoping he can survive until then. After uttering these words, Yao Tianqing swept away in anger. The Grand Elder, seething with rage, departed, leaving the others speechless. Exchanging glances of disbelief at how abruptly the facade had crumbled, they found themselves at a loss for words. Now that the matter has been addressed, esteemed elders, you may disperse, Lin Tianqing declared, retaining Qin Xiao for further discussion. With nothing more to add, Lin Tianqing allowed the elders to take their leave, intent on conversing with Qin Xiao regarding future strategies. We shall take our leave. Then, the elders responded, bowing as they exited. The internal conflict had escalated into an overt confrontation. Previous declarations had merely indicated allegiances, and they now had to contemplate their next moves. Should the Grand Elder triumph, a new leader would likely emerge. Conversely, if the current leader prevailed, a significant turnover at Xianjian Peak was inevitable. Since the commencement of the voting, Qin Xiao had remained silent, keenly observing the elders to discern who genuinely harbored animosity toward him and who sincerely wished to assist. He had begun to formulate his own plans. Qin Xiao, do you understand that today, for your sake, I have openly severed ties with the Grand Elder? If this situation deteriorates, I might be dragged down with you, Lin Tianqing remarked, addressing the lone Qin Xiao. He was not lamenting to Qin Xiao, but rather expressing the unwavering nature of his support, signifying that he was someone to be wholly trusted. Master, I have taken note of everything. I sincerely appreciate your support, and I assure you, I shall not disappoint you, Qin Xiao replied. Uncertain as to why Lin Tianqing placed such immense trust in him, yet resolute in his intent to ensure Lin Tianqing's faith was not misplaced. Let us dispense with pleasantries. My assistance is not without cost. Your ability to elevate Yin Man to the nascent soul stage within a short span must stem from some extraordinary method. My request is simple. Could you extend the same benefits to Sherming? Lin Tianqing finally articulated his true intentions. Having reached the late stage of divine transformation, he had no need for such assistance. However, his daughter, Lin Sherming, possessed a heavenly spiritual root and was merely 21 years old. Regardless of the method, its efficacy would surely be heightened at a younger age. Is the master truly willing to comply? However, I too have a condition, Qin Xiao replied, somewhat distressed. Naturally, I am inclined to agree. By the way, your method does not entail any adverse effects, does it? For instance, issues such as exhausting potential or limitations. Lin Tianqing inquired, concerned about possible repercussions. There are no adverse effects. If such severe consequences existed, do you believe Yin Man would consent? Qin Xiao hastily assured him, emphasizing that the transformation was achieved through the accumulation of spirit stones and elixirs, thus impossible to have side effects. Given that is the case, please articulate your conditions. Lin Tianqing responded, satisfied with the answer and encouraging Qin Xiao to reveal his terms. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Xiao finally spoke. I require Lin Shiji to transfer to my sect and become my disciple. Chapter 60. The agreement is sealed, a father-daughter dialogue at this request. Lin Tianqing was left utterly bewildered. What kind of demand was this? Qin Xiao, what is the reasoning behind this? Do you perhaps possess some peculiar inclination? Lin Tianqing found himself utterly perplexed as to why Qin Xiao would make such a request. Sect master, I assure you I am quite normal, without any unusual predilections. The rationale behind this request is my own, and I cannot disclose it. If you refuse, then I shall have no recourse, Qin Xiao explained, somewhat taken aback by Lin Tianqing's assumption of his eccentricity. Although he attempted to clarify, he found himself at a loss. Matters pertaining to the system were confidential, and discussions of the spiritual liquid were off-limits as well. He could, however, attribute the spiritual stones to his rather lenient master. Yet what else could he possibly say? Well, I can acquiesce to your request. Sherdong has not had a mentor, as I have personally guided her since childhood. There would be no harm in her taking you as a master, but whether she agrees remains a conversation for you to have with her directly. Lin Tianqing understood that Qin Xiao undoubtedly harbored his own secrets, and since he was unwilling to share, he did not press the matter further. However, he was not in a position to dictate his daughter's decisions. All I require is your approval, Sect Master. Have Lin Shiji come to my 7 Stars Peak, and I shall find a way to persuade her. Qin Xiao replied confidently upon receiving Lin Tianqing's consent. Within the entire sect, only Lin Sherdong and Yin Man possessed the heavenly roots of their generation. Until this moment, Qin Xiao had never dared to dream that the sect's saintess would become his disciple, considering she was the sect master's daughter. Now that the sect master had broached the subject, an opportunity had indeed presented itself. If he were to take on another disciple with heavenly roots, who knew what new items might be unlocked? If only they could assist in body refinement. Now that we have an agreement, you may return to 7 Stars Peak. I shall arrange for my disciples to escort you. I doubt the Grand Elder will act overtly. I will first have a conversation with Sherdong, and she will come to 7 Stars Peak afterward, Lin Tianqing decided, albeit reluctantly, as he contemplated how to approach his daughter. After bidding farewell to Qin Xiao, several of his senior brothers in the nascent soul stage escorted him, and they encountered no dangers along the way, indicating that the Grand Elder had indeed restrained himself. Lin Tianqing soon arrived outside Lin Sherdong's door, pacing nervously, unsure of how to initiate the conversation. Father, what brings you here, wandering about? To his surprise, Lin Sherdong opened the door and curiously inquired about her father's restless demeanor. Dreamer, I have found an opportunity for you, and wonder if you might consider enduring a slight inconvenience to take someone as your master? Lin Tianqing tentatively proposed. An opportunity? A master? Who is it? The Grand Elder? Lin Sherdong asked, bewildered. The only figure her father would describe as an opportunity would surely be the Grand Elder. Yet he had not taken a disciple in centuries, and had been deep in seclusion. It is not the Grand Elder. Lin Tianqing struggled to articulate the name, knowing full well that Qin Xiao's request was rather peculiar. Father, please, just tell me. Why are you being so coy? Aren't you the sect master? Lin Sherdong remarked, slightly exasperated, questioning what had come over her father. It is Qin Xiao. After careful consideration, Lin Tianqing finally revealed Qin Xiao's name. What? Qin Xiao? Father, have you lost your senses? You want me to take him as my master? How could he possibly be worthy? Upon hearing the name Qin Xiao, Lin Sherdream immediately rose to her feet, her expression one of disbelief. What on earth has gotten into my father? Are you aware of the cultivation level Yin Man possessed when she first entered the sect? Lin Tianqing did not respond directly to Lin Sherdream. Instead, he posed a counter-question. Well, what does my apprenticeship to Qin Xiao have to do with this? Lin Sherdream inquired, perplexed. Foundation establishment stage. Merely at the late foundation establishment stage. 7 days hence, an incident occurred at the 7-star peak, where Yin Man had already ascended to the initial golden core stage. A mere 20 days later, during the sect's disciple competition, she advanced to the late golden core stage. Another month passed, and as she ventured into the secret realm, she had already broken through to the initial nascent soul stage. Now nearing the mid-nascent soul stage. Were it not for Lin Tianqing's continuous observation of the 7-star peak and his investigations into Yin Man, he himself would scarcely believe that in just 3 months she had surged from late foundation establishment to initial nascent soul. Approaching the mid-nascent soul stage, an achievement unattainable by mere possession of a celestial spiritual root. Lin Sherdream also possessed a celestial spiritual root, nurtured from a young age. She began chi refining at 6, established her foundation at 9, and reached the golden core stage by 13. Even so, it took her nearly 8 years to achieve the nascent soul stage, a rapid pace, yet still too slow in comparison to Yin Man. This is impossible. I cannot believe it. How could anyone cultivate at such an astonishing rate? After hearing Lin Tianqing's words, Lin Sherdream found it hard to accept. After the disciple competition, she had challenged Yin Man, who was at the late golden core stage, on the brink of the peak. Thus, she had concluded that Yin Man must have concealed her true cultivation level prior to entering the sect, reaching the late golden core stage through sheer luck and abundant resources. And only after a month of seclusion in the secret realm did she find the opportunity for her breakthrough to the initial nascent soul stage. However, Lin Tianqing's words revealed that Yin Man had merely been at the late foundation establishment stage when she first joined, and all her progress had occurred during her apprenticeship under Qin Xiao. How could she not be astonished? Whether you believe it or not, I have no reason to deceive you. It is likely that I am not the only one privy to this information. Do you still think Qin Xiao is not an opportunity? Lin Tianqing mused. Had he not borne the title of sect leader, he would have sought to become Qin Xiao's disciple himself, for he too possessed a celestial spiritual root, though he was uncertain if Qin Xiao would accept him. Even so, why must I become his disciple? Would he refuse to assist me if I did not? Lin Sherdream retorted, feeling increasingly uneasy at the thought of apprenticing to Qin Xiao. There is no other way. When I spoke with him, he readily agreed. With but one condition, you must become his disciple. Whether you wish to do so is entirely up to you. After all, I have already done my part. By the way, he also claimed that if you were to visit the 7-star peak, he was confident you would agree to be his pupil. Lin Tianqing understood that his daughter was a confident and proud individual, so he did not force her, but instead employed a method of provocation to encourage her to seek out Qin Xiao. Where does he derive such confidence to make such claims? What audacity! I had no intention of going, but now I must see for myself where his confidence comes from. Indeed, Lin Sherdream fell into the trap. Having spoken, she exited the room and made her way toward the 7-star peak. Indeed, no one understands a daughter better than her father. Lin Tianqing merely employed a small tactic of provocation, and Lin Sherdream sought out her own path. As for the outcome, it will depend on her own fortune. Meanwhile, atop the 7-star peak, Qin Xiao reclined comfortably in a rocking chair. Master, what brings you such joy today? Yin Man inquired, aware that Qin Xiao was scheduled to attend a meeting and had therefore refrained from secluding herself for cultivation, opting instead for light practice on the peak. Estimating that the time was right, she stepped out and was greeted by the sight of Qin Xiao, in high spirits, lounging in the chair. Disciple, barring any unforeseen circumstances, your senior sister is about to gain a junior sister. The thought of welcoming another disciple with a heavenly root filled Qin Xiao with delight. As it also promised the unlocking of new resources, nothing could be more joyous than this. What? A junior sister? But master, weren't you supposed to be at a meeting? How could you possibly acquire another junior sister? Yin Man's expression was one of confusion. The meeting was attended by elders, so where could this junior sister have come from? Oh, just wait and see. You'll soon understand, Qin Xiao replied, intending to keep an air of mystery for Yin Man as surprise. Open the door. Just as Qin Xiao and Yin Man were chatting, a voice called from outside the courtyard. Chapter 61. The Saintess Seeks Apprenticeship. Acknowledges her second senior sister upon hearing the voice from outside. Qin Xiao realized that Lin Sherdream had arrived. Senior sister, please come in. He promptly dispelled the formation. After all, she was not yet his disciple, so he courteously addressed her as senior sister. Master, are you referring to her? Yin Man asked, a hint of skepticism in her tone. You will know shortly, Qin Xiao replied, maintaining his enigmatic stance. Though he felt confident, he could not dismiss the possibility of failure. As the formation dissipated, Lin Sherdream entered with a complex expression. She had wrestled with considerable internal conflict. On one hand, she found it difficult to lower her pride, for she was the sect's saintess and the first among the younger generation to break into the nascent soul stage, while Qin Xiao had only been in the sect for 3 years and was still unable to cultivate. On the other hand, she pondered how Qin Xiao, after lying dormant for 3 years as a seemingly useless disciple, could suddenly possess such capabilities. Even if he had resources left by Elder Qin, it was primarily utilized for Yin Man's advancement. How could it possibly allow her to elevate herself at such a rapid pace? Nonetheless, she did envy Yin Man's progress. In the realm of cultivation, aside from innate talent, resources were paramount. If this truly represented an opportunity, she was curious to explore it. Senior sister, please have a seat. Until you consent, you remain my senior sister. I still possess some decorum, Qin Xiao said, observing Lin Sherdream's conflicted demeanor. He rose first, offering her the rocking chair. Qin Xiao, my father mentioned that you are confident in persuading me to become your disciple. I am keen to see what you have to convince me, Lin Sherdream replied, choosing to remain standing, as it was prudent to maintain some dignity in front of a potential future master. Well, to be honest, I don't have overwhelming confidence. Are you aware of Yin Man's progress? Qin Xiao did not intend to unveil an abundance of resources right away, for should he fail, his secrets would be laid bare. Yin Man, was it true that you only reached the late foundation establishment stage when you entered the sect? Lin Sherdream asked, still somewhat incredulous, turning to Yin Man for confirmation. Indeed, when I first entered the sect, I was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yin Man did not conceal anything. Since the other party so accurately revealed their cultivation level, there was no need for any further concealment. Lin Sherdream took a deep breath, realizing the truth of the matter. Just how many resources had been invested to allow someone at the late stage of foundation establishment to break through to the nascent soul stage in just 2 or 3 months? Lin Shiming could hardly fathom it. Although the presence of a heavenly spirit root was advantageous, it still required a tremendous amount of resources. If I were to become your disciple, would I receive the same resources as Yin Man? Lin Shiming inquired, already feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Certainly. It's not an issue to take on 1 or 2 more disciples, Qin Xiao confidently replied, considering that he could simply reduce his own consumption of spirit liquid. Currently, the greatest drain on resources was not Yin Man, but Qin Xiao himself. The consumption of spirit liquid had surpassed its production. Consequently, he had to limit his own cultivation. And since the refinement of the body through spirit liquid was merely supplementary, Qin Xiao had forcibly attained the 3rd layer of body refinement through sheer expenditure of spirit liquid. This was also why Qin Xiao found the matter cumbersome. While body refinement existed in this world, it was predominantly in the secular realm, with very few practitioners in the realm of cultivation. The path of achieving enlightenment through the physical body was exceedingly arduous, resulting in few choosing this path. I do not wish to hear such impractical words. If you want me to agree to become your disciple, it is not out of the question. When you accepted Yin Man, the promise was for 500,000 spirit stones. My starting point is higher than hers. Asking for 1 million spirit stones each month is not unreasonable, is it? Also, I would require 5 drops of spirit liquid monthly. That request is hardly excessive, is it? Lin Shiming contemplated briefly before deciding to assert herself, slightly elevating her demands to facilitate negotiation with Qin Xiao. If he could meet her terms, she would indeed consider becoming his disciple. Yin Man, how many spirit stones and spirit liquid do you consume each month? Qin Xiao bypassed Lin Shiming's inquiry and instead posed a question to Yin Man regarding her monthly consumption. He had always provided resources casually and was unaware of the specifics of her consumption. Master, if I were to focus entirely on closed-door cultivation, the monthly consumption would be around 2 million spirit stones, with spirit liquid slightly higher at approximately 600 drops. During intense cultivation, I can refine about 20 drops daily. Yin Man estimated. The consumption of spirit stones was not excessive. Since she began cultivating with spirit liquid, she primarily relied on that, using spirit stones merely as a supplement. What? 2 million spirit stones each month? 600 drops of spirit liquid? Lin Shiming felt as though she were deciphering an ancient text. 2 million spirit stones might be comprehensible, but 600 drops of spirit liquid utterly astounded her. Junior sister, should you choose to become my disciple, your treatment will mirror Yin Man's, 2 million spirit stones monthly, along with 600 drops of spirit liquid. This is merely the basic cultivation allowance. If there is anything else you require, provided it is genuinely necessary, I shall procure it for you at no cost, Qin Xiao stated. Having gauged the approximate consumption and offering Lin Shiming the same treatment. Is this truly the case? Lin Shiming finally comprehended why Yin Man had progressed so rapidly. She had been using spirit liquid as if it were spirit stones. If she possessed such resources, how could she possibly still be at the nascent soul stage? Nature is indeed genuine. Of course, such privileges are only afforded to you after you have become my disciple. By the way, there is one matter that must be addressed in advance. Should you choose to acknowledge me as your master, you shall only be known as the 2nd senior sister. When Yin Man first became my disciple, I promised her that she would forever hold the title of senior sister of the 7-star peak. Certain matters must be made clear by Qin Xiao. He once struggled to accept any disciples at all. Although Yin Man was lured by resources, she remains the catalyst for all that has transpired, and he cannot betray her trust. What? You want her to be my senior sister? She is hardly of age. Lin Shiming exclaimed, visibly displeased. To become your disciple is already a significant reduction in status. Now I must recognize Yin Man as my senior sister? This is not a matter of age. She entered the fold before you, and thus, she is naturally your senior sister. Moreover, even in terms of cultivation, her strength surpasses yours. If you are unconvinced, you may both engage in a contest, and the victor shall assume the title of senior sister. Qin Xiao understood that Lin Shiming would likely reject this notion. He proposed a solution. Although Lin Shiming was the first to reach the early stage of the nascent soul, Yin Man had caught up, and she was not far from the mid-stage of nascent soul now. Thus her strength was indeed slightly superior to Lin Shiming's. Let us compete then. I have already been in the nascent soul stage for over 3 months. When I broke through, she had yet to enter. Even if she has recently attained the nascent soul stage through resources, I find it hard to believe she is stronger than I. Lin Shiming naturally felt indignant. To ask me to acknowledge her as my senior sister is out of the question. As long as I can win, I shall be the senior sister. Disciple, what do you think? Qin Xiao turned to Yin Man and inquired. Very well, though I do not particularly care for titles such as senior sister or 2nd senior sister. If the saintess wishes to compete, I shall gladly oblige. Yin Man had never been fond of Lin Sherman's haughty demeanor and was untroubled by the prospect of teaching her a lesson. Let it be a battle of wits. At your level, a slight contest should suffice to reveal who is superior. However, let us avoid a repeat of the last incident, which ended poorly. Qin Xiao insisted on a battle of intellect this time, emphasizing that they should not engage in a harsh confrontation, but rather a gentle probing. After stating this, he took a step back, preferring to distance himself in case things escalated once again. Previously, I was merely at the late stage of the golden core, yet I could barely hold my own. Now, we are both in the early stage of the nascent soul, and I am not far from the mid-stage. What do you possess to compare against me? Yin Man declared, releasing a vast amount of spiritual energy, its purity far exceeding that of ordinary cultivators. A testament to the benefits of cultivating with spiritual liquid. Very well, I concede. Upon witnessing Yin Man fully unleash her spiritual energy, Lin Sherman recognized the inevitable outcome. Even if she exerted herself to the utmost, striving to match such levels, she would still fall short in purity, rendering any comparison a mere humiliation. Since you concede, let us proceed with the formalities of apprenticeship. After this ceremony, you shall be recognized as the second senior sister of the 7-star peak. Qin Xiao remarked with satisfaction upon Lin Shimon's admission of defeat. Chapter 62. Unlocking New Products. The sacred Yuan fruit tree. The three of them entered the house together. And after performing the necessary rites, Qin Xiao successfully accepted his second spiritual root. Here, this is the training material for the first month. Take it for now. And should you require more, simply ask me. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall return to my quarters. After Qin Xiao arranged the 600 drops of spiritual liquid and 2,000 middle-grade spirit stones that he had prepared, he returned to his room. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the second heavenly spiritual root, unlocking a new resource, the sacred Yuan fruit tree. The sacred Yuan fruit tree bears fruit every hour, yielding one sacred Yuan spirit fruit each time. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new resource. Spirit stones will now increase by 1 per second, and spiritual liquid by 1 per minute. Sacred Yuan spirit fruit. Consuming it can enhance the power of the primordial spirit. If one lacks a primordial spirit, it will increase the soul power instead. What is this? I don't even possess a primordial spirit, and what use is soul power to me? I expected to obtain resources that I could utilize, yet all I received was this worthless fruit. Qin Xiao felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he was not entirely disheartened. For the increase to 3 spirit stones per second and the rise to 2 drops of spiritual liquid per minute brought him a measure of satisfaction. It was not entirely a loss. Well, even if this thing is useless for physical cultivation, it should be beneficial for my disciples. I shall inquire about it later. After a brief moment of disparagement, he chose to disregard it. With the unlocking of the sacred Yuan fruit tree, Qin Xiao could now generate approximately 260,000 spirit stones. 880 drops of spiritual liquid, and 24 sacred Yuan spirit fruits each day. The spirit stones were sufficient for now, but the increase in spiritual liquid was immensely helpful, finally allowing him to pursue his cultivation freely. As for the sacred Yuan spirit fruits, their utility remained to be discovered, and that could wait. Upon returning to his room, Lin Shiming, under Yin Man's guidance, found another chamber, which would henceforth serve as her abode. Is this it? Lin Shiming gazed at the dust-laden room, instantly losing interest. Compared to her own quarters, this resembled a storage room. Clean it yourself. I am returning to my cultivation. Yin Man noticed Lin Shiming's disdain, but deemed it irrelevant. Whether she chose to reside here or not was of no concern to her. Wait a moment, I can freely arrange this room, correct? Lin Shiming hastily called out to the departing Yin Man. Indeed, master does not interfere. You may arrange it as you wish. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my cultivation. Although Yin Man was indifferent and somewhat displeased with Lin Shiming, she maintained her composure as they were now fellow disciples. That is good to know. Lin Shiming recognized Yin Man's aversion towards her and refrained from further discussion. She intended to return to her room on the main peak to gather her belongings, as this chamber lacked any furnishings apart from a dust-covered, dilapidated bed. After Lin Shiming departed, a conversation began between 2 hidden figures in the dense forest not far from the courtyard. Brother, it seems that the sect leader has secured Qin Xiao, even directing the Saintess to the 7 Stars Peak. These 2 individuals were sent by the Xianjian Peak to monitor the 7 Stars Peak, ever vigilant of Qin Xiao and his companions' movements. Should Qin Xiao dare to leave the 7 Stars Peak, they would promptly inform the Grand Elder. Enough idle talk. We must focus on our duties. What happens above is beyond our purview, admonished the one referred to as brother. In truth, the area surrounding the 7 Stars Peak was not solely occupied by spies from Xianjian Peak. Others from different peaks also kept watch. This conflict, while primarily a contest between the sect leader and the Grand Elder, found its epicenter in Qin Xiao, thus necessitating their attention to the happenings at the Seven Stars Peak. Upon returning to her room, Lin Sherdong was busy tidying up her belongings when Lin Tianqing approached her. "Ming'er, what are you doing?" he inquired with a curious expression. "Father, I have officially joined the Seven-Star Peak. I am organizing my things to move there," Lin Sherdong replied, having come to terms with her new identity. With such abundant resources at her disposal, why bother with appearances? If she did not relocate to the Seven-Star Peak, she might miss out on any additional provisions that Qin Xiao might provide to Yin Man. Even though you have become Qin Xiao's disciple, does that necessitate living at the Seven-Star Peak? Could you not just visit once a month? Lin Tianqing expressed his concerns. While the Grand Elder had yet to take action, the Seven-Star Peak remained relatively safe. However, should the Grand Elder suddenly lose his sanity and launch an assault, his daughter could be in grave danger. "Oh, Father, there's no need to worry. I am now a disciple of the Seven-Star Peak. What could possibly be the problem with moving there?" Lin Sherdong wished to share her thoughts with Lin Tianqing, but chose to remain silent. There were too many secrets surrounding Qin Xiao. It was best to keep them hidden, even from her father. Sighing, Lin Tianqing conceded, "Daughters grow independent. Very well. You may make your own decisions." Seeing Lin Sherdong's resolute demeanor, he refrained from further protest. He could always assign more disciples to keep an eye on both the Xianjian Peak and the Seven-Star Peak. What intrigued him most was what Qin Xiao had communicated to his daughter that not only convinced her to become his disciple, but also to relocate to the Seven-Star Peak. He was well aware of her character. What benefits could possibly have swayed her? "Master, the supervisors of the Xiandao commerce, along with the elders of the Tianyuan Sect and the Tianyuan Sect, have all arrived. The 10th elder has asked me to summon you," a disciple reported, just as Lin Tianqing's curiosity piqued. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now," Lin Tianqing instructed, allowing the reporting disciple to depart. "My dear daughter, take your time to pack. I have matters to attend to. Once I am free, I shall visit you at the Seven-Star Peak," he said to Lin Sherdong before taking his leave. These three factions were indeed more powerful than the Tianyuan Sect. Their agreement to visit was undoubtedly due to Qin Xiao's influence, especially since he had rescued their talents from the second layer of the secret realm. Such courtesy was to be expected. The three individuals present were the original leaders from that expedition, as their factions had entrusted them with the tasks related to the secret realm. "Esteemed friends, your presence graces the Tianyuan Sect with honor." Lin Tianqing greeted them cordially upon entering the reception hall. "Master Lin, it is our privilege to be invited," Wu Li of the Xiandao Commerce promptly responded. "Enough with the pleasantries. May I inquire why Elder Wen is not present for our discussions?" "She is the designated elder from your Tianyuan Sect." The elder from the Tianyuan Sect, Li Huan, directly dismissed the formalities, eager to meet Wen Yuanying. Otherwise, he would have been reluctant to accept this task. "Brotherly, you are as straightforward as ever. I have already sent someone to inform Elder Wen. She should arrive shortly," Lin Tianqing explained, albeit somewhat exasperated. He was naturally acquainted with Li Huan, for in the past, Li Huan frequently visited the Tianyuan Sect in pursuit of his junior apprentice sister. In those days, he had even intervened on behalf of Wen Yuanying, having once struck Li Huan in a fit of anger. "You are quite blunt, Lin Tianqing. Are you implying that Li wishes to court someone beyond his reach? After becoming the sect master, you have become rather hypocritical. I truly do not comprehend what merits you possess." Li Huan showed no deference to Lin Tianqing, as he was acutely aware that Wen Yuanying's affections lay with Lin, making him a rival, and thus he could not afford to be cordial. "Enough already, Li Huan. Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so much," Elder Qi Hu of the Pure Yang Sect interjected, unable to bear the unfolding drama. "What pretense is this, you old fool? You are nearly 400 years old, and still at the late stage of transformation." Li Huan, seemingly fueled by some unseen force, lashed out at anyone within reach. "Why do you behave like a rabid dog? I can hardly be bothered to engage with you." Qi Hu, known for his good temper, was reluctant to engage in a quarrel with Li Huan. "If you wish to rage, do so back at your Tianyuan Sect. This is Tianyuan Sect." Just as the conversation continued, Wen Yuanying arrived. Chapter 63. After the secret realm, arrival of the master, Aunt Wen Yuanying had not intended to attend, knowing that Li Huan would be present, yet her responsibilities as the leading elder of the Tianyuan Sect compelled her to participate. Upon her arrival, she immediately heard Li Huan's impassioned outbursts and exclaimed, "Wen Shimi, it has been a long time. I was merely jesting with them to lighten the atmosphere." Upon seeing Wen Yuanying, Li Huan hastily softened his tone. Given Li Huan's temperament, even the Tianyuan Sect held him in trepidation, and he had dared to confront the sect master, having faced punishment from the Grand Elder countless times, yet he remained unchanged. "Long time no see. Did we not part just a few days ago?" Qi Hu muttered quietly. "Elder Qi, if you remain silent, no one will consider you mute," Li Huan retorted, having overheard Qi Hu's comments. "Well, now that everyone is present, Let us get down to business, Lin Tianqing said, seizing the moment as when Yuan Ying arrived. Sectmaster Lin, might I inquire if young friend Qin Xiao is present? We wish to express our gratitude. Wu Li, noticing Qin Xiao's absence, asked curiously. He has recounted the events to me. As for the other matters, your disciples have surely informed you. Therefore, his presence is not required for this discussion. If you wish to see him, I can have him summoned once our business is concluded, Lin Tianqing explained, taken aback that they still wished to thank Qin Xiao. Very well, let us then discuss matters concerning the Tianyuan Sect. Although I did not partake in the events 300 years ago, the Merchant Guild has documented them. Wu Li began, acknowledging Lin Tianqing's statement and refraining from further inquiries. Indeed, my Tianyuan Sect also possesses some vague records of those events, though the details remain unclear. Li Huan added, allow me to elaborate. I was involved in that battle, Qi Hu stated after a moment of contemplation, deciding it was best for him to recount the tale. 300 years ago, a group of individuals arrived from the Central Plains. Although they were not practitioners of the immortal arts, each possessed extraordinary strength. It was later revealed that they hailed from the Supreme Celestial Empire and were in pursuit of a certain individual, fortuitously encountering the Demon Subjugation Sect. In the subsequent decade, this group failed to locate their quarry and decided to return. Upon their departure, they demanded the Demon Subjugation Sect to surrender their techniques. In a moment of misguided cleverness, the sect presented them with incomplete texts. Before long, the Demon Subjugation Sect was branded as a malevolent faction, and the powers of Qingzhou were notified to eradicate it. Initially, the factions acted out of coercion, but upon learning they could share the sect's techniques, their greed led them to acquiesce. Within a mere day, they obliterated the Demon Subjugation Sect. How shameless! Li Huan exclaimed after hearing this. At over 200 years old, he had not yet been born 3 centuries ago. And naturally, he did not take the blame upon himself, regardless of whether it also implicated his own sect. Indeed, while this matter did not originate from us, we acted out of self-interest, Qi Hu remarked with a hint of resignation. Now it made sense. No wonder when I inquired with the Grand Elder. He responded only vaguely and did not elaborate. Lin Tianqing realized the truth. The sect's records were predicated on the premise that the Demon Subjugation Sect was a malevolent faction, and they documented certain battles accordingly. In this realm of cultivation, survival of the fittest prevails, and mutual devouring occurs with little sense of guilt. Moreover, so much time has passed that few care about the genuine events of that era. Had it not been for the encounter with Fan Hongfei in the secret realm's second layer, this would merely be a distant memory. That explains it. No wonder our major sects each possess their own Beastmaster divisions. But why was the immortal Dao commerce targeted as well? You do not have a Beastmaster division. Did you also intervene back then? Li Huan inquired curiously. The animosity targeted the sect for its past actions against the Demon Subjugation Sect. Yet why was the immortal Dao commerce also subjected to retribution? Alas, this is a long story. The sect master of the Demon Subjugation Sect, Fan Konghua, once sought our assistance, explicitly stating that his sect was not malevolent and imploring the immortal Dao commerce to seek justice. We were well aware that the Demon Subjugation Sect was not evil, yet we ultimately chose neutrality due to the pressures from the Supreme Celestial Empire and our own interests, opting to remain silent. It is likely that Fan Konghua harbored resentment toward the immortal Dao commerce as a result. Wu Li, the supervisor, acknowledged with a sense of inevitability, as there was no truth left to conceal. According to the records, the Demon Subjugation Sect was exterminated, with no survivors. Now it appears that the individual within the secret realm is the unexpectedly deceased son of Fan Konghua, the only one absent from the death toll, while all others had perished. Qi Hu articulated his conjecture. Now that the matter is clear, there is nothing more to discuss. This abyssal secret realm is irrevocably doomed. The vendetta against the sect has likely driven this individual to madness. Whoever enters shall meet their demise. The secret realm also imposes a limit of 50 years of age. Do we even have anyone in the god transformation stage in Qingzhou who is 50? Li Huan sensed that the elder had not spoken the truth to him, and he found it amusing that he was asked to negotiate a resolution. What resolution could there be? When they annihilated other sects, why was there no talk of resolution? He could not clean up this mess. Upon returning to the sect, he would retreat into seclusion and let things unfold as they may. He was no longer involved. The pressing issue was not the secret realm itself, but whether that individual would emerge from it. If he did escape, they would need to devise a strategy for a demonic beast of the god transformation stage, combined with a practitioner of the same stage, would leave their disciples with no choice but to hide within the sect. Qi Hu interjected swiftly. The mistakes of the past were irretrievable. They could only rectify them by eliminating the remnants of the demon summoning sect. Otherwise, these sects would find no peace, especially with a god transformation being keeping watch over their disciples. Elder Qi was correct. Preparations must indeed be made. If the individual did not emerge, that would be fortunate. But should he truly come forth, they would have to be ready. Lin Tianqing concurred with Qi Hu's suggestion. At this point, right and wrong were of little consequence. The paramount concern was safeguarding the sect's interests and the safety of their disciples. Is it really so exaggerated? It is merely a demonic beast and practitioner at the initial stage of God transformation. What need is there for a response? If he dares to come out, I alone can vanquish him, Li Huan replied nonchalantly, dismissing the threat as trivial. If only it were that simple. My lord has mentioned that when first encountering that individual, he was merely at the peak of the nascent soul stage. On the same day, when they met again, he had already reached the initial stage of God transformation. Such rapid advancement cannot be ignored. If he can freely enter and exit the secret realm at this pace, it wouldn't be long before he reaches the late stage of God transformation, Wu Li asserted urgently. If it were truly just two at the initial stage of God transformation, it wouldn't be a serious concern. But we must not forget the demonic beast. Their combination will not be easily dealt with, he added. We shall see when the time comes. After all, he has not yet emerged. Even if the opponent's cultivation progresses rapidly, we still have our ancestor at the integration stage to rely on. Why should we worry so much? Li Huan continued to express indifference, resolved to retreat into seclusion upon returning to the sect, leaving the matter behind him. I understand this requires careful consideration, yet I hope that upon your return, you will inform the sect. If he does not come out, that would be ideal, but if he does, we must respond promptly to prevent unnecessary casualties. Qi Hu acknowledged the complexity of the situation and refrained from pressing further. Master, the Grand Elder of the Tianyi Pavilion seeks an audience. Just as Lin Tianqing was about to say more, a disciple arrived to report that Grand Elder Yi Qiuyue had come. Sister Qiuyue has arrived? Quickly, show her in. Oh, and summon Qin Xiao as well, when Yuanying instructed eagerly upon hearing of Yi Qiuyue's arrival. Chapter 64. Support from the matriarch, returning to familiar grounds before long. Yi Qiuyue entered the reception hall. Sister Qiuyue, has Tianyi successfully broken through? When Yuanying inquired with concern upon seeing her. She has just broken through and is currently in the process of adjusting. Were it not for her emergence, I would not have been able to arrive so soon. How is Qin Xiao? That old man Yao Tiansheng did not make things difficult for him, did he? Yi Qiuyue offered a brief response before inquiring about Qin Xiao's situation. Elder Yi, I implore you to exercise caution in your words. After all, we are within the Tianyuan Sect, and it is best not to refer to the Grand Elder in such a manner. Lin Tianqing remarked with a hint of resignation upon hearing Yi Qiuyue directly call the Grand Elder an old man. I merely stated the truth. What can he do? In his youth, he was no match for me, and even now, he remains beneath my prowess, Yi Qiuyue replied with an air of indifference. Very well. We are currently deliberating matters concerning the abyssal secret realm. I wonder if Elder Yi wishes to partake? Lin Tianqing, seeing that Yi Qiuyue had taken such a stance, had no choice but to steer the conversation back to the matter at hand. Partake in what? 3 centuries ago, my Yi family was but a small clan, entirely uninvolved in the extermination of sections. The Tianyi Pavilion was established 2 centuries ago by my elder brother for the newborn Tianyi, from beginning to end. My Yi family has had no involvement, Yi Qiuyue remarked, exasperated. When it came time to reap benefits, my Yi family was excluded, now that the cleanup is required. You remember us? Elder Yi speaks nothing but the truth. Those who benefit should handle the aftermath. Upon my return to the sect, I shall leave it to those old fellows. I too must retreat into seclusion. Li Huan voiced his support for Yi Qiuyue, noting that the sect consistently exploited his character, never granting him any real authority, yet now, at the time of cleanup, they sought to involve him. Well, in truth, there is little left to discuss. It is merely idle chatter. When Qin Xiao arrives, we should express our gratitude and then take our leave. The atmosphere grew awkward, prompting Qi Hu to break the tension with forced laughter. Among those present, he was the sole participant from the sect extermination war, thus deemed a beneficiary. Yet he felt somewhat uncomfortable. At that time, he was merely an inner disciple, gaining nothing from the establishment of the beast control department, which did not benefit him in the least. Young man Qin Xiao, greetings to all esteemed seniors. Fortunately, the silence did not linger for long, as Qin Xiao soon arrived. Xiao, you've come. Has that old fellow Yao Tianxing given you any trouble? If the Tianyuan Sect dares to bully you, simply withdraw from the sect and come to my Tianyi Pavilion. I shall take you as my direct disciple, Yi Qiuyue exclaimed, rushing forward with concern upon seeing Qin Xiao. Ahem, Elder Yi, it is rather excessive to poach my sect's disciples in my presence, Lin Tianqing interjected hastily, as Qin Xiao was indeed a treasure not to be so easily relinquished. What do you mean by poaching your disciples? Should that old man Yao bully Xiao? Can you guarantee his safety? If you cannot, isn't leaving him with you a disservice? Yi Qiuyue disregarded Lin Tianqing's status as the sect leader, retorting that he was merely a junior questioning her. In terms of age, Lin Tianqing was only slightly older than Yi Tianyi, naturally placing him in the junior category. The only reason they were considered peers was due to the seventh elder, Qin Xiao. Originally, Qin Xiao had broken through to the fusion stage and could have ascended to the position of supreme elder, yet he had declined, choosing instead to remain as the seventh elder and the master of Seven-Star Peak, thus establishing parity with Lin Tianqing. Oh dear, master, you've misunderstood. The sect leader treats me quite well. In fact, to protect me, he has even had a falling out with the Grand Elder. Qin Xiao quickly explained in a hushed tone to Yi Chiyue, sensing the tension. Really? Yi Chiyue harbored some skepticism. She understood Lin's character well. Known for prioritizing sect interests above all else. Could it be true that he had severed ties over Qin Xiao and Yao Tiansheng? Indeed, it was true, and moreover, his daughter had now become my disciple, intertwining our fates. Perhaps the mistress should show some consideration for the sect leader. Qin Xiao continued to elaborate. Lin is indeed commendable, not unworthy of Chongqing's kindness towards you. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yi Chiyue's demeanor shifted. Her initial intention to take Qin Xiao away was now tempered by Lin Tianqing's overt support, making her reluctant to claim him for herself. The two engaged in leisurely conversation while they had matters to attend to. Let us express our gratitude to Qin Xiao. We must take our leave now. Wu Li produced a storage bag, approached Qin Xiao, and handed it to him. I, too, must hasten to seclusion. Li Huan similarly tossed a storage bag to Qin Xiao before departing. That old fellow must return to report as well. Qin Xiao, you have done well. This is a token of appreciation from my pure Yang sect. Please accept it. Qi Hu, too, presented a storage bag to Qin Xiao. In mere moments, the three guests bid their farewells. They had no desire to entangle themselves in the affairs of the Tianyuan Sect. It was best to remain uninformed. Junior sister, you may continue your conversation with Elder Yi. I must excuse myself for other matters. Upon noticing that everyone had taken their leave, Lin Tianqing hastily departed, harboring a slight fear of Yi Chiyue. In the past, before he had become sect leader, he frequently sought guidance from Qin Chongqing, thereby often encountering Yi Chiyue. Even Elder Qi did not dare provoke her, leaving him with a lingering psychological shadow. Yuan Ying, you need not accompany me, after addressing your matters. You should also enter seclusion. I shall not disturb you. I will head to Seven-Star Peak. Yi Chiyue addressed Wen Yuan Ying directly before leading Qin Xiao towards Seven-Star Peak. Indeed, it is time to advance to the late stage of transformation. Observing Yi Chiyue and Qin Xiao's departing figures, Wen Yuan Ying let out a soft sigh. Qin Xiao accompanied Yi Chiyue up the mountain, while scouts from other peaks relayed news back to their respective locations. These scouts were seasoned disciples guiding new ones, all of whom recognized Yi Chiyue. Her presence signified that the sect leader had secured yet another formidable ally, a development that warranted immediate reporting. Upon reaching the courtyard at the summit of Seven-Star Peak, Yi Chiyue paused. 5 years had passed since her furious departure, when she believed she would never return, yet here she was again, in a world that had irrevocably changed. Reminiscing about the past, she felt a twinge of melancholy. Mistress, please enter. Although Qin Xiao sensed her sentiment, he was at a loss for words, opting to invite her in first. As they stepped into the courtyard, Lin Shurdream and Yin Man emerged upon hearing their arrival. Grandma Yi, you have come, Lin Shurdream exclaimed, rushing forward upon spotting Yi Chiyue. Shurdream, I scarcely recognized you. You have grown into quite the young lady since those days when you were merely a girl. Yi Chiyue affectionately ruffled Lin Shurdream's hair, for their connection through Lin Tianqing had allowed her to watch Shurdream grow over the years. Yin Man, come here. There should be no need for introductions, right? This is my esteemed master's wife. You should address her as Master Madam, or perhaps Grandmother. As Qin Xiao pondered, he himself became somewhat confused about the proper form of address. There are no strict rules. You may call me Grandmother Yi, just as Sherming does. Yi Chiyue replied nonchalantly, casting a speechless glare at Qin Xiao. Disciple Yin Man, I pay my respects to Grandmother Yi. She promptly greeted upon hearing Yi Chiyue's words. Well done, well done. Xiao, you truly are fortunate. Both your disciples possess heavenly spiritual roots and have achieved the nascent soul stage at such a young age. Yi Chiyue remarked with evident satisfaction. Master Madam, that should be considered great fortune rather than mere luck with women, Qin Xiao replied, equally speechless. Surely, you cannot be illiterate. Master Madam, to have made such a blunder. They are essentially the same, Yi Chiyue laughed meaningfully. Back in her day, she had shared a bond of both mentorship and friendship with Qin Chongqing, which later blossomed into a deep partnership amid numerous trials. By the way, Xiao, you have yet to visit the Heavenly Garment Pavilion, have you? Would you care to stroll through it? Staying at Seven-Star Peak all the time is hardly beneficial. Yi Chiyue wished to explore the interior of the house, but refrained, fearing she might lose control, thus swiftly changing the subject. That sounds splendid. However, if Master Madam is not in a hurry, let us first visit Tianyuan City. I wish to purchase some items. And I would also like to buy something for my disciples. Qin Xiao had initially intended to venture out to procure materials for body refinement, but he hesitated, fearing a trap set by the Grand Elder. Now that Master Madam was present, it was the perfect opportunity to buy what he needed. Master Madam is not in a rush. There is nothing pressing at the Heavenly Garment Pavilion, and Tianyi has exited her seclusion. Naturally, Yi Qiuyue had no pressing matters. And since Qin Xiao had a request, she readily agreed. Chapter 65. Return to the Merchant Guild for a grand shopping spree. Upon hearing Yi Qiuyue's consent, Qin Xiao instructed his 2 disciples to prepare, only to find that they had little to ready, and they set off immediately. On the way, Qin Xiao remembered that the 3 families had offered him some tokens of gratitude. He retrieved 3 storage bags from his pocket. Yin Man, these 3 storage bags are gifts from those families. As the eldest disciple, you may divide them with Sherming. He handed the bags directly to Yin Man. Why am I not the one to distribute them? Lin Sherming protested, somewhat discontented. Is there really a need for contention? You are the second disciple while she is the eldest, Qin Xiao replied, exasperated. Lin Sherming, having been the sect's saintess for so long, found it difficult to alter her disposition. Though she wished to say more, she ultimately held her tongue, contemplating that she would vie for the title of eldest disciple once her cultivation surpassed Yin Man's, as she was currently compelled to concede. Interesting, Sherming. You must strive harder. Yi Qiuyue observed everything but chose not to interfere, as these were Qin Xiao's disciples. No worries, my cultivation may lag slightly for now, but it won't be long before I surpass her, Lin Sherming retorted defiantly, fully aware of Yi Qiuyue's implications. I await your surpassing me. Yin Man simply responded before beginning to assess the contents of the gifts. Subsequently, she tossed a storage bag to Lin Sherming. Such a bounty. Indeed. It is befitting of a grand sect. The gratitude offered is so bountiful. Is this truly only half? Lin Sherming exclaimed upon reviewing the situation. Not quite. Your share amounts to 2/5, while I have retained 3/5 for myself, Yin Man replied coldly. By what right do you claim 3/5, leaving me with merely 2/5? Lin Sherming retorted with evident displeasure at not receiving an equal portion. Because I am the senior sister, and you are merely the second, Yin Man continued her icy demeanor. Save for her interactions with Qin Xiao, Yin Man maintained a frigid indifference towards others. Master, I protest. She has only allocated 2/5 to me. Lin Sherming cried in frustration. Knowing she could not contend with Yin Man, and thus sought recourse with Qin Xiao. Yin Man, as the senior sister, how could you behave in such a manner? Qin Xiao inquired, equally perplexed by the unfolding scenario. I did divide it equally, Yin Man asserted, though her words were laced with mischief. Yet you claim to have given me only 2/5, Lin Sherming countered. That was merely jest. How could I embezzle what Master entrusted to me? A rare smile flickered across Yin Man's face, a glimmer of triumph at deceiving her companion. You tricked me. Lin Sherming realized she had been duped, her frustration mounting. Enough. You too. Do not let Master's wife witness your antics, Qin Xiao interjected, bewildered by Yin Man's newfound playfulness. Fear not. We shall arrive shortly, Yi Qiuyue assured, guiding them with her sword. Despite their flight, she observed their playful exchanges, reflecting on the vitality of youth. Before long, they reached the city gates of Tianyuan City. Without waiting for Qin Xiao to retrieve the spirit stones, Yin Man promptly paid the entrance fee, and the 4 entered the city. The interior bore no alterations, retaining the vibrant essence of earthly life, just as Qin Xiao remembered from his first visit. Indeed, it is essential to traverse the mortal realm. Within the sect, one is consumed by solitary cultivation, risking the dulling of one's spirit. It is no wonder that practitioners are often perceived as aloof, enduring such a regimen. It is remarkable if one does not retreat into isolation. Yin Man, clear the delectable offerings along the way, and then we shall proceed to the Xian Dao merchant shop, Qin Xiao commanded, knowing that the funds for their earthly expenditures resided with Yin Man. From the city gates to the merchant shop, nearly every culinary delight was sampled by Qin Xiao, who reserved numerous dishes at each establishment, leaving a deposit to collect upon their return. With the supreme membership card bestowed by Ling Ruoxue, the 4 were granted immediate access to the VIP lounge. Master, from where did you acquire this card? Lin Sherming queried, puzzled by Qin Xiao's unexpected possession of such a coveted item, which even the Tianyuan Sect lacked. Only the Pure Yang Sect in Qingzhou held such a card. Oh, this card was obtained by chance, Qin Xiao responded lightly, mindful of Yin Man's status. Indeed, it is you. Upon hearing of someone using a supreme membership card for purchases, I surmised it must be you in manner, Ling Ruoxue remarked as she entered the VIP lounge. Spotting Qin Xiao. Miss Ling, it has been a while, Qin Xiao greeted her warmly. The absence of Elder Yi is indeed a slight, but I, Ling Ruoxue, have had the pleasure of meeting him. I had intended to exchange pleasantries, yet upon seeing Yi Qiue, I hastily approached to greet her. Despite my status permitting a degree of arrogance, in business, harmony is paramount, and respect for one's elders should not be overlooked. Not to worry. I am merely accompanying him for shopping. There is no need for you to attend to me. Please continue your discussion, Yi Qiue remarked, displaying her usual nonchalance. For she was a person of easygoing disposition. Esteemed guest, greetings. I wonder how we may assist you. Whatever you wish to purchase. Our establishment shall make every effort to procure it for you. As the conversation turned to commerce, Ling Ruoxue adopted a more professional demeanor. Your change in attitude is rather swift. Do you possess a list of items? Please present it for our selection. We shall purchase whatever catches our eye. As I have no specific requirements. Qin Xiao, uncertain of the available items, inquired about the existence of a list. How much do you intend to buy? A list is only available for substantial purchases. Ling Ruoxue feigned enthusiasm for a mere 3 minutes before reverting to her original demeanor. How much is necessary to see the list? Is 10 million sufficient? This was Qin Xiao's first encounter with such conditions regarding a list, yet he felt indifferent, reasoning that 10 million should suffice. That will do. Someone, bring forth the inventory list. Upon hearing the sum of 10 million, Ling Ruoxue promptly summoned the list. And soon after, an attendant arrived with a stack of papers. Items below the nascent soul stage are to be excluded. Looking at the large stack, Qin Xiao felt overwhelmed. It seemed an arduous task to sift through all of it, so he swiftly dismissed the items beneath the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, after this elimination, only 3 volumes remained, allowing for a more manageable selection. One for Yin Man, one for Shimeng, and Mistress, you should take one as well. Simply have them note down anything that piques your interest, Qin Xiao suggested, opting not to choose for himself. Leaving it to Ling Ruoxue to select a batch of items for body refining. Do I have one as well? Yi Qiue inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Mistress, you certainly do. Feel free to purchase without concern, no matter the amount of spirit stones required. I shall cover it, Qin Xiao declared with an air of affluence. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Yet at my level, ordinary items hold little value for me. The things I require are either exceedingly rare or prohibitively expensive. I doubt they can be found here. It is best that you proceed with your selections. Yi Qiue was pleased by Qin Xiao's consideration but remained resolute in her refusal, as she had stated. Commonplace items offered little utility, and the more valuable ones were likely absent, while Lin Shimeng remained in a state of bewilderment. Yin Man had already commenced listing items with fervor, initiating an enthusiastic shopping spree. Lin Shimeng, not to be outdone, also began to call out items that would be beneficial for her. After Yin Man finished with 1 volume, Qin Xiao passed it to her, while Lin Shimeng took the one from Yin Man, continuing the cycle of item enumeration. Thus, they repeated this process, thoroughly reviewing all 3 volumes and naming the items they deemed useful. However, they were not indiscriminate in their selections. Only those of genuine utility were mentioned, while items of lesser significance were omitted. Yin Man wished to spare some expenses for Qin Xiao, while Lin Shimeng was concerned that Qin Xiao might not be able to afford the bill. Both of them held back their tendencies to indulge in shopping. Otherwise, with a woman's innate talent for purchasing, how could they have chosen so few items? Once all the items were reported, the merchant began to tally the total, eventually relaying the price to Ling Ruoxue. Chapter 66. Concluding the shopping expedition and spirit stone exchange shortly, Ling Ruoxue received a detailed breakdown of the costs. Qin Xiao. The total for the items you selected amounts to over 200 pieces, reaching a total of 27,300,000. I have decided to waive the 300,000 remainder, considering you are a distinguished member. Upon hearing her subordinate's quote, Ling Ruoxue's heart blossomed with joy. Over 27 million was no trifling sum, thus she graciously allowed the 300,000 to be omitted. In ordinary circumstances, 300,000 spirit stones would be a significant amount, yet today, it was relinquished with ease. The mention of the membership card was merely a pretext, as she was the one who issued the cards. Her primary intention was to curry favor with Qin Xiao. Such a vast quantity of spirit stones was due to his possession of spirit liquid and superior spirit stones. Allowing only a small remainder? That seemed acceptable, indicating she possessed business acumen. Qin Xiao was not entirely dissatisfied. He had already received a token of gratitude for his assistance, and he had also let go of the 300,000. However, he couldn't shake the feeling of having been slightly shortchanged. They must have calculated at the upper limit, yielding substantial profit, which justified the 300,000 deduction. 300,000, you say? Not 300, nor 3,000. Surely we must retain some profit. However, if you are willing to use spirit liquid or other quality spirit stones, I could offer you a 10% discount. Would that be agreeable? Ling Ruoxue was awaiting Qin Xiao's response to lead into her next proposition. While their merchant house had an abundance of inferior spirit stones, they were somewhat lacking in spirit liquid and middle-grade and high-grade spirit stones. After all, as a business entity, they could not dictate the form of payment. They simply accepted whatever was offered, and she had no desire to reveal her true intentions. I see. So you were waiting for me here? Qin Xiao remarked. Using other items for payment is certainly an option. We are acquainted now, and I would naturally accommodate you. In truth, Qin Xiao did not possess many spirit stones and had initially planned to trade using spirit liquid. He was pleasantly surprised that the other party shared the same inclination. A 10% discount was a considerable concession, and combined with the previous waiver of 300,000, he had effectively saved 3 million. And what does young Master Qin plan to use for the transaction? Ling Ruoxue inquired eagerly. Spirit liquid, as before, at 30,000 per drop. Would Miss Ling find this satisfactory? Qin Xiao calculated that it amounted to just over 800 drops of spirit liquid, which he found acceptable. Based on his current production rate of 2 drops per minute, it would take less than 7 hours to yield that quantity. That sounds reasonable. Let me calculate. 27 million. With a 10% discount, results in 24,300,000, equivalent to 810 drops of spirit liquid. Does young Master Qin have any objections? Although she had not secured any high-grade spirit stones, Ling Ruoxue felt a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, spirit liquid was a commendable alternative for exchange, and she promptly began her calculations. Your calculations are accurate. Qin Xiao had already anticipated this figure, and thus had no objections to the quantity Ling Ruoxue proposed. Having concluded their discussion, he retrieved 2 large bottles from his system space, each capable of holding up to 500 drops. Here are 2 vials of elixir, one containing 500 drops and the other 310. Miss Ling, please take a look. Without delay, Qin Xiao proceeded to settle the payment. Indeed, conducting business with young Master Qin is quite straightforward. After inspecting the contents, Ling Ruoxue found everything in order and was quite satisfied. She inquired if young Master Qin possessed any mid-grade or high-grade spirit stones, and if so, could he exchange some with them? Qin Xiao initially intended to ask about body refining, but Ling Ruoxue spoke first. Oh, an exchange? How does that work? Noticing her initiative, Qin Xiao refrained from continuing and instead posed a counter-question. In the market, exchanging a mid-grade spirit stone typically requires between 1,200 to 1,500 low-grade spirit stones, while mid-grade stones for high-grade ones generally exceed 1,500. I wonder how many of each you possess. Ling Ruoxue was not about to take advantage of Qin Xiao, stating the market rates truthfully, eager to ascertain the extent of his holdings. I have a considerable amount, but I am uncertain how much you wish to exchange. As for the rates, I will offer you the lowest for mid-grade stones at 12 to 1, and for high-grade stones, the same at 15 to 1. How many do you wish to exchange? Seeing Ling Ruoxue's generosity, Qin Xiao felt compelled to reciprocate and offered the lowest market price. Knowing he incurred no handling fees and would not intentionally disadvantage himself in the exchange. Is young Master Qin speaking truthfully? Do you truly possess such quantities? Although Ling Ruoxue believed Qin Xiao might have some mid or high-grade spirit stones, she was still taken aback by his claim of having ample quantities. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Qin Xiao, such precious items, and he spoke of having plenty without a hint of concern for the exchange. Could he have emptied a treasury of some grand sect? It was not just Ling Ruoxue who was astonished. Yi Qiuyue and Lin Shidream also regarded Qin Xiao with incredulity, questioning whether they had misheard. Yin Man, however, had grown accustomed to such revelations. Whatever Qin Xiao presented now seemed entirely normal, for he had astonished her countless times before. Why would I deceive you? Just tell me how many you wish to exchange, Qin Xiao said, dismissing the need for elaboration. If an opportunity for extra profit arose, he would gladly seize it, untroubled by concerns of revealing too much about his wealth. The individuals present posed little threat to him. Yin Man, his devoted disciple, had access to ample resources and had no need to betray him. Lin Shidream was no fool. Having chosen to apprentice under him, she surely recognized the futility of treachery. As for his mentor, Yi Qiuyue, Qin Xiao felt even less apprehensive, for whatever she desired, he could readily provide. Especially since she had ventured to Tianyuan Sect for his sake. Resources were merely a request away. The only uncertainty lay with the Immortal Path Trading Company. But given their substantial client base, it was unlikely they harbored any ulterior motives. After all, such a formidable force would not covet his modest wealth. Please check how many low-grade spirit stones we have left and bring them all over. Ling Ruoxue instructed her attendants promptly after a moment of contemplation. Those who can be by her side are all her trusted confidants, and there is no fear of secrets being leaked. They are directly tasked with inventorying the stock. Before long, her subordinates entered with 20 storage bags, accompanied by 5 supervisors at the advanced stage of transformation, revealing their full hand. My lady, why the sudden need for so many spirit stones? They are due for submission to the branch soon. Now that you've taken them, how will you explain this to the master? One elder inquired, perplexed and anxious that Ling Ruoxue might be contemplating some foolish act. Tianyuan City, as one of the main cities in the vicinity, is responsible for the financial consolidation of the surrounding areas, which is then submitted to the sect for reconciliation. Ling Ruoxue's sudden withdrawal of all the low-grade spirit stones was indeed puzzling, and it was only natural for them to follow in order to persuade her. Grandpa 1, I am not acting recklessly. The reason I withdrew the spirit stones is for exchange purposes. I forgot to introduce this, Grandpa 1. This young Master Qin is a distinguished guest of our Xiandao Trading Company, and he is willing to exchange low-grade spirit stones for mid-grade and high-grade ones. Ling Ruoxue explained hastily, surprised that all 5 had arrived. Young Master Qin, allow me to introduce you to these 5, who are the supervisors stationed in Tianyuan City for the Xiandao Trading Company. This is Chief Wu 1, Supervisor Wu Liang, Supervisor Wu Gong, Supervisor Wu Jian. And this one needs no introduction, Supervisor Wu Li. Ling Ruoxue quickly introduced the elders, fearing that Qin Xiao might misunderstand. Typically, when only one supervisor was present, they would simply be referred to as Supervisor Wu, but with all 5 present, she opted for their full names to avoid confusion. Wu, Liang, Gong, Jian Li? That's peculiar. Isn't it when Liang, Gong, Jian rang? Qin Xiao muttered softly, as if realizing something from Ling Ruoxue's introduction. All of them share the surname Wu, and their names can be strung together, suggesting they are brothers. Yet, why does the last one have the character for Li? Chapter 67. Exchanging 100 million. Clearing the storage bags as soon as Qin Xiao finished his mutterings, he realized he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts, which could be considered disrespectful. The atmosphere indeed fell into an awkward silence. It is impolite to discuss someone's name in front of them, especially in the presence of such esteemed elders. Haha. I didn't expect young friend Qin to be familiar with one. Liang, Gong, Jian, Rang. In fact, we are 6 brothers, and I am the 6th. Hence the characterly. Wu Rang is my 5th brother, currently in seclusion at the Qingzhou branch, which is why only my 5 brothers are here, Wu Li interjected, breaking the tension. Having overheard Qin Xiao's murmurs in an effort to alleviate the awkwardness. Ah, I see. I was indeed presumptuous. I hope the 5 esteemed elders will not take offense. Qin Xiao thought to himself, wishing he could give himself a light slap for inadvertently expressing his thoughts, relieved that they did not hold it against him. Oh, you must be Qin Xiao. Although I seldom involve myself in affairs, I have heard much about you during this time. Truly, you are a remarkable young talent. The rise of Qin Xiao did not escape the scrutiny of the immortal Dao Trading Company. As a formidable faction, their intelligence network was extensive. Thus, upon realizing it was Qin Xiao, Wu Wen's prior concerns dissipated. After all, this young man had previously offered a staggering 100 drops of spiritual liquid and 4 top-grade spiritual stones as payment at the last auction. It was indeed surprising that his reputation had reached the ears of several esteemed predecessors, and he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Qin Xiao was well aware that his peculiarities could not remain concealed for long. He had not deliberately hidden them. Yet he was taken aback by how swiftly the news spread. Ah, enough pleasantries. Let us proceed with the business at hand. Here is 100 million inferior spiritual stones, all to be exchanged for medium-grade spiritual stones. Before the two could continue their small talk, Ling Ruoxue interjected, eager to expedite the exchange. She placed a storage bag before Qin Xiao, determined to first test the waters with 100 million spiritual stones. If the exchange proved successful, she would then consider further steps. Very well, but it seems there is a complication. I am unable to utilize the storage bag, which could complicate our transaction. After being interrupted by Ling Ruoxue, Qin Xiao suddenly recalled his inability to control the storage bag. How shall we proceed with the exchange? Ling Ruoxue appeared puzzled. If you cannot manipulate the storage bag, then how did you procure this spiritual liquid? Did you merely carry it in your pocket? Wait, let me try something first. Qin Xiao focused intently on the storage bag before him when a sudden system prompt appeared, inquiring whether he wished to transfer it into the system space. Without hesitation, he confirmed the action, and to his astonishment, the storage bag vanished from sight, reappearing within his system space. Upon accessing the storage bag in the system, 2 options emerged, an open button and a deposit button. Without a moment's pause, Qin Xiao clicked open, and instantly, his spiritual stone count surged to over 100 million. Is it truly feasible? Was my earlier act of spilling the spiritual stones on the ground nothing short of clownish? Qin Xiao was astonished by the efficacy of the system. Reflecting on his prior actions, he felt rather foolish. He then clicked on the empty storage bag, inputting the amount of medium-grade spiritual stones, 83,334. After completing the entry, he confirmed, and his 10,000 medium-grade spiritual stones transformed into 16,666. Done. Let me present you with an exact sum. Here are 83,334 medium-grade spiritual stones. Please, verify for yourselves. After completing the exchange, Qin Xiao retrieved the storage bag and handed it to Ling Ruoxue. Having already profited over 16,000 medium-grade spiritual stones, he paid little mind to the finer details. Is it truly settled? Ling Ruoxue skeptically lifted the storage bag, while the 5 elders of the Wu family gathered around, still harboring doubts. Indeed, they are medium-grade spiritual stones. And the quantity is accurate. Young Master Qin, you are truly a valued guest of the Immortal Dao Trading Company. Once Ling Ruoxue confirmed the transaction, her joy was palpable. She was now ready to exchange for top-grade spiritual stones. Although medium-grade spiritual stones were not commonly used for daily transactions, the stock was substantial, and a modest exchange would suffice. However, the high-grade spirit stones are a different matter altogether. They are exceedingly rare. Thus, even when exchanged for mid-grade spirit stones, the conversion rate reaches an astonishing 15-to-1. At this moment, Qin Xiao has not overthought the situation. His sole desire is to procure a batch of storage bags. Had he known he could utilize these bags, he would not have remained a fool for so long. He inquired about the availability of storage bags in this establishment, expressing his intent to purchase a considerable quantity. Whether you wish to buy or not, how many do you desire, young Master Qin? I shall gift them to you. Ling Ruoxue responded, initially puzzled. After all, it was merely a matter of storage bags. Such a trivial expense, she felt, could easily be bestowed without hesitation. The elementary storage bags, typically offering around 10 cubic units of space, are priced at 1,000 spirit stones. The intermediate bags boast a capacity of approximately 100 cubic units, starting at 10,000 spirit stones, while the advanced bags exceed 1,000 cubic units and begin at 100,000 spirit stones, with variations in price according to spatial dimensions, generally measured in zhang. Even gifting 10 intermediate storage bags to Qin Xiao would amount to a mere 100,000 spirit stones, and even for the advanced ones, the cost would only reach 1 million, insignificant compared to the value of the spirit stones. Master, didn't you mention that you could not utilize storage bags? What purpose do you have for them? Yin Man inquired with curiosity. That was in the past. I am now capable of using them, Qin Xiao replied, unable to disclose that he had previously lacked the ability, only able to indicate that he has just recently acquired it. There is no need for gifts. Please tell me about the space and pricing of the storage bags, as I require quite a few. Not wishing to take advantage of her generosity, he resolved to purchase rather than accept her offer. Elementary storage bags generally provide a space of 1 zhang for 1,000 spirit stones, while intermediate bags typically offer 3 zhang or more, starting at 10,000 spirit stones. The advanced storage bags begin at 10 zhang and are priced at 100,000 spirit stones, all charged according to their spatial dimensions. Ling Ruoxue, noting Qin Xiao's refusal of her gift, proceeded to explain the details regarding the storage bags. Very well, I would like to procure 1,000 intermediate storage bags. Qin Xiao concluded after some calculation. 10 cubic units felt a bit small, and 1,000 cubic units seemed excessive. 100 cubic units appeared just right. And the price was reasonable. What? 1,000? What do you need so many storage bags for? Ling Ruoxue was taken aback, having expected him to request merely a handful. Why do you care about the quantity? Just inform me if you have them. If you have an abundance, I'll take 5,000, Qin Xiao pondered, contemplating the wisdom of stocking up to avoid future inconveniences. We typically maintain a stock of only 2,000 to 3,000. It would be wise for you to stick with 1,000. Ling Ruoxue quickly assented to the request for 1,000, as she estimated their inventory to be just over 1,000, given their prolonged sales of such items, which are replenished biannually. More importantly, acquiring 5,000 would not guarantee availability, as immediate restocking could prove challenging, making it more prudent to sell 1,000 first. 1,000 it is, then. By the way, do you require any spirit stones in exchange? With the quantity settled, Qin Xiao inquired if they needed to exchange spirit stones, wishing to proceed to inquire about the body refining elixirs thereafter. Of course, I wish to exchange. There are 19 bags here, each containing 100 million. I would like to convert them all into high-grade spirit stones. I wonder if that is possible. If not, please exchange as many high-grade spirit stones as you can, and convert the remainder into mid-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's urgency, Ling Ruoxue hastily responded, also presenting her own request. She was aware that high-grade spirit stones might be scarce, but she was willing to accept whatever could be exchanged, with the rest converted to mid-grade spirit stones. There are indeed 19 billion, correct? Please calculate how many high-grade spirit stones I might receive after 2 exchanges. Qin Xiao understood that they were clearly aiming for high-grade spirit stones, while mid-grade spirit stones were merely a test of their financial capabilities. He did not engage in unnecessary dialogue, allowing them to do the calculations themselves. Chapter 68. Body Refinement Techniques and Spirit Fruit Market Trends. In fact, the calculation was quite straightforward. Simply divide 19 billion by 1,200, then by 1,005. However, the challenge lay in the fact that the result would not be a whole number. Ling Ruoxue found herself at a loss for words, uncertain how to approach the matter. Other items might allow for rounding, but how could one round high-grade spirit stones? How can one conduct business without understanding this simple calculation? Allow me to compute it, she thought. After converting 19 billion low-grade spirit stones, it amounted to approximately 1,055 high-grade spirit stones. Since there was a remainder, she decided to round it up to 1,056. What do you think? Ling Ruoxue hesitated, realizing they were waiting for him to round the figure up. And Qin Xiao, sensing this, graciously obliged. Thank you, young Master Qin, Ling Ruoxue said, somewhat embarrassed. Subsequently, Qin Xiao stored the 19 storage bags into his system space and opened them simultaneously. The number of spirit stones was confirmed, and the exchange proceeded without issue. After completing the transaction, Qin Xiao did not retain any low-grade spirit stones, as he could continuously produce them. Converting the entire 19 billion resulted in 1,900 high-grade spirit stones, from which he extracted 1,056 to place into his storage bag, thus profiting an additional 844 stones. Here are 1,056 high-grade spirit stones. Please count them. Once you have verified, the transaction will be complete, he stated, handing a storage bag to Ling Ruoxue. Thank you, young Master Qin. Ling Ruoxue quickly assessed the contents of the bag, with just over 1,000 stones. It took her little time to confirm the quantity, after which she expressed her gratitude once more. Now that the transaction is complete, I require some materials for body refinement. Any pills or herbs you may have will suffice. Please bring forth whatever you possess, but do inform me of their respective uses and methods of application. With the business concluded, Qin Xiao began to procure items for his body refinement. Young friend Qin, you truly are focused on body refinement. I wondered why I could not detect any cultivation level. No wonder you were able to rescue the young master from the second level of the secret realm. As such, you are a valued customer of my immortal path trading house. Given your current physique, low-grade materials are certainly inadequate. Why not allow me to assess your body in order to identify suitable materials based on your current strength? What do you think, young friend Qin? As Wu Li observed Qin Xiao's grand gestures, indicating yet another shopping spree, he promptly approached to offer guidance. After all, as a valued guest of the Celestial Trade Company, it was imperative not to neglect him. Should he inadvertently sell something of no worth, it could lead to discontent and jeopardize future collaborations. Thus, it was essential to provide exemplary service. Indeed, young Master Qin, Director Li has some knowledge regarding physical cultivation. Allow him to assist you in identifying the right approach. Ensuring no resources are squandered, Ling Ruoxue quickly added, aligning her thoughts with Wu Li's. Very well, I shall trouble the director for assistance, Qin Xiao replied, appreciating the prospect of guidance, as he was not well versed in these matters. With someone to filter the options for him, it would certainly be more efficient than fumbling through it himself. Wu Li then stepped forward, methodically examining Qin Xiao's physical prowess. He pressed and prodded, assessing the robustness of his body, subsequently tapping into Qin Xiao's meridians with spiritual energy, and finally, he grasped Qin Xiao's hand firmly to gauge his pain tolerance. Qin Xiao found the experience somewhat peculiar. It reminded him of observing others choosing a dog in his previous life, assessing purity, coat color, and temperament. What a pity. Wu Li lamented. Young friend Qin's meridians are sealed, rendering him incapable of cultivation. However, his physique is truly remarkable. Despite the inability to cultivate, every inch of his body is infused with spiritual energy, showcasing an extraordinary physical constitution. If he could cultivate, he would undoubtedly be an unparalleled entity. After concluding his examination, Wu Li expressed his regret regarding Qin Xiao's inability to cultivate, followed by a series of praises for his physique. Internally, Qin Xiao mused, of course, my physical strength is a result of spiritual liquid. Naturally, every part is imbued with spiritual energy. He refrained from vocalizing his thoughts this time. Is there any corresponding material available, Director Li? Qin Xiao inquired, uninterested in Wu Li's flattery, but rather focused on the availability of useful materials. He had realized that while the spiritual liquid was beneficial for physical cultivation, merely filling himself with spiritual energy would yield slow progress. He needed methods to enhance his absorption and external means to bolster his capabilities. Young friend Qin, Wu Li responded, given your current physique, no medicinal substances can further elevate your strength. After all, enhancements via medicine are primarily for foundational stages, akin to those used in the mundane world. Your current strength exceeds the applicability of such means. To advance further, You must seek a high-level physical cultivation technique that can swiftly transform the energy within your body into strength. Wu Li slowly shook his head, explaining that while numerous medicines and elixirs could assist in the early stages of physical cultivation, they would be ineffective for Qin Xiao's unique constitution, since he lacked resources. The only path forward was to acquire an advanced cultivation technique to facilitate absorption and enhancement. Is that so? What a pity, Qin Xiao remarked, disappointment creeping in. I wonder if your esteemed celestial trade company possesses such a technique. I sincerely apologize, but physical cultivation is indeed a niche area with scant attention, and our company does not stock high-level techniques. Moreover, standard physical cultivation methods would be of little use to you. However, I do know where you can find the advanced techniques you seek, Wu Li replied. Wu Lixin shook his head and then created an air of suspense. So, esteemed elder, do you require compensation? Name your price. Qin Xiao, perceiving Wu Li's silence as a sign of a potential fee for information, urged him to specify. Young friend, you have misunderstood. I seek no remuneration. Rather, I have a humble request. Wu Li quickly clarified upon noticing Qin Xiao's misapprehension. Speak freely. If I can assist, I shall. Qin Xiao replied without hesitation, as he too was in need of information regarding advanced body refinement techniques. Indeed, you are forthright, young friend. Therefore, I shall be direct. In 3 months, the Spirit Herb Valley will open. Should you have the opportunity to procure a holy Yuan spirit fruit, I kindly request that you sell me one. Wu Li candidly expressed his desire. He had been stagnating at the late stage of the transformation of spirit for quite some time, unable to ascend to its pinnacle due to insufficient primordial spirit strength, which is why he had turned to Qin Xiao for assistance. This opening of the Spirit Herb Valley coincided perfectly with the maturation of the holy Yuan fruit tree, which bears fruit every century, yielding a varying number of fruits. Although the Xiandao commercial house had nurtured one such tree, their vast enterprise meant that many individuals sought this rare item, leaving those at the transformation of spirit stage with little chance to obtain it. Holy Yuan spirit fruit? That name seems familiar, Qin Xiao pondered, hesitating to agree immediately, as he felt he had encountered this term before. Could it be? Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he promptly accessed the system. Indeed, it was the very item he had recently unlocked. Observing the newly unlocked Holy Yuan fruit tree in the system's inventory, along with the 4 Holy Yuan spirit fruits he had acquired, Qin Xiao confirmed his findings. It had been merely 2 hours since he accepted a disciple, and he had already amassed 4 fruits. Are these Holy Yuan spirit fruits particularly valuable? What is their market price? His curiosity piqued. The Holy Yuan spirit fruit holds immense significance for those at the transformation of spirit and beyond. Below this level, one can rely solely on innate talent for advancement. However, once one reaches this stage, the independence of the primordial spirit means that the pace of cultivation is limited by its strength. Otherwise, after all these years, even with abundant resources, one would have seen a multitude of individuals at the integration stage within the entire Qingzhou. Before Wu Li could respond, Yi Qiuyue began to elucidate the matter to Qin Xiao. During my years of seclusion, had it been merely a matter of spiritual power, I would have easily broken through to the integration stage. Yet, ultimately, my primordial spirit lacks a touch of strength, preventing me from ascending beyond the pinnacle of the transformation of spirit. If I were to possess a single Holy Yuan spirit fruit, I would be confident in achieving a breakthrough to the integration stage in a short time. However, these fruits are exceedingly rare, even when they appear. They are typically purchased or seized by powerful factions, leaving others to rely solely on the passage of time. Chapter 69. Clues to Techniques, the Sword Tomb's Past. Observing that Yi Qiuyue had already provided an explanation, Wu Li refrained from interjecting, patiently awaiting Qin Xiao's response. If a Holy Yuan spirit fruit were to be auctioned, what price could it fetch? Qin Xiao, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiry. Our branch of the Xiandao auction house once managed to auction off a single holy primordial spirit fruit at the insistence of a client. Otherwise, our firm had intended to acquire it ourselves. Ultimately, that singular fruit fetched a staggering price of 1 billion. Wu Li, without any reservation, conveyed this information directly to Qin Xiao. What? One piece is worth 1 billion? Even though Qin Xiao had mentally prepared himself, the mention of such a price still startled him. Indeed, while this amount was achieved through auction, it is crucial to recognize that this item, though valuable, is rarely available in the market. Thus the auction price closely mirrors its market value. Wu Li elaborated. Well then, Masterly, do you possess 1 billion? Qin Xiao inquired, somewhat skeptically. Rest assured, young friend Qin, I do have some reserves. Even if it is insufficient, the firm would lend me the necessary funds. So you need not worry about my ability to afford it. Wu Li reassured him, unbothered by Qin Xiao's doubts. For 1 billion is no trivial sum. It could even be deemed astronomical. It is precisely the Xiandao trading company that possesses such financial strength. Even the Tianyuan Sect would find it challenging to procure such a sum. It's nothing. I was merely inquiring. I have acquiesced to your request. Should I indeed procure this holy primordial spirit fruit from the Spirit Medicine Valley, you shall certainly be the first to whom I offer it. Qin Xiao readily agreed to Wu Li's proposition. Though he already had some in his possession, Qin Xiao felt a tinge of trepidation. Liquid essence and spirit stones are ultimately mere commodities. Losing wealth may bring danger, yet the stature of the holy primordial spirit fruit transcends mere monetary value. It is a treasure. The loss of wealth may pose risks, but the loss of a treasure could be life-threatening. If the information regarding Qin Xiao's possession of several holy primordial spirit fruits were to disseminate, the number of pursuers from the transformation and integration stages would be unfathomable. Even formidable beings from the ascension stage might come to seize it. Ha ha ha, your words suffice, young friend Qin. Regardless of the outcome, it matters not, Wu Li responded. His spirits lifted, a joyful smile adorning his face. He sensed that Qin Xiao was extraordinary, with a significant likelihood of acquiring the holy primordial spirit fruit. It was an investment. Should he succeed, he would have the opportunity to break through. If not, he would incur no loss, merely a piece of information. The advanced body refinement techniques lie deep within the sword tomb. In my pursuit of body refinement, I have perused numerous texts, and by fortuitous chance, I discovered an ancient manuscript. It recorded that over 10,000 years ago, the sword tomb was merely a trial ground, its predecessor being a prestigious sect in Qingzhou, the Divine Sword Sect. Wu Li then elucidated the history of the sword tomb. In those days, Qingzhou was regarded as the supreme sanctuary for sword cultivators across the continent. As the most formidable sword cultivators hailed from the Divine Sword Sect, attracting all sword practitioners who sought to pay homage. However, the Divine Sword Sect could not accommodate every sword cultivator in the world. Thus, before the founding ancestor ascended, he established the sword tomb. Anyone who could enter within 100 miles of the sword tomb was eligible for entry into the Divine Sword Sect. Those who could reach 500 miles would become direct disciples, and those who could conquer the sword tomb would ascend as the new sect leader. Over time, it evolved into a testing ground for the disciples of the Divine Sword Sect, and all disciples took great pride in conquering the sword tomb. As the years passed, countless individuals attempted to traverse its challenges, with many perishing therein. Although the Divine Sword Sect is a first-tier sect, its numbers are few, and each member is utterly dedicated to the art of the sword. They show little interest in the relics left within the sword tomb, which has gradually transformed into a treasure trove. Subsequently, a prodigious talent emerged from the Divine Sword Sect, one who excelled in both swordsmanship and body cultivation. He became the only person to venture 1,000 miles into the sword tomb since its inception by the founding ancestor. However, for reasons unknown, he stood there with his sword, never to emerge again. Some say he expended all his life force to reach that point, ultimately depleting his lifespan. Yet, many others suspect foul play, believing that jealousy over his innate talent led others to conspire against him, fearing he would ascend as the new sect leader. One fateful night, the Divine Sword Sect was annihilated, leaving not a single soul behind. No one could ascertain what transpired. Some claim they incurred the wrath of an undesired power, leading to their demise, while others speculate that the sect members entered the sword tomb with all their treasures. Regardless, the Divine Sword Sect vanished, but the sword tomb remained. The speculation surrounding the sect's members hiding within the sword tomb arose from the fact that it was subsequently sealed, becoming a secret realm that opened only once every decade. Thus, the assumption that the sect members had sought refuge within the tomb gained traction. When the sword tomb eventually opened, however, it imposed restrictions. Those over 100 years of age were barred from entry. Yet, many individuals in the god transformation stage under a century-old sought to explore it, only to find no living souls within. Gradually, the sword tomb became merely a mysterious domain, and the tales of the Divine Sword Sect faded into the annals of history, with fewer and fewer individuals possessing knowledge of its legacy. Wait a moment, Master Li. If, as you say, no one has ventured 1,000 miles into the sword tomb for so many years, how could I possibly go so far? How could I acquire his body refining techniques? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao began to grasp the situation, but considering that over 10,000 years had passed without anyone succeeding, he felt hopeless about his own chances. Well, your information is essentially useless, isn't it? Are you merely jesting with me? Do not be so hasty, my young friend. You are still young, and already possess such a formidable physique. I firmly believe you will reach that point before you turn 100. Furthermore, the sword tomb exerts immense pressure. The deeper you venture, the greater the pressure becomes. You can utilize this pressure to temper your body until you acquire the techniques. At that moment, it will be a true metamorphosis. Wu Li was aware that, Although his lead was valid, it held little immediate value. Thus, he hastily elaborated, moreover. The individuals who succumbed deeper within the tomb likely possessed even stronger physiques. They might have their own body refining techniques. Even if they do not match that prodigy, they are unlikely to be significantly weaker, allowing you to gradually enhance your abilities. Remember, body refining is a prolonged endeavor. Expecting immediate results is unwise. Noticing Qin Xiao's discontented expression, Wu Li promptly added, "Very well, you have a point. You have provided me with this lead. It is not your fault if I cannot obtain it. The agreement we made remains valid." Although Qin Xiao felt somewhat at a disadvantage, he acknowledged that this was indeed a valuable lead and suggestion. Furthermore, he had no shortage of the sacred Yuan spirit fruit, so it would be wise to cultivate goodwill, as there may be times in the future when he would seek Wu Li's assistance. "It appears that I have underestimated your noble character with my petty mindset. I was initially concerned that young Qin might have a change of heart, but to my surprise, he has displayed remarkable generosity, which leaves me indebted to him." Wu Li, feeling somewhat awkward, expressed this sentiment. His information was indeed valuable and reliable, yet it paled in comparison to the purchasing rights for the sacred Yuan spirit fruit, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. "Master Wu, there is no need for such formality. We are acquaintances, and naturally, I would prefer to sell to someone I know first." Qin Xiao replied, having come to a realization. He did not dwell on this matter, as he genuinely sought a trustworthy individual to assist him in finding a market for his sacred Yuan spirit fruits. Engaging in business with the entire trading company posed significant risks, but entrusting Wu Li as an agent seemed a reasonable choice. After all, Wu Li was already part of the Immortal Path Trading Company and was bound to reach the integration stage in the future. With his cultivation, connections, and market access, he was indeed a commendable candidate. "Now that our discussions have concluded, we shall take our leave," Qin Xiao stated, eager not to linger, as he intended to explore the Heavenly Garment Pavilion. He had yet to discover its location, having never visited before, and desired to broaden his horizons and familiarize himself with the area. "Young Master Qin, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. Should you come across any exquisite items in the future, please consider our Immortal Path Trading Company. And if you wish to purchase something that we do not have, simply leave your information, and we will endeavor to procure it for you," Ling Ruoxue said, not attempting to detain Qin Xiao, and instead exchanging pleasantries. "Indeed, it has been a delightful partnership," Qin Xiao replied before departing with his companions. "Old Six, I never anticipated you to be so cunning. All 6 of us are at the late stage of the transformation god realm, yet you aspire to be the first to reach the pinnacle," Wu Jian remarked, pointing at Wu Li. "Brothers, I am not like you. I cannot afford to remain idle and cultivate in peace. I must both cultivate and manage affairs, leaving me with little time for training. If I do not push myself, by the time you all reach the pinnacle of the transformation god realm, I will still be lagging behind," Wu Li retorted, exasperated. Was this truly the behavior of a sibling? They often entrusted me with their responsibilities while they enjoyed their tranquil cultivation, and now, they had the audacity to criticize me. Chapter 70. Strolling through Tianyuan City and encountering members of the Yi family after leaving the Immortal Path Trading Company. Qin Xiao proceeded to the restaurant where he had previously made a reservation to collect his meal. Regardless of his physical cultivation level, he still required sustenance. For the essence of heaven and earth was of no use without nourishment. After a considerable amount of time, Qin Xiao finally exited the city, satisfied. "Shower. I refrained from mentioning this in front of them earlier, but the exchange of your priority purchase rights for such information seems rather unworthy," Yi Chue remarked once they had flown beyond the confines of Tianyuan City. "Master, it is a minor issue. If I indeed acquire more than one sacred Yuan spirit fruit, selling one to him would not be a problem. In fact, I have a gift in mind for you," Qin Xiao responded, showing little concern for the purchasing rights, as he found them unnecessary. "What gift could you possibly offer? With your master's level of cultivation, I hardly require any gifts," she replied. Yi Chue had previously declined any arbitrary selections, and it was even less likely she would accept a gift from Qin Xiao. "Master, this is something you truly need, and I obtained it by chance. It is with sincere intent that I present it to you," Qin Xiao proclaimed as he produced a sacred origin spirit fruit and offered it before her. "What? How did you come by this?" Yi Chue had no desire for it, but seeing Qin Xiao's insistence, she resolved to accept it, not wishing to hurt the child's feelings. However, upon realizing it was a sacred origin spirit fruit, she nearly faltered in her sword control. "Quickly, put it away. This item must not be exposed." Instead of accepting it, she urged Qin Xiao to stow it away. "Master, this is for you. If it must be kept, you should be the one to keep it. I stumbled upon it, and I currently have no use for it. Since you need it, I wish to offer it to you," Qin Xiao insisted, not retracting his hand. After scanning their surroundings and confirming that they were alone in the sky with only their flying sword, Yi Chue hurriedly accepted the sacred origin spirit fruit. Shower, remember, this item must not be revealed lightly. A commoner is innocent, yet one with treasure may invite calamity. If discovered, it could pose a grave danger to your life. Yi Chiyue admonished, though her gratitude was evident. Master, I understand. In the future, I will certainly refrain from displaying valuable items, Qin Xiao replied, recognizing Yi Chiyue's concern. You are thoughtful, Shower. Once I achieve a breakthrough, in all of Qingzhou, even the oldest of those in the harmonization phase will think twice before attempting to bully you. For I will stand by your side, Yi Chiyue said, her heart warmed by Qin Xiao's maturity. She resolved that anyone daring to harm Qin Xiao would face her intervention. I knew Master would appreciate it, which is precisely why I chose to give it to you. Qin Xiao revealed his true intention. Realizing that a patron at the transformation phase might not suffice, he needed Yi Chiyue to ascend to the harmonization phase to establish a sense of deterrence. After that, Yi Chiyue refrained from further comments, noting Qin Xiao's sensibility while contemplating her own need for seclusion, as she had many matters to ponder. Master, if you possess such a treasure, why not present it to the sect? Lin Sherdong's thoughts evidently remained aligned with the Tianyuan Sect, leading her to express discontent upon seeing Qin Xiao bestow the item to Yi Chiyue. Why should I offer it to the sect? What has the sect ever provided me? For 3 years, I have received not even a basic stipend, Qin Xiao retorted, voicing his frustration. While he would not hesitate to contribute a portion of spirit stones to the sect, such treasures should not be surrendered without cause. But you previously resided on 7-Star Peak, and now you enjoy the support of my father, along with rewards from the sect's grand competition. How can you claim the sect has given you nothing? Lin Sherdong remained unconvinced. Foolish disciple, my stay at 7-Star Peak was at the cost of my master's life. Your father's support stems from recognizing my worth. The rewards from the sect's competition were earned through my efforts alongside Yin Man, not gifts from the sect, Qin Xiao explained, observing Lin Sherdong's somewhat naive demeanor, leaving him at a loss for words. Well, you. Lin Sherdong struggled to form a rebuttal, realizing that Qin Xiao's assertions were largely accurate. Enough of that. Focus on your cultivation. Qin Xiao, feeling indifferent, chose to sit cross-legged, closing his eyes to recuperate for the long journey ahead. Yin Man, understanding his demeanor, remained silent, confident that Qin Xiao's actions were well-reasoned. After all, a disciple should not meddle in the affairs of their master. After another night of travel, they finally arrived at Tianyuan City the following morning. Is it possible that the names of these cities are derived from the nearby powers? Our Tianyuan Zong has Tianyuan City, and here we have Tianyuan City? Qin Xiao pondered aloud as he gazed at the name above the city gate. Indeed, the names of cities on this continent are generally based on the dominant forces in the vicinity. When a power falls, the city's name is changed accordingly. Each city has 2 alternative names, reflecting the second and third rank powers nearby, Yi Chiyue explained, noticing Qin Xiao's confusion. That simplifies matters. One can easily discern who the local authority is just by observing the city's name. This way, it mitigates the risk of antagonizing the unwary. But what was this city called before it was Tianyuan City? Qin Xiao inquired curiously, aware that Tianyuan Pavilion was a rising force and wondering who had previously held the top position. It was once known as Yi City, Yi Chiyue replied, leading Qin Xiao and his companions into the city without requiring any entrance fee. Although Tianyuan City was slightly smaller than Tianyuan City, it was still a substantial urban area in its own right. Under Yi Chiyue's guidance, they soon arrived before a grand edifice, its roof adorned with a large sign inscribed with the words Tianyuan Pavilion. Tianyuan Pavilion is situated in the city? Qin Xiao felt momentarily bewildered by the sheer scale of the structure before him. It was his first encounter with a headquarters located within a city. Indeed, this is the headquarters of Tianyuan Pavilion. Here is my elder token. You may use it to either rest or explore. I must urgently retreat into seclusion. But with this token, you will have unrestricted access here, Yi Chiyue stated, her desire to break through her current limitations overwhelming her. She handed the elder token to Qin Xiao, believing there would be no issues in her absence. Thank you, Master. Please proceed with your cultivation. I wish to explore the city first, as it is my first visit here, Qin Xiao responded, intrigued by the interior of Tianyuan Pavilion. Yet realizing he had no acquaintances there, he preferred to wander the city, hoping to discover culinary delights that Tianyuan City lacked, as the vast distance might have fostered different culinary traditions. Very well, should you wish to return, simply present the token, and arrangements will be made for you. I will now retreat, Yi Chiyue concluded before vanishing from sight, presumably to enter her seclusion. Disciples, let us commence our shopping. Buy whatever catches your eye. Do not hold back on my account, Qin Xiao declared, his demeanor transforming into that of a carefree air now that Yi Chiyue had departed. Let us go. Yin Man encouraged Lin Shiming, who appeared momentarily stunned. With that, she joined the shopping spree, purchasing all manner of intriguing items, regardless of their practicality. Lin Shiming initially felt somewhat constrained, but upon seeing that Yin Man had purchased numerous items, she too felt compelled to match her, unwilling to be at a disadvantage. After all, if her expenditure fell short of Yin Man's, she would certainly feel the loss. Qin Xiao, however, dismissed all unnecessary items, focusing solely on the delectable fare, clearing the shelves of anything appetizing, while ignoring the rest. After a fervent half-hour of shopping, Qin Xiao deemed it sufficient. Although the food would not spoil in the storage bag and system space, there was no need to hoard excessively. Disciples, this tavern offers spiritual cuisine. Let us go and indulge. After wandering for a considerable time, Qin Xiao felt a pang of hunger and fortuitously stumbled upon an establishment boasting spiritual food, which he had yet to sample. Spiritual food, you say? It certainly warrants a taste. Yin Man, who had not savored any food in quite a while, despite not experiencing hunger during her fasting, longed for the delight of culinary pleasures. Each time she witnessed Qin Xiao enjoying mundane delicacies, she would deliberately avert her gaze to avoid temptation. Now, with the prospect of spiritual food, she could finally satisfy her cravings. Out of the way. If you cannot afford it, scram and do not disturb young Master Yi's appetite. As Qin Xiao and the others lingered at the tavern's entrance, a boisterous voice erupted from behind. Young Master Yi? From the Yi family? Qin Xiao turned, puzzled. Chapter 71. The young master of the Yi family, quite interesting upon turning. Qin Xiao beheld a youthful dandy accompanied by a cadre of sycophants. The raucous voice belonged to one of the chief lackeys. As Qin Xiao pivoted, Yin Man and Lin Shiming followed suit, and the youth's eyes widened upon sighting them. For seasoned cultivators, beauty often held little weight. They were more captivated by the pursuit of cultivation and rare treasures. Yet, for young men, beauty was an irresistible allure, especially in the presence of an enchanting frost-like beauty like Yin Man, coupled with the strikingly aloof Lin Shiming. Their allure was magnified tenfold. Esteemed ladies, I apologize for my servant's rudeness. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Jiarong, a direct descendant of the Yi family. Might I inquire where you two lovely ladies hail from, and to where you are headed? Upon noticing Yin Man and Lin Shiming, Yi Jiarong brusquely pulled aside the raucous lackey, stepping forward with a courteous inquiry. Evidently, Yin Man and Lin Shiming held no interest in the 14 or 15-year-old boy, and offered no response. Wait a moment, young lad. I am still present here. You dare to cast your eyes upon my disciples? Qin Xiao stepped forward, positioning himself between them, addressing Yi Jiarong with displeasure. Impudent! Do you know who my young master is? How dare you speak to him in such a manner? The lackey, seeing his master obstructed, hurriedly advanced, pointing at Qin Xiao and shouting, Step aside. My master hasn't even spoken yet. Why do you prattle so much? Yi Jiarong delivered a swift kick, sending the lackey tumbling aside. He was no fool. Having discreetly assessed Qin Xiao as cultivation, he was perplexed, sensing nothing amiss. As if Qin Xiao were an ordinary person, such a figure could either be a mere mortal or a master concealing their prowess, exuding not a hint of presence. If it were the former, he would naturally be unafraid. However, he sensed an overwhelming aura of power emanating from Yin Man and Lin Shiming. Having reached the foundation establishment stage himself, he found their strength formidable. At the very least, they were above the golden core stage. With two such exquisite disciples of golden core caliber, their master could hardly be an ordinary individual. It was evident that he was a formidable expert. Though he was a dandy, he was not someone who could be trifled with, as he could not afford to bring trouble to his family. It turned out that the two sisters were disciples of a senior practitioner. My vision was indeed limited. I was unaware of which faction the esteemed elder hailed from. If there is no affiliation, you are most welcome to become a guest elder at my Yi family. The two sisters can also accompany you, and I assure you they shall not be treated poorly. Yi Jiarong's intentions were not solely benevolent. He harbored ulterior motives. To recruit two disciples of the golden core stage would imply that the individual before him was at least at the nascent soul stage, making the prospect of serving as an elder at the Yi family quite plausible. This would not only augment the family's strength, but also grant him the company of two enchanting golden core sisters. If he were to find a powerful ally for the family, he could subsequently propose that these two beautiful sisters become his mentors. The family would undoubtedly acquiesce, allowing him to see the two alluring sisters every day. The thought of this made him almost smile. That's unnecessary. I currently have no such intentions, Qin Xiao replied, unaware of the other's hidden motives. Noticing that the other party did not seem as arrogant as he had anticipated, Qin Xiao preferred not to foster enmity, especially since he was also a member of the Yi family. Esteemed elder, you must have come from afar, and perhaps you are yet unaware of the Yi family's strength. Are you aware of what Tianyuan City was previously known as? It was Yi City. The Yi family is the foremost family in Tianyuan City. And the esteemed master of Tiany Pavilion is my dear aunt. Now, esteemed elder, do you have a change of heart? Yi Jiarong, believing that Qin Xiao was oblivious to the Yi family's prowess, hastily added, brimming with confidence as he awaited Qin Xiao's agreement. Let alone Tiany City. Even within a radius of several hundred miles, the Yi family undoubtedly held the top position. With such strength, even a nascent soul practitioner would have to contemplate the benefits. After all, the resources available in a prominent family far surpass those accessible to rogue cultivators. Quite commendable. However, I still have no such intentions. If there are no further matters, I am quite hungry, so I shall take my leave to dine, Qin Xiao stated as he prepared to enter, feeling there was no need to engage in further debate with this young man. Wait a moment. Since the esteemed elder is hungry and has arrived in Tiany City, I must extend my hospitality. Please, allow me to treat you. Eat whatever you desire, Yi Jiarong implored, feeling frustrated. What was happening? Was my explanation insufficiently clear? Observing that Qin Xiao was about to depart, he hurried forward, insistent on extending his hospitality, with the family name invoked, and yet failing to sway the other. He concluded that this individual was no ordinary person, making it all the more imperative to cultivate a connection, especially with the presence of the two beautiful sisters. He would find it impossible to sleep otherwise. Boy, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. I recognize you are a member of the Yi family, which is why I choose not to hold it against you. Yet, do not overstep. My disciples are not to be scrutinized by the likes of you. At this moment, Qin Xiao felt a surge of anger. What a bothersome nuisance. If it came to that, he would not hesitate to teach him a lesson, after all. It was he who had provoked him first. Surely, the mistress would not blame him for this. Senior, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Both sisters are indeed stunningly beautiful. But I am self-aware. I am merely at the foundational stage of my cultivation and would never dare to reach for something beyond my grasp. If there comes a day when my cultivation surpasses that of the two sisters, I shall pursue them openly and without shame. Today, I genuinely wish to treat you to a meal, and I assure you there are no ulterior motives. Seeing Qin Xiao's rising temper, Yi Jiarong quickly clarified. Anxious not to offend the senior, lest he face severe repercussions from his family. The Yi family maintained a strict code of conduct, despite being the foremost clan. They forbade their disciples from causing trouble or oppressing others. They also rigorously limited their disciples' expenditures, which was a key reason the Yi family had ascended from a small clan to the foremost family. Should a wayward scion arise, stirring up trouble, the Yi family would swiftly act, administering harsh punishment and publicizing the matter, thus bolstering their esteemed reputation in Tiany City. How intriguing. What talents do you possess that you would dare claim you could surpass my disciple? Qin Xiao had initially intended to express his ire, but he found himself amused by the boy's eloquence and audacity in claiming he would exceed his disciple. I may lack in cultivation, but I possess a superior quality of Xianling root, Yi Jiarong declared, though even he began to doubt the worthiness of his own words. Recognizing that his Xianling root was indeed not very remarkable. Very well, young man. If you truly believe you can surpass my disciple, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will not stand in your way. Since you insist on treating me, I shall allow it. Qin Xiao found the boy somewhat foolish yet undeniably entertaining. And since he was so eager to treat, he decided to give him the chance. Please, senior and esteemed sisters, Yi Jiarong said, relieved at Qin Xiao's acquiescence, and hastily led them inside. His entourage of followers was bewildered. What was going on with their young master today? Was he perhaps enchanted by beauty? Stay down here and eat. Do not come up and disturb my meal with the senior, Yi Jiarong instructed as they ascended the staircase, addressing his followers at the back. Do not make a ruckus and spoil the senior's appetite. Young master, are we dining alone today? You do not want me to feed you? One of the previously boisterous followers asked, looking quite pitiful. Get lost. When have I ever needed you to feed me? Stay away, and remember, unless I command it, no one is permitted to come up, Yi Jiarong retorted, his face flushed with embarrassment. Afterward, he hurried upstairs, hoping that the senior and the beautiful sisters had not overheard. Chapter 72. A chance encounter at the tavern. Master of Tiany Pavilion. Naturally, Qin Xiao and his companions overheard the remarks of the follower and stifled their laughter. What family scion was devoid of a bit of waywardness? It was merely a matter of degree. At 14 or 15 years of age, needing a servant to feed them was quite absurd. Upon reaching the second floor, Yi Jiarong caught sight of Qin Xiao's amused expression, which only deepened his embarrassment. Esteemed elder, it is as follows. Not long ago, I encountered a mishap during my training, resulting in a reversal of my meridians and rendering my arms weak, making it quite inconvenient to dine. Hence they assisted me for a period of time. Now that I have recovered, such assistance is no longer necessary. Yi Jiarong explained with a sense of resignation. It is of no concern. Let us hasten to find a place to eat, for I am quite famished, Qin Xiao remarked. preferring not to inquire further and eager to commence the meal. The elder is correct. It is a rare honor to be graced by your presence. Today, we shall dine on the third floor. The second floor is replete with numerous private rooms, but the third floor is superior, boasting only 2 large private rooms that offer the finest views and service. In a bid to salvage his dignity, Yi Jiarong resolved to indulge and treat Qin Xiao and his companions to the third floor. Subsequently, guided by the attendant, the 4 ascended to the third floor. Young Master Yi, the first private room is occupied. How about the second? The attendant inquired, opening the door to the second room. What does the elder think? Yi Jiarong did not respond, but turned to Qin Xiao for his opinion. Either will suffice. It is merely a meal, Qin Xiao replied, leading Yin Man and Lin Sherdream into the room. Indeed, the view from the third floor was splendid. There are few high-rise buildings in Tianyuan City, and from this vantage point, one could gaze upon vast expanses of houses and the intricate web of streets. Is there a menu? Or could you perhaps enlighten us about your offerings? Qin Xiao glanced outside before preparing to place his order. This is the menu. Please inform me of your selections, and I shall record them. The attendant promptly presented a menu to Qin Xiao. Upon perusing the menu, Qin Xiao found the prices quite reasonable, with the most expensive dish priced at 880 spirit stones, while most others were in single digits. Very well, I am unfamiliar with what is delightful, and wish to sample everything. Let us order one of each. There is no need for you to record them. Just bring them all out, Qin Xiao decisively stated, feeling adventurous in his first experience with spirit cuisine. What? One of each? The first to express astonishment was not the attendant, but Yi Jiarong, who would be footing the bill. He had never spent more than 200 spirit stones on a meal, as his family had imposed restrictions on their expenditures. Though he had saved a modest amount of pocket money, it totaled only a few thousand spirit stones, and he had assumed that even with indulgence, it would suffice. Now, he felt as though he might weep. What troubles you, young Master Yi? Do you fear I cannot finish? Worry not, for I shall pack any leftovers. I despise waste. Qin Xiao presumed Yi Jiarong's concern was about excess. Indeed, it is nothing, as long as the elder is content. I have a few matters to attend to with my entourage, so I shall descend for a moment, Yi Jiarong stated before making his way downstairs. Master, do you think that fellow might flee? Lin Sherdream queried with curiosity, having glanced at the menu herself. Ordering one of each would surely cost at least 10,000 spirit stones. If he flees, so be it. I never intended for another to bear the expense. Does our master truly lack such spirit stones? It was that young man who insisted on treating us. Should he abscond, we shall dine independently. Qin Xiao appeared utterly indifferent, regarding the mere 20 to 30,000 spirit stones as insignificant trifles. Yi Jiarong, on the other hand, contemplated an escape, yet how could he? The family name had already been invoked, and the staff of the tavern recognized him. Furthermore, it was he who had led the group to the third floor. Fleeing now would not only offend the elder, but, should he fail to settle the bill, the tavern would undoubtedly seek out the Yi family, and he would face more than just a beating. Young master, you're back so soon? Have you thought of us and wished to summon us? A subordinate hastened to greet Yi Jiarong as he descended, delighted that the young master had not forgotten them. Silence. You chatter too much. Hurry home and fetch some spirit stones for me. Send 1,000. No, 2,000. I am in urgent need. Off you go. Yi Jiarong kicked at his subordinate, urging him to fetch the money. Oh, understood. The subordinate, wishing to inquire further, hastily complied, especially upon seeing another impending kick from Yi Jiarong. In no time, Yi Jiarong returned to the private room number 2. Elder, are you satisfied with this arrangement? He inquired as he opened the door to Qin Xiao. Ah, you have returned. I thought you might have fled, Qin Xiao remarked, surprised by Yi Jiarong's presence. What words are those, elder? I invited you to dine. If I were to flee, what would that make the Yi family? Though Yi Jiarong felt a twinge of guilt, he had already dispatched someone to retrieve the funds, and thus felt assured. Please, come in, he said. At that moment, a server opened the door, admitting none other than the esteemed leader of the Tianyuan pavilion, Yi Tianyuan. What is the meaning of this? Why are you here? Yi Tianyuan questioned, perplexed as she beheld Qin Xiao and his companions. She had been summoned by the city lord, who mentioned that the great commander wished to speak with her. Reluctantly, she had come, only to find her nephew and Qin Xiao instead. Is the pavilion leader not here to seek young Master Yi? The server finally realized her mistake. The pavilion leader was not there to find young Master Yi, but rather to visit another private room. Aware that the Tianyuan pavilion and the Yi family, though separate factions, were indeed family, she had mistakenly assumed Yi Tianyuan's visit was for Yi Jiarong. Aunt, what brings you here? Your nephew pays his respects, Yi Jiarong stammered, taken aback. It was a rare occasion for him to ascend to the third floor, and now to encounter his aunt. Surely, he was in for a scolding for his extravagant display. Yi pavilion leader, what a coincidence. I never imagined we would meet here at the tavern. Is it not true that individuals of your cultivation level do not dine? Perhaps you are here to see your nephew? Qin Xiao too was momentarily bewildered, assuming Yi Tianyi had come to find Yi Jiarong, yet he greeted her with courtesy. The commotion had certainly caught the attention of those in private room number 1, prompting them to emerge. What are you doing? Yi Pavilion leader is my guest. How could you lead her to the wrong room? Do you wish to keep your position? City Lord Chun Lu scolded the server upon seeing Yi Tianyi standing at the entrance of room number 2. Master Chun need not vent his anger on the servants. This is also a friend of mine, and I merely came to extend my greetings. Upon witnessing Chun Lu's ire directed at the attendant, Yi Tianyi hurriedly interjected, wishing to avoid any repercussions for the servant over a trivial matter. My apologies, it was entirely my oversight. The servant, fearing to offend Master Chun, repeatedly bowed and expressed regret. It is of no consequence. You may retire for now. Yi Tianyi instructed the attendant to leave. Since this person is a friend of Master Yi, I, Chun, would naturally like to make their acquaintance. After Chun Lu spoke, he approached. I have the honor of meeting Master Chun, the young nephew said respectfully. Upon seeing Chun Lu, Yi Jiarong quickly greeted him. Ah, it is Jiarong. Then there is no issue. However, who might these three be? Chun Lu, feeling reassured upon recognizing Yi Jiarong, noticed Qin Xiao and his 2 disciples, and his eyes gleamed with interest. His martial aptitude was rather mediocre. In all likelihood, he would only attain the Yuanying stage within his lifetime, and perhaps with some fortuity, he might reach the Huashan stage. Thus, he had long since abandoned the path of cultivation, choosing instead to marry numerous wives and indulge in worldly pleasures. Upon seeing Yin Man and Lin Shi dream, his desire intensified. I am merely a wandering cultivator. These 2 are my disciples. I appreciate Master Chen's concern, Qin Xiao replied dismissively, having noticed the glint in Chun Lu's eyes. Master Chun, did you not mention that the Grand Commander sought me for a discussion? We ought to proceed without delay, lest the Grand Commander be kept waiting. Yi Tianyi, sensing the tension in the air and fearing further complications, quickly shifted the conversation. Indeed, I almost forgot. My uncle has been waiting in the private room for quite some time. After the exchange, Chun Lu, though appearing jovial, began to devise a plan to win over the 2 young women. Chapter 73, The Proposal Encounter, Commander Chun. Once Yi Tianyi and Chun Lu departed, Yi Jiarong promptly closed the door. Senior, you are acquainted with my grandaunt? He had witnessed the earlier encounter and noted the familiarity between Qin Xiao and his grandaunt, leading to his curiosity. We have met on a few occasions. Your grandaunt has even suffered a minor setback at my hands, Qin Xiao replied nonchalantly, recalling how Yi Tianyi had left the auction empty-handed. Does that mean you are allies or adversaries with my grandaunt? Yi Jiarong felt a surge of anxiety. If there were any animosity, it would be rather inappropriate for him to host. Wouldn't that be a deliberate attempt to aggravate her? I bear her no malice. It was merely that at the auction, she failed to outbid me. Qin Xiao reassured the visibly troubled Yi Jiarong. Oh, that is a relief. Upon hearing this clarification, Yi Jiarong finally exhaled in relief. If they were indeed enemies, his grandaunt would have certainly mentioned it, and the senior would not have approached so confidently. As long as they were not foes, all would be well. After a brief exchange, the dishes Qin Xiao had ordered began to arrive in succession. Let us not linger in conversation. It is time to dine. Observing the ample spread before them, Qin Xiao picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Yin Man and Lin Shi followed suit, also diving into the meal without further ado. Only Yi Jiarong was preoccupied with thoughts, finding even the precious spirit food tasteless and difficult to swallow. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the private room was fraught with tension. Within the chamber sat 3 individuals: Yi Tianyi, the esteemed leader of the Tianyi Pavilion; Chun Lu, the city lord; and Qin Xiao, the Grand Commander. Do not be angered, Pavilion Master. My uncle's proposal is indeed advantageous for your Tianyi Pavilion. Chun Lu hastily poured wine for the visibly irate Yi Tianyi, simultaneously attempting to persuade her. I, Yi Tianyi, have long declared that I shall not seek a partner until reaching the fusion stage. I kindly ask the Grand Commander to refrain from bringing this matter up again. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Tianyi managed to suppress her fury. Tianyi, although I am several centuries your senior, my intentions are sincere. Should you agree to become my partner, I shall gladly serve as an esteemed elder of your Tianyi Pavilion. With the presence of a fusion stage elder, your pavilion could ascend to a second-tier force. What could be more beneficial? Grand Commander Qin Xiao continued. The entire Qingzhou region is divided into 5 districts, each overseen by a Grand Commander, a department of the Supreme Celestial Dynasty. Qin Xiao is the Grand Commander of the Eastern District, having recently achieved a breakthrough to the early fusion stage. Chun Lu's position as City Lord is also a result of this connection, allowing him to reign as a local sovereign. For over a century, Qin Xiao has pursued Yi Tianyi, who has consistently rebuffed his advances. How could she possibly consider becoming a partner to someone older than her grandfather? Indeed, Pavilion Master Yi. While it was understandable that you declined when my uncle had not yet reached the fusion stage, now that he has achieved early fusion, he is more than capable of elevating your Tianyi Pavilion. Do not let this opportunity slip away, Cheng Lu chimed in eagerly. City Lord, Commander, I appreciate your goodwill. But this matter need not be mentioned further, Yi Tianyi resolutely declined. Yi Tianyi, do not be ungrateful. The reason your Tianyi Pavilion has remained undisturbed for so many years is not merely due to its strength. It is because many choose to respect my position as Grand Commander. Should you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for supporting other factions. Chen Shuani's patience wore thin, and he spoke with anger. Yi Tianyi could not deny the truth in his words. Despite her firm rejection, Chen Shuani's relentless pursuit had indeed deterred other factions from troubling the Tianyi Pavilion. Yet, this did not obligate her to marry him. The Grand Commander's years of support were not forgotten, and she intended to express her gratitude with a generous gift later. Once again, I must emphasize, I will not be seeking a partner at this time, nor do I have any short-term intentions of doing so. Yi Tianyi remained steadfast, having anticipated this confrontation and prepared a gift in advance. Very well, Yi Tianyi. If you insist on refusing my hospitality, do you not fear my wrath upon your Tianyi Pavilion? What can your pavilion muster to withstand the fury of a fusion stage? Chen Shuani, seeing that none of his tactics bore fruit, grew furious, his aura turning violent. Commander, do not threaten me. The Supreme Celestial Dynasty has regulations preventing its officials from oppressing local powers, Yi Tianyi retorted. Yi Tianyi remained unperturbed. For both the realms of cultivation and the secular world are governed by a multitude of rules. Otherwise, peace would not prevail as it does. Regulations serve to maintain balance. And even the most powerful leader in the integration stage cannot act with impunity. Indeed, the Celestial Empire has its stipulations. Yet what if I were to sever my ties with it? If I, as a solitary cultivator, were to obliterate your Tianyi Pavilion, it would merely be deemed a personal vendetta, resulting in a maximum of a few hundred years of confinement. In both the realms of cultivation and the secular world, those of the integration stage are seldom subjected to severe punishment. Chen Shuani was now seething with rage, and at this moment, he could hardly consider the implications. Perhaps this was the essence of love unfulfilled, turning into hatred. Is the commander truly intent on this course? Are you willing to jeopardize your own future to annihilate my Tianyi Pavilion? Yi Tianyi gazed at the furious Chen Shuani, her own resolve wavering. It was not that she contemplated marrying him, but rather that she recognized the gravity of the situation, should it come to this. She would have no choice but to disband the Tianyi Pavilion and let the Yi family scatter, each member departing their own way. Is it selfish to disregard the safety of her own faction and family? Yi Tianyi herself could not discern, yet she remained steadfast in her beliefs. She would lie in wait, being a spirit root cultivator, given sufficient time to reach the integration stage. She would take vengeance with her own hands. Just as Chen Shuani prepared to respond, a knock echoed at the door of the first private room. Who is it? Chen Lu inquired, visibly displeased. It's me, Qin Xiao. From the adjacent room. I have long admired you, esteemed seniors, and have come to offer a toast, Qin Xiao announced from the doorway. He was not there simply to toast, but had been drawn by the raucous quarrel emanating from the first room, his keen ears discerning that the situation was precarious. Come in. Chen Shuani realized that impulsiveness was unwise and that calmness was required. The arrival of a third party could alleviate the tense atmosphere. Greetings, venerable seniors. I am but a newcomer, here to make your acquaintance, Qin Xiao said as he entered, holding a wine cup in one hand and a jug of spirit wine in the other. The three individuals reverted to their previous demeanor upon his entrance, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Chen Shuani had little desire to become acquainted with Qin Xiao, yet the current situation necessitated a mediator, otherwise, negotiations would surely collapse. And he hoped to salvage the conversation. Consider yourself fortunate, for you need not be introduced to this esteemed Pavilion Master Yi, given your friendship. However, this individual is no ordinary person. He is my uncle, the Grand Commander of the Eastern District. To make his acquaintance is indeed a privilege, Chen Lu remarked, subtly emphasizing his connections. His intention was not born of goodwill, but rather a preparation for later demands concerning the two women. Ah, so you are family. That explains your collusion in bullying Pavilion Master Yi. Qin Xiao suddenly shifted his tone towards Chen Lu. You insolent brat, you dare speak to us in such a manner? Chen Lu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before regaining his composure and launching a swift strike towards Qin Xiao. The attack, imbued with spiritual energy, surged forward with remarkable speed, a shadow of a palm racing towards him. Chen Lu had already assessed Qin Xiao and discovered him to be merely an ordinary individual. Thus, he did not rise to engage, for even a casual strike from him would suffice to inflict grave injury, considering it was a blow from the nascent soul stage. Everything transpired with alarming rapidity. Yi Tianyi wished to intervene, but found herself too late, witnessing the shadow of Chun Lu's palm collide with Qin Xiao. After the impact, Qin Xiao patted his chest, noting that the strike had not even activated the protective shield of his heart-guarding tortoise shell, and in comparison to Yin Man's fist, it was merely a tickle. How could you possibly be unharmed? Chen Lu looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. Although the blow had been casual, it was not something an ordinary person could withstand. You old fool, you could have at least warned me before you struck. You startled me. Qin Xiao retorted as he straightened his attire and glared at Chen Lu. Who exactly are you? What relation does this matter have to you? Why are you involving yourself? Chen Shuani inquired, refraining from aggression, yet clearly perplexed by Qin Xiao's presence. Because I possess this, I am compelled to intervene, Qin Xiao replied, producing the elder token bestowed upon him by Yi Qiuyue. Chapter 74, Threat from the Commander. Arrival of the master's wife. Qin Xiao's sudden shift in demeanor was undoubtedly due to newfound support. Just moments before entering, the elder token had unexpectedly emitted a sound. After a brief exchange, Qin Xiao learned that his master's wife had made a breakthrough and was inquiring about his whereabouts. He succinctly relayed the situation before stepping through the door. Such private rooms typically employed soundproofing arrays. Hence, those within were oblivious to Qin Xiao's conversation. However, the soundproofing was merely of a standard kind, and the earlier commotion in room 1 had inadvertently disrupted part of it due to a surge of spiritual energy, allowing Qin Xiao to glean what had transpired. The elder token? How did it come to be in your possession? Where is the elder? Yi Tianyi rose abruptly upon seeing Qin Xiao produce the token, her expression rife with concern. She had just returned from other cities and, having had no time to return to Tianyi Pavilion, had come directly to the banquet, unaware of Yi Qiuyue's return. This token was indeed given to me by my master's wife, who is on her way here, Qin Xiao quickly clarified. Yi Qiuyue is also coming? Chen Lu voiced his apprehension. Not to worry. Yi Qiuyue is merely at the pinnacle of the transformation stage. I have already made my breakthrough. What can she do upon her arrival? Chen Shuani responded nonchalantly. Previously, he had hesitated to pressure Yi Tianyi partly due to Yi Qiuyue's presence before his own breakthrough. Both he and Yi Qiuyue were at the transformation stage. Even though he had reached the pinnacle, and she was only in the later stages, they were still within the same major realm. Had a forced confrontation arisen, he lacked absolute confidence in securing victory. However, the situation was now different. Even if Yi Qiuyue had achieved the pinnacle of the transformation stage, he had already entered the integration stage, though he still lacked one level. That level represented a significant disparity between realms, leaving him entirely unperturbed by Yi Qiuyue. This newfound confidence was what emboldened him to press for answers. Who says my master's wife remains at the pinnacle of the transformation stage? Just because you have made a breakthrough, does that mean my master's wife cannot? Qin Xiao, noting that Chen Lu had only recently transitioned into the integration stage, did not take his words to heart. As for whether Chen Shuani might suddenly rise up and kill him, he gave it no thought whatsoever. Young man, should you continue to speak insolently, I shall not hesitate to take action against you, a mere mortal. Chen Shuani felt a surge of anger. Despite his disdain for resorting to violence against an ordinary being, he was not one to be trifled with. As a formidable master at the harmonization stage and the esteemed leader of the supreme celestial empire, surely he would not lower himself to confront an ordinary person. If word of this reached the celestial empire, it could tarnish its dignity. Qin Xiao had already inquired thoroughly. Yi Jiarong had explained that the supreme celestial empire enjoyed the allegiance of the mundane world due to its stringent regulations. They were permitted to punish ordinary individuals according to the rules, yet could not arbitrarily kill them. Rest assured, uncle, if you find it inconvenient to act, allow me to handle this. He is within my territory, and I possess the authority to deal with him. As for the charges, I shall have someone fabricate them. Chen Lu understood that the empire's rules were indeed strict, and as the Grand Commander, his uncle could not strike at mortals. However, he was different. As the city lord, he could dispose of Qin Xiao at his leisure, provided he did not kill him outright. This was the reason he had refrained from using excessive force earlier. Of course, that was the public pretense. Were Yi Tianyi not present, he could easily eliminate Qin Xiao, and as long as it was done discreetly, no one would be the wiser. Least of all the empire. That is correct. The Grand Commander cannot act indiscriminately. Let your nephew take care of this. Seeing Chen Lu's assertion, Qin Xiao quickly chimed in. Should the Grand Commander disregard all caution and seek to kill him, it would likely result in only minor repercussions. It was best not to provoke the old man and wait for his master to arrive. Young man, you possess audacity indeed to look down upon even me, the city lord. To disrespect the city lord is to show contempt for the empire. I shall apprehend you now. Chen Lu, unable to contain himself any longer upon seeing Qin Xiao's defiance, rose and advanced toward him. However, before Chen Lu's hand could grasp Qin Xiao, it was deftly deflected by Yin Man's sword, which had arrived just in time. Lin Shiming also drew her sword, and the two released their spiritual energies, instantly radiating the aura of two nascent souls. Two nascent souls, splendid. Just what this city lord requires, 2 concubines. Should you agree to serve as my concubines, I might consider sparing this young man. Chen Lu remarked upon the arrival of Yun Man and Lin Shiming. Old dang, who do you think you are to covet my disciple? Qin Xiao retorted, his words unfiltered. His disciple was his Achilles heel, untouchable by anyone. Enough of this nonsense. Chen Shuani admonished, feeling embarrassed for his nephew in this public setting. I apologize, uncle, my considerations were lacking. Chen Lu, momentarily blinded by his desires, had neglected the presence of his uncle, and upon receiving reprimand, quickly regained his composure. Young man, if I were you, I would flee as far as possible rather than await my demise here. If you hope for protection from Tianyi Pavilion, let me inform you that even they are struggling to safeguard themselves. Chen Shuani remained concerned about appearances. After all, he was the Grand Commander of the Celestial Empire. Who says Tianyi Pavilion is in peril? Before Qin Xiao could speak, Yi Qiuyue had already ascended to the 3rd floor. Master, aunt, great-grandmother. Upon encountering Yi Qiuyue, Qin Xiao and others shouted in unison. Naturally, it was Yi Jiarong who called out Grandma. What? You have also reached the integration stage? Chen Shuani sensed Yi Qiuyue's aura and realized she had indeed attained the integration stage. Very well, if you know what's good for you, depart at once. Should you desire to engage in battle, my heavenly garment pavilion shall gladly oblige. Yi Qiuyue, known for her fiery temper, was unperturbed by the threat posed to the heavenly garment pavilion. If it came to war, she was ready. Humph, your heavenly garment pavilion is quite impressive. I shall remember this. Aware that there was no hope left now that Yi Qiuyue had also broken through, Chen Shuani chose not to linger, uttering a parting remark before leaving. Humph, all the privileges your heavenly garment pavilion enjoyed in Heavenly Garment City are hereby revoked. Upon witnessing his uncle's departure, Chen Lu also left, casting aside a final remark. Why are you all here? Yi Qiuyue inquired, perplexed. Master, let us return to our private room for a thorough discussion. Qin Xiao suggested that it was inappropriate for everyone to remain in that spot, proposing they retreat to room 2. Let us go. It is not suitable to linger here. Yi Qiuyue concurred, feeling the same. Subsequently, they all returned to room 2. With heavenly garment present, I can surmise the reasons. With shower here, I can understand. But how is it that you are also present? Yi Qiuyue directed her question towards Yi Jiarong. Grandma, it is merely a misunderstanding. I invited this esteemed elder to dine, unaware that you were all acquainted. I hope you will not hold it against me. Yi Jiarong's mind was still in disarray, pondering the situation. His aunt had quarreled with the city lord, and now his grandmother exchanged harsh words with that general. The elder he invited for a meal turned out to be familiar with his grandmother. What was he even doing today? No matter. It is only right for the Yi family to extend hospitality to Shower, who is visiting Heavenly Garment City for the first time. You have done well. Yi Qiuyue did not harbor any resentment, merely expressing curiosity, and was pleased to learn the truth. Thank you for your praise, Grandma. Yi Jiarong quickly wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, relieved that all was well. Aunt, how did you break through? Did you not say that a breakthrough was unattainable in the short term? Yi Tianyi expressed curiosity about Yi Qiuyue's sudden advancement, knowing that enhancing one's divine spirit requires time. Such rapid progress seemed implausible. I was always capable of breaking through. I was merely constrained by an insufficient divine spirit. This time, I discovered something that could replenish my divine spirit, thus enabling my breakthrough. Yi Qiuyue recounted her situation truthfully. She had initially intended to break through during her last seclusion, but her divine spirit had fallen just short, preventing her from doing so. This time, having obtained the sacred Yuan spirit fruit, she only needed to refine it to naturally achieve her breakthrough, with no other hindrances. In fact, it took her just over an hour to refine the sacred Yuan spirit fruit. Otherwise, she could have arrived even sooner. Where is my rebellious child? During their conversation, a voice echoed from the staircase. Chapter 75. The Yi family gathers. Chen Lu strikes. There were only 2 private rooms on the 3rd floor, and with room 1 now vacant, they had not closed the door. At this moment, someone brazenly cursed as they approached. What is going on now? Qin Xiao inquired curiously of Yi Jiarong. That is my father's voice. Yi Jiarong lowered his head in embarrassment, undoubtedly aware that his father had been infuriated and had come to the restaurant to confront him. Where are you? You little rascal, come out. Do you think I'm a spirit stone vault? You dare ask for 20,000? I'll teach you a lesson. The voice grew increasingly close, nearing the entrance. Grandma, great-grandma, save me. My father is going to hit me. Yi Jiarong knew well his father's temperament. When he said he would strike, he certainly would. He hastily knelt down, seeking help from the 2 elders. It's fine, get up. Great-grandma will take care of this, Yi Chiyue assured him, having just praised Yi Jiarong for handling matters well, thus promising him support. You ungrateful wretch, you're here? Just wait and see. Yi Yuanhua was about to unleash a tirade when he noticed the presence of others and abruptly fell silent. He had encountered great-grandma and his aunt before. Recognizing them, Yi Yuanhua quickly stepped forward, bowing in respect. Internally, he lamented, you little brat, with elders present, why didn't you speak up sooner? Now look at the trouble you've caused me. What kind of behavior is this? Have you no semblance of a family head? Yi Chiyue admonished, directing her ire at the bowed Yi Yuanhua. Great-grandma, it was my fault. Please forgive me. Yi Yuanhua dared not resist and could only endure the scolding. Very well. Just be mindful next time. Have a seat. Yi Chiyue offered a brief reprimand, deeming it not a significant issue. No need for that. I'll stand, and you little rascal, come here and stand too, he commanded Yi Jiarong, who was still contemplating taking a seat. Realizing the support from great-grandma, he thought better of it. After all, it was wise not to oppose his father. Shower, are you satisfied with the meal? If not, we can order more, Yi Chiyue remarked, her gaze lingering on Qin Xiao, who had presented her with the Saint Yuan spirit fruit, a rare find indeed. Madam Master, I am quite full, but the spiritual dishes here seem exquisite. I should pack a bit more, if that is all right. Qin Xiao, thoroughly pleased, recognized the rarity of this occasion and deemed it necessary to take some home. What sort of talk is that? Pack as much as you want, Yi Chiyue responded, dismissing any concerns. Then I'll take 10 more of those menus. I wish to pack them. Where's the waiter? Qin Xiao pondered, concluding that 10 would suffice, as hoarding too much would be unwise. He raised his gaze in search of a server, but found none in sight. I'll go signal them. You all continue chatting. Yi Yuanhua interjected, aware that Qin Xiao's request for 10 menus would require a return home for more spirit stones, despite having brought only enough for one. Then hurry along. Yi Chiyue waved him off. In truth, both she and Yi Tianyi possessed ample spirit stones and had no intention of relying on the elders to cover the bill. However, it was customary for the Yi family to treat guests without burdening their elders. The restaurant, unaware of the day's extraordinary events, wondered what caliber of esteemed clientele had graced them with their presence. The Yi family is hosting some esteemed guests, it seems. Ordering one book was already outrageous, and now they wish to add 10 more. Subsequently, an order was placed for procurement. After ensuring everything was in order, Yi Yuanhua ascended the stairs. He had roughly calculated that one book would cost around 20,000, making it over 200,000 for 11. It is unlikely that this establishment sees such high sales within a year, as ordinary individuals would seldom indulge in such extravagant expenditures. After some time, various dishes began to arrive, all of which were absorbed into Qin Xiao's system space. Where is my rebellious son? The same voice echoed from the staircase. Could it be? Grandfather has arrived? Yi Jiarong was momentarily speechless. How could father be disturbed? Was he not in seclusion? Yi Yuanhua was equally taken aback. This situation feels oddly familiar. Qin Xiao sensed that this scene had occurred just moments prior. Rebellious son, you are here, aren't you? Look at me. Yi Tianyuan was just about to explode. But like Yi Yuanhua, he suddenly fell silent. Having met his aunt and sister, upon recognizing them, Yi Tianyuan, too, respectfully paid his respects. Teacher's wife. Your family truly is fascinating. They all seem to be cut from the same cloth, Qin Xiao remarked with a chuckle, unable to contain his amusement at the unfolding scenario. Qin Xiao, silence yourself, Yi Tianyi said, feeling embarrassed. Why was her brother's family so unreliable? It left her utterly speechless. Yi Tianyuan, who had been in seclusion, had merely stepped out for some fresh air. Observing the butler in a hurry, he inquired about the commotion, only to discover that his son had recklessly spent over 200,000 spirit stones at the tavern. This was unacceptable, if the head of the family behaved thus. How could he teach his disciples? In a fit of anger, he seized the bag of spirit stones and rushed over. Alas, I apologize for the disturbance, Shower. Tianyuan, what is the matter with you? How can you act so recklessly at your age? Yi Chiyue expressed her exasperation, as this was not typical behavior for the Yi family. Aunt, there has been a misunderstanding. I was unaware that they were hosting you. I thought they were disregarding our ancestral teachings and indulging in extravagance, which is why I rushed to reprimand them. It was indeed a misunderstanding, Yi Tianyuan hastily explained. Enough. Since everyone is present, allow me to introduce you. This is Qin Xiao, the leader of the 7-star peak of the Tianyuan Sect, a direct disciple of Chongqing, and also my disciple. In the future, should the Yi family encounter him, they should offer assistance and never offend him. Seeing that 3 generations of the family were present, Yi Chiyue took the opportunity to introduce Qin Xiao to her relatives. Aunt, you truly consider him one of your own? I disagree, I cannot accept this. He is merely a disciple of Qin Chongqing. What does that have to do with us? while the others in the Yi family dared not voice their opinions. Yi Tianyi was the first to object. If her aunt regarded him as a disciple, would that not place him on equal footing with her? That simply could not be allowed. What grounds do you have for your discontent? Do you not realize why I was able to rapidly advance to the harmonization stage? It is all thanks to Qin Xiao. If it were not for his assistance in my breakthrough, not only would your Tianyi pavilion face ruin, but the Yi family would as well. He essentially saved you, and yet you still harbor grievances. Yi Qiyue, upon hearing Yi Tianyi's dissent, was instantly incensed. Are you still unconvinced? If it weren't for Qin Xiao, today's outcome would have been entirely different. What? Is it him? How can this be? How could he possess something that enhances one's primordial spirit? Yi Tianyi found it difficult to accept. She was aware of Qin Xiao's wealth. Yet such items transcended mere monetary acquisition. Otherwise, she would have depleted her entire fortune to procure them for her aunt. Your praise is excessive, esteemed teacher. We are all family here. There is no need to speak of assistance. As long as your cultivation improves, I too shall benefit, Qin Xiao remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the compliments. Look at him. Having aided us, he remains humble without boasting. What further objections do you have? Yi Qiyue expressed her satisfaction upon hearing Qin Xiao's words. Aunt, I was wrong. I concede, Yi Tianyi admitted, even though she felt disgruntled. She recognized the truth in her aunt's words. Qin Xiao had indeed contributed to Tianyi Pavilion. To voice further opposition would be unreasonable, especially since it was his timely intervention that had averted prior troubles, notwithstanding the subsequent escalation. Now that's more like it. Tianyi, henceforth you shall address Qin Xiao as junior brother. He is my disciple, and thus your junior as well. Qin Xiao. You may refer to her as Sister Tianyi from now on, Yi Qiyue declared, having noted Yi Tianyi's concession. Since she had called her master, it was only fitting that he be bestowed a title. Thank you, esteemed teacher. Qin Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude. This establishes our standing in Tianyi Pavilion. Should we no longer find our place in Tianyuan Sect, we may return to Tianyi Pavilion. Master, trouble arises. The city lord's patrol has sealed our shop, a disciple from Tianyi Pavilion reported just as they were enjoying their conversation. Chapter 76. Unleashing all means. Seeking assistance upon hearing the disciple's report, Yi Tianyi realized that Chen Lu had made his move. Has he struck so swiftly? Qin Xiao was equally surprised. It had hardly been long since they had departed, yet the city lord had not hesitated to retaliate. It matters not. Our assets are widespread across Qingzhou. The loss of a single city cannot undermine our foundation. Yi Tianyi had anticipated such targeting and resolved to relinquish the Tianyi shop in that city. Report to the pavilion master. The city lord's guards have sealed our warehouse, claiming we hoarded goods and failed to pay taxes honestly. Report to the pavilion master. The city gate guards have barred our convoy from entering the city, confiscating all raw materials and ordering that no one from Tianyi Pavilion, including members of the Yi family, may exit the city. Report to the pavilion master. A large contingent of guards has surrounded Tianyi Pavilion, alleging that we are harboring fugitives and demanding to search our premises. Head of the family, dire news. The Yi family has also been besieged. As disciples continued to report these successive grievances, it became evident that the Yi family was also facing retribution. Such audacity! Yi Qiyue was incensed, believing them to be underestimating both Tianyi Pavilion and the Yi family. Aunt, do not act impulsively. Their actions are intended to provoke us into retaliation. Once we strike, it would be seen as a provocation against the supreme heavenly dynasty, granting them justification to target us. Yi Tianyi reasoned astutely. The adversaries' maneuvers were largely inconsequential. They had yet to resort to violence, but any aggression from their side would furnish the enemy with a pretext for action. The lord of the city may not possess the highest cultivation, yet within this realm, his authority is unrivaled, for he is backed by the supreme celestial empire. Why don't you accompany me to Tianyuan City? I shall procure new ventures for you. Qin Xiao was well aware that provoking the city lord was harmless. But should a direct confrontation arise, they would face the entirety of the celestial empire, an entity that even the immortal commerce would dare not provoke. Let us set aside these matters for now and proceed. Shower, you shall remain here. Once the situation is resolved, I will return to seek you. Yi Qiyue recognized the validity of Yi Tianyi's words, yet even without engaging in battle, it was prudent to ascertain the circumstances. Very well, you may go ahead. I shall join once I have completed my preparations. Qin Xiao refrained from further comment and continued to await the spiritual sustenance. It was not that he lacked the desire to accompany them. Rather, his presence would serve little purpose at this nascent stage. For now, it was merely a show of strength, a mutual probing of boundaries, and he saw no urgency to rush over. Young Master Qin, here are 250,000 spirit stones. Take them. We must hasten back to our family. Yi Tianyan handed a storage pouch to Qin Xiao. The Yi family found themselves besieged, and they needed to return. Unsure of how to address Qin Xiao, he settled on young Master Qin. You may keep the spirit stones. It was merely a jest. I have no intention of imposing such burdens upon you. You should return swiftly. Qin Xiao outright declined, noting the absurdity of discussing payments in such dire times. Then we are grateful to you, young Master Qin. Yi Tianyuan was not one to be overly sentimental. Given the predicament facing the Yi family, those spirit stones might prove useful. Master, will you merely stand by? Is there truly no recourse? Yin Man inquired, her confusion evident. For she believed Qin Xiao to be capable of anything. What recourse do I possess? The adversary has chosen to confront us openly, undoubtedly seeking the aid of the Empire. We are not in a position to provoke them, Qin Xiao mused, grappling with the lack of immediate solutions. Indeed, it is not solely the city lord. The Grand Commander is also a formidable trump card, Lin Shiming added. Wait a moment, we cannot combat them externally. Perhaps we can seek a solution from within. Lin Shiming's words suddenly sparked an idea in Qin Xiao's mind. From within? What do you mean? Are you suggesting we enlist the help of someone within the Celestial Empire? Do you have any contacts? Lin Shiming retorted, exasperated. Their backing is the Eastern District's Grand Commander. Do you truly believe you can connect with higher echelons of the Empire? Well, I do not possess such connections, but the immortal commerce surely does. I saved Ling Wushuang's life. Surely, his father could assist in establishing some rapport. Qin Xiao realized the significance of connections. Fortunately, having saved Ling Wushuang previously, he hoped that a favor could be called in. Can you reach Ling Wushuang? Do you know where the Qingzhou branch of the immortal commerce is located? What if he is unwilling to assist? Lin Shiming continued to douse his hopes with skepticism. If I cannot reach him, do you believe the immortal commerce would be unable to? On that day, the Xiandao Trading Company also had a presence in Tianyuan City. Thus, inquiring there would yield answers. Qin Xiao felt a surge of confidence, having previously interacted with Ling Wushuang, discovering him to be quite reliable and not the type to disregard sentiments. Moreover, he would not expect assistance without reciprocation. After more than an hour, Qin Xiao finally packed all the spiritual delicacies. Following the transaction, he led Yin Man and Lin Sherdream toward the auction house of the Xiandao Trading Company in Tianyuan City. Perhaps the auction house was the main venture of the Xiandao Trading Company, serving as the headquarters in every city. Armed with a prestigious membership card, Qin Xiao navigated effortlessly, arriving directly at the reception area of the trading company. Welcome, esteemed guest. I regret not being there to greet you personally. Li Ren approached with a warm smile. He felt compelled to do so, for the visitor had requested to be attended by a supervisor-level individual. You must be Supervisor Li. I seek your assistance. Qin Xiao had previously inquired about the Xiandao Trading Company in Tianyuan City and was aware that the two brothers, Li Renji and Li Ren, presided here, both in the early stages of the transformation realm. It was clear that the elder brother, Li Renji, would not be the one to attend to him. Thus the person before him must be Li Ren. Please, feel free to express your needs. As long as it is within our capabilities, we shall fulfill it. Li Ren assured with confidence, recognizing the privilege of the esteemed membership card. As long as the request was not overly extravagant, the company was bound to accommodate it. A duty owed to such valued patrons. I trust you can assist. Please contact Ling Wushuang and inform him that Qin Xiao has urgent matters to discuss. Qin Xiao stated directly, confident that the trading company would have the means to facilitate this communication. During the second level of the secret realm, Ling Wushuang had provided him with a jade talisman for communication, suggesting the trading company possessed similar devices for correspondence. I can indeed facilitate that. Though I am curious about the nature of your urgent request for my young master, Li Ren inquired further. That can wait. Once you establish contact with Ling Wushuang, I shall explain, Qin Xiao replied, unsure of how to articulate the details, opting to reserve the explanation for later. Very well, since you prefer not to disclose, I shall refrain from pressing further. I will proceed to contact your young master, Li Ren concluded before stepping away. How can you be so certain they will reach Ling Wushuang? Lin Sherdream, still bewildered, questioned the feasibility of contacting him through the trading company. You have devoted years solely to cultivation, leaving much to be learned. Do not let your age deceive you. Your understanding pales in comparison to Yin Man's, Qin Xiao remarked, observing Lin Sherdream's astonishment. Lin Sherdream could only respond with a dismissive snort, unable to counter his statement. Before long, Li Ren returned. Esteemed guest, I have successfully contacted the young master. He requests that you wait a moment, as he shall arrive shortly. The incredulity on Li Ren's face remained. Who exactly was this youth that the young master would come personally? As for the events that transpired in the secret realm, the details had yet to reach them. Only that the Xiandao Trading Company had suffered significant losses, with the specific reasons remaining undisclosed, leaving him unaware of Qin Xiao's role in saving Ling Wushuang's life. Could he truly arrive? In that case, I shall await his arrival. Qin Xiao did not anticipate that Ling Wushuang would indeed come, and from Supervisor Li's words, it seemed that it would not take long. It appears that the Xiandao Trading Company harbors many secrets. Chapter 77. Ling Wushuang arrives at the city lord's mansion while waiting. Qin Xiao requested Li Ren to bring forth the catalog, contemplating that he had nothing else to do and could procure some goods for his disciples. Naturally, Li Ren was delighted to oblige, personally attending to the matter. This was not merely a shopping trip. It was evidently a procurement mission. No wonder he was receiving a distinguished member. It was his first time hosting a guest of such high standing. Tianyuan City is neither particularly large nor small. Yet the highest membership tier is the purple card. Individuals holding a distinguished membership card typically do not visit this place. The procurement this time was modest. Given that a considerable amount had already been acquired in Tianyuan City, here, he sought only items that were unavailable there. Nonetheless, for Li Ren, this was still a significant transaction. Brother Qin, I apologize for the wait. I wonder what urgent matter prompted your hasty summons. Approximately 2 hours later, Ling Wushuang appeared in the reception hall. Brother Ling, I did not expect you to come in person. You are truly gracious, Qin Xiao remarked, somewhat surprised that Ling Wushuang had indeed arrived in such a short span of time. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, those 2 hours were not spent in transit, but rather in Ling Wushuang attending to some affairs at the branch office before making his way here in mere minutes, albeit with a few transfers involved. Since you have arrived, I shall not intrude upon your reunion. I shall take my leave. Li Ren observed Ling Wushuang's presence and, sensing the familiarity among them, chose to excuse himself. Brother Ling, are you nearby? How is it you arrived so swiftly? Lin Sherdream expressed her bewilderment, genuinely surprised that Qin Xiao had successfully summoned Ling Wushuang. Well, more or less. I am uncertain what urgent matter Brother Qin wishes to discuss, Ling Wushuang replied evasively. Then turned to Qin Xiao to inquire further. It is not a grave issue. I simply wish to borrow some connections. Are you acquainted with the higher-ups of the Supreme Celestial Empire? Qin Xiao cut to the chase, directly asking if he had any connections. I do know them. The governor of Qingzhou is a close friend of my father. Is it that you have encountered a conflict with the city lord? Ling Wushuang assumed it was a minor issue and offered his assistance without hesitation. The situation was not so straightforward. If he had offended the city lord personally, Qin Xiao would not have been troubled, for he could merely escape. After all, it was not a matter of offending the Supreme Celestial Empire. However, this was the headquarters of Tianyuan Pavilion, and they could not afford to flee, thus Qin Xiao had to devise another plan. Subsequently, Qin Xiao recounted the entire sequence of events to Ling Wushuang. I have indeed met Captain Chen once. We had little interaction. I did not expect him to be such a person, truly bringing shame to the empire. Fear not, this matter is on me. While I may not be able to handle Captain Chen, I can certainly address the city lord for you. If Captain Chen persists, I shall enlist my father's aid. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Ling Wushuang was somewhat contemptuous of Qin Shuni's actions. What rationale could possibly justify extinguishing another's life simply because they refused to marry you? This should not trouble you, I hope. Qin Xiao felt he had underestimated the capabilities of the Xiandao Commercial Guild. As it seemed, even the city lord could be dealt with. What trouble could this possibly entail? Brother Qin has saved my life. This is but a trifling matter. By the way, Brother Qin, did you indeed slay Yao Kaidong? Ling Wushuang inquired, her curiosity piqued. Indeed, though to be precise, it was my disciple who delivered the fatal blow. Qin Xiao gestured towards Yin Man, who had donned a veil. Qin Xiao felt no need to conceal the truth. Considering Ling Wushuang had traversed great distances to assist him, there was no necessity for subterfuge. Surely, the Xiandao Commercial Guild would not demand deference from the Grand Elder, whose reputation was a bit too grand. So it is you after all. I had my suspicions. If even that transformation stage beast could not contend with you, then slaying a couple of golden core cultivators is indeed a trivial task. Ling Wushuang's expression conveyed that she had anticipated his response. What? It truly was you? Lin Sherdong was hearing this for the first time. Though she had her suspicions, hearing it directly was somewhat hard to accept. What of it? You are now my disciple. Should you wish to report me, feel free. Just refrain from seeking my guidance in your cultivation henceforth. Qin Xiao did not shy away from Lin Sherdong. For whether he acknowledged it or not mattered little. Everyone believed him to be the perpetrator, and he bore no fear of her revealing his actions, having stated it intentionally. You. After much hesitation, Lin Sherdong ultimately relented. Indeed, she was already inextricably entangled in this predicament. Meanwhile, although the Yi family was currently encircled, they had yet to launch an assault. The Yi family had firmly closed their gates and made no further moves, for their involvement was merely ancillary. The real focus rested upon the Tianyuan Pavilion. At the Tianyuan Pavilion, the city lord's elite guards were mobilized. Yi Qiyue and Yi Tianyi stood at the entrance of the pavilion. Elder Yi, Pavilion Master Yi, please do not force us into a difficult position. We are merely acting under orders. The captain of the elite guards appeared exasperated. unaware of what had compelled the city lord to demand a search for fugitives at the Tianyuan Pavilion. Force you? Today, I shall see who dares to intrude upon the Tianyuan Pavilion. Let us witness whether I dare to spill blood. Yi Qiuyue was unconcerned, stating boldly that should anyone dare to enter, she would not hesitate to kill. Elder Yi, I am powerless. It is the city lord's command. The captain of the elite guards found himself at an impasse, fully aware of Yi Qiuyue's temperament. Let Qin Lu come forth himself. Let us see if he dares to enter. If he does, then witness whether I will not obliterate him with a single strike, proving my cultivation to be lacking if I did not. Yi Qiuyue maintained her unyielding stance. Very well, I shall send someone to consult the city lord for a decision. The captain of the elite guards was not foolish. While the task was set by the city lord, his life was his own. And he understood that while a mission could be left unfulfilled, one's life could not be so easily surrendered. What a lively scene. Here I am, master. Qin Xiao, accompanied by Ling Wushuang, had arrived outside the Tianyuan Pavilion. Shower, master might unleash a torrent of violence today. I cannot entertain you now. Please return to the Tianyuan Sect and await my return once I have concluded my business. Upon noticing Qin Xiao's arrival, Yi Qiuyue urged him to leave promptly. Otherwise, once hostilities ensued, escape would become difficult. Ling Wushuang. Yi Tianyuan, however, did not act recklessly. Instead, she observed Ling Wushuang standing beside Qin Xiao. Master, let us not resort to violence over trifles. I have invited Brother Ling to assist, and this matter can be resolved. Qin Xiao, perceiving Yi Qiuyue's readiness for confrontation, hastily offered his counsel. Elder Yi, Pavilion Master Yi, I am Ling Wushuang, and I have come to pay my respects to you both. Ling Wushuang also greeted them politely. The Ling Wushuang of the Immortal Path Commerce? What brings you here? Yi Qiuyue finally recognized Ling Wushuang, momentarily puzzled. It is as such. Brother Qin mentioned a minor inconvenience and requested my assistance, so I came to see what I could do. Elder Yi, rest assured, I possess my own means. Ling Wushuang, wary of Yi Qiuyue taking action, understood that once the first blow was struck, the situation would escalate, becoming far more complicated, even if his father intervened. Very well. Since the young man from the Ling family has spoken, I shall grant you this favor. Upon hearing Ling Wushuang's words, Yi Qiuyue sheathed her sword, her demeanor calming significantly. It was preferable to avoid conflict, but should it come to that, she harbored no qualms about decimating the entire mayor's family, leaving nothing behind. To resolve this matter, we must head to the mayor's residence. Let us all go together and clear up the misunderstanding. Observing Yi Qiuyue's sheathed sword, Ling Wushuang quickly concurred. Thus, the group proceeded toward the mayor's residence. Chapter 78. A close call and negotiations. Upon arriving at the imposing gates of the mayor's residence, they recognized the opulence of the estate, indicating the mayor's indulgence. Gentlemen, allow me to report in first, announced Ding Xiao, the captain of the elite guard, with utmost respect. Although merely an 8th-grade official in the central city, he understood the gravity of offending the immortal path commerce. The supreme heavenly dynasty categorized the cities of the secular realm into 4 tiers. The super cities, typically housing first-tier forces, the large cities, corresponding to second-tier forces, the central cities, home to third-tier forces, and the small cities, often newly established or remote. This classification also aligned with the various ranks within the supreme heavenly dynasty, with the captain of a central city holding only an 8th-grade title. Proceed, and ensure that Mayor Chun comes out to greet me personally. Ling Wushuang did not make things difficult for Ding Xiao, yet retained a commanding presence, insisting that Mayor Chun himself come forth. Understood. After acknowledging, Ding Xiao hurried into the mayor's residence. What? Ling Wushuang of the Immortal Path Commerce has arrived? And he expects me to greet him personally? How could he be here? Upon receiving Ding Xiao's report, Qin Lu felt a wave of panic. Offending the Immortal Path Commerce was beyond his capacity to bear, not to mention his uncle's position in this matter. Swiftly, accompany me to welcome him. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Lu dutifully set off to meet Ling Wushuang. Young Master Ling, your esteemed presence is an honor. I regret my failure to greet you properly. Please, come inside. Shortly thereafter, Qin Lu emerged from the mayor's residence in haste, speaking as he walked. However, upon noticing Qin Xiao and the members of Tianyuan Pavilion, his expression soured. How could this group be associated with the Immortal Path Commerce? Master Qin, you are too polite. Brother Qin, Senior Yi, let us proceed inside. After a brief remark, Ling Wushuang addressed Qin Xiao and Yi Qiuyue beside her. Without further ado, she strode confidently into the Lord's mansion, followed naturally by Qin Xiao and the others. The Xiandao Trading Company was indeed extraordinary. Even the officials of the Supreme Heavenly Dynasty showed such deference. It seemed that the Xiandao Trading Company wielded far more influence than one might initially presume. Qin Xiao had thought that Qin Lu was merely apprehensive of the trading company's power, but it appeared that was not entirely the case. Upon entering the grand hall of the mansion, Ling Wushuang maintained her assertiveness and took her seat at the head of the table, compelling Chen Lu to occupy a subordinate position. Qin Xiao and the others casually found their places. Well aware that the primary focus of this negotiation was between Ling Wushuang and Chen Lu, they were merely there to listen. Lord Chen, I have come at Brother Qin's behest. I understand there have been some misunderstandings between you two, and I am here to resolve them. Before Chen Lu could formulate his thoughts, Ling Wushuang directly articulated the purpose of her visit. Young Master Ling, it is not that I am unwilling to accommodate you, but all my actions have adhered to established protocols. As long as they cooperate, misunderstandings should not arise, so there was no need for your esteemed presence. Chen Lu was clearly reluctant to dismiss the matter so easily, still speaking in formalities. Are you truly adhering to the protocols? You know the truth in your heart. I have stated my purpose is to dispel misunderstandings. Does Lord Chen harbor any ulterior motives? Ling Wushuang, sensing Chen Lu's continued evasion, grew somewhat displeased. She had come in good faith, yet he persisted in his pretense. Ah, young Master Ling has misunderstood me. How could I dare entertain any other intentions? However, the primary misunderstanding lies between my uncle and Lord Yi. I have already informed my uncle, and he shall arrive shortly. Therefore, a resolution must await his presence. Chen Lu, realizing Ling Wushuang's arrival, hastily notified Chen Shuani outside the city. His audacity stemmed from the fact that his uncle awaited him outside, should Yi Chiwa make the first move. His uncle could rightfully intervene, ultimately leveraging the situation to threaten Yi Tianyi with the crime of rebellion against the Tianyi Pavilion. In such a scenario, the pavilion would have no choice but to comply. After all, the grave sin of rebellion could lead to annihilation. With the Supreme Heavenly Dynasty's intervention, no one could provide refuge, leaving only death as an outcome. Under such circumstances, he need not fear the Tianyi Pavilion's refusal to meet his demands. Once his uncle subdued Yi Tianyi, surely the two women accompanying this young man would be compelled to serve him as concubines. The plan was exquisitely crafted, but Ling Wushuang's unexpected arrival forced him to seek his uncle's assistance. Oh, is your uncle the esteemed Commander Qin? I have had the pleasure of meeting him on several occasions. Given your assertion, we shall await your uncle's arrival. Ling Wushuang maintained her indifference, as she had surmised that Chen Lu possessed some form of backing. Indeed, it was a stratagem. Thankfully, she had managed to dissuade her aunt. Upon hearing that Chen Shuani was on his way, Yi Tianyi comprehended that Chen Shuani had been lingering outside the city, waiting for an opportunity to act against her side. Young Master Ling, it has been quite some time since we last met. I had just departed, but upon hearing of your arrival, I hastened back at once. You still appear youthful and accomplished. It seems you are on the verge of breaking through to the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage. Shortly thereafter, Chen Shuani entered with a hearty laugh, not forgetting to cultivate a closer relationship with Ling Wushuang. Please, uncle. Upon seeing Chen Shuani arrive, Chen Lu promptly vacated a seat for him. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit, young Master Ling? Of course. Chen Shuani was aware of the underlying matters, yet he feigned ignorance as he inquired. It is nothing of great importance. I merely heard that there were some misunderstandings between your esteemed uncle and the Heavenly Garment Pavilion, as well as my dear friend Qin Xiao. Thus, I have come to serve as a mediator to resolve these misunderstandings. Ling Wushuang, direct in his approach, replied. The misunderstanding between myself and Pavilion Master Yi is hardly a significant matter. I could easily dismiss it. However, concerning matters within the city, I find myself in a precarious position, as Chen Lu, being an official of the Heavenly Dynasty, oversees all affairs within the city. It would be inappropriate for me to intervene, and I trust you, young Master Ling, would not wish to meddle in the affairs of the Heavenly Dynasty, would you? Chen Shuani, unwilling to let the matter rest, invoked the name of the Supreme Heavenly Dynasty, emphasizing that Chen Lu was the Lord of Tianyi City and a bureaucrat of the Heavenly Dynasty, indicating that this was indeed a matter of state, one that could not be easily dismissed. Oh, are you suggesting that I, as a member of the Supreme Heavenly Dynasty, am precluded from involving myself in the affairs of the city? Ling Wushuang, discerning the implications of the statement, felt a surge of displeasure. That is not my intent. However, this matter is indeed complicated. I would advise against putting us in a difficult position, young Master Ling, Chen Shuani replied, though his words betrayed his true intent to leverage the regulations of the Heavenly Dynasty against him. If that is your stance, have you forgotten that my Xiandao commerce is an imperial enterprise? The Celestial Emperor has conferred upon me, the president of the Xiandao commerce, a first-rank noble title, and a second-rank title upon the vice president. While these titles may lack practical power, they still afford me a certain level of respect. My father, as the vice president of Qingzhou, holds a second-rank title, and as the heir, I am entitled to the privileges of a young lord. You, as a mere commander of fourth rank, why do you not pay your respects to me? Initially, Ling Wushuang had no desire to escalate the situation. Yet Qin Xiao's bullying compelled him to demonstrate what it felt like to be on the receiving end of such treatment. Your humble servant, Qin Xiao, pays his respects to young master Ling. Qin Xiao, chastened by Ling Wushuang's rebuke, stood and performed a proper bow. He had no choice. Ling Wushuang was indeed a young lord, and even without actual power, he still enjoyed the privileges that came with the title. As a fourth-rank official, to disregard a young lord would invite repercussions. You may hold the title of young lord, but it is merely a title without real authority. It would be unwise for you to intervene in this matter, Qin Xiao insisted, determined not to relent after all the preparations he had made. While I may lack actual power, what of the governor of Qin Xiao? If you persist in your obstinacy, I shall return to the branch and report the situation to the governor in full honesty. Although Ling Wushuang bore only the title of young lord, the governor of Qin Xiao was a close friend of his father, and he had the means to lodge a complaint. The official acknowledges his wrongdoing and hopes for the young lord's forgiveness, suggesting that the matter should be put to rest. Chen Shun realizes that Ling Wushuang has invoked the governor of Qin Xiao, indicating the seriousness of the situation, compelling him to concede defeat. In Chapter 79, with Ling Wushuang revealing his identity and leveraging the authority of the Qin Xiao governor, Chen Shun has no choice but to relent and admit his defeat. It is only at this moment that Qin Xiao comprehends that mere cultivation may not suffice. Interpersonal relationships are of paramount importance. To truly ascend, one must align with the Supreme Celestial Empire. If he could attain a noble title, would he not be able to navigate through life with ease? Brother Ling, I did not anticipate your connection with the Supreme Celestial Empire. Impressive indeed. After exiting the city lord's manor, Qin Xiao could no longer contain his admiration. This hollow title serves merely to intimidate the lesser lords in remote areas. It holds little weight in Zhongzhou, Ling Wushuang replied with a smile upon hearing Qin Xiao's inquiry. That is still commendable. I had no idea your celestial trading company possessed such profound depth. I am truly enlightened. Despite Ling Wushuang's modesty, Qin Xiao remained in awe of the celestial trading company's significance. Now that this matter is resolved, I must attend to other affairs and cannot linger here. By the way, my younger sister is currently training in Tianyuan City. I hope Brother Qin will look after her. Ling Wushuang, while acknowledging Qin Xiao's flattery, was eager to return and casually mention Ling Ruoxue. In truth, he had previously received information from Tianyuan City, recognizing Qin Xiao's exceptional nature. Otherwise, he would not have come in person. His motives were twofold: to express gratitude for the life-saving favor and to foster a cordial relationship with Qin Xiao. Since you have matters to attend to, please do so. It is I who should be grateful for your visit. As for your sister, we have had dealings before, and should business arise, I will certainly prioritize your celestial trading company, Qin Xiao said, not wishing to impose, understanding that Ling Wushuang had pressing matters. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ling Wushuang took his leave. Qin Xiao, along with Yi Qiuyue and the others, returned to Tianyi Pavilion. Xiao, how did you come to be on such friendly terms with that young man from the Ling family? Upon their return, Yi Qiuyue voiced her curiosity. While she was aware of significant events occurring in the secret realm, the specifics eluded her. Yi Tianyi, however, was well informed. After the disciples of Tianyi Pavilion returned, they reported the events, and she knew that Qin Xiao had saved Ling Wushuang. Yet, even so, there seemed no need for him to come personally. Well, we have had some interactions. He is quite a person of integrity. I did not expect him to come in person. Initially, I only sought to establish some connections. Given that the Celestial Trading Company is vast and likely knows many high officials, I had no idea he himself was a high official, Qin Xiao replied, opting for brevity. He was not particularly familiar with the Supreme Celestial Empire, only aware that it was a formidable force governing the entire secular realm, a power that most sects dared not provoke. He merely perceived it as impressive, unaware that the Celestial Trading Company was indeed one of its affiliated powers. It was fortunate that Ling Wushuang had come in person, otherwise, it might have been uncertain whether Chen Shun would have been subdued. Yi Tianyi sighed with a sense of relief, acknowledging the complexity of the situation, which could potentially lead to catastrophic consequences for their clan if mishandled. Sister, why is this so? Isn't it merely a city lord? Qin Xiao inquired, somewhat puzzled. Although Chen Lu held the position of a mere city lord in the middle city, classified as a 7th-rank official, Qin Xiao was a 4th-rank commander. To effectively suppress him, one would need to be at least a 3rd-rank direct superior. Given this relationship, if we were acquainted, would we find ourselves in this predicament? Yi Tianyi lamented. Oh, what exactly delineates these ranks? Qin Xiao expressed his desire to comprehend the hierarchy for future advantage. I may not know the specifics, but I can certainly outline the general ranks to prevent you from causing trouble with individuals beyond your means, Yi Tianyi offered, recognizing Qin Xiao's evident ignorance. At the apex of the Supreme Celestial Empire lies the Heavenly Emperor, followed closely by the Empress, the two most formidable figures of the era. Offending either of them would almost certainly result in death. Following them are the imperial sons and daughters, whose ranks are similarly not to be trifled with, as they wield considerable power within the empire. Third-rank officials have the authority to convict, while those of fifth rank or lower can execute without prior consultation. Next in the hierarchy is the unparalleled prince, who, although lacking a fief, serves within the imperial capital, wielding power equivalent to that of the imperial sons and daughters, with the notable exception of lacking the authority to execute without due process. Between the unparalleled prince and the first-rank officials exists a tier of nobility that possesses no actual power, but enjoys certain privileges, classified as third rank. Their descendants receive similar treatment, referred to as heirs and princesses, with Ling Wushuang belonging to this category, enjoying the benefits of an heir without the accompanying authority. The heirs of princes differ in that, while they lack the conviction authority of imperial sons, they do possess the right to deliberate, meaning they can impose charges as long as they coordinate with the relevant departments, acting both as players and coaches. Aside from the imperial family and nobility, there are officials, with the highest rank being first rank, encompassing the prime minister, the grand marshal of the realm, and the governor of the central state. Second-rank officials comprise governors of other states, key officials in the imperial capital, and various generals of war. Third-rank officials include district leaders under various states and garrison generals. Fourth-rank officials consist of district heads, deputy heads, and grand commanders, while fifth-rank officials are city lords of supersized cities and sixth-rank officials are city lords of large cities. The city lord of Tianyuan City, being a medium-sized city, is classified as a seventh-rank official, while lords of smaller or newly established cities fall under the eighth rank. Ninth-rank officials represent the grassroots level, with all others classified as unranked. In addition to the official ranks, there exists a nobility system that merely provides status without any real power, akin to the princely titles. Dukes correspond to first rank, marquises to third rank, earls to fifth rank, and viscounts to seventh rank. These titles serve as symbolic rewards, typically granted to officials who have rendered significant service, with opportunities for commoners to attain noble titles being exceedingly rare. Wait a moment, why does this entire system seem somewhat familiar to me? After listening, Qin Xiao felt momentarily bewildered, as this system invoked a sense of déjà vu within him. It was one thing to have officials ranked by title, but the presence of noble ranks such as dukes and marquises was unexpected. How could it bear such a striking resemblance to the knowledge he had acquired in his past life? Was it conceivable that the founders of the Supreme Celestial Empire were also traversers from another realm? For a moment, Qin Xiao was perplexed, for the coincidences were too remarkable to dismiss. Moreover, it seemed that the Supreme Celestial Empire did not engage in cultivation as he understood it, but instead focused on some form of fate or destiny. The more he pondered, the more uncanny the similarities appeared. What could be so familiar? He mused. The structure of the Supreme Celestial Empire was known to most, given its enduring legacy over countless years. Yi Tianyi, puzzled, inquired, what is it? How can the Supreme Celestial Empire exert control over the entire secular world? Are they truly that powerful? Are they stronger than those super sects? Although Qin Xiao had his doubts, he was at a loss for words and hastily shifted the topic. Naturally, it is said that the Heavenly Emperor and Empress have surpassed the tribulation stage, attaining the realm of immortality. Many in the imperial capital are at the tribulation stage, while those at the Mahayana stage are quite common, and the fusion stage is as numerous as ants. Yi Tianyi spoke with a look of longing. Although she had never visited the imperial capital, she could only imagine the grandeur of such a place. Are you just boasting? I believe it must be powerful, but surely not to the extent you claim. If they possessed such strength, what need would they have for the secular world? Qin Xiao, naturally skeptical, retorted. After all, the Grand Elder of the Tianyuan Sect was merely at the fusion stage, and the Tianyuan Sect was a third-tier sect. If that were the case, wouldn't Ti sending the Grand Elder to the imperial capital render him an ordinary person? Master, she speaks the truth. The imperial capital is indeed as formidable as she describes. Qingzhou is just a remote area, and thus lacks strength. One day, should you visit Zhongzhou, you will understand, Yin Man whispered in Qin Xiao's ear, urging him not to embarrass himself. What? Surely the disparity cannot be that great? Upon hearing Yin Man's affirmation, Qin Xiao finally accepted the reality. It appeared that Qingzhou indeed stood at a disadvantage. Well, what does it matter? Xiao, you have helped us tremendously this time. I have nothing of value to offer you. So here is what we shall do. You three may go to the Tianyi Pavilion treasury and each select an item as your reward, Yi Chiyue interjected, noticing their discussion had wandered off course and losing interest. Master, it's merely a small effort. How could I accept a reward? No, Qin Xiao promptly declined. That is not negotiable. I insist you accept it. Are you disregarding your master's words? Yi Qiu feigned displeasure at Qin Xiao's continued reluctance. Very well. Since master insists, I shall humbly comply, he conceded, and the three of them, under Yi Qiu's guidance, made their way to the Tianyuan Pavilion treasury. Chapter 80. Selecting treasures and staying overnight. Qin Xiao feigned courtesy, as he did not genuinely seek any treasures. He doubted there would be anything of worth and merely wished to reassure Yi Qiu. They soon arrived outside the treasury of Tianyuan Pavilion. And must it truly be so? Yi Tianyuan expressed a hint of reluctance, as these treasures had been painstakingly gathered over many years. What is the matter? Now, aunt, is your word no longer effective? Yi Qiu cast a glare at Yi Tianyuan. Although the Tianyuan Pavilion was established by her elder brother, after his unfortunate demise, she has been the one managing it. It was only when Tianyuan reached the transformation stage that she relinquished control, subsequently residing at the 7 Stars Peak. If we were to speak of the treasures within this vault, most of them were indeed acquired by her. Therefore, what harm is there in bestowing a few items? Oh dear, aunt, that is not my intention. No need to worry, Yi Tianyuan replied. Though feeling somewhat reluctant, she actively opened the vault. This is the treasure trove of our Tianyuan Pavilion. You may choose freely from it. After opening the door, she addressed Qin Xiao and the others. Thank you. Master and senior sister, Qin Xiao expressed his gratitude before stepping inside, intending to select an item at random. However, he refrained from making an immediate choice, allowing Yin Man and Lin Shimeng to select first, as it would be inappropriate for him, as a master, to compete with his disciples. He figured he would simply take whatever was left. Yin Man and Lin Shimeng, however, were quite unreserved, each selecting a low-grade magical artifact. Yi Tianyuan visibly winced at the sight, but could only muster a forced smile. Master, these shoes are quite fitting for you. Yin Man remarked as she was about to exit, but upon noticing a pair of shoes resting at the top, identified as a mid-grade magical artifact, she called out to Qin Xiao. Shoes, you say? Very well, let us take that pair then. Please fetch them for me. Qin Xiao did not hesitate, instructing Yin Man to retrieve them. Why not? Junior brother, take a look at other items. Yi Tianyuan could no longer contain herself. That mid-grade artifact was the most precious item in her vault, and her restraint was wearing thin. It matters not. I shall choose casually. No need for concern, senior sister. What matters is the sentiment, regardless of value. Qin Xiao, thinking that Yi Tianyuan was worried about him being at a disadvantage for selecting a pair of shoes, quickly reassured her that the sentiment was what truly mattered, not the worth. Aunt, Yi Tianyuan sighed, unable to conceal her frustration, as this was her most cherished possession, a veritable life-saving artifact. Give it to him. Yi Qiu recognized the item's worth, but in comparison to the sacred Yuan spirit fruit Qin Xiao had gifted her, it was still reasonable. Aunt, be honest. Is he not the child of you and Elder Qin? Why else would you be so generous with him? Yi Tianyuan, feeling a pang of jealousy at the excessive kindness shown by Yi Qiu towards Qin Xiao, inquired pointedly. What nonsensical talk is this? Long Qin and I had previously agreed not to have children until we reached the tribulation stage. Do not speak foolishly. Yi Qiu was taken aback by Yi Tianyuan's question and felt a surge of irritation. Their conversation did not escape the ears of Qin Xiao and the others. I still cannot comprehend. You are exceptionally kind to him. Even if he is not your child, could it be that Qin Xiao is Elder Qin's illegitimate son? After all, he shares the surname Qin. Yi Tianyuan was genuinely perturbed. Why was it so? Her aunt had never shown her such generosity. They were blood relatives, after all. Qin Xiao stood there, feeling quite awkward, unsure of how to respond. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, Lin Shimeng and Yin Man were engaged in hushed whispers. Do you think Master is the illegitimate child of Elder Qin? How would I know? I've only just begun my journey a little over 3 months ago. Weren't you raised in the Tianyuan Sect since childhood? Aren't you aware? I have no idea either. Over 3 years ago, Grandpa Qin unexpectedly brought him back, without uttering a word. The sect inquired, but Grandpa Qin insisted on accepting him as his direct disciple, leaving everyone with no choice but to acquiesce. Unfortunately, just 3 days later, Grandpa Qin perished in battle for the sect, and I remain in the dark. It matters little to me whether it is true or not. It changes nothing. Yin Man harbors no curiosity about Qin Xiao's origins. She simply cherishes the fact that he treats her well and is her master. Very well, it is of no consequence. Although Lin Shidream echoed her sentiments, her curiosity was piqued. Upon returning to the sect, she felt compelled to inquire with her father. Impossible. I have investigated Qin Xiao. He is merely 19 years old. 19 years ago, both Chongqing and I were in seclusion, having never parted ways. How could he possibly be Chongqing's illegitimate son? Yi Qiu outright dismissed Yi Tianyuan's speculation. How could it be impossible? There are ways to delay the timing of birth. Why not ask him? Did he have a father during his childhood? Or was he solely raised by his mother? Yi Tianyi resolved to uncover the truth today. Unwilling to relent until she did, she felt deeply wronged. Shower. You must tell her, so she will cease her inquiries. Yi Chiyue was equally exasperated with Yi Tianyi, yet what could she do? After all, she was her own niece. Could she truly strike her? Qin Xiao had yet to grasp the situation when it escalated to the point where he had to provide proof of his identity. More crucially, Qin Xiao was unable to substantiate anything. Firstly, he was not in his original body but had traversed souls. His first recollection was lying atop Qin Chongqing's flying sword. Upon returning to the 7-star peak, he had been in a daze when he became a disciple. Qin Xiao only knew his name, and nothing else. He lacked any memories of a previous life. Qin Xiao himself was puzzled as to why his original self could not cultivate. Was it that he was incapable from the very beginning, or was it a consequence of his soul's transition? Now, asking him to recall his childhood was futile. He had no access to those memories. What is it, Xiao? Seeing Qin Xiao lost in thought, Yi Chiyue inquired with concern. It's nothing. My master is probably not my father. After all, I am far more handsome than he, and I don't resemble him at all. As for the rest, I cannot clarify. Qin Xiao replied vaguely. He began to question himself. Could I truly be the illegitimate child of my master? What on earth is happening? Indeed, how could Xiao be Chongqing's illegitimate son? One must remember that Chongqing possesses a heavenly spiritual root. If Xiao were his offspring, how could he be incapable of cultivation? Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Yi Chiyue quickly countered. Even though she too had her doubts, it simply did not add up. Then why do you treat Qin Xiao so well, surpassing even my affection as your own niece? Yi Tianyi sensed that her assumptions were likely incorrect, but stubbornly proclaimed her thoughts. Oh dear, senior sister, at over 200 years old, still feeling jealous? Come, let us have a private chat, junior brother. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he discreetly took Yi Tianyi aside. Although she was reluctant, her curiosity about what Qin Xiao had to say compelled her to follow. Once they had moved a short distance away, Qin Xiao stealthily produced a sacred Yuan spirit fruit and presented it to Yi Tianyi. Senior sister, we are allies. I shall not vie for your affection. This is but a small token of my esteem, a gesture to put this matter to rest. What do you say? Qin Xiao said in a conspiratorial tone. What could it be? Shoo, do not speak of it. I have only given one to the master, and this second one is for you. You know how precious this item is, so please accept it quietly and refrain from announcing it. Qin Xiao quickly interrupted Yi Tianyi. Understanding the value of the gift, she accepted it without further comment. No wonder her aunt was so generous towards Qin Xiao. It was revealed that her rapid advancement was due to receiving a sacred Yuan spirit fruit from him. Everything began to make sense to Yi Tianyi, who remained silent but comprehended the underlying reasons. The two returned to the treasure house. Take whatever you wish, senior sister. Surely you would not be stingy. With the sacred Yuan spirit fruit in her possession, Yi Tianyi became quite generous. Let us not bother with anything else, just the items we selected earlier. If there is nothing more, we must return to the Tianyuan Sect. We have already been away for 2 days. Qin Xiao was intent on fostering good relations, and thus had no desire to choose any further treasures. Are you truly leaving, Xiao? Your master has yet to properly host you. Yi Chiyue exclaimed upon hearing Qin Xiao's intention to return to the sect. Master, although our time was brief, we must compete for the quota at the Spirit Herb Valley, which opens in 3 months. The competition for the quota will occur in 2 months, and we need to return to cultivate, Qin Xiao explained. His visit to Tianyi City was merely to familiarize himself with the surroundings and explore, not to linger. As night fell, he suggested they set off in the morning instead. Seeing Qin Xiao's resolute demeanor, Yi Chiyue refrained from further protest and simply advised him to depart the following morning. Chapter 81. A Calculated Betrayal. Ambushed on the road, a peaceful night passed, and after meditating throughout the evening, Qin Xiao, along with Yin Man and Lin Shidong, prepared to return to the sect as dawn broke. Outside Tianyi City, Yi Chiyue expressed her concern. Xiao, are you certain you do not want your master to escort you back? Master, it is unnecessary. It is broad daylight, and there should be no issues. We will return to the sect before nightfall. Your efforts in escorting me would waste time and hinder your progress in stabilizing your cultivation, Qin Xiao firmly declined. Though Yi Chiyue had recently broken through to the integration stage, she had not had time to solidify her newfound strength. Having rushed to the tavern and subsequently confronted the city lord's mansion, she had yet to find a moment to calmly consolidate her cultivation. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyi needed to address the aftermath of her conflict with the city lord's mansion. Although they had reached a resolution, their relationship could not revert to its previous state, and thus, Tianyi Pavilion required her attention. This left her unable to accompany Qin Xiao. Understanding their busy schedules, Qin Xiao agreed to return during the day, allowing them to forego the escort. Young Master Qin, indeed many misunderstandings occurred yesterday. Upon learning of your departure from the sect today, I have come to see you off. The city lord, Chen Lu, unexpectedly appeared at the city gate, approaching slowly. I am most grateful, Lord Chen. Qin Xiao understood that this old man certainly harbored ulterior motives. Yet he still felt compelled to extend a greeting. You are too courteous, young Master Qin. This treasure is but a token of my apology. I implore you to accept it. After speaking, Chen Lu presented a jade pendant. A low-grade defensive artifact? Chen Lu, how could you offer such a meager treasure as recompense? Qin Xiao did not recognize the item, but Yi Tianyi did. She had refrained from competing with Chen Lu for this very artifact at an auction, knowing it to be a low-grade defensive treasure. Oh, a defensive artifact, then I shall graciously accept it, Lord Chen. Recognizing it as a defensive item, Qin Xiao felt no hesitation. One can never possess too many defensive artifacts. Please accept it, young Master Qin. This item can provide autonomous protection, a truly rare treasure. Such gifts are befitting of heroes and shall not go unnoticed. Chen Lu maintained his apologetic demeanor. Then I thank you. If there is nothing further, shall we take our leave? Qin Xiao inquired cautiously, believing Chen Lu would not be so benevolent without ulterior motives. No further matters, young Master Qin, do take care. Chen Lu offered no additional words, merely allowing Qin Xiao to depart. Subsequently, Yin Man retrieved her sword, enlarged it, and the three of them ascended upon the flying sword and departed. What exactly are you plotting, Chen Lu? Yi Tianyi found it hard to believe that Chen Lu was genuinely kind-hearted, yet lacked any evidence to substantiate her suspicions. You should tend to your own affairs. Chen Lu turned away and returned to the city. Qin Xiao remained perplexed, wondering what game Chen Lu was playing, so willingly bestowing a low-grade artifact. If it were intended for Ling Wushuang, he could comprehend, but receiving it himself made little sense. Upon returning to the city lord's residence, Chen Lu summoned Ding Xiao. Are all preparations in place? Chen Lu's face had shed its previous courtesy, now bearing a ruthless expression. City lord, all is arranged. The Tian family's entire Yuanying stage has been mobilized, including even the old ancestor of the Huashan stage. Ding Xiao replied respectfully. Very well, you may leave. Chen Lu waved his hand, dismissing Ding Xiao. Qin Xiao is it? To dare disrupt my plans and still wish to leave alive is but a dream. I had initially intended to find an excuse to delay the two from the Yi family, but to my surprise, you did not allow them to escort you. Thus, do not blame me. The two beauties shall ultimately not escape my grasp. As he spoke, Chen Lu's expression shifted from ruthless to lecherous. Although matters had been resolved yesterday and his uncle had urged him to cease, he was unwilling to relent. With such exquisite beauties so near, he could not let the opportunity slip away. Thus, he reached out to the second family of Tianyi City, the Tian family. With the Tianyi Pavilion and the city lord's office at odds, the Yi family would naturally face suppression. Furthermore, the city lord was eager to support the Tian family in ascending to prominence as the foremost family, a proposition they eagerly accepted. Though faced with merely two individuals at the nascent soul stage, the Tian family exercised utmost caution. All four nascent soul elders and the family head were mobilized. And to ensure absolute security, even the venerable ancestor at the transformation stage was summoned. Should this endeavor succeed, the Tian family would soon ascend to become the foremost clan in Tianyi City. Within the Tianyi Pavilion, the pavilion master, Chen Lu, upon returning to his residence, noted the absence of any unusual activities from the city lord's mansion. Yi Tianyi was engrossed in listening to his disciples' reports. You may leave now, he instructed. However, an unsettling feeling lingered within him, prompting him to dispatch individuals to surveil the city lord's mansion, which remained devoid of any movement. Could it be that he was merely overthinking? Yi Tianyi pondered, perplexed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao was swiftly traversing the skies, having acclimatized to the flying sword. However, after departing Tianyi City by a little over 1,000 miles, Yin Man sensed something amiss. Master, it seems we are being followed, she urgently informed Qin Xiao. When did they catch up to us? We have altered our route several times. How could we still be tracked? Qin Xiao questioned, equally perplexed by the situation. Master, they are closing in, Yin Man observed with growing alarm, swiftly descending towards the ground. Why are they targeting us? Could it be those rogue bandits? Lin Sherdong suggested innocently, speculating that they might have encountered some marauding outlaws. Rogue bandits? This must be the handiwork of Chen Lu or Qin Shuani. Once they strike, they will not leave any survivors, Qin Xiao deduced, realizing that only these two held the motive to eliminate him. Master, I happen to have acquired a concealment array during our previous shopping spree. Let us use it to evade our pursuers for the time being, Yin Man proposed. Retrieving an array disc. For now, we shall proceed thus, Qin Xiao acknowledged, understanding the necessity of caution and the need to ascertain the situation first. Subsequently, Yin Man infused the array disc with spiritual energy, activating it, and tossed it into the sky. Instantly, a protective shield emerged, rendering the three of them invisible. From within the shield, They could observe the outside world while remaining undetectable, simultaneously obstructing any probing of their presence or consciousness. Indeed, it was not long before 5 individuals landed nearby. Where have they gone? The compass provided by the city lord indicates they are right here. The leader, holding a compass, remarked in confusion. Could it be that the compass is malfunctioning, master? Another suggested urgently. Impossible. The unique aura from the jade pendant given by the city lord has not dissipated, and the compass is accurately pointing here. They must be hiding. Search thoroughly. Even if it means digging 3 feet into the ground to uncover them, the head of the Tian family asserted, convinced of their proximity. The 5 began to scour the vicinity, but the array was no ordinary formation. It was intricately inscribed upon the disc, and once activated, it became a complete array. Unless confronted by a skilled practitioner, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect. Indeed, the jade pendant given to me was flawed. Had I known, I would have stored it in the system space, Qin Xiao realized, recognizing his earlier oversight regarding the jade pendant from Chen Lu. He had previously allowed Yin Man to examine the jade pendant, and no signs of tampering were discovered. It appears that Qin Xiao wore it after employing some peculiar method. It is no wonder that individual was wielding a compass. Master, among these 5, 2 are in the early stage of yuanying, 2 in the mid-stage, which is manageable. But that head of the family wielding the compass is in the late stage of yuanying. We are no match for him, Yin Man said, her voice tinged with concern. After all, with 5 in the yuanying stage, they only had 2. Even if they fought to the death, their odds were slim. If I can hold back that late-stage yuanying, do you 2 have the confidence to deal with the other 4? Qin Xiao understood the dire situation but saw no other options left. He had to resort to a stratagem. With the weakest confronting the strongest in the late stage of yuanying. Master, this is not like facing a beast. Beasts lack intelligence and are easier to handle. But humans are cunning and resourceful. Please do not act impulsively, Yin Man cautioned, her worry evident. Well, there are no other alternatives now. We must try, as there still remains a chance. If we do not attempt, we can only wait for death. Qin Xiao acknowledged the peril but recalled the pair of mid-grade magical shoes he acquired from the treasury the previous night. After a night of experimentation, he felt confident that wearing them would allow him to outpace most in the yuanying stage. While he might not prevail in combat, he could certainly flee. We still cannot find the head of the family. He must be hiding within the formation. I implore the head to take out the array-breaking flag and dismantle their formation. Another elder, sensing something amiss, proposed. It seems we have no choice, the head of the Tian family replied as he produced the array-breaking flag. Chapter 82, A Strategic Contest. Master and disciple cooperation. Upon seeing the opponent retrieve the array-breaking flag, Qin Xiao felt a sense of foreboding. Master, do not panic. This array-breaking flag cannot breach this formation. Yin Man quickly reassured him, noticing his anxiety. Is that so? Then I shall rest easy. Let us swiftly adjust our preparations, and when ready, we shall engage them. Qin Xiao sighed in relief, realizing they were not yet prepared. Most notably, Yin Man, who wielded a sword, needed to replenish her energy, while Lin Sherdong seemed to be in good condition, and Qin Xiao himself required no replenishment. The head of the Tian family casually tossed the array-breaking flag in one direction, but there was no reaction. He then tried various other locations. After spending considerable time testing the surroundings, there was still no response. Could it be that this compass is truly broken? What shall we do? The city lord has ordered the elimination of that young man and the retrieval of the 2 women. If we lose track of them, how shall we account for it upon our return? The head of the Tian family felt a surge of panic. If they lost everything, his dreams of the Tian family's rise would shatter before they even began, and he might even become a target of the city lord. That old dog has the audacity to plot against my disciple. It seems I must find a way to eliminate him. Qin Xiao seethed with rage upon hearing that the adversary was indeed targeting his disciple. Yin Man, how are your preparations coming along? Qin Xiao, ablaze with fury, could barely contain himself. Master, I am ready, Yin Man replied, her eyes now open, having quickly regained her energy with the aid of spiritual liquid. Then let us dismantle the formation and eliminate these lackeys. Qin Xiao instructed Yin Man to dismantle the formation without hesitation. Yin Man complied promptly, and the 3 figures materialized. Patriarch, they are here, one of them exclaimed as soon as they appeared. You, boy, if you had continued to hide, it would have taken me considerable effort to find you. I never anticipated you would come forth to meet your demise, remarked the head of the Tian family, his spirits lifted by their voluntary emergence. Enough of your prattle, you must be Chen Lu's lackey. Who meets their end remains to be seen. With that, Qin Xiao fixed his gaze on the Tian patriarch and dashed forward. Sister, please handle those 2 at the mid-stage of the nascent soul, while I deal with the 2 at the initial stage. Yin Man declared before charging towards the 2 initial stage nascent soul cultivators. Wait, that doesn't seem right. Never mind. Lin Shiming, initially taken aback, decided not to dwell on it. She unsheathed her sword and approached the two mid-stage nascent soul elders. This young man is indeed formidable. He exhibits no fluctuations of spiritual energy, yet possesses such swiftness. As Qin Xiao advanced towards the Tian patriarch, the latter did not dare to be careless. Such speed was not something an ordinary individual could achieve. Just as Qin Xiao was about to strike, the Tian patriarch dodged nimbly. Being at the late stage of the nascent soul and having ample time to evade due to the distance, Qin Xiao did not anticipate his punch would land. It was merely a test to gauge the disparity between his current speed and that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Interesting, boy. Not only do you not flee, but you also strike first. It has been a long time since I have taken a life. Today, your blood shall nourish my sword. The Tian patriarch wasted no time in drawing his sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light, indicating it was no ordinary spiritual weapon, but rather a treasure. Who says I intend to engage you in combat? If you wish to kill me, feel free to try. Qin Xiao had already gleaned from their earlier exchange that although his speed may not surpass that of his opponent, it was certainly on par, thus instilling no fear within him. Do not think your speed will save you. I may err countless times, but you can only afford one mistake. With that, the Tian patriarch lunged at Qin Xiao with his sword. Qin Xiao did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, and the pressure he exerted was no less formidable than that of the peaked giant ape in the second layer of the secret realm. At the moment the sword tip was about to pierce him, Qin Xiao deftly sidestepped. In a flurry of movement, neither party could discern a clear victor. Meanwhile, on Yin Man's side, the outcome had been determined long ago. The two initial stage nascent soul cultivators fell before her blade within mere 10 exchanges, unable to utter even a single threat before being slain. Lin Shiming, however, found herself struggling against the combined might of two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, a challenge far beyond her capabilities as an initial stage practitioner. Moreover, under Chun Lu's orders, she was instructed to capture them alive without inflicting harm, a task that would soon prove untenable. As Lin Shiming retreated under pressure, Yin Man intervened, repelling the two mid-stage nascent soul cultivators with a single stroke. Sister, it seems you must exert yourself further. With that, Yin Man charged towards one of the mid-stage cultivators. This is infuriating. Lin Shiming glanced at the two deceased early-stage nascent soul cultivators and then at her own retreating figure, filled with indignation. Yet, she found herself at a loss, compelled to draw her sword and charge at another mid-stage nascent soul. This strategy had been previously devised by Qin Xiao and Yin Man. Whether it involved her sharing the burden or her distracting the two mid-stage cultivators, the ultimate outcome was a war of attrition, fraught with the risk of failure. Thus, she had been assigned the two mid-stage cultivators while Qin Xiao swiftly dealt with the two early-stage ones, embodying the clever strategy of Tianji's horse racing. However, their clandestine communication had excluded Lin Shiming, as Qin Xiao had not completely placed his trust in her, not out of fear of betrayal, but because her loyalties leaned more towards the sect, unlike Yin Man, who was entirely self-serving. Consequently, when making certain decisions, Qin Xiao instinctively avoided consulting Lin Shiming, not out of animosity, but rather due to his accustomed collaboration with Yin Man. Meanwhile, the head of the Tian family remained oblivious to the unfolding events, becoming increasingly astonished as the battle progressed. Although the young man's movement techniques seemed ordinary, they were extraordinarily swift, sometimes deliberately lagging to create openings for his sword strikes to miss. This rendered him unpredictable, akin to an elusive eel, as he narrowly evaded each attack. What sort of movement technique is this? The Tian family head finally ceased his assault. While a single miss could be attributed to chance, repeated failures could suggest good fortune on the opponent's part. However, after so many attempts without success, he recognized the futility of his efforts and felt a twinge of envy towards Qin Xiao's agility. Oh, are you interested in my movement technique? Qin Xiao remarked as the opponent paused. Despite appearing at ease, his mind raced with calculations and counter-calculations, approaching the brink of overload. If you surrender your technique in those shoes, I could grant you a swift end. The Tian family head realized that the youth's ability to evade his every strike stemmed not only from his peculiar movements, but also from the mid-grade magical shoes that conferred such speed. Grant me a swift end? Am I mistaken? Qin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the threat. You've become a solitary commander, yet still dare to threaten me? Naturally, with all the elders of the Tian family present, along with myself as the head. 5 mid-stage nascent soul cultivators, what do you think you can escape with? The outcome is already predetermined. They may survive, but you shall surely perish. However, death can be chosen, a quick demise or one prolonged by torment. I trust you understand the distinction, the Tian family head proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Elders? What elders? Do you still have any left? Qin Xiao gestured behind the opponent, urging him to see for himself the absence of any elders. Young man, do not attempt any deception. I will not be fooled, the Tian family head insisted, wary of turning his back, fearing that in an instant, Qin Xiao might launch a swift counterattack with his bizarre movement technique. After exchanging a glance with Yin Man, Qin Xiao charged forward toward the head of the Tian family. Recognizing the young man's advance as a ruse to trick him into looking back, the Tian family head assumed a defensive posture, waiting for the opportune moment to deliver a lethal strike. As soon as he relished his own cleverness, a sudden chill crept down his spine. Someone was launching a surprise attack from behind. Without a moment's hesitation regarding Qin Xiao, he swiftly turned and raised his sword to block. The assailant was none other than Yin Man, and she showed no restraint in her strike. The head of the Tian family, realizing the gravity of the situation, could only pivot and muster all his strength to defend. However, in his haste to counter Yin Man, he neglected to guard against Qin Xiao's impending assault. As fate would have it, he soon felt a tremendous impact at his lower back, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string until he collided with a stone wall, finally coming to a halt. The force of this punch was terrifyingly overwhelming, transmitting directly through his waist to his Dan Tian, which began to churn violently, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he cried out for help. Ancestor, save me. Chapter 83. The elder of the Tian family faces a sudden attack with the head of the Tian family's desperate shout. An old man appeared from the distance, soaring towards them. Master, this is bad. It's a transformation stage expert. Yin Man, sensing the formidable aura emanating from him, quickly alerted Qin Xiao. This level exceeds our capabilities. You two must find an opportunity to escape. I will exert all my speed to delay him for a while. If escape seems impossible, you can take refuge in the formation we used earlier. In this vast world, even this old man may struggle to find you. Qin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Chen Lu could summon a transformation stage expert. He had indeed underestimated the situation. He resolved to ensure his disciples escape first, for he still possessed the sacred Yuan spirit fruit. In a critical moment, producing this item might just save their lives. After all, its allure to a transformation stage expert was considerable, and he believed there was a significant chance of survival, provided his disciples could flee. Surely, this expert would hesitate to offend the Tianyuan Sect, especially in the face of Yi Qiuyue's wrath. You worthless fools, unable to handle a few youngsters. And yet you require my assistance, the elder remarked, approaching the head of the Tian family. He produced a pill for him to consume before slowly advancing towards Qin Xiao and his companions. He had previously remained on the periphery, ensuring no unnecessary intruders entered the area. 3 mere youngsters hardly warranted his intervention. He had merely been there as a precaution, never anticipating that an unexpected turn of events would arise so swiftly. Senior, surely there is some misunderstanding? What benefits has Chen Lu provided you? I can offer you double. Qin Xiao implored as the elder approached. Child, your efforts are in vain. What he can offer, you cannot, the elder replied slowly. Senior, do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? We are direct disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, and my father is the sect's leader. Regardless of what the city lord has offered you, should you choose to kill us, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Tianyuan Sect and may not live to enjoy it, Lin Shiming interjected, revealing their sect's identity when her previous attempts to negotiate proved futile. What? Disciples of the Tianyuan Sect? The elder's countenance darkened upon hearing this revelation. Chen Lu, are you trying to doom my Tian family? Indeed, I believe you have been deceived. Let this matter be forgotten, and we assure you we will not pursue it further. Of course, we can also offer you some form of compensation, Lin Shiming said, her gaze lingering on the 4 slain elders of the Tian family. Her voice tinged with unease. Can this truly be settled amicably? The patriarch of the Tian family was deeply moved. This matter pertained to the survival of the clan. Regardless of whether Chen Lu was aware of the identities of the 3 individuals, he had evidently failed to inform the Tian family, clearly intending for them to bear the consequences. Since the 3 had not yet sustained any injuries, it would be wise to withdraw now. Ancestor, whether or not they are direct disciples of the Tianyuan Sect, we have already crossed the point of no return. Do you truly believe they would return to their sect and pretend nothing had transpired? At that moment, the Tian family would be utterly doomed. The only option left is to fulfill the city lord's demands. Thus, the Lord would protect us. We must execute our actions with utmost cunning, ensuring that our involvement remains concealed. Seeing the ancestor somewhat swayed, the family head hastily reassured him. Now that we are aware of their identities, we cannot let them escape unscathed. Indeed, had we acted before any confrontation, perhaps we could have retreated. Yet, now that enmity has been established, and with 4 elders of our family lost, I have no choice but to gamble on the hope that we remain undetected and that the city lord will keep his word to elevate our family as the foremost clan. Upon hearing the family head's words, the ancestor regained his composure. It was evident that there was no turning back now. I see. I had thought these sycophants were fully aware of our identities and yet still sought to eliminate us. I never imagined they were oblivious. Had I known, I would have disclosed our identities before striking. Qin Xiao was also taken aback. How can one kill without knowing the identity of their target? What if a mistake is made? Esteemed ones, I apologize. I am left with no other choice. My family has no path of retreat. Fear not. I shall grant you a swift end. After solidifying his resolve, the ancestor of the Tian family directed a statement towards Qin Xiao, his aura beginning to surge dramatically. Old Ghost Tian, dare you harm my junior brother? Just as the ancestor of the Tian family was about to make his move, a blade of sword energy shot towards him at an astonishing speed. The ancestor's expression shifted drastically as he hurriedly attempted to defend himself. In that moment, a figure materialized before Qin Xiao and his companions. It was none other than Yi Tianyi, who had arrived just in time. She had dispatched someone to monitor the city lord's mansion and initially found no irregularities, thinking perhaps her concerns were unfounded. However, shortly thereafter, she received reports that the Tian family was behaving unusually, with their gates firmly shut and shops closed, and that someone had seen their nascent soul stage members leaving the city before dawn. Once all the information was pieced together, Yi Tianyi sensed the impending danger and hastily departed the city in pursuit. Senior sister, what brings you here? Qin Xiao asked in surprise as he regarded Yi Tianyi. I sensed something amiss and conducted an investigation, discovering that the nascent soul members of the Tian family had departed prior to your exit. Realizing something was wrong, I sought an explanation from the Tian family, only to find that even the old ghost Tian was absent. Thus, I rushed over, fortunately arriving in time. Yi Tianyi succinctly explained. Leader Yi, this is a misunderstanding, I concede. Upon seeing Yi Tianyi, the ancestor of the Tian family lost all desire to resist. Fortunately, the three individuals before him had not yet been harmed, leaving room for negotiation. Ancestor, we cannot concede. Otherwise, our family will be doomed. Yi Tianyi has just recently broken through to the mid-stage of the transformation realm, while you have been in the mid-stage for over a century. Why should you fear her? The head of the Tian family remains discontented. Should this endeavor succeed, the Tian family would ascend to become the foremost clan. This is his inner demon. The Tian family has languished as the second best for centuries. Despite their relentless efforts, they have forever remained in second place. This is their sole opportunity, and the ancestral figure cannot afford to abandon it. Engaging in battle with Yi Tianyi does not instill fear in the ancestral figure, yet he finds himself incapable of detaining her. Should even one person escape, the Tian family's involvement would be revealed to the Tianyuan Sect, and the ensuing retribution would obliterate them instantaneously. With justifiable cause, even the city lord would be unable to shield the Tian family. Fool, be silent. Do you wish to endanger the entire clan? The ancestral figure of the Tian family is acutely aware of the stakes, yet he feels powerless to retain Yi Tianyi. After expressing his thoughts, he slowly approached the group. Esteemed guests, I have erred. In due course, the Tian family will certainly offer reparations. With a demeanor of humility and no discernible aura, the ancestral figure of the Tian family displayed a facade of contrition. Upon sensing the genuine reluctance of the ancestral figure, Yi Tianyi lowered her guard. This was the moment the ancestral figure had awaited. He swiftly launched a spiritual assault against Yi Tianyi, catching her unawares and striking her directly. Although his descendants may be somewhat inept, they were not entirely incorrect. At this juncture, the Tian family had no alternatives left. Did my earlier performance suffice? He proclaimed with renewed confidence as he witnessed the efficacy of his attack. He had orchestrated all this to employ the spiritual assault. He lacked confidence in incapacitating Yi Tianyi through conventional means. However, if her spirit were to sustain damage, not only would her abilities be diminished, but there was a possibility of her cultivation level declining, thereby bolstering his chances of detaining her. Old Devil Tian, I shall remember you, Yi Tianyi declared, seizing the opportunity to quickly ingest the substance, hastily refining it. This was none other than the sacred Yuan spirit fruit provided by Qin Xiao. She had intended to reserve it for when her cultivation faced stagnation, but circumstances necessitated its immediate use for healing, rendering any waste unavoidable. What difference does it make if you remember me? Today, all four of you shall perish. With your demise, the Yi family will be bereft of you, while the Tian family shall garner the city lord's support. Soon enough, the Tian family will reign as the premier clan of Tianyi City. The ancestral figure of the Tian family grew increasingly frenzied, culminating in a loud declaration. Indeed, it is unsurprising that you are kin, Qin Xiao mused, glancing at the Tian family head still recuperating, then shifting his gaze to the elderly man before him. The family's notions are indeed peculiar. For the sake of becoming the foremost clan, they are willing to forsake their very lives. Enough, boy. Only you shall meet your end today. The two women are to be taken by the city lord. As for Yi Tianyi, I shall personally deliver her to the Grand Commander. With his backing, even the Tianyuan Sect will hold no sway over us. The ancestral figure of the Tian family sought to curtail further dialogue, having unleashed a spiritual attack. He had suffered some backlash himself. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Qin Xiao to linger for so long. Now that he had nearly restored his strength, it was time to conclude this affair.